Chapter 1: The Strongest System of the Apocalypse. Today I must go out and find food or I shall pursue out myself. Chingzi sat upon the sofa, her stomach grumbling with a series of disconcerting noises. Crossing her legs, she glared at Yuhong, who sat quibbity the window, her voice low yet pacing in the silence of the house. Despite her attempt to keep her voice down, it rang out sharply within the stillness. Yahang had journeyed 2 days without sustenance, his complexion pale and his body devoid of strength. He merely glanced at Ching's water-making expression. Shutelia went. Attract the zombies outside you would rather not wait to starve, but Joe intimacy their meal. At this moment Yahang was consumed by thoughts of death. Half a month prior, Yuhong, or locksmith, had come to assist the affluent young woman Chingshui. Little did he anticipate that during the unlocking process, a rain of blood would descend from the heavens. Mastoft hosu hawa retouched by the sanguine deluge, by the human or animal, transformed into bloodthirsty zombies and mutated beasts. Only a select few maged with extraordinary physical supernatural abilities. The world plunged into an era of apocalypse marked by power outages and severed communications. Unfortunately for Yuhong, he had been too frightened to come into contact with the blood rain. Thus, he was compelled to hide within Chengzushom, enduring her incessant insults day in and day out. Most of the food had vanished into her stomach. After all, it was her home. Bang! Indeed, as Yuhong had surmised, the moment Chengzu's voice faded, zombies began to encircle the door, howling like vengeful spirits, furiously battering against it. In the span of 2 weeks, this door had withstood numerous assaults from the undead. Now, however, it trembled under the strain, crack spiderwebbing across its surface. Cheng Shui, upon witnessing this, instantly clutched a baseball bat to her chest, curling upon the sofa. Casting acid along glance at Yuhong, she held no hope whatsoever. A spineless man was utterly unreliable. Yuhong felt no fear. Instead, he shifted into a more comfortable position on the floor, a bitter smile etched on his face. Mom and Dad, I wonder if I were still alive. Forgive my unfilial behavior, I cannot repair kindness. In another life, I wish to bear son again, and I shall live differently, ensuring you enjoy a life of comfort. Bang! At that moment, the door splintered under the relentless assault of the zombies, a claw-reaching trough, grasping wildly. Yuhong closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable, ready to embrace death. Ding! Host detected to be in peril, on the brink of death. Activating strongest system of the apocalypse. System functionality overview. 1 zombie space. 1 zombie spawns every second, possessing strength equivalent to that of a typical zombie, completely loyal to the host, obeying the commands, and can be summoned for battle at will. 2 The host can control the summoned zombies, sharing vision with them. 3 Automatic cultivation mode. Once a certain number of zombies are present in zombie space, the host can choose to initiate a cultivation, allowing the zombies to fight and devour, nurturing a zombie king. 4 The host summoned zombies gaining points below in external zombies points can be exchanged for items in the shop. Yahong's eyelids fluttered at the sudden surreal situation within his mind. Yet when he opened his eyes, a blue screen materialized before him, tangibly yet elusive. Please do not question the authenticity of this system. It does not possess reincarnation capabilities. Should the host perish, it is a permanent end. The system's voice resonated Don's Mary. With no trace of doubt remaining, Yuhong focuses thoughts. Current number of Zambian zombie space 60. Can summon. Bang! At that variant, a large crack formed in the door, and the zombie half squeezed through. Its body was marred with dried blood, and as it told, bits of flesh could be seen lodged between its teeth, grotesque and terrifying. Yahong suppressed the death-light thoughts in his mind, steeling himself. If there were such an to survive, who would wish for death? With a thought, zombies materialized before him, displaying a semblance of respect. Yuhong commanded, eliminated the zombies outside. The summoned zombies advanced toward the door. Facing the half-embedded zombie, they lifted their feet, striking down. The ground trembled slightly as they crushed its skull. With a decisive motion, they flung open the door. Confronted by the onslaught of zombies, each was met with a kick, sent sprawling into the air. A tide of undead surged forth. In a matter of minutes, all the zombies in the corridor were vanquished without a fight. They then stood respectfully at the doorway, awaiting Yu Hong's next command. Half of firewood outside, the other half swiftly gather food. Ya Hong remains at the floor, issuing orders. The immediate danger outside was momentarily averted, but surviving in this apocalypse was far from simple. First and foremost, if he did not consume food soon, even with a system, he would starve to death. Secondly, if the system had manifested on the 7th day of the apocalypse, with its ability to spawn a zombie every second, each possessing the strength of a common zombie, survival would have been a cinch. However, it was not the 15th day of the apocalypse. Ordinary zombie had already begun to evolve. Ya Hong had witnessed it to meet turtle zombie arrow arming the streets below, its body adorned with blue patterns of freezing everything within a 3-meter radius with a mirror gesture. It preyed upon both survivors and ordinary zombies alike. In the face of 100 typical zombies, it could dispatch them effortlessly in the blink of an eye. That terrifying strength and speed surpassed ordinary humans by 10-fold, 20-fold, or perhaps 7 more. Ya Hong had not experienced it firsthand and could not make a clear judgment. It was currently hunting within the city of his sheer its sights on him. The protection offered by ordinary zombies would be utterly insufficient, leading to certain death. Moreover, atop the central tower of his city, through the window, he could see a 3-meter tall bird. Its plumage was as black as night, feather sharp as blades, slicing through buildings as if they were emery paper. It circled the city sporadically, searching for prey. Its power was no less than that of this best zombie. This was merely what Ya Hong had witnessed firsthand. In the vast expansive Hishue city, he had no idea how many such terrifying zombies and mutated beasts had evolved. Therefore, even with the system, there was no guarantee of absolute safety. It merely provided a glimmer of hope for survival. At that moment, Ching Shui, curled up with a baseball bat on the sofa, finally regained modicum of composure. Her complexion was a spelly parchment, her body trembling, her gaze filled with terror. From the instant the zombie had appeared within the room, she had been rendered speechless. It was not that she did not want to scream, but rather that the sheer fear had rendered her voiceless. Upon witnessing Ya Hong's ability to control the suddenly appearing zombies, her mind erupted into her emotions tumultuous. She could not fathom how this man, whom she had insulted for half a month and murdered Elias, had suddenly awakened such potential in this critical moment. It seemed he had awakened some latent ability. Not only had he saved his own life, but he had also others. Looking at Ya Hong's frail form and thin at the quiet zombie standing guard, the fear in her beautiful eyes began to dissipate. As her rummaged through her clothing, she retrieved the hidden sausage from her sleeve. Rising, she approached Yu Hong with tentative estive. Her voice was soft and gentle. Yu Hong, I have your sausage. Ya Hong's attention snapped to Cheng Shui, his expression instant lightening fierce as she interrupted her. Get lost. With a thought, a zombie appeared beside him, standing guard. Chapter 2 Slapping Cheng Shui, commencing cultivation. Cheng Shui, as a wealthy young woman, was strikingly beautiful, with countless admirers. Accustomed to arrogancy and dominance, she naturally harbored disdain for Yu Hong, a mere locksmith, in this apocalyptic setting. Reluctant to share her meager food supplies, she clung to her selfishness, unwilling to perish. Despite her repugnant demeanor and selfishness, she was not foolish. In Chingzu's eyes, Ya Hong had awakened the ability to control zombies. As long as he had his protection, her chance of survival would increase by at least half, and securing basic supplies would be a non-issue. Thus, she was willing to offer him her concealed sausage. This gesture was intended to resolve a conflict between them, seeking Yu Hong's protection. She was convinced that given Ya Hong's previous pinlessness, he would not refuse her goodwill. However, Yu Hong's rebuke, coupled with the terrifying zombie looming protectively before him, caused Chingzui to freeze in her tracks, her body trembling. Gazing into his fierce, cold eyes, she felt as though she had plunged into an Ishai abyss. In that moment, Ya Hong seemed a completely different person. Yet, Chingzui remained undaunted, refusing to succumb to fear. She could not believe that Yu Hong would dare to harm. In an instant, her temper fled. Yu Hong, don't push your luck. The fact that I am willing to share food is a sign of respect for you. If I would not appreciate this, do you believe I won't throw you out? Yu Hong's gaze shifted back to Cheng Shui, his voice cold and unyielding. Slaffer, beef shooter 7 a whisper, kill her. He had previously declared that after warrior next life he'd live differently. Now he'd been reborn. He would no longer tolerate Cheng Shui. His previous patience and kindness would only lead him to further depths of despair and this apocalypse. The summoned zombies responded to Yu Hong's command. In an instant, they lunged towards Cheng Shui, seizing her collar and delivering a series of stinging slaps. She was struck, blood dripping from her mouth, and hand discarded onto the ground. Throughout the entire ordeal, Cheng Shui did not dare to utter a single sound. Yu Hong's frigid voice instilled a paralyzing fear within her, leaving no room for doubt. Should she dare to scream, Yu Hong would indeed allow the zombie to claim her life. Yu Hong paid no heed to Cheng Shui's pitiful state, nor did he spare her a glance as she appeared the system marketplace. He sought to discover what items could be exchanged for his accumulated points. A blue holographic screen materialized before him, displaying his current points 12. Below that, a variety of items available for exchange flickered into view: attribute points, weapons, firearms, and even a selection of supernatural abilities. Upon discerning the available items, a surge of excitement coursed through Yu Hong. With the existence of his system marketplace, he could transcend the fate of an ordinary person. However, the most affordable attribute point required a staggering 100 points, and the cheapest weapon demanded 500 points. As for supernatural abilities, each began at a minimum of 100,000 points. With only 12 points to his name, he could scarcely afford to even glance at them. To harness the system's power, he needed to strategize prudently. Consequently, Yu Hong closed the system marketplace and, while he awaiting sustenance from the zombies, began contemplating his next course of action. With the system sustenance, he would no longer remain a passive observer. It was crucial to slay zombies to crew points and ensure sufficient number of zombies were within the designated area. He could initiate his plans immediately. Furthermore, he needed to ascertain his situation within his city, specifically the number of evolved zombies and mutated beasts, and their precise locations. The military rescue team should yet to arrive, raising questions about their delay. Additionally, he needed to gauge the presence and attitudes of any supernatural beings in the city, as well as identify locations that still held resources for his sustenance. Lastly, and most critically, he needed to discern the obstacles to leaving the city. Yu Hong had no gained a preliminary sense of soul preservation. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he was resolved to journey over 2,000 kilometers to Bayong City. His parents were there, since at the outbreak of the apocalypse he had lost contact with them. He vowed to return and see them, if only for a moment. With a clear objective in mind, he succumbed to exhaustion, falling into a deep slumber, oblivious to the zombie station nearby. When he woke, he was roused by the gentle shaking of a zombie beside him. The night had fallen, shrouding pulled in darkness. Upon opening gazes, he beheld a small cache of supplies strewn across the ground: instant noodles, bread, spicy snacks, and most importantly, 5 or 6 bottles of mineral water. Enough to sustain one person for 2 days. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, all supermarkets and convenience stores had been raided by survivors seized by supernatural beings. For 30 zombies to turn with such a bounty was quite commendable. Without hesitation, Yu Hong twisted a pen about a leaf mineral water and gulped it down greedily, quenching his parched throat and replenishing his frail body. He then seized the loaf of bread and devoured it ravenously. After consuming 3 loaves and 2 bottles of water, he finally satiated the gnawing hunger within him. As for Cheng Shui, Yu Hong had not spared her a single glance throughout her ordeal. She remained calm upon the sofa, her cheeks swollen and tear-streaked. Watching him devour his meal, she could only nibble timidly a sausage, fearful that even the slightest sound could provoke zombie beside Yu Hong to end life. Having filled his belly and regained some strength after his nap, Yu Hong gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, listening to the intermittent roars of zombies. Ignoring them, he focused his thoughts on the zombie space. The current zombie count stood at 10,860. They could be summoned and nurtured. With a decisive thought, he listed 860 zombies, dividing them into 3 terms. 1 team of 500 would be tasked with exterminating the zombies within the buildings and surrounding area. A scan team of 200 would gather intelligence about the city, monitoring the movements of humans, devolved zombies, and mutated beasts. The final team of 160 would continue to scavenge for supplies at temporarily locations racking resources. The remaining 10,000 zombies would be nurtured. System commence nurturing with the remaining zombies as commanded. The nurturing process began with 10,000 zombies involved. The required time was an hour. Note the greater the number of zombies, the higher the quality, and ultimately, the stronger the resulting king of zombies would be. However, the time required would also increase. As the system's voice faded, Yu-Hong immersed himself in the zombie space. Instantly, he witnessed a chaotic scene of zombies devouring another visceral display of brutality that almost turned the stomach. He had no desire to regurgitate the food he had just consumed, so he quickly withdrew. Yet, a flicker of anticipation lingered in his heart. How powerful would the king of zombies be, born from the carnage of thousands? Subsequently, Yu-Hong utilized the vision-sharing feature between himself and the summoned zombies. In an instant, the images before his eyes transformed, providing an immersive experience that felt strikingly vivid. Meanwhile, across from the apartment complex where Yu-Hong resided in the Hongwang community, a frailman sprinted through the night. His speed surpassed that of an ordinary person by 3 or 4 times. Skillfully avoiding the wandering zombies, he darted into a building and ascended the emergency exit at the 10th floor. The zombies in the stairwell had all been cleared, presenting no obstacles. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he found the door to the emergency exit locked from the inside. The frail man softly called out, "Boss, Litsami, Shoho." Moments later, the door swung open, revealing two Baliman wielding steel pipes guarding the entrance. Shoho rushed into a room where a scarred man lounged on the bed, cradling a scantily clad woman. He was Wang Chang, the leader spoken of by Shoho, and a strengthened individual. Following the blood, he had awakened to a power exceeding that of ordinary humans by 3 or 4 times, while Shoho had gained remarkable speed. Wang Qiang cast a glance at Shoho. "So, have you gathered all the information?" Shoho applied, "Boss, if we discovered which building the zombies are transporting supplies to, but worried to many zombies nearby, so I didn't dare to pursue." Wang Qiang nodded in satisfaction. "Good, the night belongs to the zombies and mutated beasts. Once dawn breaks, we'll gather our forces and strike. Those mere control-type supernatural beings will either surrender willingly or we shall take their lives." Chapter 3, The Gu King. Information provided by Qing Shui. An hour later, Yu-Hong, utilizing the action of summoning zombies and capitalizing on shared vision, was keenly observing the surroundings of the community. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. "The nurturing of the Gu has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a first-tier zombie Gu King. Would you like to view the basic information?" Yu-Hong ended the shared vision and decisively chose to check. Type, zombie. Rank, first tier. Combat skill, perfect. Abilities, fire. Perfect combat skills, fire abilities. Upon reading this, Yu-Hong's eyes brightened with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. It was clear that every Gu King zombie that survived each round of nurturing would possess perfect combat skills. And during the savage feeding process, there was a certain probability of developing special abilities. The considerate system promptly provided an explanation. It made sense. With countless zombies clashing simultaneously, only those who survived to the end would have their combat skills enhanced. If they merely relied on primal instincts to claw and bite, they could never ascend to the status of a Gu King. It was akin to a middle school student attempting to confront a seasoned street fighter. Could an inexperienced adolescent truly stand against someone who had fought numerous times? With anticipation, Yu-Hong immersed himself in the zombie space, his curiosity piqued by the first-tier fire zombie. Upon entering, he beheld a solitary, enclosed space where a 2-meter-tall zombie stood upright, its body adorned with crimson patterns that flickered like flames. It bore a striking resemblance to the terrifying zombie he had encountered before, which was enveloped in blue markings. With a thought, Yu-Hong summoned 100 ordinary zombies into the isolation space and commanded them to launch an assault on the first-tier fire zombie. Roar! The first-tier fire zombie, upon witnessing the 100 ordinary zombies daring to charge at it, let out a furious roar, raising its palm where a flicker of flame danced. With a swift motion, it hurled the flame, which instantly exploded, splitting into countless smaller flames that cascaded onto dozens of ordinary zombies. The moment the small flames made contact, they ignited with wild ferocity, reducing dozens of ordinary zombies to ashes in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the first-tier fire zombie propelled itself forward with explosive speed and power. Crashing into the remaining ordinary zombies, each strike was a precise hit to a zombie's head, shattering it with brutal efficiency. There was no wasted motion, even when faced with a horde of zombies. It skillfully dodged and countered, exemplifying what perfect combat skills truly meant. In less than 2 minutes, it had dispatched all the ordinary zombies and began to devour them. Its terrifying prowess surpassed even that of the first-tier ice zombie Yu Hong had previously encountered. After all, that zombie lacked such a wealth of combat skills. Having sensed the formidable strength of the first-tier zombie, Yu Hong did not hastily summon it. He glanced around the zombie space, noting that there were still fewer than 4,000 zombies. Ignoring the count, he continued to share his vision and observe the surrounding conditions. Under the cover of night, the entire city had devolved into a paradise for zombies and mutated beasts. Every street was teeming with wandering zombies and mutated creatures. Relentlessly searching for survivors, the air was filled with the sounds of desperate screams. Additionally, numerous desolate shops lay in utter disarray, their usable supplies long since vanished. After an indeterminate period of observation, fatigue overcame Yu Hong, and he drifted into a light slumber. The following morning, warm sunlight bathed Yu Hong's face, gently coaxing him awake. He slowly opened his eyes and raised a hand to shield himself from the blinding rays. Once he adjusted, he realized that a considerable amount of supplies had accumulated before him, forming a small mountain. These were all brought back by the zombies during the night. However, edible supplies remained scarce. Casually, Yu Hong picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a sip, tearing into a piece of bread to eat. His mind wandered to the system marketplace. Points 632. Over the course of a night, he had only accrued a little over 600 points, indicating that the rate of point acquisition was somewhat sluggish. Without hesitation, he decisively exchanged system exchange for 6 attribute points. The exchange was successful. The host could now freely allocate the points. Yu Hong then opened his personal attribute panel. Name Yu Hong, strength 11. Speed 10. Defense 10. Spirit 9. Ability none. 10 is the average value for an ordinary person. Yu Hong's strength exceeded that by 1 point owing to his labor-intensive daily activities. Without any hesitation, he allocated 2 points to defense and 4 points to speed. In the short term, Yu Hong had no intention of confronting any zombies or mutated beasts head-on. If danger arose, even the first-tier fire zombie in the zombie space would be unable to handle it. Adding more strength would be futile. Instead, enhancing his defense and speed might provide him a chance to escape and survive. Once he allocated his points, Yu Hong carefully attuned to his body, sensing that his skin felt noticeably tougher. As for the increase in speed, he would have to wait for practical experimentation to ascertain its efficacy. Subsequently, Yu Hong immersed himself in the zombie space. The current number of zombies was 21,650. He could summon and nurture them. System nurture 10,000 zombies. While Yu Hong intended to cultivate another first-tier zombie, keeping the remaining over 10,000 zombies for later USE.AS. The nurturing commenced. The number of participating zombies for this round was 10,000, with a required time of 1 hour. Once the nurturing began, Yu Hong paid it no further mind. He quickly filled his stomach and then rose to head outside. Upon seeing Yu Hong's intent to leave, Cheng Shue's eyes instantly filled with panic. Although she feared Yu Hong, without his protection, she would not survive on her own. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Shue hurriedly rose to follow him, yet she was met with a pair of icy eyes that made her halt in her tracks. Fearful, she timidly implored, "Yu Hong, I was wrong. Please take me with you. I'm willing to do anything you ask. Furthermore, my father is a shareholder in Walmart and I know where the supermarket's warehouse is, although the supplies in major supermarkets and convenience stores have been plundered." There must still be resources in the warehouse. Cheng Shui had observed that during the night, the zombies under Yu Hong's control had not brought back much food. And this apocalypse, resources were scarce. And everyone striving to survive needed a substantial amount of sustenance. Yu Hong was no exception. This was Cheng Shui's only bargaining chip to retain Yu Hong. Of course, her first statement was also a preparation for sacrifice. Where, Yu Hong's steps paused as he coldly inquired, given the current pace at which the zombies were collecting supplies, it would take several days to gather enough resources to support his long trek to Baiyang City. Yu Hong did not have that much time to waste. Cheng Shui, not daring to hesitate, quickly divulged the location, showing no concern that Yu Hong would not return after learning the whereabouts. You can eat the things there first. If you dare deceive me, you will bear the consequences. I will be back soon. Yu Hong coldly tossed out this warning and strode out, descending the stairs. Chapter 4: Discovery of Enhancers, the mutated golden retriever within the entire building. Aside from those zombies locked inside the houses, all other zombies had been thoroughly cleared. Under the respectful gazes of the summoned zombies, Yu Hong successfully reached the ground floor. However, he did not immediately exit the building. Instead, he stood at the corridor entrance, focusing his thoughts to summon zombies continuously. As all the zombies appeared, they obediently followed Yu Hong's commands, exiting the building and rushing out of the community, dispersing in all directions. The rationale behind Yu Hong's actions was simple. He aimed to have the summoned zombies spread throughout the city of Hishui, effectively placing a pair of eyes in various locations. This would allow him to grasp the situation within the city more swiftly and identify the best route for exiting. It would also accelerate his point accumulation. Only after releasing all the ordinary zombies did Yu Hong utilize shared vision to control a few zombies and head towards the warehouse location indicated by Cheng Shui. However, Yu Hong was met with a different sight. The zombies pouring out of the community collided with more than 10 approaching survivors, resulting in an immediate skirmish. These 10 or so survivors were fierce individuals who showed no fear in the face of zombies. Wielding steel pipes and axes in a fierce struggle, several zombies quickly had their heads smashed in, collapsing into pools of blood. Among the group of 10, there were even 2 enhancers, one with tremendous strength and another with remarkable speed. These 2 were Wang Chang and Shoho. Last night, Shoho had scouted the area, and at dawn, Wang Chang gathered a dozen skilled individuals, intending to come and seize people and resources. To their surprise, they encountered such a horde of zombies right at the community entrance. Boss, we should retreat. Shoho, wielding a watermelon knife, cleaved down on a zombie's head, glancing at the relentless tide of zombies pouring out from the community, his face pale and fatigue evident. Wang Chang, gripping a fire axe, wore a fierce expression. Each swing of his axe resulted in a zombie's head being obliterated. As the number of surrounding zombies continued to swell, their mere dozen individuals found it increasingly difficult to cope. They could only reluctantly and angrily shout, "Damn it, retreat!" With that, Wang Chang and Shoho exchanged glances, silently agreeing to cover each other as they swiftly retreated back to the opposite Hongwon community, observing the group's performance. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, his brow furrowed. Their cooperation was seamless, their movements agile, and with 2 enhancers among them, each person fought fiercely with commendable psychological resilience. Such a small team could undoubtedly survive as long as they did not encounter first-tier zombies or mutated beasts. But what was their sudden arrival for? Watching the group retreat through shared vision, Yu Hong chose not to command the horde of zombies to pursue them. Instead, he allowed them to continue dispersing. Covering the entire city, accumulating points and understanding the internal situation of the city remained his primary objectives. Yet, human nature can be treacherous. To be cautious, Yu Hong left over 100 zombies stationed outside the Hongyuan community. Should those 10 or so individuals reappear, he would be immediately aware. As long as they do not provoke him, they could coexist without conflict. Otherwise, following this minor incident, Yu Hong continued to manipulate several zombies towards the warehouse at the Walmart supermarket mentioned by Cheng Shui. The warehouse was located on the underground second floor of the Walmart Mall, merely 2 to 3 kilometers away, quite a short distance. Along the way, Yu Hong utilized shared vision and spotted 2 survivors. Clutching a meager supply of resources, being pursued by a horde of zombies. He paid them no mind, guiding the zombies and arriving at the Walmart Mall in just over half an hour. Upon surveying the scene, the mall was in utter disarray, with every shop bearing signs of vandalism. Dried, dark red blood stains were smeared everywhere, scattered white bones lay abandoned, alongside decaying corpses and grotesque, roaming zombies and mutated beasts. Where the eye could see, it resembled a hellish landscape, faced with their kind. The zombies and mutated beasts within the mall did not initiate an attack. Yu-hong wasted no time, directing several zombies to search for the stairs. Heading straight for the underground second floor. However, at that moment, a loud roar suddenly echoed throughout the mall. From the third floor, a mutated golden retriever leaped down, its body twice the size of a normal golden retriever. Adorned with dark purple patterns, during its descent it vanished only to reappear on the first floor. With a single swipe it killed a regular zombie and devoured it in mere moments. It then lunged at the remaining ordinary zombies and mutated beasts. Embarking on a feeding frenzy, after consuming dozens of zombies and mutated beasts in one go, it sprawled out in the center of the mall to rest. Yu-hong, observing this scene, furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the presence of a first-tier mutated beast within the mall. Based on its earlier behavior, it appeared to possess special abilities. Even if there were supplies in the warehouse on the underground second floor, a fierce battle was surely unavoidable. He would need to devise a long-term strategy. Subsequently, Yu-hong disregarded the first-tier mutated golden retriever, commanding several zombies to reach the position of the underground second-floor warehouse. The warehouse door was tightly locked and showed no signs of damage, but it required a password or facial recognition to unlock. Yu-hong instructed a few zombies to guard the warehouse entrance, ended the shared vision, and turned to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Cheng Shui sprawled on the floor, frantically devouring snacks. She had managed to drink 2 bottles of the already limited mineral water in one go. Upon seeing Yu-hong return, Cheng Shui halted her actions, her face filled with grievance as she explained. "I was just so hungry, I didn't mean to eat so much." Yu-hong entered the room, shut the dilapidated door behind him, and casually picked up a pack of cigarettes from the pile of supplies. Tearing it open and lighting one up, he plopped down onto the sofa and demanded the password. Hearing his voice, Cheng Shui hurriedly scrambled to her feet, pleading, "Take me with you, and I'll help you unlock it. Please don't leave me behind. I was wrong before, and I truly don't want to die. As long as you can help me survive, I will be obedient." Yu-hong's gaze sharpened instantly as he glared at Cheng Shui. Stating, "I do not wish to repeat myself, the password." Cheng Shui trembled, clutching her clothing tightly, her white teeth biting down on her cracked lips. Remaining silent, she understood that revealing the password would render her useless. She absolutely could not say it. The process of nurturing the goo had been completed, and a notification rang in Yu-hong's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a first-tier Goo King zombie. Would you like to view the basic information?" Just then, Yu-hong heard the system's voice. "Very well, I shall grant you one chance. Should you dare to deceive me, I will not hesitate to kill you." Yu-hong averted his gaze, no longer paying Cheng Shui any mind. Opting to check the information on the new Goo King. Meanwhile, in the Hongwon residential complex, Wang Chong took a swig of mineral water and approached the window, glaring at the other complex where zombies continued to surge forth. His face contorted in anger. Turning to the thin monkey behind him, he continued, "Tell the others to rest well for a while. Once the zombies below disperse, we'll charge again. I must take down the people across from us today." Having spoken, Wang Chong moved to the adjacent room and pushed the door open. Over a dozen well-built women in scant clothing met his gaze, but each one appeared grimy and disheveled, making it difficult to discern who was the most attractive. "You two, come with me to relieve some stress." Wang Chong casually pointed at 2 women, yanking them by their hair into the bedroom. Meanwhile, in the western part of the city, at a factory, every accessible entry point was guarded by 10 men, each wielding a machete and displaying fierce expressions. Inside the factory office, the table was laden with mineral water, instant noodles, and extremely rare fruits. Luo Tianyu reclined on a sofa, flanked by 2 beautiful women who massaged his shoulders and legs. Thoroughly enjoying himself, showing no signs of the disarray and distress of the apocalypse, suddenly the office door creaked open. A woman clad in a professional outfit with black stockings and high heels entered with long, straight legs. Luogu, we have deciphered the abilities of the mutated dog in the Walmart Mall and organized a group of 50, including 3 enhancers and 1 mutated individual, ready to set out at any moment. Based on our calculations, we have at least a 60% chance of success. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Luo Tianyu's face, his mood greatly lifted. He patted the waists of the 2 women beside him, sending them away. Rising, he embraced the waist of the woman in professional attire, pressing her against the table. Excellent, we shall depart tomorrow. If we can secure the supplies in the Walmart supermarket warehouse, it will suffice for at least a month's worth of food. Feeling Luo Tianyu's advances, the woman's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she offered a slight resistance. Luogu, perhaps we could change the location. What is there to fear? I am the king here. Who dares to intrude? He declared. Behave yourself. In the eastern part of the city, the former police station had been converted into a survivor refuge surrounded by electric fencing. The refuge's gates were tightly locked, with fully armed soldiers standing guard on either side of the watchtowers. In the training grounds behind the watchtowers, several soldiers were conducting drills with 1,000 survivors. As cities fall, and zombies and mutated beasts evolve, we can only protect you temporarily. We cannot ensure your safety indefinitely. If you wish to survive, you must grit your teeth and train hard. Do not whine like a coward, and do not act timidly. Understand that the effort you put forth now, the sweat you shed, will serve as your means of survival when faced with zombies. Under the soldiers' stern guidance, all survivors trained with renewed vigor. On the second floor, in the office, 2 men and a woman stood by the window, nodding in satisfaction at the scene. They were Director Chen Chuan, Captain Wang Yelen, a first-tier enhancer, and Leng Yan, the strongest mutated warrior in the refuge. Also a first-tier enhancer, the 6 first-tier zombies and 3 first-tier mutated beasts within the city have all been located, and tracking devices have been affixed to them for real-time positioning. Notably, the large bird atop the tower requires special attention, as it may be on the verge of advancing to 2nd tier. Moreover, this refuge has reached capacity, and we cannot accommodate more survivors. Our rescue plans must be temporarily halted. Wang Yelen lit a cigarette as he reported to Chen Chuan. Alas, Chen Chuan sighed, moving to sit beside the sofa. The awakened enhancers and mutated beings are but a few. If we abandon the rescue, they will inevitably become fodder for zombies and mutated beasts. Here is the plan: send someone west to find Luo Tianyu and someone north to locate Lu Qingqing. Discuss with them the possibility of sheltering some survivors. Our team will focus on eliminating the zombies and mutated beasts within the city to alleviate everyone's survival pressure. Concurrently, we can gather more zombie cores to assist in your further enhancement. Understood. Wang Yelen nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette before departing. Director, I will handle this matter, Leng Yan said to Chen Chuan before quickly following Wang Yelen. Around 5 in the afternoon, within the Hongwon residential complex, the thin monkey softly knocked on Wang Chang's bedroom door, whispering, "Boss, most of the zombies downstairs have dispersed. Shall we set out now?" Inside the bedroom, Wang Chong opened his eyes, rising from the 2 women beside him, getting dressed before heading to the window to gaze down. He spotted over 100 zombies below. Find a few clever ones to lure the zombies away, and gather some people to follow me. Meanwhile, Hu Hong, having reviewed the new Gu King information, remained diligent, continuing to utilize shared vision to observe the situation within the city. Throughout the morning, he had pinpointed the locations of 3 first-tier zombies and 3 mutated beasts through the scattered eyes. The first-tier ice-type zombie was the one he had encountered previously, located in a parking lot a kilometer away, currently showing no signs of activity. The first-tier lightning-type zombie resided within a school 10 kilometers away, where the number of ordinary zombies and survivors was substantial, thus unlikely to emerge. The first-tier rock-type zombie was situated at a construction site 30 kilometers away. Without personally venturing there, Hu Hong posed no threat. The 3 first-tier mutated beasts included the large bird atop the tower, the mutated golden retriever within the Walmart Mall, and a capricious mutated rat. As long as he avoided the mutated golden retriever, which would directly interfere with his upcoming plans. He would be fine. Additionally, Yuhong had also identified 3 survivor gathering points within the city: the factory where Luo Tianyu was located, the former police station, and the residential complex occupied by Lu Qingqing. Leaving a few zombies to observe their movements from a distance, Yuhong refrained from further action. Most importantly, he determined 2 relatively safe routes out of the city based on the locations of the 3 first-tier zombies and 3 first-tier mutated beasts. As long as he can find a suitable vehicle, resolve the issue of supplies, and cultivate a stronger zombie, he will be able to embark on the journey back home. With this thought in mind, Yuhong immediately immersed himself in the zombie space. The current zombie count in the space, 22,803. They can be summoned and nurtured. Yuhong pondered briefly. System: summon 20,000 for nurturing. 1,000 ordinary zombies can cultivate a first-tier zombie. I wonder how formidable the new Gu King will become with an additional 10,000. The nurturing commenced with 20,000 zombies participating in this round. Required time, 3 hours. Yuhong gazed at the initiation of the new round of nurturing and exhaled deeply. He closed his eyes, gently rubbing them. Although prolonged use of vision sharing posed no side effects, it was indeed quite straining on the eyes. However, at that moment, 3 sudden zombie roars erupted from outside. Hearing the sounds, Yuhong quickly opened his eyes. This was the signal he had given to the zombies stationed outside Hongyuan community. If anyone were to rush out from the community, they would remind him in this manner. Yuhong immediately activated vision sharing to assess the situation. Before him appeared 6 or 7 survivors, each wielding a blood-soaked piece of flesh. The blood had yet to dry, indicating it had just been severed. More shockingly, there was even a human arm among them. They were deliberately provoking the zombies outside, seemingly aiming to lure them away. Yuhong furrowed his brow and commanded the zombies outside to follow them. He was curious to see what these individuals intended to do. He promptly rose and approached the window to observe. In no time, he witnessed the group of people who had retreated earlier that morning rushing out from Hongyuan community. Heading straight towards his location. Chapter 6, Under Surveillance. Wasting performance. Yuhong watched as the group crossed the road and charged into his community, a chill creeping into his gaze. He utilized vision sharing to observe their movements within the community. Aside from the scattered zombies, a few remained behind. He soon noticed that the group had a clear objective, making a beeline for the building where he resided. Indeed, they were coming for me. It seemed that the earlier summoning of zombies to search for supplies had drawn the attention of some individuals. A murderous intent flared in Yuhong's eyes as he decisively manipulated the zombies remaining in the community. However, he did not instruct them to attack the approaching group. Instead, he stepped forward and exited the house. "Yuhong, where are you going?" Cheng Shui exclaimed, hurriedly getting up to grasp Yuhong's sleeve, her voice laced with caution. "Stay put at home." Yuhong brushed Cheng Shui's hand away and stepped outside. With a thought, a zombie manifested to guard the interior. Meanwhile, Wang Chang and his group entered the community, observing the few wandering zombies around and deliberately slowing their pace, gripping their weapons tightly. With Shoho leading the way, they dispatched the obstructing zombies. "Everyone, be sharp. As long as we capture this control-type ability user, we will acquire more supplies and women, understand? Don't let me down," Wang Chang admonished in a hushed tone to his subordinates. "Boss, the zombies outside have been lured away. If we just eliminate the obstructing ones, without any zombies to control, the control-type ability user will be nothing but a waste," Shoho confidently replied from the front. "Rest assured, this time we will certainly return with a bounty." With Shoho leading the charge, they had already dispatched 4 or 5 ordinary zombies along the way, and the group halted beneath a building. "Shoho, are you sure this is the place?" Wang Chang inquired. Glancing at the building before him, "Boss, the zombies collecting supplies entered this building. Let us go." "Move." Wang Chang took the lead, entering the building. A pungent stench of decay assaulted their senses. As they looked around, they saw corpses of zombies strewn about the hallway, all having died within the last 2 days. Each door was broken open, and the human corpses inside had already begun to rot and emit a foul odor. Lying in silence, even the faintest sound of footsteps was distinctly audible, yet not a single living zombie was in sight. "The people must be upstairs. Let us search layer by layer, and remain cautious of any zombies on the floors." Wang Chang spoke in a low voice as they ascended the staircase through the secure passage. After searching 3 floors in succession, the situation remained consistent with the first floor, aside from the corpses. There was not a single survivor or living zombie to be found. Wang Chang meticulously observed each zombie corpse, all bearing signs of having been bitten, consistent with a death caused by zombies. Moreover, every room showed signs of having been rummaged through, with all usable supplies vanished. Shoho, your reconnaissance was accurate. The humans must be within this building, and they likely possess considerable supplies. However, the opposing group must also be formidable, or else they wouldn't have cleared every floor of zombies. Everyone listen closely, do not lower your guard, and continue the search. Follow my lead. Wang Chang confirmed he had not made a mistake but did not become complacent or overly excited. He maintained his composure, calmly reiterating his instructions to the group before continuing the search. In this post-apocalyptic world, there are cowards, softies, and those stripped of dignity, yet, in such an environment, countless ruthless individuals can emerge, giving rise to powerful figures. On the 10th floor, at the stairway, Yu Hong sat on the steps, lighting a cigarette, his gaze cold as he scrutinized the staircase corridor. Wang Chang and his group had entered the community, and all the zombies slain by Shoho were strategically placed by Yu Hong. If there were not a single zombie in a community, anyone would sense something amiss. Yu Hong's intention in doing this was to create a plausible scenario for them, allowing them to approach him smoothly. At this moment, as he sensed the cautious behavior of the group below, a cold smile crept onto his lips. In this apocalyptic era, those who survive and can gather a group indeed possess some capability. But why come to provoke me? Yu Hong took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Just then, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs grew nearer, and in a blink, the group appeared in the corridor before him. As Wang Chang and his companions rounded the corner, they were startled to see Yu Hong sitting at the stairway, causing them to instinctively tighten their grip on their weapons, realizing he was not a zombie. They collectively exhaled in relief. Wang Chang was the first to scan Yu Hong's flanks, confirming there were no zombies, then observed Yu Hong's calm demeanor, his complexion healthy, even enjoying a cigarette, seeing his group appear without a hint of panic and instead exuding confidence. He internally concluded that this was indeed the person they were seeking, yet the situation seemed somewhat tricky. Wang Chang stepped up a few stairs, displaying a friendly smile as he tentatively inquired, "Brother, please don't be alarmed. We are survivors here for supplies, harboring no ill will. May I ask if there are any other survivors in this building apart from you?" "Yes, inside," Yu Hong replied, slightly shifting his body, showing no intention of obstructing them. Wang Chang glanced at the interior, hesitant to advance recklessly, and continued, "Brother, may I ask how many survivors are inside?" "Just one." Wang Chang was momentarily taken aback, unable to ascertain the truth of Yu Hong's words. He shot a glance at Shoho, signaling him. Shoho immediately took 2 men and rushed inside to investigate. Wang Chang awkwardly chuckled, "Brother, since it's just the 2 of you, would you be interested in joining my team? My team has 2 enhancers who can guarantee your safety. After all, in this apocalypse, only by banding together can we increase our chances of survival. Wouldn't you agree?" Yu Hong coldly replied, "Not interested." Just then, Shoho returned to Wang Chang's side, whispering, "Boss, I checked, there is a beautiful woman inside, and she has a zombie guarding her. That woman might be the control-type ability user. This kid is likely her lucky." Wang Chang's smile instantly vanished, all traces of goodwill towards Yu Hong erased. "Just a regular person, yet he wasted so much of my performance. Bah, you are overestimating yourself," he commanded. "Teach him a lesson. I'll go meet that woman." Chapter 7, Murder and Plunder. Moving supplies. After Wang Chang spoke, 2 of his subordinates stepped forward with malicious grins, cracking their knuckles in anticipation of confronting Yu Hong. He gestured for Shoho to lead the way, intending to bypass Yu Hong to meet the woman inside. He felt increasingly confident about capturing the control-type ability user. After all, women were much easier to deal with than men. "Did I give you permission to pass?" Yu Hong stood up, disregarding the sneering duo, exhaling a puff of smoke towards Wang Chang, his eyes radiating murderous intent. The smoke ring collided with Wang Chang's face, causing him to halt, his expression darkening. "Kid, you are quite bold." Yuri the first to dare blow smoke rings at me. So I've changed my mind. Wang Chong glared at his subordinates, barking, crush every bone in this kid's body. As soon as he finished speaking, the two subordinates raised their clubs, preparing to deal with Yuhong. Yuhong's expression was frigid, and he uttered not a single word. With a mere thought, a towering figure resembling a miniature giant materialized beside him. The first-tier fire zombie cast its gaze upon the two henchmen, its claws extending swiftly. In a heartbeat, with no hesitation, it struck, eliminating both men in an instant. Subsequently, like a loyal bodyguard, it positioned itself protectively in front of Yuhong. How could such a first-tier fire zombie appear out of thin air? Wang Chong, witnessing the instantaneous demise of his two subordinates, fixated on the intricate patterns adorning the newly appeared zombie. He felt an overwhelming, searing heat wash over him, accompanied by an intense sense of oppression. His pupils constricted violently, and his body trembled uncontrollably. If it were merely an ordinary zombie, he would not fear it, yet this was a first-tier fire-type zombie. Marked with fiery red patterns, it was of the same caliber as the ice-type zombies that had been roaming nearby, an entity he could not hope to contend with. Brother, it is I who am blind to the mountain's majesty. Please spare my life. Wang Chong's voice trembled with palpable terror, each word quaking as he spoke. Without a moment's hesitation, he collapsed to the ground, his forehead dripping with cold sweat as if a torrential downpour had commenced. He could not fathom how this first-tier fire zombie had appeared so suddenly, or how this young man was able to control such a creature. Shoho and his fellow subordinates also turned pale, their bodies weakening as they knelt before Yuhong, with some of the more timid ones even beginning to kowtow in supplication. After all, this was a first-tier fire zombie, it could slay them at any moment. Yuhong, indifferent to Wang Chong's pleas, spoke in a cold tone. For those who preyed on the weak and thrived through the suffering of others, he felt no guilt in their slaughter. With a roar, the fire zombie lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of flames that swiftly engulfed Wang Chong and his companions. Brother, no, please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. Grant me another chance, and I shall serve you faithfully. Wang Chong cried out, scrambling backward with all his might while fervently begging for mercy, desperately trying to salvage a sliver of hope. However, in the blink of an eye, his form was consumed by the flames, leaving behind nothing but a pile of ashes. If even Wang Chong, a strengthened individual, met such a fate, what could be said for the others? They were silenced before they could even utter a scream. Joining their leader in death, suddenly a shadow darted forth, escaping the fiery inferno and racing down the staircase. Yuhong cast a glance, recognizing it as the one called Shoho, a speedster who had shielded himself with his clothing to evade the flames, cleverly employing the art of evasion. Yet there was no need for Yuhong to issue further commands. The fire zombie surged after him, moving even faster than Shoho. In no time, the fire zombie returned, dragging a diminutive figure behind it. Shoho trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror, his lips quivering as if trying to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. The fire zombie tightened its grip on Shoho's arm, swiftly tearing him apart and devouring him, the residual blood staining the entire corridor a vivid crimson. It seemed to convey to Yuhong its efficiency. At that moment, Cheng Shui emerged from within, drawn by the commotion outside. What met her gaze was a gruesome tableau of blood splattered across the walls, thick blood still dripping from the ceiling, the acrid scent of iron invading her nostrils. Yuhong stood amidst the pool of blood, an air of detachment enveloping him. Cheng Shui felt an immediate urge to retch but stifled it with her hand. Despite having witnessed the bloody streets through her window in recent times, this was her first encounter with such horror at such close quarters. Observing Yuhong's indifferent demeanor, her body quivered uncontrollably. Ever since Yuhong had acquired his abilities, he was no longer the timid person who endured insults. Instead, he had grown increasingly cold, a figure to be avoided, especially when their eyes met. Cheng Shui felt an overwhelming aura of malice emanating from him. As though he were a merciless demon, terrified, she retreated into the room, her hands clenched tightly against her chest. Yet a different thought began to take root within her. No, regardless of the circumstances, this man was my only chance for survival. I must find a way to draw closer to him. Yu Hong paid no heed to Cheng Shui striding down the stairs towards Hongyuan community. Wang Chang and his gang had occupied the area for several days, undoubtedly amassing a considerable stockpile of resources. Since resources were at stake, it would be unwise not to seize them. Yu Hong was in urgent need of supplies for his long journey, and he would not overlook even the slightest opportunity. At the entrance of Hongyuan community, due to Wang Chang's presence and Yu Hong's prior strategic clearance of nearby zombies, the surroundings were devoid of any danger. Upon entering the community, Yu Hong headed directly for his target. Having already discerned the enemy's location through the shared vision of the zombies, navigating through was a matter of familiarity. However, the entire building designated as their stronghold was utterly vacant. Only a chain as thick as a baby's arm hung on the entrance door. It must be said that Wang Chang was indeed cautious. Such a robust chain could not be broken even by ordinary zombies. With a mere thought, Yu Hong commanded the fire zombie to unleash flames. In mere seconds, the chain melted away, leaving behind a puddle of molten metal. Yu Hong stepped inside. The corridor revealed that every apartment door was ajar, yet it was clear that the inhabitants had long departed. Ascending floor by floor, it was only at the 6th level that Yu Hong encountered a closed door. Summoning a regular zombie, he delivered a powerful kick. The ordinary door shattered under the force, yielding to the onslaught. Yu Hong scanned the room, and on the table and sofa he found provisions and water sufficient to sustain over 20 people for 4 to 5 days. Gather everything and take it back, he commanded. Summoning several regular zombies to act as porters. He continued to inspect the premises but found little of value beyond food, with only a few seemingly decent weapons, steel pipes, baseball bats, and kitchen knives, none of which he required. After a thorough search yielded no results, Yu Hong prepared to depart. Just then, he caught the faint sound of conversation around the corner. The voices were so soft that had the surroundings not been so quiet, he might not have noticed. Upon rounding the corner, Yu Hong discovered a hidden door, painted to match the wall, explaining why he had missed it during his earlier search. Wang Chang had indeed been vigilant. With a thought, he instructed a zombie to breach the hidden door. With a crack, the door splintered apart, accompanied by a woman's scream. Before him stood more than 10 scantily clad women, their faces etched with terror, their bodies marred with wounds, evidently victims of Wang Chang's torment. In a single glance, Yu Hong comprehended their purpose. Upon seeing Yu Hong and the zombie beside him, the women huddled together in a corner, trembling, their eyes filled with despair. Yu Hong quickly surveyed the room but found nothing of use. Wang Chang is dead. You are free now. Leave this place, he coldly declared before turning to exit. Upon hearing his words, the women, who had been trembling in anticipation of their fate, widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions laced with skepticism. They exchanged glances, yet none dared to move. Had those beasts truly perished? But no one answered their silent query. It was only when Yu Hong's figure vanished from sight that one woman snapped back to reality and hurried after him. Benefactor, could you possibly take us in? Her voice quivered, laced with trepidation. No, came Yu Hong's chilling response, his stride unwavering. His objective was to return 2,000 kilometers to seek news of his parents. He had no intention of carrying a multitude of burdens. He was no saint and would not allow his compassion to run rampant. Having inadvertently freed them was already a significant act of mercy. Whether they survived thereafter was a matter of fate. After departing from Wang Chang's building, Yu Hong summoned a dozen ordinary zombies. You will lie in wait around the vicinity. When those people return, kill them. Yu Hong was not oblivious to the individuals Wang Chang had dispatched to divert the zombies. As the saying goes, if you do not uproot the weeds, they will sprout anew with the spring breeze. A moment of mercy would only invite unnecessary troubles. After issuing his orders, Yu Hong returned to the community but did not head straight back. Instead, he made his way to the underground parking lot. Upon arriving at the entrance, he sensed through the zombies' vision that those dispatched by Wang Chang had returned. However, they were entirely unprepared for the zombies awaiting them at their residence. The few individuals had no time to react before the summoned zombies snapped their necks and tore them apart. Once he confirmed their demise, ensuring they would serve as sustenance for the summoned zombies, Yu Hong retracted his shared vision and entered the underground parking lot. To escape the city and return home, transportation was essential. In addition, he needed to carry a substantial amount of supplies, without a vehicle. That would be impossible. The underground parking lot had already been cleared of zombies by the summoned ones, leaving it eerily quiet. However, most of the vehicles were ordinary sedans and sports cars, types he paid no mind to. Under normal circumstances, that would suffice, but this was the apocalypse. There was no point in seeking comfort or style. Practicality was paramount. After a thorough search, Yu Hong finally spotted a vehicle that pleased him, a sleek black G-Class. His eyes suddenly brightened. The G-Series ranks among the top 5 civilian vehicles in the post-apocalyptic world, with exceptional off-road capabilities and remarkable sturdiness, particularly the front bumper, which can crush reinforced concrete pillars without deforming. It is ideally suited for long treks through this perilous wasteland. Subsequently, Yu Hong scoured the parking lot for approximately half an hour, ultimately identifying 10 off-road vehicles, all in good working condition. As for the absence of keys. What of it? Yu Hong himself is a locksmith, and the principles behind car locks are akin to those of door locks. Before departing, he had brought along the tools he had left at Cheng Shui's home half a month prior. After a few cursory measurements, he deftly crafted a key with a couple of snips using his pliers. This skill is that of a seasoned locksmith. Within minutes, Yu Hong had fashioned all the keys. He had also considered the fuel levels of the 10 off-road vehicles. Having observed the numerous sedans in the vicinity, he noted that many still contained fuel. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 30 ordinary zombies. You lot, fill the off-road pickup with fuel from the other vehicles, then find a few barrels to fill up, and stand guard here. After issuing his orders, Yu Hong returned home. At this point, he couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of having capable subordinates. Apart from a few intricate tasks, he need not attend to the mundane details himself. This greatly saved time, allowing him to prepare for other matters. Upon returning to his dwelling, he found Cheng Shui diligently organizing the supplies returned by the zombies. The resources within the home were now neatly arranged, a stark contrast to the initial chaos. It must be said that her will to survive is quite strong. She sought to prove her worth and presence through these meticulous efforts, hoping to win Yu Hong's favor. Collecting all useful items to package, she planned to retrieve supplies from the warehouse tomorrow and then leave the city. As soon as Yu Hong finished speaking, Cheng Shui hurriedly found bags to start packing. The waiting zombies dutifully transported the packaged supplies to the vehicles in the underground parking lot. Once all was completed, the sky outside had turned dark. After filling his stomach, Yu Hong retired to bed. Cheng Shui sat on the sofa, hugging her legs, watching as Yu Hong lay down, her gaze shifting to a complex expression, lightly biting her lip, her face marked with inner turmoil. Since Yu Hong had left after killing Wang Chang and his group, she had been contemplating how best to win his favor. Ideally, she wanted to bind their fates together. This would at least ensure that Yu Hong would not abandon her. After all, they were set to retrieve supplies the next day. Cheng Shui could not be certain if Yu Hong would choose to keep her once he procured the resources. If he were to leave her behind in this zombie-ridden world, she would surely not survive more than 2 days. Ultimately, Cheng Shui arrived at a conclusion: seduction. Based on her half-month acquaintance with Yu Hong, she perceived him as honest, kind-hearted, and possessing a sense of responsibility, albeit with a touch of cowardice and fear. However, since his awakening to his powers, that weakness and fear seemed to have dissipated. If Yu Hong were to accept her, he would undoubtedly not forsake her. After a moment of hesitation, Cheng Shui resolved herself. She bit her lip and slowly rose. She shed her outer coat, revealing her smooth, fair skin. With her delicate feet on the floor, she gracefully approached the bedside, taking light, measured steps. Inhaling deeply, she lay down beside Yu Hong, her soft body pressed against his back, wrapping her arms around him. A gentle, enticing voice emerged. Yu Hong, I was wrong before. Let me atone tonight. As she spoke, her hand began to wander across Yu Hong's body. Yu Hong felt the softness pressing against him, sensing the subtle trembling of her body, which lacked a natural demeanor. His expression remained unchanged, his eyes still closed. He murmured, "Get lost." Cheng Shui seemed not to hear. Her movements undeterred, even leaning in to kiss his earlobe. I say again, get to sleep. Yu Hong's voice rose a notch, laced with a hint of coldness and impatience. Cheng Shue's delicate frame quivered, her beautiful eyes reddening. Daring not to make any further moves, she hastily rose and walked dejectedly toward the sofa. Just then, Yu Hong's icy voice rang out once more. Do what you must, and show me your value. Do not waste your thoughts here. I do not wish to see this again. Initially anxious, Cheng Shui felt a wave of reassurance wash over her upon hearing Yu Hong's words. She realized that as long as she held value, Yu Hong would not abandon her. All her meticulous efforts had not been in vain. A night passed in silence. The following day, around 9 o'clock, Yu Hong opened his eyes, stretching comfortably. Sitting up, his gaze immediately turned to the zombie space. After a night, the cultivation of the zombies had concluded. He was eager to see if this round of cultivation would bring him any surprises. Chapter 9, Journey to Walmart. Yu Hong opened the zombie space to inspect it. Information regarding the new king of zombies appeared before him. Type, zombie. Rank, first tier. Combat skills, perfect. Abilities, none. Still only first tier, and lacking abilities. Yu Hong furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with this round of cultivation. This was his third attempt. The first time, with 10,000 ordinary zombies, he had produced a first-tier fire zombie, which was quite commendable. The second time, with another 10,000 ordinary zombies, he yielded a first-tier zombie, which was acceptable. Yet this third attempt, with 20,000 ordinary zombies, had only resulted in another first-tier zombie. Cultivating zombies to gain abilities or second-tier zombies was proving to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Sighing, Yu Hong did not dwell on it too much. At least he had gained another first-tier zombie, which was considered top-tier combat power given the current circumstances. He then turned his gaze to the area responsible for zombie cultivation. Quietly, the new king of zombies stood motionless at the front. This zombie bore no markings, with stature slightly taller than the first-tier fire zombie, appearing more robust. It was notably different from the second-tier zombie he had cultivated previously. However, he was unsure of its strength. With a thought, the first-tier fire zombie appeared before him. Almost instantaneously, the two zombies charged at one another. Under Yu Hong's command, the fire zombie refrained from using its abilities, relying solely on its physical strength to engage the new first-tier zombie in battle. Yet, after only a few exchanges, the fire zombie was swiftly knocked to the ground by a swift strike from the new first-tier zombie. Yu Hong's eyes lit up. Though it was a first-tier zombie, its strength, speed, and defense was superior to that of an ordinary first-tier zombie. Cultivating 20,000 ordinary zombies to produce a zombie with combat power exceeding that of a first-tier fire zombie was not insignificant. Thus, Yu Hong's zombie space now housed 3 formidable first-tier zombies, 1 ordinary first-tier zombie, 1 slightly weaker fire zombie, and 1 terrifyingly capable new first-tier zombie. Presently, if he were not to encounter multiple first-tier zombies or mutated beasts attacking simultaneously, self-preservation would be assured. This also bolstered his confidence for the upcoming supply retrieval mission. After a moment of reflection, Yu Hong once again focused on the zombie space, where the current zombie count stood at 68,005. They could be summoned or cultivated. System, extract 50,000 for cultivation. Without hesitation, Yu Hong instructed the system. Since 2,000 ordinary zombies had failed to yield a second-tier zombie, he would increase the numbers. As long as he could possess a second-tier zombie, based on the current reconnaissance of the city, he would be able to navigate with confidence. The remaining 10,000 or so ordinary zombies would be kept in reserve. Cultivation began, with a total of 50,000 zombies participating. Required time, 5 hours. After completing this, Yu Hong activated his shared vision ability. The scenes before him began to shift rapidly as he checked the safety of the route to Walmart. Confirming that the path posed no obstacles, he then verified the route out of the city, marking potential blockades and dangers on paper to ensure a smooth journey. Once all was prepared, Yu Hong stepped out of his bedroom. He found Cheng Shui sitting dazed on the sofa, a bag of unorganized bread beside her. Clearly, she had been awake for some time. Without further ado, Yu Hong headed outside. Upon hearing his voice, Cheng Shui snapped back to reality and quickly followed. Minutes later they arrived at the parking lot. The dozen or so off-road vehicles had been fueled and arranged by the zombies, with only one vehicle left unoccupied, specifically reserved for Yu Hong. They set off. Yu Hong and Qing Shui climbed into the off-road vehicle, started the engine, and departed the parking lot, following the predetermined route directly to the Walmart supermarket. Trailing behind was a convoy of off-road vehicles driven by zombies. A grand sight indeed. Perhaps for the first time since the onset of the apocalypse, Cheng Shui was visibly excited, her eyes darting around, however, as she observed the disarray of shops and buildings lining the streets. The remnants of destruction were evident: decaying corpses, skeletal remains, wandering zombies, and mutated beasts were ubiquitous, and the foul air was nauseating, causing her to instinctively shrink back in fear. Only when her gaze fell upon Yu Hong's cold, composed face did she feel a slight sense of security. Perhaps, in any perilous environment, as long as Yu Hong was present, there would be no danger. As they drew nearer to the supermarket, the chaos and devastation intensified. Buildings had collapsed, and the streets were littered with the remains of both humans and zombies. While Yu Hong understood well that this area was the territory of mutated golden retrievers, his gaze sharpened with vigilance. As he meticulously observed the slightest movements on the street. As Yu Hong turned a corner and drove onto the street leading directly to the shopping mall, his brows furrowed slightly. Before him lay a blockade, manned by over 10 fierce-looking individuals, each armed with weapons such as machetes and baseball bats. Upon noticing the approaching vehicle, the group immediately gathered behind the barricade. The leader, his gaze sweeping over the convoy of off-road vehicles, wore a grave expression as he raised his machete and shouted, "This road is closed, leave at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." One of his subordinates, visibly anxious, leaned in and whispered to the leader, "Brother Nan, with so many vehicles opposite us, do you think we can really stop them?" Brother Nan shot a sharp glance at his companion, silencing him instantly. As Yu Hong's car drew closer and came to a halt, he rolled down the window and coldly regarded the group. "What is your reason?" Upon sighting the group, Yu Hong activated his shared vision to survey the situation on other streets through the prearranged zombie sight. He observed that all routes leading to the Walmart shopping center were blocked, with guards stationed at each. The vicinity was evidently under complete lockdown. It was clear that someone like himself had set their sights on the resources within the Walmart warehouse. And they were no small fry, otherwise such a large number of individuals could not have been mobilized at once. "Brother, we are people of Luo Tianyu. We hope you will show us some respect." Seeing that Yu Hong remained unfazed and composed, Brother Nan stole a glance at the convoy behind him, uncertain of their strength, and hesitated to escalate the confrontation. He merely hoped that Luo Tianyu's reputation would suffice to intimidate them. "Please clear the way, or do not blame me for being impolite." Yu Hong was intent on acquiring the resources within the warehouse. Even if the police were coveting those supplies, he would still stake his claim. He had no desire for bloodshed, but that did not equate to mercy. "Brothers, take this fool down." Upon hearing this, Brother Nan wasted no time, decisively crossing the barricade with his weapon drawn, charging toward Yu Hong. If he allowed this individual to breach their defenses, it would jeopardize Luo Tianyu's plans, leaving him with no escape. He signaled one of his subordinates to inform Luo Tianyu, just in case. In an instant, over 10 men rushed toward Yu Hong's vehicle. Observing the subordinate attempting to sound the alarm, Yu Hong decided to take action without further ado. With a thought, hundreds of zombies suddenly materialized outside the vehicle. Roaring as they surged toward Brother Nan and his men, the sight of the seemingly conjured zombies left Brother Nan and his group momentarily stunned. What on earth? However, having worked under Luo Tianyu, they were no strangers to combating zombies. Even if they were merely ordinary people, they quickly regained their composure and engaged in fierce combat with the approaching horde. While Yu Hong swiftly flung open the car door and sprinted after the subordinate who was about to alert others. Thanks to his enhanced attributes, his speed far surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to catch up within moments and deliver a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling, summoning a zombie. He commanded it to pounce on the fallen figure, reducing him to a bloody mess in the blink of an eye. When Yu Hong returned from dispatching the subordinate, he found that Brother Nan and his men had already succumbed to the horde. Becoming mere fodder, without a second glance at the bloody ground, he directed the zombies to clear the blockade. He re-entered his vehicle, started the engine, and continued toward the shopping mall. In the passenger seat, Cheng Shui watched the gruesome scene of zombies devouring flesh, her face paling as she covered her mouth, nearly retching. A glance at Yu Hong's calm demeanor brought her a sense of reassurance. Yet she was overwhelmed by shock and confusion. She could not comprehend why Yu Hong remained so composed in each instance, whether it was when he killed Wang Chong's group or now. Since awakening his powers, what had transpired within him? Could his abilities truly influence one's temperament? Before long, using the zombie eyes positioned around the mall, Yu Hong skillfully navigated the convoy while avoiding Luo Tianyu's men, guiding them to the rear section of the Walmart shopping center. He parked the vehicles in a narrow alley to remain inconspicuous. At the same time, through the feedback from the zombies he had placed within the mall, he noticed a group of about 50 individuals engaged in a fierce battle with a first-stage mutated golden retriever in the central area of the first floor. While Yu Hong observed the scene with a cold smile, unwilling to act rashly, with a mere thought, hundreds of ordinary zombies surged forth from the alley. He directed them silently along the street, entering through the back door of the shopping mall, moving as quietly as possible. They advanced up the stairwell toward the underground warehouse. During this process, Yu Hong turned to Cheng Shui and inquired about the password. Cheng Shui obediently recited a string of numbers, and Yu Hong remotely commanded the zombies to input the code to unlock the warehouse door. Before him lay a staggering sight, mountains of neatly stacked resources. The sheer quantity was astonishing, though much of what was piled at the entrance consisted of everyday items like pots and pans. Bottled water, bread, rice, and biscuits were stacked in the central area. Without wasting a moment, Yu Hong decisively instructed the horde to begin transporting the bottled water fast. Aside from that, he also directed the collection of compact, easily storable items such as jerky, chocolate, and compressed biscuits. He only allowed a small portion of bread to be taken due to its bulkiness. Next came 5 bags of 50-kilogram rice, dozens of cigarettes, lighters, a complete cooking set, and over 10 machetes. Following that were various daily necessities, though these constituted a minimal fraction of the total supplies. Items like towels could be easily reused, and there was no need to stockpile excessively. Unlike food and water, which were often fiercely contested, under the efforts of the 100 zombies, and with Yu Hong summoning an additional 100 ordinary zombies to assist, the entire operation took no more than 20 minutes. Every vehicle was filled to capacity, leaving no extra space except for the driver's seat. Throughout this process, Cheng Shui's anxiety escalated with each item being transported, her gaze fixed on Yu Hong as she gripped the safety belt tightly. Fearing he might cast her aside at any moment, "Let us go." With the off-road vehicles brimming with supplies, Yu Hong did not spare Cheng Shui a glance as he sped out of the alley, flooring the accelerator and leading the convoy swiftly away from the Walmart shopping center. He retrieved the hand-drawn route map he had prepared that morning. There were 2 potential paths for exiting the city, one to the east, passing through the police precinct, which was the most direct route but risky, as it would take them through the city center, potentially disturbing the first-stage mutated beasts roosting in the towers. While Yu Hong was unafraid of such a confrontation, he could not guarantee the safety of the convoy's supplies. The alternative route was to the north. Although it was longer, it was overall safer, even if they were unfortunate enough to encounter a first-stage zombie or ground-mutated beast. The 3 first-stage zombies within his storage space would be sufficient to fend them off and secure the convoy's resources. Without hesitation, Yu Hong decisively opted for the northern route, having established the exit strategy. He commanded the zombies surrounding the mall to monitor Luo Tianyu's group. He had already managed to transport a considerable amount of supplies from the warehouse. Once Luo Tianyu, the mantis, became aware of this, he would undoubtedly be furious, given the potential threat posed by a force capable of confronting first-stage mutated beasts. It was prudent to exercise caution. A moment's negligence could mean obtaining resources at the cost of one's life. Meanwhile, within the Walmart shopping center, Luo Tianyu and his men had been engaged in a fierce battle with a mutated golden retriever for nearly an hour, with a well-prepared strategy in place. Luo Tianyu, an ice-type ability user, led the charge. 2 Enhanced individuals drew the beast's attention while a plant-type ability user controlled the situation. The remaining ordinary people waited for the opportune moment to inflict damage. After a relentless assault, the mutated golden retriever was gravely injured just as Luo Tianyu and the 2 enhanced individuals were about to deliver the final blow. The creature unexpectedly utilized its space abilities to make a hasty retreat, vanishing without a trace. Brother Luo, that beast can't have gone far. Should we send a search party to finish it off? Asked the plant-type ability user, Chen Qian, dragging her bleeding arm as she approached Luo Tianyu. Her complexion pale, Luo Tianyu surveyed the carnage and debris scattered across the ground, shaking his head. This first-stage mutated beast was indeed formidable. Despite their preparation, they had lost over 20 brothers and sustained injuries themselves, only to let it escape. There was no point in prolonging the confrontation and risking further casualties. Alright, let's focus on the task at hand. Huang Mao, lead me to the warehouse you discovered earlier. Yes, a brother Luo.as Huang Mao spoke. A young man with dyed yellow hair stepped forward to guide the way. Within minutes, they approached the warehouse's location. Huang Mao, wearing a sycophantic smile, warned, Brother Luo, there might be a few zombies roaming outside the warehouse, so I'll need your assistance. Before Huang Mao could finish, he was struck by an ominous premonition as he noticed the warehouse door standing wide open. Luo Tianyu narrowed his eyes and hurried inside. Upon assessing the situation within, his expression darkened and fury surged within him. With a swift turn, he delivered a powerful kick to Huang Mao, shouting, Is this what you call a mountain of resources? Open your eyes and see. This paltry amount is what caused me injuries and cost over 20 lives. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Huang Mao had no time to react, and he was sent flying a meter away, crashing into a pile of laundry detergent, blood spilling from his mouth. However, he barely had time to feel the pain in his body before hastily glancing into the warehouse. The once towering piles of precious resources, such as mineral water and dried meat, had mysteriously vanished. Only rice and bread remained. Huang Mao's face instantly paled, his body trembling as he met Luo Tianyu's murderous gaze, urgently explaining, Brother Luo, I truly did not deceive you. I was the manager of this warehouse before. Everything I said is absolutely true. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I would not dare to deceive you. As he spoke, Huang Mao was already in tears, repeatedly bowing to Luo Tianyu, desperately hoping to preserve his life. Go explain that to the king of hell. Luo Tianyu's eyes sparkled with murderous intent as he condensed a shard of ice in his palm, ready to strike down Huang Mao. Just then, hurried footsteps accompanied by heavy breathing approached. Brother Luo, it's bad, our people have been killed. A subordinate rushed in, breathless, slap, useless, speak clearly. Enraged, Luo Tianyu delivered a fierce slap. The subordinate fell to the ground, but did not dare to show any sign of dissatisfaction, swallowing hard and respectfully stating, Brother Luo, just now a small team we had stationed at the edge of the Walmart mall was ambushed and killed. One member, who was fortunate enough to be away at the time, reported that the attackers could summon zombies at will. Furthermore, bang, Luo Tianyu's face turned ashen with fury, his clenched fists cracking ominously as if fire would erupt from his eyes. He kicked the subordinate to the ground, shouting, Speak, if you hesitate again, I will kill you. Additionally, those who were stationed nearby saw that the assailants controlled zombies to transport a large quantity of supplies from the mall and fled to the north. Good. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How dare they intercept me? Bang! Luo Tianyu slammed his palm onto a nearby shelf, unleashing a terrifying icy force that shattered it to pieces. The remnants of goods left on the shelf were frozen and fell to the ground in shards. Chase them, everyone, go after them, whoever dares to rob from me, regardless of their identity or background. Once caught, I will ensure they are torn to shreds. Luo Tianyu roared in fury, the temperature around him plummeting, causing the ground to begin freezing. His subordinates dared not utter a word and hurriedly exited the Walmart underground warehouse. notifying others outside who were still unaware of the situation to initiate a manhunt. In an instant, motorcycles sped towards the north. Chapter 11, eliminating the pursuers, not bloodthirsty. At this moment, Yuhong had already driven a convoy of off-road vehicles 5 to 6 kilometers away from the Walmart Mall. Due to occasional rolling boulders obstructing the road, they had to continuously command zombies to clear the obstacles, which not only slowed their speed but also wasted a considerable amount of time. Through shared vision, seeing the motorcycles pursuing them from behind, Yuhong furrowed his brow. As the pursuing motorcycles drew nearer, he decisively slammed on the brakes, maneuvering the vehicle to the side of the street and waiting for them to catch up. "What's wrong?" Cheng Shui inquired, puzzled. "V-room." Before she could finish, the roar of motorcycles echoed from behind. Through the rearview mirror, dozens of motorcycles surged like ferocious wolves. In mere moments, they drifted and came to a halt. Surrounding the convoy, the leader, a scarred man, jumped off his motorcycle brandishing a steel pipe, his expression cold as he glared at Yuhong. "Kid, you have quite the audacity to rob our boss's supplies." With that, the riders jumped off their motorcycles. Grabbing the steel pipes attached to the sides, with menacing and fierce expressions, they pointed the pipes at the windows of the off-road vehicles, ready to smash and seize them. "I'll give you a choice, get lost or die." Yuhong rolled down his window, his voice calm and indifferent. Upon hearing this, the scarred man's face darkened instantly. "Do you really believe I could smash your head with one hand?" he continued. "I'll give you a chance. If you kneel down and surrender, considering you are an ability user, I can speak a few good words on your behalf to Brother Luo and spare your life." As his words fell, the remaining motorcycle members began to strike the windshield of the off-road vehicle with their steel pipes. They appeared ready to shatter the glass at any moment. Yuhong sneered coldly, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. With a mere thought, over 100 ordinary zombies materialized out of thin air. "Roar!" The summoned zombies howled, brandishing their claws as they lunged towards the surrounding crowd. The scarred man showed no surprise at this, his expression twisting into a snarl, his eyes revealing a fierce glint. Raising his steel pipe, he struck down one of the attacking zombies, breaking its arm, then kicked it aside, before bringing the pipe down to crush the skull of another. "Kid, since you seek death, don't blame us for being merciless. Brothers, kill everyone in that vehicle." With a clear target in sight, the scarred man charged towards Yuhong in the car. As long as he eliminated Yuhong, the summoned zombies would pose no threat. His gang had long known of Yuhong's abilities and were prepared. At the sight of the zombies, they promptly swung their steel pipes, violently smashing the heads of the approaching undead. In terms of reflexes and explosive power, each one displayed combat prowess far superior to the earlier dozen who had blocked their path. They were even more skilled than Wang Chang and his group, exhibiting a level of professionalism. Although they were merely ordinary individuals, their strength was significantly greater than that of typical people. In the blink of an eye, half of the 100 zombies were dispatched by these dozens of men. The scarred man dashed to the front of the off-road vehicle, exclaiming, "Kid, we walk on the edge of a knife. With just these ordinary zombies you control, you pose no threat to us. If you don't appreciate our kindness, then prepare to die." As he shouted, he swung his steel pipe towards the window, intent on smashing Yuhong's head. He was entirely confident that, given Yuhong's slight frame, he wouldn't even have the capacity to dodge. This strike was undoubtedly lethal, yet was it truly so? Yuhong swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt, raised his right hand, and accurately grasped the steel pipe swung by the scarred man. With a swift kick, he pushed open the car door, forcing the scarred man back. "You not only control zombies." Seeing Yuhong effortlessly catch his full force strike without flinching, the scarred man's expression shifted dramatically, his confidence evaporating. Yuhong, uninterested in wasting words with him, summoned the weakest first-tier zombie. "Roar!" The first-tier zombie roared and charged towards the scarred man. A first-tier zombie? You actually control a first-tier zombie? The scarred man's eyes widened in terror, his pupils constricting as fear filled him. He never imagined that the one daring to intercept Luo Tianyu's supplies would be a first-tier ability user. Attempting to kill a first-tier ability user was akin to courting death. With that, the scarred man abandoned his earlier bravado and turned to flee. A first-tier zombie was not something they could contend with. However, ordinary speed was utterly inadequate against a first-tier zombie. The moment the scarred man had fled a meter away and prepared to leap onto his motorcycle for escape, the first-tier zombie caught up. Its claws raking across his back. The scarred man screamed, collapsing to the ground, his front teeth striking the pavement and losing two in the process. His back was a bloody mess, deep gashes exposing bone, causing him to sweat profusely. And sisters, brother, I was wrong, please spare my life. The scarred man, witnessing the claws of the first-tier zombie descending upon him, forgot to resist and begged Yu-hong for mercy. Yu-hong remained cold and indifferent, not acknowledging him. He watched as the first-tier zombie crushed the scarred man's skull with a single blow, blood and brain matter splattering. The claws then plunged into the scarred man's chest, pulling out a heart and chewing it subsequently. While the first-tier zombie munched on the heart, it lunged towards the remaining subordinates. With each step it took, another subordinate's head exploded each time its claws struck. It would extract a heart and devour it. The first-tier zombie was not only 100 times stronger than ordinary zombies but also far more ferocious. In mere moments, dozens of subordinates had been slain by the first-tier zombie. The remaining ones were paralyzed with fear, their scalps tingling, their minds consumed with a singular thought: escape. Yet the motorcycles that had been used to encircle the convoy became obstacles in their frantic flight. In a panic, within just 2 or 3 minutes, all the subordinates were annihilated by the first-tier zombie. Their hearts were all devoured by the first-tier zombie, once certain that not a single living soul remained. The first-tier zombie approached Yu-hong, standing respectfully by his side. The heart it had been chewing on ceased to be chewed, blood dripping from the corner of its mouth as if it were saying, "Master, I did well, didn't I?" As zombies evolve, they seemingly begin to develop a semblance of intelligence, no longer mere mindless corpses. With a thought, Yu-hong summoned the first-tier zombie back into the zombie space and commanded the remaining summoned zombies to ride off on the obstructing motorcycles. As for the bodies on the ground, they naturally became their spoils. Virum, Yu-hong started the off-road vehicle, continuing along the planned route. Cheng Shui, witnessing the gruesome scene, had begun to adapt somewhat, though her pupils trembled. Her face no longer paled, she could even distract herself to observe her surroundings. Accidentally, she noticed several pickup trucks approaching from the end of the street behind the convoy, a few hundred meters away. Likely sent by Luo Tianyu to pursue Yu-hong, Cheng Shui instinctively believed that Yu-hong would eradicate his enemies entirely, much like he had done with Wang Cheng and his associates, directly assaulting their residence. However, witnessing Yu-hong simply collect a first-tier zombie and depart left her perplexed. "Did you not see the group behind us?" Cheng Shui inquired cautiously. Why? Yu-hong, focused on driving, replied nonchalantly, "I am not a person who revels in killing." Oh, Cheng Shui blinked, her large eyes wide, choosing not to say more. Deep down, however, she did not believe a single word he uttered. It had only been 2 short days since he had awakened to his abilities. And in that fleeting time, over 100 lives had succumbed to his hands. Now, he proclaimed he was not a killer. Who would believe such a claim? The truth was indeed as Yu-hong stated. He had his reasons for sparing that group. It took merely a few minutes to deal with Scarred Man and his cronies, yet a second wave had already pursued them. If he were to linger any longer, he would surely be encircled by Luo Tianyu's forces. While he could summon zombies to eliminate all adversaries, he could not guarantee the safety of the supplies for his convoy, which were of utmost importance to him. He was not willing to gamble with them. This also presented an opportunity for Luo Tianyu. Why? Yu-hong had already revealed a first-tier zombie. If Luo Tianyu were astute, he would abandon his pursuit, and both parties could coexist peacefully. However, if Luo Tianyu remained obstinate in his quest for the supplies, Yu-hong would not hesitate to obliterate his faction before departing from Hishui City. Chapter 12, Power Revealed, shocking all factions. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the city, within the police station shelter, an officer hurriedly entered the office. Noticing Chen Chon, Wang Yelen, and Leng Yan all present, he addressed them. "Director, Captain Wang, Captain Leng, what is the matter?" Chen Chon, seated on the sofa, held a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Director, Luo Tianyu has taken action against the first-tier mutated golden retriever in the Walmart Mall. The result is that the creature has sustained severe injuries and managed to escape the supplies in the warehouse. Did Luo Tianyu obtain them? Chen Chuan pressed. No, the officer replied, during the fierce battle between Luo Tianyu and the first-tier mutated golden retriever. A control-type ability user manipulated zombies to intercept the supplies. Luo Tianyu's wrath erupted as he issued a kill order against that individual. Upon hearing this, both Chen Chuan and Wang Yelin were initially taken aback. Unable to fathom that Luo Tianyu could be thwarted, their expressions soon shifted to one of shock, realizing that a previously unknown ability user lurked within the city, particularly a control-type user who had never before made an appearance. If we could recruit him, it would greatly aid our efforts in searching for and rescuing survivors, Wang Yelin exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. His meaning was clear. He hoped Chen Chuan would protect that individual from Luo Tianyu. Chen Chuan, equally animated, inhaled deeply from his cigarette and asked, is it possible to investigate this person's information? What is the current situation? Do we know how many zombies he can control? Director, his name is Yu Hong. A locksmith. According to the information we have gathered, he can control over 100 ordinary zombies. As for the current situation, our people are tracking him, but it remains unclear. Chen Chuan exhaled a plume of smoke. Making a decision with a resolute tone, Wang Yelin, you head to the western part of the city and inform Luo Tianyu that the police station has safeguarded Yu Hong. Additionally, discuss the matter of sheltering survivors with him. Leng Yan, you go to Yu Hong's location, ensure his safety, and bring him back to the police station. Understood. Wang Yelin and Leng Yan responded in unison, promptly setting their plans into motion. Just then, the office door swung open again. And another officer rushed in, panting, Director, the 50 to 60 individuals Luo Tianyu dispatched to hunt Yu Hong have all been killed in retaliation. Why? Yu Hong is a first-tier ability user. What? Chen Chuan's composure shattered upon hearing the term first-tier. He sprang to his feet, unable to maintain his earlier calm demeanor within Hishui City. Based on the information the police station had gathered, while there were numerous enhancers and ability users, only a handful had reached the first tier. If this were not the case, various factions within the city would not hesitate to provoke first-tier zombies or mutated beasts. The sudden emergence of a first-tier ability user was astonishing. Leng Yan, you and Wang Yelin head to the Western Factory to speak with Luo Tianyu. Make sure he abandons his pursuit of Yu Hong, given Yu Hong's strength as a first-tier ability user. He is unlikely to face immediate danger. I will send others to ensure his safety. Chen Chuan swiftly altered his decision, addressing Wang Yelin and Leng Yan with utmost seriousness. His attitude toward Yu Hong had shifted from one of mere retrieval to one of invitation. It was abundantly clear he would spare no effort to bring Yu Hong into the police station, with only Wang Yelin and Leng Yan as first-tier ability users within the police station. Gaining another would enhance their chances of reclaiming Hishui City. Chen Chuan was resolute. He would not let such a talent slip away or be handed over to others. In the northern part of the city, within a residential complex, Lu Qingqing had just returned with a group carrying supplies, only to have them snatched away by the sheltered survivors. She said nothing, for each day she ventured out to gather supplies and eliminate nearby zombies was solely to ensure the survival of these individuals. Although she was not a police officer, her heart brimmed with compassion. Witnessing the joy on the survivors' faces as they received food brought a genuine smile to her. As dusk began to settle, Lu Qingqing abandoned her plans to continue searching for supplies and resolved to return home to rest. At that moment, another team returned, also bearing food. The leader was her close friend Meng Kasin, a soul-type ability user. Yet the survivors who had just brazenly snatched supplies from Lu Qingqing now exhibited a hint of fear in their eyes as they lined up orderly to receive provisions from Meng Kasin. Seeing the survivors behaving decently before her, Meng Kasin approached Lu Qingqing, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. Qingqing, how many times must I tell you, while these survivors may be pitiable, we must establish rules. Otherwise, how can we manage them? We are ability users, and our willingness to protect and shelter them is already quite merciful. We are not their parents and need not indulge them. Lu Qingqing smiled. Linking her arm with Meng Cassin's. "All right, there's no need to bicker with a bunch of survivors." "So, how did everything go today?" Meng Cassin nodded. "It was smooth for the most part, but on the way back, I had some news." Meng Cassin succinctly recounted the incident involving Yuhong intercepting Luo Tianyu's supplies. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "A first-tier ability user, he even controls a first-tier zombie." Meng Cassin nodded affirmatively. "Initially, I too had my doubts, but I later went to inquire specifically. It is absolutely true. He commands a first-tier zombie and annihilated the 50 to 60 individuals Luo Tianyu sent after him. Moreover, it seems his convoy is heading this way. Should we consider reaching out to him?" Lu Qingqing appeared deep in thought for a moment before her expression turned resolute. "Yes, if he is willing to join us. I will negotiate with Luo Tianyu concerning the situation. However, night is approaching and the darkness belongs to zombies and mutated beasts. At dawn, we shall go to welcome him." In the western factory, Luo Tianyu had gathered a group of subordinates to transport the remaining rice, bread, and other food items from the warehouse. As he prepared to find a woman to vent his frustrations, a pickup truck pulled up, and one of his men jumped out, rushing towards Luo Tianyu. Eyes downcast and voice trembling. "Brother Luo, that guy is a first-tier ability user. Not only can he summon over 100 ordinary zombies, but he also controls a first-tier zombie. The first group sent to pursue him has all been killed." Luo Tianyu's irritation surged as he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and anger akin to a bitter pill lodged in his throat, his face alternating between shades of green and purple. Having gathered nearly 300 obedient and capable subordinates, he had planned to seize the supplies within the Walmart warehouse, recuperate for a few days, and then take Lu Qingqing by surprise. Not only was Lu Qingqing a first-tier ability user, but she was also an exquisite beauty he had long desired. If all went smoothly, he would become the second most powerful faction in Hishui City. With time, surpassing the police station was not beyond possibility. He could ascend to the throne as the sovereign of Hishui City, yet he had never anticipated the loss of 20 to 30 men during the raid on Walmart, only to be intercepted by someone else. To pursue that guy and end up facing a setback, losing another 50 to 60 men. In one day, he had suffered losses of nearly 100, shaking the very foundation of his grand ambitions. For Luo Tianyu, this was nothing short of catastrophic news. After 4 or 5 minutes, Luo Tianyu finally finished a cigarette and gradually calmed himself, though his expression remained dark as the hatred in his eyes intensified. "Keep a close watch on that guy. Once I devise a plan, I will ensure his demise." "Yes." The reporting officer dared not linger and hurriedly departed. Luo Tianyu clenched his fists tightly. Anyone who dared to provoke him, regardless of their identity or ability level, must perish. Anything that belonged to him, no matter who had taken it, must be returned. He stormed into the factory, his gaze sweeping over the numerous survivors before violently seizing the arm of a woman he found appealing. Dragging her toward the office, though the woman resisted, she dared not struggle. Chapter 13. The police station confronts Luo Tianyu. However, just as Luo Tianyu closed the office door, preparing to discuss life with the woman, there was a knock at the door. "Damn it, who dares disturb me?" "Brother Luo, the police station is here. They say they have something to discuss with you." "Get lost." Upon hearing the words police station, Luo Tianyu's interest in the woman in his arms evaporated, his eyes narrowed, and he could roughly surmise the reason for the police station's visit. Moments later, Wang Yelin and Leng Yan, accompanied by a subordinate, entered the office. Luo Tianyu reclined in his chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the faint smile adorning his face as he concealed the anger and displeasure within rising swiftly as he observed Wang Yelin and Leng Yan's entrance. He greeted them with respect. "Captain Wang, Captain Leng, what brings you both to my humble abode?" He waved dismissively to send his subordinate away and closed the office door behind him, personally pulling out 2 chairs for his guests to sit. Leng Yan leaned coldly against the wall by the door, disregarding Luo Tianyu's gestures. After Wang Yelin took his seat and gestured for Luo Tianyu to do the same, he fixed his gaze upon him and With a mild smile, said Boss Luo, we have discovered a new ability user in Hishui City. I trust you are already aware. Luo Tianyu's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, yet he confirmed in his heart the purpose of Wang Yelen's visit. With a cigarette still patched in his mouth, he fished out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Wang Yelen, took a deep drag and feigned ignorance, saying, "Oh, I truly had no knowledge of this. What manner of ability user could possibly warrant your visit? Surely you don't think they are here with me?" Rest assured, the police station is fully aware of the ability users and enhancers in my vicinity. Wang Yelen's smile faltered slightly at his words as he took the cigarette between his lips and lit it. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he slowly replied, "Boss Luo, you truly have a penchant for selective memory. That fellow is named Yu Hong. He just intercepted a shipment of supplies from you this morning. And you remain oblivious." Leng Yan shot a piercing glare at Luo Tianyu, emanating an aura of frost. "Luo Tianyu, playing the fool will not serve you well. If the police station wishes to take action against you, can you bear the consequences?" Luo Tianyu immediately adopted a demeanor of fear and grievance, his tone pleading, "Captain Leng, I genuinely do not know of this so-called new ability user. Captain Wang, you must believe me. This morning I went to Walmart to deal with a first-tier mutated golden retriever. Although I lost a shipment of supplies to someone else, my subordinates have been handling the aftermath, and they have yet to return with news. If that person is indeed someone you seek, rest assured I will only reclaim the supplies and will not harm a hair on his head." Wang Yelen regarded Luo Tianyu's stubborn denial and chose not to dwell on whether he knew Yu Hong was a first-tier ability user. He shifted the conversation. "Boss Luo, you dispatched a group to hunt down Yu Hong, yet he has reportedly slain 5 or 6 dozen of them. Can you truly swallow that indignity?" Luo Tianyu appeared astonished. "What?" He then sighed, regaining his composure and continuing, "No wonder those rascals have yet to return. However, if Yu Hong could single-handedly slay 5 or 6 dozen of my men, it speaks to his capabilities. A talent like him could be of great use in reclaiming Hishui City, and since he has caught the police stations, I assure you, Captain Wang, that as long as he returns the supplies, I shall bury the hatchet." With a smile, Luo Tianyu patted his chest, speaking with utmost sincerity, demonstrating an extraordinary regard for the lost supplies, while harboring no resentment towards Yu Hong. His entire demeanor was one of feigned ignorance and appeasement. Executed with remarkable finesse, Wang Yelen observed Luo Tianyu's masterful performance, clearly discerning the cunning nature of this fox. His voice lowered. "Boss Luo, Yu Hong is a first-tier control-type ability user, capable of commanding 100 ordinary zombies and even a first-tier zombie. In the surrounding districts of Hishui City, he is the first of his kind. The significance of such a person to the police station is self-evident, and I hope you will honor your commitments. Of course, the police station is willing to offer compensation for your fallen subordinates." Luo Tianyu hastily waved his hands in denial. "Captain Wang, you jest. I am but a small fry, incapable of alleviating the police station's burdens. Nor can I offer any assistance. A few subordinates of mine have perished. How could I dare ask for compensation from the police station?" Suddenly, without warning, a dagger appeared in Leng Yan's hand, which she casually flung toward the table. The dagger embedded itself into the surface with a soft thud. "Luo Tianyu, should you continue with such insipid flattery, the next strike will land squarely in your chest." Luo Tianyu swallowed hard, visibly trembling, and gestured toward Wang Yelen. "Captain Wang, please, you speak. In order to compensate for your losses, I shall send you a batch of survivors shortly. This shall serve as both recompense and an opportunity to ease the police station's burdens. You may select subordinates from among these survivors. Furthermore, the police station will provide you with supplies to accommodate them. As for the materials intercepted by Yu Hong, we will negotiate with him to ensure a mutually satisfactory resolution." "What do you think?" Wang Yelen maintained his calm demeanor, inquiring about Luo Tianyu's thoughts. "I shall abide by Captain Wang's arrangements." Luo Tianyu feigned honesty, wary of offending Leng Yan, and showed no resistance to the police station's offer to send survivors. Indeed, as Wang Yelen suggested, it was a form of alternative compensation for him. "Very well, since Boss Luo has no objections, we shall finalize our agreement and take our leave. I trust you will honor your word and not go back on it." Otherwise, Wang Yelin left the latter part of his sentence unspoken, rising to exit with Leng Yan closely following. Captain Wang, Captain Leng, allow me to see you off. Luo Tianyu hastily stood to escort them. However, upon meeting Leng Yan's icy gaze, he halted in his tracks. Through the window, he watched as Wang Yelin and Leng Yan departed in their vehicle, and the FAOD of his earlier amiability and timidity was swiftly replaced by malice and darkness. Reflecting on Leng Yan's haughty demeanor and slender figure, a desire for conquest surged within him. What of the police station? How dare they flaunt their authority before me? Should I advance to the second tier first, I shall trample you beneath my feet and reign as the king of Hishui city. And you, Leng Yan, I shall personally entertain you with that dagger. Luo Tianyu snorted coldly, formulating a plan to deal with Yu Hong. His earlier conversation with Wang Yelin was merely a performance, a survival tactic in this apocalyptic world. His desire to eliminate Yu Hong had never waned. He turned to his subordinate by the door, clenched his fists, and commanded, go attract first-tier zombies and a multitude of ordinary zombies. Gather as many as you can, but remember to time it well. Once the police station's personnel and that damned fellow cross paths, let the horde drown him, and remember, execute the plan cleanly, leave no trace for the police station to follow. With his instructions given, Luo Tianyu sought out Chen Qian once more. In his view, Yu Hong would not last much longer. Once the horde overwhelmed him, his demise would be inevitable. Next, he would focus on conquering Lu Qingqing and seizing the police station, which required careful planning and organization. Chapter 14, Second-Tier Zombies, a midnight visit from the police station. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Wang Yelin was driving towards Yu Hong's reported location. Casting a glance at Leng Yan, he lamented, you are not adept at dealing with people. In future discussions, please refrain from interjecting. Luo Tianyu is a cunning fox. While threats may work on him, trying to force him into submission through mere intimidation would be counterproductive. Leng Yan's expression remained frosty. Were it not for his utility in the police station's plan to reclaim Hishui city, I would have killed such a scoundrel. Wang Yelin rubbed his temples, a wry smile gracing his lips as he refrained from further comment. While Luo Tianyu deserved punishment, the timing was not yet right. Nonetheless, now that the matter had arisen, he would leave it to Leng Yan. She was determined to protect him, and no matter her actions, he would ensure her safety. A veil of darkness enveloped the fiery clouds at the horizon, heralding the arrival of night while showcasing the beauty of the setting sun. The birds and mutated beasts soaring against the backdrop of the sunset, alongside the zombies scaling the crumbling walls of dilapidated buildings, echoed with ghastly wails that reverberated through the streets. During the day, the city remained relatively tranquil, but as night fell, a shroud of fear and despair descended. A convoy traversed the streets, immediately provoking a frenzied pursuit from the surrounding zombies and mutated beasts. Inside the vehicle, Cheng Shui gazed vacantly at the sky's beauty, watching the fiery clouds reflect upon the flying mutated beasts and the ravaged city, her eyes filled with melancholy and sorrow. How beautiful! Yet the peace and tranquility of the past can never return, Cheng Shui mused, unperturbed by the relentless pursuit of zombies behind them, for when the pursuing zombies and mutated beasts amassed in sufficient numbers, Yu Hong would summon first-tier zombies for a harvest. To him, every zombie and mutated beast represented a gift of points. Listening to Cheng Shui's reflections, Yu Hong silently retrieved a cigarette, igniting it just as darkness enveloped the city. He steered the convoy into a narrow alley and halted, summoning zombies to perch atop the vehicles, serving as protection for each car, with a dozen zombies guarding both the front and rear. Stepping out, Yu Hong donned a headlamp and retrieved a bottle of mineral water, a pack of compressed biscuits, chocolate, and candles from the supplies piled in the back seat. He opened the car door, summoned a first-tier zombie to accompany him, and headed toward the nearby hotel. In the dead of night, zombies and mutated beasts roamed with unusual vigor. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yu Hong did not intend to travel through the night. As for that hotel, Yu Hong had already sent nearby zombies to clear it out. Aside from the disorder, it could be deemed safe. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui, without a moment's hesitation, hurriedly alighted from the vehicle and closely followed Yu Hong. The enveloping darkness, coupled with her innate fear of the unknown lurking within it, caused her to instinctively grip Yuhong's arm tightly. Yuhong merely raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance at Cheng Shui without any further action. He strode into the hotel, casually shutting the dilapidated door behind him. Under the beam of his headlamp, he swiftly sought out a relatively clean room in which to settle. Opening a window, he lit a candle and extinguished the headlamp. Taking a seat on the sofa, he gulped down a mouthful of water before indulging in chocolate and compressed biscuits to satiate his hunger. His mind then delved into the realm of the zombies. Assessing their numbers and the results of his efforts from earlier that morning: type, zombie; rank, second tier; combat skills, perfect; abilities, none. Although the king of the zombies, spawned from 50,000 ordinary ones, lacked any abilities. The mere sight of the second tier brought a glimmer of joy to Yuhong's eyes. At present, there was not a single second-tier zombie within the entirety of Riverwater City. The emergence of one second-tier zombie from 50,000 ordinary ones placed him in an invincible position. Subsequently, Yuhong's gaze fell upon the second-tier zombie. Its size bore little distinction from that of a first-tier zombie, yet its eyes no longer held the same dullness. Instead, they emanated a faint sense of oppression. It seemed to possess an absolute deterrent effect over the ordinary zombies. After surveying the conditions within the zombie realm, Yuhong opened the panel. Points, 623. Observing the scant accumulation of points, he furrowed his brow slightly. The slow accumulation of points indicated a sluggish personal advancement, not to mention the prospect of exchanging for weapons or abilities in the tonight. He resolved to expedite the extermination of zombies with a mere thought. He issued a command instructing the dispersed zombies to hasten their eradication of other zombies. In doing so, he could garner more points to enhance himself. No matter how formidable the zombies became, they remained nothing more than his summoned entities. Ultimately, he still needed to rely on his own strength. After issuing the command, Yuhong contemplated the power he currently possessed. Among his forces, the second-tier zombie and 3 first-tier zombies were undoubtedly the strongest. Coupled with the countless ordinary zombies, this power had begun to manifest the potential to sweep through an entire city. If he wished to claim dominion over the city, it would merely require a bit of maneuvering to achieve. However, Yuhong had no such intentions at present. After a simple meal and drink, he utilized shared vision to assess the surrounding conditions. Confirming the absence of danger, he stretched lazily and reclined on the sofa. Slipping into a light slumber, while possessing a certain level of strength, was undeniably important. Conserving energy and maintaining a sharp mind were equally vital. Cheng Shui, noticing Yuhong's disregard for her presence, lay down on the bed after finishing her meal. Yet, only about half an hour later, a rhythmic chorus of zombie howls suddenly erupted from the street outside. Yuhong promptly opened his eyes. Through the shared vision of the zombies, he discerned a police vehicle slowly approaching through the darkness. Eventually stopping not far from the hotel, Yuhong was no stranger to this police vehicle. In the afternoon, after defeating Scarface and his group, he had intentionally observed the situation at Luo Tianyu's location through shared vision. At that time, this police vehicle had visited the factory where Luo Tianyu was situated. The police, are they specifically here for me? Yuhong furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain. He refrained from allowing the summoned zombies outside to act recklessly and continued to observe. The car door swung open, and Wang Yiling and Leng Yan emerged, each wielding a sharp military dagger with long knives strapped to their backs. The two remained vigilant, scanning the shadows for any lurking zombies as they approached the hotel. Gently rapping on the battered hotel door, Wang Yiling lowered his voice, stating, "Mr. Yuhong, we are from the police station, and we have come here tonight to discuss an important matter with you. Please rest assured. We bear no ill will, we merely wish to have a proper conversation." Though Wang Yiling attempted to lower his voice, his deep tones echoed clearly through the night, were it not for the surrounding zombies being under Yuhong's control. Even if Wang Yiling and Leng Yan had not been detected, the sheer sound would have prompted a swift and ravenous assault. Seeing that the surrounding zombies remained motionless, Wang Yiling and Leng Yan exchanged relieved glances. Though their eyes held a trace of unease, realizing that the police had indeed come for him, Yuhong had no intention of hiding. "Stay in the room," Yuhong advised Cheng Shui before opening the door and stepping outside. In no time, he reached the entrance of the hotel, pulling open the dilapidated door and inviting Wang Yiling and Leng Yan inside. After shutting the door, a glimmer of something unusual flickered in Yu Hong's eyes as he got straight to the point. "You two have ventured out at this late hour. I wonder what matters you wish to discuss." Chapter 15, Declining the Invitation, Enhancing Strength. "Since you are so forthright, I shall not beat around the bush. My name is Wang Yiling, and this is Leng Yan. We are not only police personnel but also possess special abilities. We have come to extend an invitation for you to join the police station's shelter and face the challenges together." Wang Yiling said with a hint of eagerness on his face, getting straight to the point. Leng Yan, however, maintained her cold demeanor, her vigilant gaze scanning the dimly lit hallway of the hotel. Upon learning the purpose of their visit, Yu Hong smiled and gestured for them to take a seat in another room. Once they were settled, he candidly replied, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must regretfully decline. Yu Hong, my young brother, while you are a controller of zombies and can command a multitude of them, you are not invincible in this perilous apocalypse. It is only by banding together that we can secure a greater chance of survival. Rest assured, should you choose to join us, we will do our utmost to fulfill any reasonable requests you may have. Your status will be on par with ours, allowing you a voice in decision-making." Wang Yiling promptly laid out the stakes, indicating the police station's regard for Yu Hong, his eyes filled with anticipation. However, after listening, Yu Hong merely shook his head subtly. "Actually, I do not intend to remain in Riverwater City for long. I plan to return to Bayong City in search of my parents, according to my plans. I shall be leaving the city tomorrow afternoon and embarking on my journey home." At his words, both Wang Yiling and Leng Yan were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Yu Hong to refuse so decisively. Among the three major survivor shelters in Riverwater City, the police station was the strongest, followed by Luo Tianyu's shelter, while Lu Qingqing's was the weakest. Gaining entry to the police station's shelter would essentially guarantee one's survival. Instead of joining the police station, Yu Hong was intent on traversing mountains and rivers to reach Bayong City. While his filial piety was commendable, it somewhat overestimated his capabilities. "Yu Hong, my young brother, although you are a first-tier ability user commanding a first-tier zombie, this is no jest. Bayong City lies over 2,000 kilometers from here, with many roads rendered impassable. We cannot predict how many waves of zombie attacks you will face. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise." Wang Yiling earnestly cautioned. He did not wish to see a rare controller of zombies risk his life due to a misjudgment of his own strength. Leng Yan's gaze towards Yu Hong grew even colder. In her view, Yu Hong was simply arrogant and blind to his limitations. Did he truly believe he could traverse city after city simply by controlling a few zombies? Such a person ought to be dealt with by Luo Tianyu. "Wangu, the police station has a noble duty to protect the populace, and every member of the police deserves my admiration. However, as the saying goes, one raises children to ensure their own security in old age. I have yet to fulfill my filial duties in this lifetime. Regardless of what lies ahead, I cannot turn a blind eye to the fate of my parents. This is my sense of duty. And I have absolute confidence in my strength." Yu Hong felt a twinge of pity at Wang Yiling's keen understanding of his situation, even in the face of the apocalypse and the collapse of order. The power of the police station was immeasurable, yet his words resonated deeply. Surviving was crucial, but sharing that existence with one's parents and loved ones was the true essence of happiness. Wang Yiling's expression remained unchanged. Though he furrowed his brow slightly, this young man was not only arrogant but also somewhat blindly confident. Yu Hong's resolve and boldness were indeed admirable, and since his mind was made up, it would be inappropriate for them to press further. "However, young brother, we also have one more matter to discuss." Upon hearing this, Yu Hong had already guessed what it might entail, but still replied, "Feel free to speak plainly." Wang Yiling succinctly recounted his negotiations with Luo Tianyu and mentioned the latter's demand for the return of supplies. He focused his gaze on Yu Hong, eager to see his reaction. After listening, a disdainful smile curved Yu Hong's lips. "Thank you, Wangu, for your concern, but I am not afraid of Luo Tianyu. If he dares to provoke me again, I will ensure that his influence is eradicated from Riverwater City once and for all." With that, he prepared to take his leave. "I wish you a safe journey, and may we meet again." Wang Yiling shook his head helplessly and stood to bid farewell. Once outside the hotel, he carefully observed the surrounding zombies once more. Each of the zombies fixated on him and Leng Yan but remained still. Not advancing, withdrawing his gaze, he strode back to the vehicle and drove away. This young man is far too arrogant. It's about time he faced some hardships to temper his spirit and understand his own limitations. Leng Yan voiced her dissatisfaction fast. Wang Yiling chuckled lightly. This lad is indeed cautious. The hotel is surrounded by zombies he has placed. However, you are correct about his arrogance and hubris. Rest assured, with him carrying such a vast amount of supplies, escaping from River Water City will not be a simple endeavor. If he wishes to survive, he will surely come seeking our assistance. After a night of silence, with zombies stationed outside eliminating other undead, Yu Hong need not worry in the slightest. Once Wang Yiling and his companion departed, he returned to his slumber. Awaking to the faint light of dawn, Yu Hong stretched languidly and sat up. The first order of business was to access the marketplace and check his points. Points 2685. Following a night of slaughtering summoned zombies, his points had surged from a mere 600 to over 2600. This was certainly enough for a modest indulgence. However, Yu Hong refrained from converting all of it directly into attribute points. During his previous exploration of the system's marketplace, aside from the alluring abilities, 2 items had caught his eye. Tang Dao, 500 points, attributes, cuts through iron like mud, capable of cleaving first-tier zombies, remaining eternally sharp as long as it does not shatter. Storage space, 10,000 points, attributes, grants a 1 square meter storage space, capable of holding anything except living entities retaining their state upon retrieval. Each additional 10,000 points expands the space by 1 square meter. A weapon that cuts through iron with everlasting sharpness serves as a means of self-defense. In the early stages, foregoing strength, this Tang Dao is the optimal choice. As for the storage space, it is simply for convenience. With ample space to store all supplies, Yu Hong would no longer need to worry incessantly about their destruction. Without further hesitation, Yu Hong decisively spent 500 points to acquire the Tang Dao and converted the remaining 2100 points into 21 attribute points. As usual, allocating them to speed and defense. Name Yu Hong, strength 11. Speed 24. Defense 24. Spirit 9. Ability none. Observing his speed and defense both reaching 24 points, more than double that of an average person, he could be considered a typical enhancer. Simultaneously, a Tang Dao sealed within its sheath materialized in Yu Hong's grasp. Drawing the Tang Dao, he struck it against the 5 cm thick wooden table. Bang! Despite exerting little force, the wooden table split in 2. The claims of cutting through iron were indeed no exaggeration. With everything in place, Yu Hong wasted no time. Rising, he exited the hotel with Cheng Shui, preparing to continue their journey. However, as soon as Yu Hong stepped outside, the roar of engines reverberated, emanating from both ends of the street. Chapter 16. Surrounded by the zombie horde, the police department's fury. Without waiting for Yu Hong to utilize shared vision for observation, 2 vehicles sped into view. His brow furrowed slightly, without a moment's thought. He summoned zombies with a mere thought, for the vehicles approaching from either end of the street were smeared with blood and adorned with gruesome chunks of flesh. Behind the vehicles, a living person was even bound with iron chains, dragged along, provoking countless zombies to pursue desperately. The entire street became impassable, besieged by the throngs of zombies. Bang! Just as Yu Hong reacted, the 2 vehicles collided with great force. The drivers kicked open their doors, swiftly grabbing buckets of blood, splattering it on the zombies Yu Hong had just summoned. They then produced severed limbs, hurling them into the hotel. Every action was aimed at directing the summoned zombies to attack with purpose. Once these tasks were completed, the 2 drivers exchanged a glance, simultaneously drawing knives and stabbing each other to death. Roar! The horde of zombies trailing behind the vehicles, drawn by the tantalizing scent of blood, howled with fury, surging forth to tear apart Yu Hong's summoned zombies. Kill for me, Yu Hong commanded, and his summoned zombies surged forward as well. In an instant, the 2 zombie hordes collided. Within moments, limbs and body parts were flying amidst the chaos. The foremost zombies were completely overwhelmed, leaving not the slightest trace behind, yet the rear ranks continued to advance without pause. Yuhong's expression darkened as he observed this scene, a fierce intent to kill igniting in his gaze. It was painfully obvious that this was a scheme devised by Luo Tianyu. As for the two drivers' suicide, it was merely a means to eliminate any witnesses, a tactic to appease the police department. Luo Tianyu not only disregarded the police's warnings but viewed him as an easy target. Yuhong, we are surrounded by hordes of zombies, what should we do? Cheng Shui, her complexion pale, instinctively asked Yuhong, gazing at the zombies flooding the street. Yuhong, gripping the newly acquired Tang Dao, paid no heed to Cheng Shui's query, his gaze fixed intently on the zombies outside. Not only did he summon the weakest first-tier zombies to engage in battle, but he also continued to summon ordinary zombies in an unceasing flow. At this moment there were nearly 100,000 ordinary zombies within the summoned zombie space. Attempting to drown him with sheer numbers and kill him through the hands of the undead was utterly impossible. Given the vast number of points Luo Tianyu had delivered to him, he certainly would not squander them and intended to claim them all. Suddenly, amidst the fray of battling zombies, a colossal zombie emerged. Towering nearly 3 meters, its skin resembled that of rock. With a single punch, it smashed down ordinary zombies that stood in its wake, causing their bodies to burst apart. The cement-paved ground cracked deeply under its weight. Even a first-tier zombie has been summoned. Yuhong's gaze darkened further. Luo Tianyu was truly willing to spare no expense to eliminate him. If that is the case, he was eager to witness who would ultimately prevail. With a thought, a fiery figure appeared beside Yuhong. Go and deal with it, Yuhong instructed, pointing at the first-tier zombie amidst the chaos. Instantly, the fiery zombie roared and charged forward. As it advanced, flames erupted from its body, incinerating any zombies in its path. Any zombie that made contact with the flames would be reduced to ashes within moments, clearing a path with ease. The first-tier giant zombie, perceiving the fiery zombie rushing towards it, seemed provoked. Ignoring the surrounding ordinary zombies, it roared and charged forward, raising its enormous fists as if to crush the first-tier fiery zombie. In the blink of an eye, the two first-tier zombies collided. The ensuing clash was nothing short of cataclysmic. The thunderous steps could easily crack the ground beneath them. The forceful punches sent debris flying from the buildings lining the street, leaving imprints in the walls. Particularly, the flames emitted by the first-tier fiery zombie ignited a massive blaze, incinerating any ordinary zombies in close proximity who perished from the collateral damage. Before long, the street was littered with the corpses of ordinary zombies, and the buildings on either side were severely damaged, showing signs of collapse. The two titans roared as they surged toward the intersection, where a wider battleground awaited. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies that had been lured in was dwindling rapidly, crushed by the overwhelming numbers of summoned zombies and the carnage wrought by the first-tier undead. At that moment, 2 kilometers away from the hotel, atop a towering building, a figure wielding binoculars observed the carnage unfolding outside the hotel. Witnessing Yuhong summon thousands of ordinary zombies, and alongside the known first-tier zombie, another first-tier fire zombie emerged, he realized the overall combat strength vastly exceeded the total of the zombies they had summoned. The so-called kill zone aimed at Yuhong was nothing more than a farce. His face turned pale as he trembled, fully aware that the plan to eliminate Yuhong had failed. Moreover, they had provoked him. If he led 2 first-tier zombies and thousands of ordinary zombies to assault the factory, how would they respond? Without a moment's hesitation, this individual hastily departed. He needed to inform Luo Tianyu of this news promptly and prepare for the impending storm. At the police station, knock, knock, knock. Inside the office, Chen Chuan, Wang Yelin, and Leng Yan had managed to catch some rest on the sofa. Just as they awoke, a hurried knock echoed through the room. Come in, Chen Chuan said, adjusting his clothing and speaking softly. A police officer pushed the door open and hurriedly entered, quickly recounting the situation concerning Yuhong. Bang! Upon hearing that someone had drawn 1 to 2,000 zombies to besiege Yuhong, and that a first-tier zombie was involved, Chen Chuan's face flashed with fury as he slammed his fist onto the table. That damn scoundrel Luo Tianyu dares to disregard the police department's warnings. He truly deserves to die. Wang Yelin, Leng Yan, you two must take your teams and go rescue Yu Hong immediately. Having spoken, Chen Chon turned his gaze towards the newly arrived officer, and you convey my orders to surround Luo Tianyu's factory. Since he has no intention of alleviating the police department's burdens, he must face the consequences of his crimes. Chen Chuan was genuinely enraged. Firstly, he could not forgive or tolerate Luo Tianyu's betrayal of the police department's trust. Secondly, a talent he valued had fallen into a deadly predicament within a mere night. Dispatching Wang Yelin and Leng Yan was merely a flicker of hope, hoping Yu Hong could endure for a while longer. Or perhaps they could rescue him. After this incident, Yu Hong's arrogance would surely be tempered, making it easier for the police department to forge an alliance with him if they failed to rescue him. Then Luo Tianyu would have to pay the price for his actions. Wang Yelin's expression shifted as he clenched his fists tightly. Although he held some discontent towards Yu Hong's arrogance, he had fantasized about Yu Hong encountering numerous obstacles due to his hubris. Perhaps finding it difficult to escape River Water City. He also understood that Luo Tianyu would not relent and would undoubtedly seek trouble with Yu Hong, yet he never anticipated that Luo Tianyu would resort to such a vile and ruthless tactic to eliminate Yu Hong. He too did not wish for Yu Hong to perish. As Chen Chon issued his command, Wang Yelin, wearing a grim expression, pulled Leng Yan out of the office. He immediately summoned 100 fully armed personnel, who swiftly boarded vehicles and headed straight for the hotel. Concurrently, another 500 officers departed from the police station's refuge, making their way directly to Luo Tianyu's factory. Chapter 17. Shockingly, it is the summoning system. In the northern district, within a residential complex, Lu Qingqing had just risen and was engaged in her morning routine when Meng Kasin rushed into her room, breathless, briefly recounting the situation concerning Yu Hong and inquiring, "Should we proceed there?" Lu Qingqing's beautiful eyes narrowed, yet her gaze remained resolute. "We must go, regardless of the outcome. A life is at stake. If we are fortunate enough to rescue him, it would certainly ease the process of bringing him to our side. Even if we fail, I would have made an effort for a life." Meng Kasin sighed, not the least surprised, as she had anticipated Lu Qingqing's decision. "You truly are a living saint. Let us move quickly. I have gathered enough personnel." Before long, Lu Qingqing and Meng Kasin led 100 individuals in vehicles towards the hotel's location. Outside the hotel, the scattered ordinary zombies on the streets had been eliminated, and the battle against the first-tier flame zombies was reaching its conclusion. The clumsy first-tier giant zombie, battered by the agile flame zombies' fiery punches, had its rocky skin shattered. Ultimately, the flame zombie delivered a devastating blow, exploding its head, which then collapsed onto the ground. However, the first-tier flame zombie was not finished. It hurled a ball of fire, incinerating the giant's remains. A minute later, as the flames subsided, the flame zombie retrieved a diamond-shaped object from the ashes and presented it to Yu Hong. Yu Hong recognized the item, having seen it in the system shop. It was known as a corpse core, a necessity for enhancers and ability users. However, the probability of obtaining a corpse core from slaying ordinary zombies was exceedingly low, which was a primary reason for the scarcity of first-tier enhancers and ability users. Yet, witnessing the crisis averted and all zombies eliminated, the fury and killing intent in Yu Hong's eyes did not wane. He took the first-tier corpse core and directly tossed it to Cheng Shui. "Keep this safe and wait for my return." With that, Yu Hong left a first-tier zombie to guard Cheng Shui, summoning thousands of ordinary zombies to amass a total of 10,000 surrounding the hotel and ensuring Cheng Shui's safety, as well as the security of supplies in the nearby alley. Then, with a mere thought, he returned the first-tier flame zombie to the zombie space and casually commandeered a vehicle heading straight for Luo Tianyu's stronghold. Just 10 minutes after Yu Hong departed, Lu Qingqing and her convoy arrived. After all, the hotel was not far from Lu Qingqing's refuge. It only took about 20 minutes to reach. However, upon seeing the densely packed streets filled with zombies and inhaling the acrid scent of blood, with streams of zombie blood flowing into the sewers, the scene appeared as if the hotel and its surrounding streets were entirely overrun by the undead. The convoy hesitated to approach, unable to discern the situation on the streets. Is he still alive? Did we arrive too late? Lu Qingqing observed the orderly arrangement of zombies and the absence of chaotic rows, her brow furrowing slightly, her tone tinged with guilt as she lamented Yu Hong's potential demise. Let us go to the rooftop and take a look. Meng Kasin, sensing the stillness of the zombie horde, felt a twinge of peculiarity. The zombies on the streets gave her an impression of guardianship over the area. Without hesitation, she pulled Lu Qingqing towards the top of a tall building. Upon reaching the rooftop, both women took out binoculars to survey the scene. Before their eyes lay a horde of zombies surrounding the hotel. Yet only the mob at the intersection appeared congested, seemingly preventing any living creature from entering the streets near the hotel. The zombies within the streets stood in an orderly formation along both sides. Resembling loyal sentinels, utterly motionless, the ground was littered with severed zombie fingers. At the hotel entrance, a woman could be seen pacing anxiously, her face etched with concern. The surrounding zombies not only refrained from attacking her, but a first-tier zombie stood guard beside her. Lu Qingqing and Meng Kasin, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in disbelief, simultaneously lowering their binoculars to gaze at each other astonished. Could it be that he is not dead? Are these zombies under his control? The two women exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable as they struggled to fathom the implications if their hypothesis proved true. Meanwhile, Wang Yelen and Leng Yan, leading a contingent of officers, had just arrived near the hotel ready to charge into the throng of zombies to rescue Yu Hong. However, at that moment, a voice cried out, "Captain Wang, Captain Lang, wait, we cannot rush in." Wang Yelen and Leng Yan furrowed their brows. Turning towards the voice, a police officer responsible for surveillance rushed down from a nearby building, panting heavily. "Captain Wang, Captain Leng, it's all over. These zombies were summoned by Yu Hong." "What?" Wang Yelen was taken aback, his pupils constricting. Gazing at the hundreds of zombies at the intersection, he realized there must be even more within the streets, at least 1,000 or 2,000 zombies. How could so many ordinary zombies all belong to Yu Hong? Wang Yelen, filled with disbelief, grasped the officer's shoulder, his excitement palpable as he demanded, "Quick, tell me what happened." Leng Yan, her brows tightly knitted, observed the gathered zombies at the intersection glaring in their direction but not immediately charging at them. She noted the officer's choice of words, summoned, not controlled. The distinction between the two was significant. The officer, not daring to hesitate, succinctly recounted the events that had transpired outside the hotel. Upon hearing the account, Wang Yelen's eyes widened, his expression shifting to one of shock. "You mean to say Yu Hong is not a controller but a summoner, and he summoned over 10,000 ordinary zombies, including a first-tier zombie and a first-tier flame zombie, annihilating all the zombies that were lured here as well as a first-tier giant zombie. And now there are thousands of ordinary zombies and one first-tier zombie guarding the hotel." The officer nodded solemnly. Wang Yelen's gaze returned to the horde of zombies at the intersection, a chill running down his spine. How many more secrets did Yu Hong hold? Instinctively, he pulled out a cigarette, lighting it to calm his racing heart. Leng Yan's expression also reflected her unease. Previously, she had deemed Yu Hong arrogant and looked down upon him. Even while en route to rescue him, she had thought that as long as Yu Hong was alive, she would ensure he recognized the vast disparity between those with zombie protection and other ability users. She had intended to bring him back to reality and to curb his arrogance. However, now it seemed the fool was herself. Yu Hong's arrogance and his audacious claim to traverse 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers to reach Bayong City stemmed from his true capabilities. He had intercepted Luo Tianyu's supplies not out of recklessness. He had merely eliminated the few pursuers sent by Luo Tianyu without retaliating, not out of fear of him, but perhaps, as he claimed, he simply wished to expedite his escape from the city and not waste time on trash like Luo Tianyu. "Where is Yu Hong now?" Leng Yan inquired softly, her fists clenched. The officer replied, "He took a first-tier fire zombie and drove away." Leng Yan turned to Wang Yelen. "That kid must be heading to find Luo Tianyu. Should we follow? You all remain here and do not engage." Wang Yelen flicked away the half-finished cigarette, pulling Leng Yan into a vehicle as they sped towards Luo Tianyu's factory. He was eager to discover just how many more tricks Yu Hong had up his sleeve. Chapter 18 Luo Tianyu has disappeared. 80 The factory in the Western District. Within the office, Luo Tianyu uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass and settling into a chair to savor it. With legs spread wide, a woman knelt at his feet attending to him, while another woman stood behind giving him a shoulder massage. A faint smile adorned his face, radiating satisfaction. He mumbled to himself, calculating the time. That rascal Yu Hong should have been torn to shreds by the horde by now. Ha ha ha, this is the consequence of crossing me. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. The woman kneeling at his feet blushed crimson and attempted to rise. Continue, Luo Tianyu commanded, pressing her head down firmly, his tone leaving no room for refusal. The woman, embarrassed yet compliant, resumed her task. Come in, Luo Tianyu finally addressed the person outside. With a creak, the office door swung open. And Chen Qian hurriedly entered. Upon witnessing the scene unfolding within, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly bowed her head, unwilling to meet his gaze. Brother Luo, I've just received news that the mission to eliminate Yu Hong has failed. What? Luo Tianyu's smug grin instantly froze, a chill seeping into his palm as he inadvertently froze the glass of red wine. Yu Hong was not a controller but a summoner, faced with the lure of 1,000 or 2,000 zombies. He had summoned thousands of ordinary zombies, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Even the first-tier giant zombie they had drawn away had been crushed and killed by a first-tier flame zombie he summoned. Now Yu Hong was on his way here. Chen Qian recounted the events truthfully, keeping her head bowed. With a crunch, Luo Tianyu shattered the frozen glass in his grip, his expression darkening as he stood up. Seizing the kneeling woman's hair to vent his frustration, after composing himself and adjusting his clothing, his gaze fell upon Chen Qian. Do you think that if we wait for Yu Hong to arrive, we have any chance of killing him? Chen Qian shook her head. The police have dispatched personnel. They will soon encircle this area. Even without their intervention, I do not recommend engaging him directly without knowing his full capabilities. After listening to the words, Luo Tianyu, though filled with anger, remained remarkably composed. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Gather the personnel, I have matters to arrange. Approximately 40 to 50 minutes later, Yu Hong drove at breakneck speed, traversing from the north of the city to the west. Upon swiftly reaching the location of Luo Tianyu's factory, he was met with a daunting sight. Over 100 police vehicles were stationed outside the factory, including several armored cars. Hundreds of fully armed officers surrounded the premises, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. As Yu Hong's vehicle came to a halt, 5 or 6 officers swiftly approached, their dark gun barrels aimed directly at him. One officer, his voice low and serious, inquired, name, identity, purpose. Yu Hong, survivor, here to eliminate Luo Tianyu. Yu Hong responded, unperturbed by the intimidating firearms, his voice cold and unyielding. Upon hearing his name, the officer was taken aback. You are the first-tier control-type ability user who intercepted supplies from Luo Tianyu. Yu Hong did not deny it, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The officer, recognizing the gravity of the situation, raised his hand to signal his companions to lower their weapons, softening his tone. Mr. Yu Hong, the police department will handle the matter concerning Luo Tianyu. We hope you will refrain from rash actions. Yu Hong's expression remained icy, acknowledging that the officer was aware of the situation between him and Luo Tianyu. He refrained from further conversation. He opened the car door, stepped out, and met the officer's gaze directly. This is a personal matter between me and him. I hope you will not interfere. With that, Yu Hong seized the initiative, and with a mere thought, summoned a first-tier fire-type zombie to his side. Following closely, ordinary zombies began to materialize from thin air. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the factory was teeming with over 10,000 ordinary zombies. The officers, confronted with this unexpected turn of events, furrowed their brows in alarm. Surrounded by the horde and under the direct gaze of the first-tier fire-type zombie, they felt a surge of cold sweat and immense pressure. Hardly daring to breathe, was this truly a control-type ability user? The officer sensed the intense heat radiating from the first-tier fire-type zombie, which seemed capable of melting anything, and, seeing that the newly appeared zombies did not attack indiscriminately, He let out a slight sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. Yu Hong, I urge you to remain calm. Yu Hong, unwilling to entertain the officer's platitudes, issued a command with a thought. The first-tier fire-type zombie let out a fierce roar. Leaping over the officers in front of Yu Hong with remarkable speed, charging into the factory, the throng of ordinary zombies followed suit, their collective roar deafening as they surged forward. The officers encircling the factory were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they instinctively prepared to retaliate. The officer stationed in front of Yu Hong shouted urgently, "Everyone disperse, do not obstruct him." He understood that, given Yu Hong's displayed power, their numbers were utterly insufficient to halt him. As his voice faded, within mere moments, the horde of zombies crashed into the factory. Those who dared resist were met with no mercy, torn apart and devoured without hesitation. The sounds of wailing and screams echoed from within, a pungent smell of blood wafting into the air. Yet, as the first-tier zombie and the swarm ravaged the factory, they found no trace of Luo Tianyu. Not only was he absent, but even the several ability users Yu Hong had encountered in the mall had seemingly vanished without a trace. Yu Hong's brow furrowed, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. The zombies had established a vigilant watch around the factory. Since Luo Tianyu returned from the mall yesterday, he had not left the premises. How could he possibly have disappeared so suddenly? Continue the search, Yu Hong commanded, unwilling to relent. Soon, survivors emerged from the factory, and the cacophony of destruction reverberated as the zombies scoured the area. However, despite dismantling the entire factory, there was still no sign of Luo Tianyu or his associates. Not even a hidden passage was discovered. Yu Hong's expression darkened. He refused to believe that Luo Tianyu and his group could simply vanish into thin air. With a thought, he commanded all the zombies in the city to intensify their search for Luo Tianyu and his associates. At that moment, the sound of an engine roared to life as Wang Yelen finally arrived. Observing the survivors being combed by the officers, the factory reduced to rubble and the stench of blood hanging in the air, Wang Yelin's expression shifted slightly. His curiosity piqued. "Yu Hong, where is Luo Tianyu? You haven't gone and killed him outright, have you?" "He has disappeared," Yu Hong replied coolly. "Disappeared? How can that be possible?" Wang Yelin was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face as he turned to the nearby officer. The officer nodded gently, confirming that they had indeed not seen Luo Tianyu. "Yu Hong, what do you plan to do next? Would you like to visit the police station? They can assist you in locating him." Wang Yelin suggested quickly. He was indifferent to Luo Tianyu's fate. His focus lay solely on Yu Hong. With over 10,000 zombies outside the hotel and another multitude present here, coupled with 2 first-tier zombies at his disposal, Yu Hong alone equated to an entire army. If he could successfully be allied with any cost would be worth it. Chapter 19, Moral Coercion. The police station's plea for help. "No need, I have my own methods to find them. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to speak." Yu Hong declined Wang Yelin's invitation, fully aware that the police station was cognizant of his abilities and understood Wang Yelin's intentions. Presently, the police station's impression of him was rather favorable. Within his capabilities, he was willing to assist the police in resolving some issues. However, before Wang Yelen could respond, Leng Yan, gazing at the horde of zombies amidst the factory ruins, was visibly astonished. While she admired Yu Hong's abilities, she also hoped he would aid the police. She quickly approached Yu Hong, her expression still cold but her tone sincere and respectful. Yu Hong, I sincerely apologize for my previous disregard. I hope you can look past the plight of the innocent lives in Hishui City and assist the police in alleviating our burdens. Leng Yan first offered her apology, then directly invoked the plight of the innocents in Hishui City to appeal to Yu Hong. In her view, someone as capable as Yu Hong should not be selfishly focused on the lives of his parents. He ought to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. With his help, the survivors in Hishui City could surely escape the clutches of the zombies and return to safety. Wang Yelen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Yu Hong, upon receiving her words, felt his already foul mood escalate into anger. The desire to help dissipated entirely as he coldly regarded Leng Yan. "If I am to consider the innocent lives in Hishui City and alleviate the police's burdens, then who will tell me of my parents' safety?" Leng Yan, oblivious to the shift in Yu Hong's demeanor, continued, Why Yu Hong, the apocalypse has descended for nearly a month now, even if you were to rush to Baiyong City at the fastest speed. It would still take you half a month. Everything in Baiyong City remains unknown. What can you change in a few days? There are thousands of lives in Hishui City awaiting rescue. Yu Hong scoffed, then why should I waste several days for a bunch of unrelated strangers? Having uttered this, Yu Hong was disinclined to engage in further discourse. With a thought, he summoned the horde of zombies from the factory ruins into his zombie space. Avoiding Leng Yan, he slipped into his vehicle and pressed the accelerator, departing without hesitation. Why Yu Hong had no words for Leng Yan's sense of duty to protect the survivors, nor for the responsibility that accompanied her attire. He could hardly argue against her point about the time frame either, as he himself was uncertain how long it would take to return to Baiyong City. However, it was utterly unforgivable for Leng Yan to use the lives of these people to morally constrain him without even discussing it. Yu Hong was but a struggling individual fighting for survival. Had it not been for the system's emergence, he would have already become a rotting corpse. He could aid the police by summoning more ordinary zombies to disperse throughout the city, slaying more of the undead. In doing so, not only would he earn more points, but the pressure on the police would lessen, and countless survivors could thus be freed, awaiting the police's rescue. Additionally, he could eliminate any threatening first-tier zombies within Hishui City before his departure. Having displayed so much strength already, revealing a bit more would matter little. Yet, on what grounds could Leng Yan morally bind and constrain him? Why was it acceptable for her to command him from her perceived moral high ground? Why should he care about the lives of those people? As Leng Yan watched Yu Hong depart, anger flickered across her icy countenance. She believed her perspective was entirely correct. With greater power came greater responsibility. To refuse to bear responsibility was sheer selfishness. Wang Yelin considered intervening to explain things to Yu Hong, but he found no opportunity to do so, observing Yu Hong's receding vehicle and Leng Yan's furious expression. He could only sigh in resignation. Yan, please return to the police station to report to the chief. I will go and speak with Yu Hong. With that, Wang Yelin drove the police car in pursuit of Yu Hong. After leaving the factory, Yu Hong drove straight back to the hotel. As for the whereabouts of Luo Tianyu and his group, the scattered zombie eyes throughout the city had yielded no results. It was as if they had evaporated from existence. Given the circumstances, Yu Hong saw no reason to continue the search. Hishui City was not small. It was not impossible to completely unearth Luo Tianyu and his associates. However, it was far too time-consuming and not worth the effort. Should Luo Tianyu dare to show his face again, the zombies remaining in the city would undoubtedly bring him trouble. Yu Hong would ensure he had no respite. Upon returning to the hotel, the clock read 2 in the afternoon. Half a day had passed. Cheng Shui, upon seeing Yu Hong's safe return, finally ceased her pacing and approached him with concern. Yu Hong, are you all right? I'm fine. Get in the car, we are preparing to depart, Yu Hong replied coolly. With a thought, he summoned the surrounding zombies into his space, climbed into the off-road vehicle, and prepared to lead the convoy away. Yu Hong, please wait. At this moment, Wang Yelin drove closely behind, positioning his car in front of the off-road vehicle. Captain Wang, is there anything else? Yu Hong's tone turned icy and detached as he addressed Wang Yelin. Little brother Yu, Leng Yan's heart is kind, yet she struggles to express herself. I hope you won't take it to heart, Wang Yelin continued. I have come not only to apologize on her behalf but also to discuss a matter with you. He stepped out of the car, produced a pack of cigarettes, then offered one to Yu Hong with utmost sincerity. Just then, another vehicle approached. Lu Qingqing and Meng Kasin emerged simultaneously, exclaiming, Mr. Yu, we've been waiting for you for hours. You have finally returned, and who might you be? Yu Hong inquired, looking at the two women. Mr. Yu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Qingqing, a first-tier ability user, and this is my close friend Meng Kasin, also a first-tier ability user. Upon hearing of your encounter with a horde of zombies this morning, we decided to come and assist you. However, by the time we arrived, you had already resolved the situation on your own. "We are merely here to make your acquaintance." Lu Qingqing's face bore a natural smile indicating her identity and intentions. "Lu Qingqing, I am aware of your thoughts, but little brother you will not linger in Hishui City." Wang Yelin interjected, lighting a cigarette. He observed the excited Lu Qingqing and Meng Kasin without any surprise. Given Lu Qingqing's benevolent nature, it was only natural for her to rush to aid anyone in distress. He directly addressed Yu Hong's forthcoming plan, exhaling a plume of smoke as he continued, "Little brother Yu, I understand your need for haste, so I shall be succinct. The police station has installed trackers on first-tier zombies and mutated beasts within the city, allowing for real-time location tracking, yet there are only 2 first-tier ability users at the police station, myself and Leng Yan. The challenge of surrounding and eliminating a first-tier zombie or mutated beast with just the 2 of us is daunting. If too many ordinary personnel join the fray, it could lead to significant casualties. Therefore, I hope you can lend us 2 first-tier zombies to assist the police station in eliminating 3 particularly troublesome first-tier zombies or mutated beasts. Rest assured, this will only delay you for a single day. By tomorrow morning, regardless of the outcome, your journey will not be impeded." Yu Hong remained silent, his gaze shifting to Lu Qingqing and Meng Kasin. Their earlier introductions had clearly indicated their status as first-tier ability users. Wang Yelin quickly realized, "Little brother Yu, I am well aware of Lu Qingqing and Meng Kasin's characters. As long as the police station has a viable plan, they will undoubtedly agree to participate. Furthermore, in gratitude for your assistance and the time spent, the police station will compile a report detailing the road conditions from the 1st to the 7th day of the apocalypse, prior to the loss of power and internet, for the route from Hishui City to Baiyong City. Naturally, you shall retain any cause obtained from the first-tier zombies and mutated beasts you eliminate." Chapter 20. Agreeing to assist Lu Qingqing's sanctuary. Upon hearing Wang Yelin's words, Lu Qingqing and Meng Kasin were taken aback. They had initially intended to recruit Yu Hong's help, only to discover he was eager to leave Hishui City. Nonetheless, the 2 women were quick to respond. As soon as Wang Yelin finished speaking, Meng Kasin interjected, expressing their stance, "Captain Wang, we are committed to any activities related to eradicating zombies, if we can eliminate the zombies within the city sooner. I won't have to accompany Qingqing on her daily perilous ventures." Lu Qingqing possessed a benevolent heart, which posed no issues during peacetime. However, in this apocalyptic setting, her compassion often led her into danger while searching for supplies. Were it not for Meng Kasin's calmness, intelligence, and decisiveness in rescuing her multiple times, Lu Qingqing, despite being a first-tier ability user, could have perished or become infected. Lu Qingqing shot Meng Kasin an annoyed glance but refrained from arguing. She knew her own flaws. Faced with a living life, she simply could not stand idly by and watch others suffer. After speaking, Meng Kasin turned her gaze to Yu Hong, smiling brightly as she said, "Of course, if Mr.Yu is willing to lend a hand and share a bit of the danger, we would be immensely grateful." Meng Kasin was not like Leng Yan. She possessed enough emotional intelligence to understand how to approach requests for assistance without undermining Wang Yelin's authority. At the same time, she genuinely hoped to secure Yu Hong's help to restore peace to Hishui City. Observing the eager expressions of the 3 individuals, Yu Hong nodded softly, "All right, but just for one day. By tomorrow morning, regardless of the circumstances, I will resume my journey. Additionally, within this day, aside from the 2 first-tier zombies, I will assist you in eliminating more zombies and can provide some extra help if needed." Wang Yelin's spirits soared at this acknowledgement, and he promptly replied, "Wonderful. On behalf of the police station and all survivors, I extend my gratitude to little brother Yu. I shall return to the police station to prepare. Shall we meet here again later?" Although Wang Yelin was curious about the extra assistance Yu Hong mentioned, he refrained from probing further. Securing Yu Hong's help so smoothly was already a blessing. Asking for too much would be overreaching. "Certainly," Yu Hong affirmed. "Mr. Yu, our sanctuary is not far from here. We must return for a moment. If you don't mind, you could accompany us back once today's matters are settled." It will be much more convenient for you to leave the city tomorrow, Lu Qingqing offered an invitation. Ultimately, after some discussion, the meeting place was confirmed at Lu Qingqing's sanctuary point. 20 minutes later, Yu Hong followed Lu Qingqing's vehicle, clearing several waves of ordinary zombies along the way, and successfully arrived outside a residential complex. At the entrance, 2 teams of 20 individuals patrolled with steel pipes, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. The gate had been replaced with a solid iron door, and makeshift watchtowers had been constructed on either side, with 2 people stationed on each tower to survey the area. The complex's walls were reinforced, topped with spikes to prevent zombies from climbing over. It resembled a rudimentary sanctuary. Its Lu Jia back opened the gate. As Lu Qingqing's head appeared, the guards atop the watchtower recognized her and shouted, prompting the iron gate to be slowly pushed open from the inside. As the vehicles entered the complex, they were met with a scene of tents sprawled across the ground. Each tent housed at least 2 or 3 individuals. Upon seeing Lu Qingqing return with a convoy, the survivors within the tents rushed out to greet her. A rotund middle-aged man blocked Lu Qingqing's vehicle, halting its progress. His gaze fell upon the off-road vehicles, and he remarked with a grin, "Lu Jia, you have brought back so many supplies this time. You truly have worked hard." Lu Qingqing jumped out of the car, her brows furrowed, and her expression stern. "Fat Tiger, those supplies are not ours. Please do not covet them." She was well aware of Fat Tiger's character. While he often acted recklessly regarding supplies she brought back, today's provisions belonged to Yu Hong. To acquire these supplies, Yu Hong had even dared to confront Luo Tianyu, and he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. If Fat Tiger provoked Yu Hong, he could very well endanger his life. However, Fat Tiger appeared to ignore Lu Qingqing's warning. Beckoning to the surrounding survivors, "Brothers, Lu Jia has brought back so many supplies. Oh, what are you waiting for? Hurry and move the things." With this declaration, the survivors, who had been motionless just moments before, sprang into action, rushing toward Yu Hong's off-road vehicle like a tidal wave. Observing this scene, Yu Hong pulled out a cigarette and lit it, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was quite rare to see survivors treating an ability user with such disdain. He was curious to see how Lu Qingqing would handle the situation. Lu Qingqing was equally alarmed, urgently trying to intervene again. "Stop, those supplies do not belong to me." Yet it seemed the survivors rushing toward the off-road vehicle could not hear her. Their pace quickening, Fat Tiger stood firmly in front of Lu Qingqing, grinning. "Lu Jie, that is not right. This entire area belongs to you. Thus any supplies entering this area are naturally yours. Are you trying to keep all these supplies to yourself, leaving the brothers to starve?" Lu Qingqing, upon hearing this, grew weary of explaining. Stepping forward, she attempted to halt the encroaching survivors, but Fat Tiger was relentless, continuing to block her path. While Yu Hong quietly observed from the vehicle, witnessing an ability user being toyed with by an ordinary person. As the throng of survivors approached, he furrowed his brow. Kicking the car door open, he unsheathed his dagger, swiftly striking. A particularly aggressive survivor met a grim fate. His head severed from his body and sent flying, blood splattering across the ground. The surrounding survivors froze in horror, their eyes wide as they gazed at the corpse, paralyzed with fear. "Kill all those who come too close," Yu Hong commanded the zombies inside the off-road vehicle, his voice indifferent to the survivors' reactions. In an instant, a chorus of zombie howls erupted. Doors of the off-road vehicles swung open, then one by one, zombies leaped out, claws flailing as they lunged at the encroaching survivors. Meanwhile, Yu Hong moved towards Fat Tiger, intent on dealing with this nuisance. Such individuals, if allowed to remain in the sanctuary, would only bring chaos. If Lu Qingqing could not manage her own people and dared to covet his belongings, then he would help her maintain order. Inside the vehicle, Cheng Shui sat in the passenger seat, her expression calm. The moment she saw Lu Qingqing unable to control her people, she had already anticipated the outcome. Observing Yu Hong charging forth and the zombies leaping from the vehicle, I could only shake my head in resignation and close my eyes, silently awaiting the inevitable. "Zombies, flee quickly, they are coming in. We are doomed." "Sister Lu, how could you bring these zombies back? Hurry and eliminate them." The survivors, upon witnessing the undead, snapped out of their terror and fled in all directions. They were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why there were zombies in the supply truck that Lu Qingqing had returned with. Chapter 21. Witnessing Lu Qingqing's compassion, Pang Dahu watched as Yu Hong appeared without a hint of mercy. Decisively slaying one individual, armed with a bloodied tongue knife, he advanced, and as more zombies emerged, Pang Dahu's face turned pale. He initially intended to flee, but his legs weakened, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. As Yu Hong drew nearer, the jovial expression on his plump face vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he clutched Lu Qingqing's leg, imploring, "Sister Lu, please, kill him quickly." Lu Qingqing gazed upon the body sprawled in a pool of blood and the multitude of zombies that had appeared, triggering chaos within the shelter. Her expression darkened as she spoke sternly, "Yu Hong, they are innocent. You must command your zombies to cease their assault immediately." Yet, as Yu Hong advanced with his weapon, she sought to confront him, only to find her thigh gripped by Pang Dahu, hindering her movements. In that fleeting moment, Yu Hong, with astonishing speed, closed the distance and swung his long knife, aiming to behead Pang Dahu. Lu Qingqing reacted swiftly, stepping into a lunge and accurately seizing Yu Hong's wrist, exerting her strength to counter. "Yu Hong, these survivors have been spoiled by me. They mean no harm. I implore you to spare their lives." Yu Hong had allocated all his attribute points to speed and defense, rendering him weaker in terms of raw strength compared to Lu Qingqing. His captured wrist felt as if it were ensnared by iron pincers. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Despite Lu Qingqing's plea, his brows furrowed in irritation as he paid her no heed and delivered a swift kick. Bang! Lu Qingqing had not anticipated Yu Hong's determination. Before she could react, his kick struck Pang Dahu, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lu Qingqing in turn unleashed a punch directed at Yu Hong's chest. Although he blocked with his arm, the force of her blow sent him staggering back by more than a meter. "Yu Hong, even if they are at fault, they are still living beings. How can you be so bloodthirsty? Please command your zombies to stop, I beg you." As Lu Qingqing looked into Yu Hong's eyes, brimming with murderous intent, and surveyed the scene where dozens had already fallen victim to the zombies, the stench of blood and panic permeated the shelter. Her gaze was filled with urgency and desperation. Were it not for the fear of provoking Yu Hong, she would have unleashed her full strength to obliterate all the zombies wreaking havoc. "Very well, consider this a warning, but should anyone harbor malicious intentions, I shall show no mercy." Yu Hong regarded Lu Qingqing's resolute stance with utter disbelief. To so unabashedly defend a group of irreverent and ignorant survivors was beyond the realm of compassion. It was sheer foolishness. However, as he intended to occupy this place for only one night, he had no desire to meddle further. With this thought in mind, he commanded all the ordinary zombies attacking the survivors to halt and return to the vehicle. Yu Hong then sheathed his tongue knife, lit a cigarette, and cast a cold gaze over the shelter. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes fell upon Pang Dahu, ready to reprimand him. "But then, Lu Qingqing, look at the kind of monster you brought back. Why do you hesitate? Why do you not slay him? Do you wish to witness him slaughter us all?" Pang Dahu, having regained his composure, observed Lu Qingqing's futile attempts to shield him. He felt no gratitude. Instead, he shifted all blame onto her. Pointing at the survivors who had been killed by the zombies, he bellowed at Lu Qingqing, his voice echoing throughout the community, clearly reaching the ears of every survivor present. In an instant, the survivors, who had been fleeing in terror, realized that the zombies were under Yu Hong's control and began to regain their composure. They dared not provoke him, yet resentment boiled within them. "Lu Qingqing, we admire you, but how could you bring a stranger back to slaughter our kin? How can you stand idly by as so many of our brethren perish? Are you still human? Lu Qingqing, you are a sinner unworthy of our respect. You are the murderer." "Lu Qingqing, why do you remain frozen? Have you not seen how many of us have been killed by those zombies? Why do you not take action to eliminate him?" In that moment, all the survivors turned their ire toward Lu Qingqing. None recalled her efforts to protect them, nor did anyone reflect on their own mistakes. In their eyes, she was the very murderer she had brought back. And they rallied behind Pang Dahu, eager to compel Lu Qingqing to slay Yu Hong. Listening to the cacophony around her, Lu Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. She had never anticipated that this group of survivors could be spoiled to such an extent. With her brows furrowed in worry, she glanced at Yu Hong, fearful that his barely contained fury would be reignited by these people's provocations. Yu Hong observed the scene with a cold snort. He promptly started the vehicle and turned it around. Lu Qingqing, I will wait for the police to arrive outside, but I must advise you, they had best not harbor any thoughts of hostility toward me. With that, Yu Hong left no room for Lu Qingqing to respond. Pressing the accelerator as he led the convoy away from her shelter, get lost, if you wish to survive, you best behave yourselves. As Lu Qingqing watched Yu Hong depart, she forcefully pushed Pang Dahu away. Disregarding the crowd and headed straight back to her quarters. Pang Dahu, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. From the moment he entered the shelter, he had never endured such humiliation. He vowed to exact revenge. Summoning the survivors who had just condemned Lu Qingqing, he prepared to confront them once more. Yu Hong exited the shelter and parked the convoy on the street opposite the community, lowering the window. He cast a cold gaze at the shelter before him. In this vast world, truly, all kinds of people existed. He then turned his thoughts inward, focusing on the zombie space. Current zombie count, 121,560. Ready for summoning and nurturing. Gazing at the over 100,000 ordinary zombies, Yu Hong contemplated. System nurture 5,000 ordinary zombies for cultivation. As the nurturing commenced, Yu Hong activated vision sharing. Firstly, he aimed to observe the locations where zombies congregated most densely within the city. His objective was simple. This night he intended to accumulate enough points to exchange for storage space. Though Pang Dahu and his group were despicable and deserving of death, they exposed a critical issue. Traveling with such vast supplies would inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. Secondly, he sought to continue tracking the whereabouts of Luo Tianyu and his companions. Should they hide well enough, Yu Hong would allow one to remain, letting the zombies within the city gradually torment him. However, should he dare to reveal himself, he would meet his demise tonight. After a thorough observation, Yu Hong identified 3 locations with the highest zombie concentrations: the school, the hospital, and the bustling snack street. With the locations pinpointed, all that remained was for Wang Yiling to arrive so they could commence their operation. He would summon the zombies once more and initiate a massacre. As for Luo Tianyu and his crew, they remained elusive. Chapter 22, Gathering the crowd, setting off. Meanwhile, Cheng Shui watched Yu Hong lost in thought, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the shelter across the street. In ancient times, the sages saved the world. Now, a compassionate figure protects the wicked. Yet in this apocalyptic era, can good-hearted individuals expect just rewards? Cheng Shui mused within, astonished and perplexed, her mind replaying the previous scene. She had never anticipated that a formidable first-year ability user could be rendered so helpless by a group of ordinary individuals, losing all authority within her own shelter. While she did not deny Lu Qingqing's kindness, such benevolence was undeserved by those like Pang Dahu. Bestowing compassion upon him would ultimately lead to mutual harm. Having grown up in privilege, Cheng Shui's proud and arrogant nature had shaped her perspective. Yet even she understood one truth in this apocalypse: those who embody compassion are destined to perish. Each time she witnessed Yu Hong take a life, fear and trepidation gripped her heart, a sentiment she had never experienced before. The bloodshed instilled an instinctive dread, one she could not confront. She had never possessed even a trace of compassion, nor had she ever questioned Yu Hong's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Time passed, and after approximately 2 hours, Wang Yiling and Leng Yan arrived by car. Following them were over 10 police officers, all ordinary enhancers. Upon disembarking, Wang Yiling spotted the convoy of off-road vehicles across the street, naturally noticing Yu Hong in the lead vehicle. As Yu Hong saw Wang Yiling and Leng Yan approach, he opened the car door and stepped out. "Yu Hong, my brother," Wang Yiling greeted with a broad smile, exuding warmth. Leng Yan frowned, giving a slight nod. It was evident she still harbored reservations about Yu Hong. Yu Hong nodded in acknowledgement to Wang Yiling, deliberately ignoring Leng Yan. He held no fondness for this woman who attempted to impose moral constraints upon him. Wang Yiling's expression shifted to one of surprise as he inquired. Yu Hong, why are you staying in the car? Why did you not go to Lu Qingqing's shelter? Yu Hong maintained a calm demeanor as he briefly recounted the earlier incident. Wang Yiling sighed, offering reassurance. Lu Qingqing is just that way. Her kindness does not discern between good and bad, and she lacks management skills. I hope you do not take it to heart, Yu Hong. As for that fat tiger, do not be overly concerned once this matter is resolved. The police station will surely take action. Why Yu Hong remained unperturbed, a soft smile gracing his face. As long as he does not provoke me further, I shall not hold it against him. For someone like Fat Tiger, he is free to act as he pleases. Naturally, I shall not take it to heart. Observing the beaming Yu Hong, Wang Yiling felt a shiver run down his spine. He had encountered many individuals, yet none possessed a disposition quite like Yu Hong's. The hidden ruthlessness behind that gentle smile resembled a serpent lurking amidst a bed of roses, beautiful yet fraught with lethal danger, striking fear into the hearts of those who beheld it. Before long, Lu Qingqing learned of Wang Yiling's arrival and stepped out from the shelter. Wang Yiling and Leng Yan greeted Lu Qingqing with cheerful smiles. Lu Qingqing returned the gesture with a nod, acknowledging them. Approaching Yu Hong, her expression bore an air of apology as she awkwardly remarked, "Mr. Yu, I sincerely apologize for the incident that just transpired." In Lu Qingqing's heart, she still harbored a sense of reproach towards Yu Hong. In her view, while Fat Tiger and his group of survivors were indeed at fault, as a powerful individual, Yu Hong ought to embody a spirit of tolerance. In this apocalyptic world, the strong should shield the weak. How could one resort to killing in a fit of rage? Thus Lu Qingqing deemed Yu Hong to be ruthless and devoid of compassion, leading her to abandon any plans to win him over. Their brief exchange was merely an attempt to garner Yu Hong's assistance in slaying a first-tier zombie to bring peace to Hishui City. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting Yu Hong and the others to look up. They discovered that Meng Xian, who had previously separated from them, had returned, accompanied by a batch of supplies. Mr. Yu, Team Leader Wang, Team Leader Leng. Meng Xian greeted them with a smile, before directing the people of the shelter to move the supplies inside. Fat Tiger was among the crowd transporting the goods. He glanced at Yu Hong, his eyes veiling a smoldering resentment. Of course, Fat Tiger was aware that he was no match for Yu Hong and dared not provoke him directly, yet he plotted how to exact revenge for today's affront. Yu Hong, possessing keen perception, sensed Fat Tiger's gaze. However, he chose to remain silent. Such insects would be dealt with swiftly should they dare to provoke him again. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Yiling cleared his throat and stated, "Our primary target is located 2 to 3 kilometers from here. At a construction site. Prior to the disaster, it was populated by numerous workers. After the calamity, they were all infected and transformed into zombies. Among them, a first-tier gold-type zombie has emerged, and it is this creature we must confront first." Upon finishing his statement, Wang Yiling's expression turned grave. The others nodded in understanding. "I shall not accompany you," Yu Hong declared, summoning a first-tier fire zombie and another first-tier zombie. He commanded the two to temporarily heed Wang Yiling's orders. When Wang Yiling attempted to control the two zombies, he was pleased to find they complied with his directives. "Thank you, Brother Yu Hong," he expressed gratefully. Then he inquired, "But are you truly not joining us? With so many of us together, there is safety in numbers." Why Yu Hong shook his head. "I prefer to work alone." Seeing Yu Hong's resolute attitude, Wang Yiling refrained from further persuasion. He understood Yu Hong's strength and was aware that Yu Hong could summon a multitude of zombies, thus ensuring his own safety. Moreover, he firmly believed that Yu Hong was decisive and bold, undoubtedly concealing additional trump cards. Nonetheless, Wang Yiling cautioned, "Very well, but do exercise caution." "Thank you for your concern, Brother Wang. I shall be careful," Yu Hong replied, sensing Wang Yiling's sincerity. His demeanor was less frosty than before, and he offered a smile, even altering his form of address. Upon hearing Yu Hong's words, Wang Yiling's smile grew even brighter. Naturally, he sought to foster a closer bond with someone as promising as Yu Hong. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Yiling and the others set off towards the construction site. While Yu Hong returned to his vehicle. He slightly closed his eyes, summoning a third first-tier zombie and over 100 ordinary zombies from the zombie space, instructing the latter to conceal themselves within the nearby buildings of the convoy. The first-tier zombie remained with Cheng Shui inside the vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, witnessing Wang Yilin and his group's figures vanish from sight, Yu Hong turned his gaze to Cheng Shui. His voice icy as he commanded, "Stay inside the vehicle and do not venture out." The surrounding zombies, along with this first-tier zombie, will not only safeguard the supplies but also ensure your safety. Should anyone dare to seize the supplies, the zombies will act decisively to eliminate them, and you best not to act foolishly. The word foolishly dripped with an icy disdain, born from his distaste for the woman Lu Qingqing. "Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation," Cheng Shui replied. Having spent some time with Yu Hong, she was aware of his temperament. She understood that if she were to act with misplaced kindness, he would cast her aside without a second thought. Yu Hong's gaze was as deep as an abyss. He uttered no further words and jumped out of the vehicle, driving another one as he made his way toward the school under the cover of night. Chapter 23, The Path to Fat Tiger's Demise. With a sigh, Cheng Shui watched Yu Hong's departing figure, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. Although staying with Yu Hong provided a sense of security, it also came with a constant pressure. Now, seeing him leave, she felt a bit more at ease. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the first-tier zombie occupying the driver's seat in Yu Hong's place. Feeling neither fear nor dread, but rather a flicker of joy. Despite Yu Hong's seemingly cold and intimidating exterior, he was not unkind, otherwise he would not have mentioned that the zombies would protect her. This was a preliminary indication of Yu Hong's acceptance of her. With that thought, a slight smile graced Cheng Shui's lips. She felt that her relationship with Yu Hong had grown closer, and she resolved to strive harder to earn his recognition. Meanwhile, within the shelter, a watchful youth stationed in a lookout tower noticed Yu Hong's departure and his eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly descended the tower and made his way to a residence. Seeking out Fat Tiger. "Brother Tiger, I bring good news." The short-haired youth, upon encountering Fat Tiger, appeared somewhat agitated. "What news?" Fat Tiger furrowed his brow. Having just escaped the clutches of death, he was still rattled, thus his demeanor towards the short-haired youth was not particularly cordial. "Brother Tiger, Yu Hong has driven away." The short-haired youth's eyes gleamed as he continued. "I observed that he left the woman and the supplies behind, and only a dozen or so zombies were left to guard them." Due to the darkness and Yu Hong's discreet actions, the short-haired youth had not witnessed Yu Hong summoning the first-tier zombie or the 100 ordinary zombies hidden around the buildings. Hence, he naturally assumed that only a dozen zombies were protecting Cheng Shui and the supplies, which sparked a glimmer of temptation within him. If this information pleased Fat Tiger, it could lead to a greater share of food for him. "Is what you're saying true?" Upon hearing this, Fat Tiger's expression shifted to one of excitement. "You truly saw that brat leave? And he didn't take the supplies or the woman with him?" The short-haired youth's demeanor turned serious as he swore. "Brother Tiger, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It is absolutely true." With this confirmation, Fat Tiger's enthusiasm surged, his eyes gleaming with greed and hatred. "You are so arrogant. Let me see what you have to say after I seize your supplies." Fat Tiger thought to himself, a smile creeping onto his face as he turned to a man in the room. "Lin Bin, go fetch Zhang Yuan and the others soon. We shall reclaim that woman and the supplies. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you," he added. "All right, Brother Tiger," Lin Bin replied, a smile spreading across his face as he hurriedly exited the room. Within the shelter, it was evident that the strongest individual was Lu Qingqing, followed closely by the first-tier Earth-type ability user Meng Ku Xian. However, in terms of influence, Meng Ku Xian held the top position, with Fat Tiger firmly in second place. Although Fat Tiger was not an ability user, his imposing physique and charismatic nature had garnered him a loyal following. Thus, Fat Tiger was regarded as the third most powerful figure in the shelter. In fact, due to his vengeful nature, many feared him even more than they did Lu Qingqing or Meng Ku Xian, leading to instances where Fat Tiger's words held more weight than Meng Ku Xian's. Before long, Lin Bin returned leading 5 or 6 Bali men. Brother Tiger, greetings, Brother Tiger." They greeted Fat Tiger with deference, seeing the respect they offered. A smug smile spread across Fat Tiger's face. He outlined his plan to the group, and their expressions shifted to one of shock. "What, to rob Yu Hong of his supplies? Brother Tiger, that is unwise. Yu Hong is incredibly powerful. We are no match for him, even if we manage to seize the supplies. Once he finds out, he'll come after us." His ruthlessness today was evident. The group was taken aback, their fears palpable. They had not anticipated that Fat Tiger had summoned them to plot against Yu Hong. That man was a harbinger of death. Realizing Fat Tiger's intentions, they began to withdraw. Bang! Fat Tiger slammed his palm on the table, his expression darkening. "Cowardly fools, what have you to fear? Zhang Yuan, what is your opinion?" He turned his gaze towards the stout man. Zhang Yuan appeared anxious, cautiously replying, "I certainly support your decision, Brother Tiger, but the area around the convoy is guarded by zombies. If we act recklessly, it could backfire." Zhang Yuan's thoughts echoed the sentiments of the other men. They all believed that it would be unwise to oppose Yu Hong. Firstly, the team was surrounded by zombies for protection. Secondly, Yu Hong was ruthless in his actions. Should they discover that their supplies had been pilfered, they would find themselves unable to escape the consequences. Pang Dahu furrowed his brow and said, "Brothers, just think about it. Those are supplies from over 10 off-road vehicles. Once in our grasp, they could sustain us for months. Recently, the provisions brought back by Lu Qingchan and Meng Kasin have dwindled alarmingly. If this continues, we may very well starve to death." After a brief pause, Pang Dahu continued, "I have confirmed that Yu Hong left behind only a handful of ordinary zombies to guard the supplies, no more than a dozen. We are entirely capable of dealing with them. Most importantly, that woman in the vehicle is stunningly attractive, with ample curves. Or how could you not be tempted?" As he thought of Cheng Shui, whom he had seen earlier in the day, a fiery desire ignited in Pang Dahu's eyes. The others also began to feel stirred. Since the apocalypse began, they had not had any contact with women, let alone such a remarkable one. Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered with interest, yet he voiced his concern. "Brother Hu, what if Yu Hong returns and seeks revenge?" At this, the chill ran through the others, and their thoughts cooled somewhat. They still harbored a deep-seated fear of Yu Hong and dared not provoke him carelessly. "Humph," Pang Dahu scoffed, "that kid is not invincible. Even if he finds out what of it, we simply won't give him the chance to enter the shelter. He won't be able to harm us at all. If that brat becomes a nuisance, can't we band together to take him down?" Lu Qingqing, with her gentle and kind-hearted nature, would not pose a threat to us in such a scenario. The others felt the fire in their hearts reignite upon hearing this. "All right, Brother Hu, let us do it." After a few seconds of hesitation, they all resolved to take the risk and seize that batch of supplies, as well as the woman in the vehicle. Subsequently, they dispersed to gather reinforcements. As the group departed, a venomous glint appeared in Pang Dahu's eyes. Not only did he intend to seize the supplies, but he also planned to kill Yu Hong upon his return to avenge today's humiliation. Once Yu Hong was dealt with, Pang Dahu also aimed to find an opportunity to win over Lu Qingqing and Meng Kasin, offering them to Luo Tianyu. At that point, he would undoubtedly earn Luo Tianyu's favor and live a carefree life. After securing those two women, Brother Luo would surely reward him. Pang Dahu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clenched his fists. He was precisely the person Luo Tianyu had placed within Lu Qingqing's shelter. However, due to the lack of communication networks, he had not been in contact with Luo Tianyu's people for several days, leaving him unaware of Luo Tianyu's current situation. Chapter 24, Arrival at the School. Students overjoyed. Meanwhile, Yu Hong was driving his vehicle to the school gates. His eyes were met with a gruesome sight. Limbs and severed body parts littered the ground, blood staining the earth, while some zombies were gnawing on a corpse. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of decay and blood. According to the observations of the zombie scouts, there were quite a few zombies in the vicinity, estimated to be around 2,000 to 3,000. Within the teaching building across the way, sporadic flickers of flames could still be seen. Clearly, despite the dire environment, the group of people had managed to survive tenaciously, holding on to hope before Yu Hong could make a move. Hundreds of zombies were drawn in by the sound of the vehicle's engine and its blinding lights, howling as they charged towards the car. The sight of this horde was akin to a tidal wave. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu-hong summoned the zombies from his own space to launch an attack against the oncoming horde. He grasped the Tang Dao from the passenger seat, remaining vigilant and prepared for any sudden developments. In an instant, the summoned zombies clashed violently with those in the school, flesh and blood flying as limbs fell to the ground. Countless zombies met their demise. This gruesome scene cast a darker shadow over the night. Before long, the summoned zombies gained the upper hand, beginning to suppress the opposing horde. Inside a classroom directly facing the school gate, 6 students lay or sat in various states of distress. Among them were 4 boys and 2 girls. Their faces etched with despair and their eyes wide with lingering terror. When will this nightmare end? One boy spat out in frustration. They had been trapped in the school for many days, waiting for rescue that never came, and hope was beginning to wane. Surely someone will come for us. The police won't abandon us, another thin boy insisted, though doubt clouded his heart. He said this to keep hope alive, fearing he might falter otherwise. The 2 girls huddled together for warmth, feeling a flicker of comfort in their closeness. In recent days, they had sensed some of the boys looking at them with unusual interest. Now they were not only concerned about zombies but also about the intentions of their male classmates. Suddenly, the thin boy's eyes widened as he heard the engine of an approaching vehicle. His expression brightened, and he hurried to the window. The other 5 students, hearing the roar of the car, rushed to join him. Through the window, they caught sight of 2 groups of zombies engaged in a fray. What is happening? Are the zombies fighting each other? The thin boy's eyes reflected disbelief at the scene unfolding outside. The others also were expressions of confusion. It was their first time witnessing zombies attacking one another. Look, there's someone in the vehicle, one boy exclaimed, pointing at Yu-hong's car. He vaguely noticed smoke wafting from the car window. Instantly, the students erupted in joyous excitement, convinced that help had finally arrived. Help, we are over here, one girl shouted, waving her arms frantically. She feared that the occupants of the vehicle might not see them. If they assumed the school was empty and drove away, it would be a dire mistake. In her desperation, she forgot that her cries could attract a horde of zombies. Indeed, the reality was as such. Before her call could fade, a multitude of zombies roared and came rushing towards the classroom, pounding on the doors and reaching for the girl. The situation was dire. Luya, have you lost your mind? The thin boy quickly pulled Luya back, shutting the window behind them, listening to the relentless pounding and the sound of breaking glass. Fear gripped the group. The other 3 glared at Luya, their anger palpable. I didn't mean to, Luya stammered, lowering her head in shame. I was just afraid they wouldn't see us, the thin boy retorted. But did you consider that your shouting might mean we get bitten by zombies before anyone outside can rescue us? The other boys chimed in. Luya, when will you learn to control your impulsive nature? Just yesterday, your recklessness nearly got us killed while scavenging for food. If it weren't for your being our classmate, we wouldn't even bother with you. You're a liability, unmotivated when it comes to finding supplies but quick to create danger. Luya felt deeply wronged by her classmates' accusations, tears welling in her eyes. All right, stop picking on yet, another girl interjected, frowning. She meant well, it wasn't intentional. This girl had a father who worked for the police department. The group relied on her father and his colleagues for rescue, so they refrained from further criticism. The classroom fell silent as they stared at the snarling zombies outside, hoping that their doors and windows would hold firm. Inside the off-road vehicle, Yu-hong took a drag from his cigarette, glancing towards the source of the commotion. He had indeed heard Luya's shouts from the opposite classroom. He watched as someone pulled her back and closed the window. Fools, Yu-hong muttered under his breath, frowning. He had not anticipated that, even after so many days of the apocalypse, there would still be such recklessness. Nevertheless, he commanded a group of zombies to clear the ones in the teaching building. In the classroom, 6 students were gripped by terror, their legs trembling as they witnessed the windows shatter under the relentless assault of the zombies. The barricade set up at the door was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, despair washed over their faces. The 2 girls clung to one another in fear, while one boy stared ahead, a strange anticipation in his eyes. He longed for death, believing it would offer him release. Two other boys began to curse the slow rescue efforts. Damn it, are the rescuers just sitting around? We are going to die and they're still not here. I'll definitely file a complaint when I get out of here. With a crack, the classroom door splintered under the pressure. The zombies were moments away from breaching the room, and the students felt utterly hopeless. However, in the next instant, they watched as a group of zombies lunged at the ones about to break in. Quickly, they dispatched the approaching zombies, and the remaining ones began to systematically clear out the others in the hallways. These zombies did not turn their aggression towards the students. The students exchanged astonished glances. Their eyes wide with shock. They had not expected these zombies to come to their rescue. Could it be that these zombies are being controlled by that person outside? Who on earth could wield such power? They must be from the police department. Only they could produce such formidable forces. The students felt a surge of hope as they realized that with such strength, peace in their city would soon be restored. Their earlier panic and despair evaporated, replaced by a sense of renewed life. Chapter 25, Slaying the First-Order Gold-type Zombie. On the other side, Wang Yelin, Leng Yan, Lu Qingqing, and others arrived outside a construction site. This site was developed by Hangda Real Estate, which once flourished but later fell from grace due to scandals, accumulating debts in the trillions. Subsequently, some of its projects were taken over by Tianyuan Group, revitalizing projects that had long been dormant. At this construction site, thousands of workers had gathered, but with the onset of the apocalypse, the majority had turned into zombies. Those who remained human had fled, leaving behind only thousands of zombies, with no survivors in sight. At this moment, the zombies began to roam restlessly, and within the construction area, the ground was littered with zombies and severed limbs. The scene evoked an atmosphere reminiscent of hell. If such a multitude of zombies were to escape the site, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon Hishui City. Wang Yelen gazed upon the dense horde of zombies and murmured. Just then, an officer approached him, holding a device, and reported, "Captain, according to the tracker, the first-order gold-type zombie is currently hiding behind a pillar 300 meters ahead." The officer gestured toward the distance. Wang Yelin, Leng Yan, and the others looked and spotted several concrete pillars approximately 300 meters away. "I have yet to slay a first-order zombie," Leng Yan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. They had 4 first-order ability users among them, along with 2 first-order zombies provided by Yuhong, so they felt no fear, only the thrill of impending combat. "Thank goodness we arrived early, otherwise that first-order zombie could have lingered here for too long and posed a threat to other survivors," Lu Qingqing remarked, her face reflecting deep concern. A flicker of crimson crossed her gaze as she spoke. Among those present, she was the most eager to eliminate zombies, driven by a desire to save more lives. "Well, now that we have confirmed the location of the first-order zombie, let us proceed together," Wang Yelin stated with a serious expression. "Soon, I will command the 2 first-order zombies to clear out the ordinary ones, and we will swiftly surround and annihilate the gold-type zombie. Be cautious, do not let yourselves get injured. The metals controlled by that beast are mostly rusty. If you get hurt, it could lead to complications." He understood that this encounter demanded utmost precision. The first-order zombie had developed a modicum of intelligence, and any oversight could allow the gold-type zombie to escape. The others acknowledged this, nodding in agreement. Wang Yelin then ordered the 2 first-order zombies provided by Yuhong to attack the ordinary zombies. The ordinary zombies in the construction site quickly turned their attention to the 2 first-order zombies. Wang Yelin took the lead, guiding Leng Yan around the area toward the gold-type zombie's location. The commotion attracted the attention of the gold-type zombie. With a ferocious roar, it emerged from behind the concrete pillar. Immediately spotting Wang Yelin and his companions' attack, Wang Yelin bellowed, lightning crackling in his hands. A surge of electric arcs coalesced, striking the gold-type zombie and producing a sizzling sound. The others followed suit with their assaults. Lu Qingqing waved her hand, conjuring flames that consumed the tattered clothing of the gold-type zombie. Meanwhile, Meng Kasin unleashed earthen spikes aimed at the creature's lower body. Leng Yan, resolute, thrust a vine toward the gold-type zombie's head as if it were the sharpest of weapons. The gold-type zombie let out a howl, and a flicker of human-like fear appeared in its somewhat vacant eyes. As it roared, a steel plate materialized before it, blocking Meng Kasin and Leng Yan's attacks. Subsequently, Riba near the gold-type zombie shot toward Wang Yelin, Leng Yan, Lu Qingqing, and the others like arrows, rusty and threatening. Even though they were first-order ability users, sustaining injuries could prove catastrophic without timely vaccination. "Fall back," Meng Kasin shouted, raising a wall of earth to shield them. Numerous pieces of rebar pierced the earthen barrier, but their force and speed diminished significantly. The group rejoiced at this, easily evading the onslaught of steel. Leng Yan stepped forward, her vine striking like a dragon, piercing the gold-type zombie's eyes. Wang Yelin's electric arc then struck the gold-type zombie's head, while the rest of their attacks followed suit. The creature emitted a dreadful scream. Despite its formidable strength, it was still just a first-order zombie, faced with the combined might of Wang Yelin, Leng Yan, Lu Qingqing, Meng Kasin, and over a dozen ordinary enhancers. It struggled to retaliate. In less than 30 seconds. They unleashed a tempest of strikes, ultimately slaying the gold-type zombie. As it fell, Leng Yan stepped forward, drew a knife, and severed its head. Inside the zombie's cranium lay a golden core. Without hesitation, Leng Yan picked it up. Undeterred by the gruesome nature of the task, Wang Yelin smiled. "Let us secure the core for now. After we eliminate the first-order zombies in the city, we can distribute the spoils." Agreed. Meng Kasin nodded. As they had previously discussed, Lu Qingqing added, "The core is insignificant. What matters is that we have vanquished a first-order zombie." A smile graced her face. While the core was precious, her priority was to prevent the zombie from endangering other survivors. Indeed, Leng Yan concurred, standing up and addressing Lu Qingqing. "Miss Lu, as a fire-type ability user, could you please incinerate this zombie? If we leave its body behind, other zombies might come and consume it, making them even stronger." Lu Qingqing hesitated. "Having slain it, do we really need to burn it? After all, this zombie was once human." Wang Yelin's lips twitched slightly at her sentimentality. He hadn't anticipated Lu Qingqing's kindness to extend this far. "Allow me." He stepped forward, unleashing electric arcs to obliterate the gold-type zombie's corpse. In an instant, it was reduced to a mound of ash. Lu Qingqing turned her head away, unable to watch. Meanwhile, the two first-order zombies summoned by Yu Hong had dispatched the remaining ordinary zombies. Their eyes glowed a blood red, and they were covered in gore, resembling harbingers of death from the underworld. "We are headed to the World Trade Center now." Wang Yelin summoned the two first-order zombies to his side and added. The others were solemn expressions, aware that the next encounter would not be as effortless, for within the horde at the World Trade Center lurked another first-order zombie, one with potent lightning abilities. Far more formidable than the gold type they had just defeated, presenting a significantly greater challenge. Chapter 26. The unaware students at the school. As time passed, the zombies within the campus had been entirely cleared by Yu Hong. He was in good spirits and began to check his points. 2347 over 2000 points, not bad. Yu Hong nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. The cost for a storage space was 10,000 points. And he knew he was one step closer to redeeming it. That moment, the survivors within the campus cheered as they rushed toward Yu Hong's vehicle. There were around 70 of them. Led by a middle-aged male teacher, the teacher looked at Yu Hong with gratitude and said, "Brother, we owe you our lives. Without your timely intervention, we would have been at a loss for what to do." The other students chimed in, expressing their thanks. "Thank you, big brother, for saving us. Are you from the police department? Did you come specifically to rescue us? I was on the brink of starvation. Please take us to the shelter quickly." "My uncle is the deputy captain of the police. Once we get there, I'll make sure he rewards you handsomely." The students spoke excitedly, their faces reflecting the relief of having escaped death. As they looked at the lifeless bodies of the zombies on the ground, their joy intensified. Some even went up to kick the corpses. A few students, emboldened, approached to observe Yu Hong's summon zombies. Even daring to touch them. Seeing this, Yu Hong recalled the zombies back into the storage space. The zombies disappeared. One exclaimed, "Big brother, are you an ability user who can control and summon zombies?" "That is obvious." Even a fool can see that, Yu Hong thought as the onlookers gasped in amazement at the spectacle of the zombies vanishing. The students gazed at him with admiration, recognizing that in this apocalyptic world, the strong commanded unprecedented respect. Now that they discovered Yu Hong was an ability user capable of summoning and commanding zombies, their awe deepened. What? There's bread in the car, sausages, my heavens, and water, Luya exclaimed upon spotting the provisions in Yu Hong's vehicle. Instinctively reaching out to grab them. Get away, Yu Hong frowned, slapping her hand away. He harbored a strong aversion to those who didn't even offer a word of thanks yet dared to snatch food. Naturally, he would not share his supplies with someone like her. What is wrong with you? Luya pouted, tears welling in her eyes. Once we reach the police station, I'm going to file a complaint against you for having supplies yet refusing to feed us common folks. A scrawny boy, seeing Luya's arm being slapped, objected. Big brother, that is a bit excessive, don't you think? The police leadership sent you to rescue us and bring supplies. Do you intend to hoard them for yourself? To him, Yu Hong was merely a member of the police force. The supplies within the vehicle were indeed intended for these survivors. Upon witnessing Yu Hong attempting to hoard them, he was immediately displeased. Nearby, a middle-aged male teacher remarked, Wuxian, refrain from speaking so harshly. This young brother's arrival to rescue us is already commendable. He then turned to Yu Hong and continued, my apologies, young brother, these students are simply famished and harbor no ill intentions. You must be from the police station, correct? In the teacher's mind, anyone who could come to their aid was most likely affiliated with the police. As for other survivors who could afford such leisure, I am neither from the police station nor here to rescue you, Yu Hong replied coldly. I am merely here to hunt zombies. It is unsafe outside, you should return to your classroom. Tomorrow, the police will come to escort you. With that, he prepared to drive away. Seeing Yu Hong's intention to leave, the crowd grew frantic, encircling the off-road vehicle and vociferously protesting, you cannot leave, indeed, you cannot go. What shall we do if you do? Brother, please share the food in your vehicle with us. We are on the brink of starvation. Brother, take us with you. I cannot bear to remain in the school. What if we encounter zombies again? The students clamored, some pleading for food, while others beseeched Yu Hong to take them along. Luya frowned, feeling a sense of triumph. Earlier, when she had taken food, Yu Hong had struck her hand, and it still throbbed painfully. Now, witnessing so many block Yu Hong's path, she felt elated. Humph, Luya thought to herself, with so many demanding food, I cannot believe you would dare refuse. Why? Yu Hong gazed at the unruly students, his expression icy, as he declared, I have stated it clearly, I am not affiliated with the police. This food is not meant for you, it is my personal property. His demeanor grew even colder. Observing Yu Hong's anger, the students felt a chill of fear. A portly student stepped forward, greedily eyeing the supplies in the vehicle, and shouted, You are lying. I believe you are from the police refuge, and you are merely attempting to hoard these supplies, he continued. My uncle is the deputy captain of the police station, and I command you to hand over these supplies to us. Furthermore, you are to ensure our safe passage to the police refuge. If you refuse, I will have my uncle expel you from the refuge, leaving you to fend for yourself. The portly student's words garnered agreement from many present. In their view, Yu Hong was simply trying to hoard supplies while shamelessly denying his affiliation with the police. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that even after so many days of apocalypse there were still individuals unafraid of death. Do not presume to speak to me that way. Even if your uncle is the deputy captain, not even the captain Wang Yelen would dare address me in such a manner. The portly student, seeing Yu Hong's silence, grew more self-satisfied, convinced that his words had intimidated Yu Hong. After all, his uncle was a deputy captain, someone not to be trifled with. With that, the portly student reached out to grab the supplies in the vehicle, seeking death. Yu Hong's expression turned frigid as he drew his tongue knife. The chilling blade sliced through the air, severing the portly student's head with a single strike. The headless body crumpled to the ground with a thud, the expression in its eyes still one of shock. Ah, he has killed. Witnessing Yu Hong's lethal action, the students screamed in terror, quickly retreating behind Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou furrowed his brow but said nothing. Unlike the students, he was not so naive. He understood that the weak who attempt to seize resources from the strong meet their deserved fate. However, he now believed Yu Hong's assertion of not being a police officer, for police personnel would not so readily resort to killing students. Why Yu Hong coldly surveyed the remaining students, and seeing no one daring to obstruct him further, he sheathed his knife and departed, heading towards his next destination, the Snack Street. Chapter 27, The Death of Fat Tiger. Upon witnessing Yu Hong's departure, Luya let out a sigh of relief. The earlier scene of Yu Hong ruthlessly dispatching the portly student had left her trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. The icy gaze of Yu Hong had sent chills throughout her body, making her fear he might eliminate them all. She had almost knelt in supplication, eager to curry his favor. As Yu Hong's vehicle receded from view, her anxiety gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of security. The other students felt similarly. Watching the vehicle grow distant, their fear began to wane. How dare he be so brazen? Upon returning to the police station, I shall ensure my father punishes him severely, Luya's tall companion muttered indignantly. She was astonished that Yu Hong had the audacity to commit murder in front of so many. Such a person did not deserve to remain in the police refuge. Turning to Teacher Zhou, Luya expressed her frustration. Teacher, will you really allow him to live like this? Zhou frowned, responding with irritation. What else could I do? He is too powerful and can summon zombies. Would you have me confront him? In this apocalyptic world, Zhou had also become an ability user, possessing wood-based powers. It was under his protection that Luya and the others had managed to survive. However, he held little regard for Luya, considering her a burden. Were it not for his professional ethics as a teacher, he would have dismissed her long ago. Though his abilities were formidable, he could not simply watch as a student was killed before him. Your actions demonstrate a complete lack of professional ethics. Luya glared at Zhou, deeply dissatisfied. In her view, he ought to have intervened against Yu Hong to avenge the fallen student, yet Zhou merely stood there, silent. Such a person was unworthy of being a teacher, a fool, Zhou cursed under his breath as he made his way back to the classroom. Luya, incensed by Zhou's words, stepped forward and grasped his arm, exclaiming, Teacher, how can you speak to me so? You are at fault here. You failed to protect that student. Slap. Zhou, exasperated, struck Luya across the face. He found her utterly repugnant. Luya gasped, disbelief filling her eyes. She could hardly comprehend that the usually gentle Teacher Zhou had struck her. Covering her swollen cheek, she retorted angrily, How dare you? You hit a student. I shall report you. Zhou delivered another slap, fueled by rage, and exclaimed, It is the apocalypse. Can you not think more clearly? Strictly speaking, I am no longer your teacher. With that, he strode into the classroom. The others quickly followed in his wake, for in such circumstances, they dared not linger outside lest they attract the attention of zombies. Luya's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe that Teacher Zhou had struck her again. In truth, her own parents had never laid a hand on her. Overcome with emotion, she began to weep, lamenting, What kind of world is this? Must one possess power to bully others? Why must it be me, a girl? Luya's sobs were filled with sorrow. This time her classmates offered no comfort. Even her closest friend fell silent, trailing behind Zhou towards the classroom. Observing the indifference of her teacher and classmates, Luya felt a surge of fear as she glanced around the darkened campus, exclaiming, Wait for me. With that, she hurried to catch up with her peers. Though she might be foolish, she was not immune to fear. At the Luqingqing refuge, Fat Tiger and his companions assembled, inciting a group of 50 to 60 individuals to march out of the refuge's gates. Armed with sticks, swords, and other weapons, they approached Cheng Shui with a menacing demeanor. Fat Tiger brimmed with confidence. With over 60 on his side, he believed that dealing with a mere dozen zombies would be a trivial task. Hence, they did not bother to conceal their presence. Soon enough, Fat Tiger and his group had surrounded Cheng Shui and her several off-road vehicles. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Shui remained unfazed. A hint of pity flickered in her beautiful eyes. These individuals were truly doomed, having narrowly escaped death earlier in the day. They now recklessly marched towards their demise. Truly, if one is intent on dying, even heaven cannot save them. Fat Tiger positioned himself before the car. Striking the hood with his stick, his eyes gleamed with lewdness as he grinned. Beautiful lady, if you know what is good for you, surrender willingly. As long as you comply, I promise to treat you well in the future. Observing Cheng Shui up close, Fat Tiger felt even more exhilarated, for he realized this woman was exceptionally exquisite. Her skin was pale and tender, resembling cream, seemingly ready to drip with moisture. To possess such a woman, he would willingly sacrifice 10 years of his life. The others around him echoed his sentiments, their words laced with filth, some even drooling, seeking death. Cheng Shui frowned, opening the car door and issuing a command to the first-tier zombie left by Yu Hong. Eliminate them. The first-tier zombie, receiving the order, exited the vehicle. In an instant, terror washed over Fat Tiger and his companions. What was happening? Were there not only a dozen ordinary zombies? What was this first-tier zombie? Fat Tiger, Lin Bin, you have doomed me, they cried. Quick, back to the refuge. We should never have heeded Fat Tiger's words. The individuals present were filled with sheer terror, their eyes wide with fear. They gasped, overwhelmed by the dread of the situation. None had anticipated the presence of a first-tier zombie within the vehicle. This was not merely a quest for supplies or women, it was a reckless venture into the jaws of death. Realizing this, a Fat Tiger and his companions swiftly turned to retreat to the shelter. However, as they pivoted, they were confronted by a horde of zombies emerging from the building, 150 ordinary zombies that Yu Hong had previously concealed. The zombies, their eyes glowing a menacing crimson, severed the escape route for Fat Tiger and his group. With gritted teeth, Fat Tiger charged towards the ordinary zombies, fully aware of the first-tier zombie lurking behind him. He dared not look back. Their only hope now lay in breaking through the encircling ordinary zombies and making it to safety. It's over, we are doomed. Fat Tiger, you wretched fool, it's your fault we are perishing. One voice cried out, despair etched on their face as they hurled insults at Fat Tiger. Seeking death, are we? Fat Tiger retorted coldly, silencing the accuser with a swift blow. He then pressed onward, attacking the ordinary zombies. The horde of zombies, sensing the multitude of humans, closed in with ferocity. The first-tier zombie also advanced towards Fat Tiger. Overcome with dread, Fat Tiger fell to his knees before Cheng Shui in the vehicle, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Auntie, it was all my fault, please spare me, I swear I won't do it again. Cheng Shui regarded him with cold indifference, dismissing his pleas. In her eyes, he was a man deserving of his fate. With a swift motion, the first-tier zombie seized Fat Tiger's head and bit down, instantly penetrating his skull. In that moment, despair filled Fat Tiger's eyes as life ebbed from him. The first-tier zombie then turned its attention to the crowd, swiftly claiming the lives of all 60 individuals, reducing them to mere fodder for the undead. Chapter 28. The first-tier zombie in the hospital. As time passed, several hours slipped by. The night grew darker, and the clock struck just past midnight. Stepping with a steady gait, Yu Hong emerged from the food street, his demeanor calm and devoid of the brutality one might expect after a massacre. Beside him walked a second-tier zombie, while the remaining ordinary zombies were returned to the zombie space after clearing the street. The food street lay strewn with corpses, blood pooling among dismembered limbs. All the zombies had been summoned and dispatched by Yu Hong's second-tier zombie and the ordinary ones. At this juncture, the entire food street, including the alleys and buildings flanking it, had been thoroughly cleansed of the undead. The midnight hour, typically a haven for zombies, was eerily silent, devoid of their usual roars. Were it not for the carnage scattered across the ground, one might easily mistake the scene for a time of prosperity. The next target was the hospital. Through the shared vision of his zombies, Yu Hong was aware that the first hospital of Hishui City was another location rife with accumulating zombies. He promptly drove towards the hospital. Half an hour later, Yu Hong arrived at the first hospital of Hishui City, the only tertiary hospital in the area, which once served countless patients, doctors, nurses, and family members, often exceeding 10,000 in daily foot traffic. With the advent of the apocalypse, many had succumbed to zombification, while the uninfected had hastily vacated the premises, rendering the hospital a veritable graveyard. Upon exiting his vehicle, the sound immediately drew the attention of the zombies. Thousands of them, roused by the noise, surged towards Yuhong with ravenous intent. Unfazed, Yuhong summoned the second-tier zombie and charged into battle against the oncoming horde. Subsequently, he called forth 10,000 ordinary zombies, who joined the fray, engaging the zombies within the hospital. Some even infiltrated the hospital corridors, scouring every corner for the undead. Yuhong, brandishing a tang dao, leaned against his vehicle, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the siege of zombies he had summoned upon those within the hospital. He activated the vision-sharing ability to monitor other areas of the hospital, the medical room, the director's office, and the restrooms, each teeming with numerous zombies. The ordinary zombies he had summoned unleashed their assault. Moments later, a surprise flickered across Yuhong's face as he discovered a first-tier zombie within the morgue, specifically a fire-type first-tier zombie. The ordinary zombies he had summoned were being swiftly eliminated by this formidable foe. The speed of its kills was astonishing, each flame incinerating the ordinary zombies almost instantaneously, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. It became evident that no amount of ordinary zombies would stand a chance against this fire-type first-tier zombie. Despite the heavy losses of his summoned ordinary zombies, Yuhong remained unperturbed, for his system could generate a new ordinary zombie every second. This minor setback was inconsequential. In fact, the glimmer of delight surfaced on his face, for he had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. With a gleam in his eye, Yuhong softly murmured to himself. The first-tier zombie contained a corpse nucleus within, capable of enhancing the abilities of both ability users and evolutionaries, as well as improving the strength of mutated beasts. There was even a chance it could grant abilities to humans. Such a prized possession was invaluable, and Yuhong had not anticipated encountering another. At that moment he already possessed a first-tier corpse nucleus, a neutral attribute one acquired from the food street. His aversion to consuming corpse nuclei stemmed from a sense of cleanliness, which had deterred him from using it. Moreover, he found that exchanging points for attribute enhancements was far more efficient than consuming a corpse nucleus. Nonetheless, he recognized the value of the nucleus, even if he had no use for it. It could be traded for resources with others, and he would not turn down the opportunity to acquire more. The zombies in the morgue dispatched several of the ordinary zombies Yuhong had summoned before breaking free from the confines of the morgue. The fire-type zombie, its murky gaze revealing a flicker of excitement, had caught the scent of Yuhong. In an instant, the fire-type first-tier zombie's eyes blazed with crimson fury as it charged towards him. "Go, eliminate that zombie," Yuhong commanded his second-tier zombies. Upon noticing the imminent threat, the second-tier zombies, obeying his directive, abandoned their current targets and surged towards the fire-type foe with a furious roar. The fire-type zombie, sensing the approach of the second-tier zombies, hurled a fireball in their direction. The second-tier zombie deftly sidestepped the projectile, moving with an ethereal grace before seizing the fire-type zombie by the head. With a swift twist, it decapitated the creature with a sickening crack. Yuhong instructed the second-tier zombie to excavate the fire-type zombie's head, retrieving the vibrant red nucleus nestled within. This nucleus radiated with dense fire-type energy, capable of being consumed by fire-type ability users or mutated beasts, allowing them to absorb its power. Even an ordinary person could ingest this nucleus, with a chance of becoming a fire-type ability user. The second-tier zombie dutifully presented the nucleus to Yuhong before resuming its assault on the remaining ordinary zombies within the hospital. Approximately an hour later, the last of the hospital's zombies had been eradicated by the relentless assault of Yuhong's summoned horde. The interiors of the hospital were stained with blood and littered with body parts, resembling a scene from the underworld. Upon witnessing the aftermath, Yuhong recalled the ordinary zombies back into the zombie space. Taking in the now desolate hospital, he felt a surge of elation. He focused his mind and turned his attention to the system marketplace, eager to assess his accumulated points. 23671/20,000 points. Excellent. At last, he was poised to acquire storage space. Why Yu Hong was pleasantly surprised to find his points had exceeded 23,000. The majority of these points were accrued from his endeavors in the school, food street, and hospital, with a smaller portion generated from the 2 first-tier zombies he had followed with Wang Yelen. Now that his point total was sufficient to purchase storage space, Yu Hong was elated. He had long coveted the convenience of storage space. With it he could store away his Tang Dao and various supplies, ensuring that even if an unforeseen event befell his vehicle's cargo, he would have reserves to fall back on. However, Yu Hong was not in a rush to make the purchase. He resolved to wait until he had amassed 30,000 points before acquiring storage space. At that time, he would not only purchase it but also seek to expand its capacity. Chapter 29, The Sacrifice of the Officers. Yu Hong's return. Bang! Yu Hong opened the car door and settled into his seat, while the second-tier zombie took the wheel, with his eyes slightly closed. Yu Hong utilized vision sharing to check on Wang Yelen and Leng Yan's situation. Swoosh! Wang Yelen hurled a lightning ball, obliterating the body of a lightning-type zombie into a fine mist. Clutched in his hand was a purple nucleus, the very one belonging to the lightning-type zombie. In the preceding hours, Wang Yelen, Leng Yan, Lu Qingqing, and their companions had been relentless, dispatching numerous zombies. Just moments ago, they had vanquished this lightning-type first-tier zombie. However, their pace lagged significantly behind Yu Hong's. While he had cleared zombies from 3 locations, Wang Yelen's group had only just finished cleansing the second. Wang Yelen exhaled sharply, his expression devoid of joy. Instead, it bore a hint of sorrow, for 2 of his police officers had sacrificed themselves in the fray. The loss of these 2 enhanced officers meant a further diminishment of strength for the police station's shelter. Alas, Wang Yelen let out a heavy sigh as he approached the bodies of the 2 fallen officers, expressing his profound sorrow. With the sacrifice of my 2 brothers, I, as their captain, bear the greatest responsibility. I am deeply sorry. He knelt down, gently closing the open eyes of the 2 officers. Wang Yelen was well aware that this thunder-type zombie was formidable, and he had prepared himself for the possibility of injuries. However, he did not anticipate that the strength of this zombie would exceed expectations. Not only was he injured, but he had also lost 2 officers under his command, those who had stood by his side for several years. In that moment he was engulfed in profound grief. Captain, do not grieve excessively. Though our brothers have fallen, we must continue to live on and carry forth their legacy, comforted Leng Yan, her tone heavy with emotion. She had also worked alongside the 2 fallen officers, yet the difference in gender meant her feelings were not as deeply entrenched as Wang Yelen's. Thus, while she felt sorrowful, it did not reach the depths of Wang Yelen's despair. Captain Wang, please accept my condolences, added Lu Qingqing, her expression a complex blend of emotions as she gazed at the lifeless forms of the officers. As the apocalypse descended, many found themselves in despair, yearning in their dreams for a world untouched by calamity. Yet there were those who thrived amidst the chaos, not sharing the same sentiments. While the apocalypse was indeed brutal, it also transformed some individuals into enhancers and endowed them with extraordinary powers, granting them dominion over ordinary people and even unleashing the darkness within their souls. If given the chance, these individuals would not wish to return to the world before the apocalypse. However, Lu Qingqing was not among them. If she had a choice, she would willingly forsake her powers to return to a peaceful existence. Captain Wang Mengkasin stepped forward, speaking earnestly. They sacrificed themselves in the battle against the zombies. They are heroes. It is precisely because of their sacrifice that we must strive to live better lives. Though she did not entirely agree with Lu Qingqing's perspective, she found herself in concordance with her sentiments at that moment. The other enhancers from the police department also bore solemn expressions as they gazed upon the fallen officers. With a sigh, Wang Yelen stood up. Brothers, I am truly sorry. His voice was tinged with sorrow as he spoke. Then, with a flicker of lightning in his hand, he struck down upon the heads of the 2 fallen officers. In an instant, their skulls shattered. Despite having performed such an act multiple times, Wang Yelen still felt a profound discomfort. Yet he felt he had no choice, for if he did not act, the 2 officers wounded by the zombie would inevitably rise again as undead. Such a fate was not one that Wang Yelen and the others wished to witness. Even in death, the two fallen officers would not desire to become zombies. Thus, prior to their mission, the officers had agreed that if anyone were to be injured by a zombie, others would put them down or crush their skulls to prevent them from attacking the living. In the face of the apocalypse, many had lost their moral compass, yet a portion of the officers remained steadfast in their commitment to their duty, upholding their beliefs to protect the citizens. Wang Yelin surveyed the shattered heads of the two officers, stilling his emotions before turning to Leng Yan, Lu Qingqing, and the others. With a serious expression, he announced, "We are now heading to the 3rd elementary school. Where there is a mutated rat the size of a wolf, its strength, while not as formidable as the thunder-type zombie we encountered, should not be underestimated. I do not wish to see any more brothers fall." Upon hearing Wang Yelin's words, Leng Yan, Lu Qingqing, and the others nodded gravely. Two vibrant lives had been extinguished before their eyes, and they understood the gravity of the situation. They proceeded towards the 3rd kindergarten, only to discover that there had been casualties on the other side as well. "What a pity," Yu Hong mused, retracting his shared vision with a look of surprise. He had not anticipated that there would be casualties. This situation was entirely unexpected, especially given that the thunder-type zombie was only of 1st-tier strength and not particularly formidable. With Wang Yelin and his team, along with the 2 1st-tier zombies he had provided, their combined strength should have been more than sufficient to overwhelm the horde. It was evident that the 2 officers had underestimated the thunder-type zombie. As the clock approached 1 in the morning, Yu Hong felt that, given Wang Yelin and his team's prowess, they should be able to eliminate the mutated rat before dawn. After all, according to Wang Yelin, the mutated rat was not particularly strong. With their speed, it was possible they could even take down another 1st-tier zombie afterward. Who knew when they would return to this place again? A sigh escaped Yu Hong's lips. Since graduating from university, he had been working in Hishui City for 2 years. With dawn approaching, he would soon have to leave this city behind, likely never to return. His emotions were a complex tapestry of nostalgia for the city he had called home for 6 years. Yet he knew he had to depart to ensure the safety of his parents waiting for him in Baiyong City. Only once he confirmed their safety could he truly rest. Yu Hong cast one last glance at the hospital and the surrounding buildings before commanding the 2nd-tier zombies to return to their vehicles. Shortly after, he found himself back on the streets outside Lu Qingqing's refuge. Observing the bloodstains around the convoy, he felt no surprise. He had clearly witnessed the attempts of Fat Tiger and his gang to seize supplies through shared vision. He was quite pleased with Cheng Shue's response to the situation. "You've returned," Cheng Shue said, mustering her courage to greet Yu Hong with a hint of delight. "Indeed," Yu Hong replied with a nod, saying little more as he settled into the vehicle to rest his eyes. With dawn on the horizon, they would soon set forth on their journey, and he needed to conserve his energy for the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, in the heart of Hishui City, a majestic golden bird screeched as it soared through the sky. This magnificent creature, seemingly forged from gold, was robust and sharp-eyed. It appeared to be a mutated golden eagle, radiating a golden glow with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. After circling around the towering structure, it perched atop it, closing its eyes to rest. Suddenly, the sound of revving engines pierced the night air as a pickup truck sped toward the tower, coming to a steady halt below. In the truck bed lay the bloodied corpse of a mutated beast, the 1st-tier golden retriever from the mall. Following the arrival of the pickup, the throng of zombies, their eyes blood-red, shrieked as they pursued the vehicle. As the truck came to a stop, a manhole cover was thrust open, revealing the head of an ordinary-looking young man. Upon spotting the pickup, he waved vigorously. Upon seeing the signal, the occupants of the truck honked the horn loudly, the piercing sound echoing through the night. Subsequently, the people inside the vehicle opened the doors and quickly jumped into the sewer. It was evident they had deliberately lured the 1st-tier mutated golden retriever's corpse, along with the zombies, toward the 1st-tier flying mutated golden eagle. The mutated golden eagle was immediately roused by the commotion. With a shrill cry filled with fury, it regarded the area surrounding the tower as its territory. Seeing intruders encroach upon its domain ignited a murderous intent within it. The 1st-tier mutated golden eagle screeched and dove toward the horde of zombies below. In a matter of moments, it dispatched and devoured the intruding zombies. subsequently consuming the corpse of the mutated golden retriever. Afterward, the mutated golden eagle soared back to the top of the tower, its eyes gleaming with delight as it flapped its wings, the golden hue of its feathers intensifying. Its presence emanated an increasingly potent aura, indicating it was on the verge of evolution, devolving toward a second-tier mutated beast. Hours passed, and as dawn broke, the sun's rays bathed Hishue City in a golden glow, reminiscent of scattered gold dust. After several hours of rest, Yuhong felt revitalized. At that moment, he shared breakfast with Cheng Shui. Once they had finished their meal, Yuhong drank another half bottle of water. Shortly thereafter, he spotted Wang Yelen and Leng Yan returning in their vehicle. Upon seeing them, Yuhong opened the car door and stepped out. Why Yuhong, my brother? Wang Yelen exclaimed with a smile as he leapt from the vehicle to greet him. Wangu, Yuhong nodded in acknowledgement. He noticed that Wang Yelen's clothing was torn in multiple places and stained with the blood of zombies, his demeanor reflecting both fatigue and disarray. Leng Yan, Liu Qingqing and Meng Kasin followed suit, their appearances similarly worn. Clearly, the night's endeavors had not been easy for them. If they had fully utilized the perfect combat experience of the first-tier zombies Yuhong had provided, it was likely there would have been no casualties among the officers, nor would they have struggled so. Thank you, Yuhong, for your assistance, Wang Yelen said, a grateful smile gracing his face. Thanks to the 2 first-tier zombies you provided, we were able to eliminate 3 first-tier zombies and 1 first-tier mutated beast. Currently, there remains only 1 first-tier zombie without abilities, the fleeing first-tier mutated golden retriever, and the first-tier mutated golden eagle atop the tower. After we rest for a while, we can make a concerted effort to eliminate them all and achieve a preliminary cleansing of Hishue City. As he spoke, Wang Yelen's thoughts drifted back to the fallen officers, and his smile faded somewhat. Why Yuhong, aware of Wang Yelen's circumstances through shared vision, did not pry further. Upon seeing his 2 first-tier zombies, Yuhong felt a slight surprise. He discovered that the 2 first-tier zombies had become significantly more formidable. Clearly, by devouring their kin, their strength had been enhanced. Now, these 2 first-tier zombies were estimated to be at the late stage of the first tier. Brother Yuhong, this is the corpse core that you rightfully deserve. Wang Yelen took a box from Leng Yan's hands and presented it to Yuhong. Inside the box lay a corpse core accompanied by a detailed map. The map meticulously marked the route to Baiyang City, as well as potential danger zones. It was evident that Wang Yelen held Yuhong in high regard. Thank you. A smile spread across Yuhong's face as he grasped the map, but he returned the corpse core to Wang Yelen, saying, I will take the map. As for the corpse core, you should keep it. Wang Yelen nodded, gratitude evident in his eyes. Then I must thank you, Brother Yuhong. We have too many personnel at the police station and are in dire need of corpse cores, so I shall not feign refusal. With that, he collected the box and the corpse core. A first-tier corpse core was indeed of considerable value. According to their initial agreement, it was meant for Yuhong, but understanding the police station's situation, he declined to take it. Most importantly, he did not require the corpse core at present. Handing it over to the police station would bolster their strength, enabling them to protect more individuals. This was Yuhong's final gift to the city. I do not appreciate excessive formalities. Yuhong nodded with a smile, for he indeed disliked the ritual of mutual refusals when gifting. Wang Yelen's straightforward acceptance of the corpse core was quite to Yuhong's liking. After a moment of thought, Wang Yelen removed his holster and extended it toward Yuhong with a smile. Brother Yuhong, I give you this pistol. In times of peril, it will provide you with additional means of defense. Yuhong regarded the offered pistol and accepted it without hesitation. While he could exchange for various firearms in the system's shop, even a modest pistol required 1,000 points. Previously, with limited points, he had refrained from making such an exchange. Wang Yelen's generous gift saved him that expenditure. Although the tongue knife was exceptionally sharp, it lacked the deterrent effect of a pistol. By the way, I have left 10,000 ordinary zombies in the city. Yuhong carefully stowed the holster and pistol, informing Wang Yelen, these zombies will not attack humans, they will only eliminate the zombies within the city. Wang Yelen was taken aback. Brother Yuhong, you left behind 10,000 zombies. His gratitude toward Yuhong grew even stronger. Thank you for your assistance to the police station. as he spoke, his eyes shone with appreciation. Beside them, Leng Yen was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that Yu Hong would leave behind such a substantial number of zombies to aid the police station in protecting survivors. A swirl of complex emotions stirred within her. She felt as though she had misjudged Yu Hong. Though he possessed a ruthless nature, he was not devoid of compassion. Contemplating this, Leng Yen parted her lips, preparing to apologize to Yu Hong, but the words caught in her throat. She had always been a woman who valued her pride. Now, with the intention to apologize, she found herself unable to utter the words, fearing it would undermine her dignity. There's no need for such courtesy. After all, I have resided in this city for over 6 years. Leaving behind 10,000 ordinary zombies is my final contribution to it. Yu Hong shook his head, displaying no arrogance. He was uncertain how much longer the apocalypse would last, which was why he had left 10,000 zombies in Hishui City. Not only would they alleviate pressure on the police station, but they would also keep a vigilant watch over the city's situation, gathering valuable intelligence. Moreover, Luo Tianyu was still concealed within the city. These zombies would become his nightmare, regardless of the circumstances. I represent the survivors of Hishui City in expressing our gratitude to you, Brother Yu Hong. Wang Yelin spoke with utmost seriousness. Continuing, the journey to Baiyang City is long, spanning over 2,000 kilometers. I wish you safe travels. Since Yu Hong's rise to prominence, Wang Yelin had accessed some of his records through the police station system. From these records, he learned that Yu Hong had graduated from Hishui University, having spent 4 years studying in the city and 2 years working thereafter. Based on his past experiences, Wang Yelin concluded that Yu Hong was not a cold-blooded individual. Indeed, I will remain vigilant, Yu Hong nodded, addressing Wang Yelin. Until we meet again, Wang Yelin earnestly replied. Until we meet again. Despite their words, both understood that they would likely never cross paths again in this lifetime. Yu Hong waved goodbye and walked toward the off-road vehicle. Yu Hong, do not leave. At that moment, Lu Qingqing's furious voice rang out from behind. She strode swiftly to confront Yu Hong, demanding, why did you kill Fat Tiger and the others? Are you aware that the number of survivors in Hishui City is exceedingly scarce? By killing Fat Tiger and the others, you have diminished our numbers further. You are a sinner in Hishui City. Lu Qingqing's eyes widened with anger. She had not anticipated that, while she was out eliminating zombies, over 60 individuals in the shelter had perished, all at the hands of Yu Hong's zombies. Upon learning this, she could no longer contain her fury and immediately sought Yu Hong for an explanation. What, brother? Yu Hong killed the people in Lu Qingqing's shelter? Wang Yelin was taken aback. He did not perceive Yu Hong as someone who would indiscriminately take lives. Thus, he interjected, Miss Lu, please do not be angry. There must be a misunderstanding. Brother Yu Hong would not engage in wanton slaughter. He suggested that perhaps Lu Qingqing's subordinates had provoked Yu Hong first. Furthermore, they had fought side by side as comrades. This was not the time to sow discord. Wang Yelin regarded Lu Qingqing, stepping in as a mediator. He understood Yu Hong's formidable strength and did not wish to see Lu Qingqing come to harm by opposing him. With so few first-tier ability users in Hishui City, he wanted to avoid any internal conflict that might result in casualties. After all, facing off against zombies and mutated beasts would only become more challenging. No matter the reason, Yu Hong could not repeatedly take lives. Lu Qingqing furrowed her brow, deeply dissatisfied with Yu Hong. In her eyes, even if Fat Tiger and the others had erred, their punishment should not have been death. They were human survivors, part of the future of humanity. Yu Hong cast a glance at Lu Qingqing but said nothing. Instead, he opened the car door and took a seat inside, with an impassive expression. Yu Hong started the vehicle. He offered no explanation, but Cheng Shui could no longer bear Lu Qingqing's accusations. Leaning out of the vehicle, she retorted, those individuals in your shelter not only attempted to seize our supplies but also had ulterior motives toward me. Therefore, I allowed the zombies to eliminate them. Their actions warranted their fate. With that, she withdrew back into the car. Cheng Shui felt a twinge of fear as she realized she had just confronted a first-tier ability user while she herself was merely an ordinary person. She was uncertain why she had spoken so boldly, perhaps driven by a desire to defend Yu Hong from disrespect. Yu Hong drove away without looking back. What kind of person is that, so brazen after committing murder? Liu Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration as she watched the convoy depart. She had not anticipated that Cheng Shui, an ordinary person, would dare to confront her. It turned out that Liu Qingqing's subordinates had attempted to seize supplies and even sought to take advantage of Cheng Shui, which explained their demise. Wang Yelin observed the retreating convoy and remarked, "Miss Lu, you cannot entirely blame Brother Yuhong. In these times of scarce resources, attempting to steal supplies is tantamount to endangering lives." Wang Yelin understood the actions of Yuhong and Cheng Shui. Were he in their position, he might have made the same choice. Even if Fat Tiger and the others had made mistakes, it was unacceptable to resort to murder so easily. Liu Qingqing's eyes still burned with anger. "I am fortunate I did not bring him into our shelter, otherwise who knows what troubles would arise in the future." She felt an overwhelming rage, believing that Fat Tiger and the others had suffered unjustly. Even if they had initially erred, they had not caused any actual harm. Did Yuhong and Cheng Shui truly need to be so ruthless? Meng Kasin stood nearby, her expression one of helplessness. She recognized that Liu Qingqing's perspective was flawed. However, Meng Kasen refrained from voicing her disapproval. In her view, while Liu Qingqing might be somewhat foolish and stubborn, it was precisely this nature that inspired trust. She would not feel secure entrusting her back to a more cunning woman. Liu Qingqing's naivety, in fact, made Meng Kasen trust her even more. "Miss Lu, there is something I am unsure whether to say." Wang Yelin began, hesitating. Liu Qingqing frowned. "Captain Wang, if you have something to say, please do so. You are not Yuhong, I have no objections to you." Taking a deep breath, Wang Yelin continued, "Miss Lu, due to your character, there are indeed some issues with the management of the shelter. Currently, most of the first-tier zombies and mutated beasts in Hishui City have been eliminated, leaving only 2 first-tier mutated beasts and 1 first-tier zombie. One is the heavily injured mutated golden-haired beast that escaped from the mall, and the other is the mutated golden eagle atop the tower. As for the first-tier zombie, it is not a significant threat. At this moment, Wang Yelin was unaware that the mutated golden-haired beast had already perished. He paused before adding, "The mutated golden-haired beast rarely attacks humans. So effectively, the only real threat we need to address is the golden eagle. With so many of us dealing with a first-tier mutated golden eagle should not pose a challenge. In other words, it won't be long before River Water City returns to peace. Why not send someone from our police station to assist you in managing the shelter?" Wang Yelin gazed at Liu Qingqing with a smile. He harbored no ulterior motives. He genuinely wished to help Liu Qingqing oversee the shelter. "No, I prefer to manage it myself." Liu Qingqing resolutely shook her head. "If the police station wishes to assist me, then we can discuss it after the city has regained its tranquility." With that, Liu Qingqing turned and strode directly towards the shelter. Chapter 32, The Second Stage. Golden Eagle. Luo Tianyu's plan. Watching Liu Qingqing storm off in anger, Wang Yelin could only shake his head in resignation, saying nothing. Meng Kasen's face flashed with regret as she remarked, "Captain Wang, I apologize. Qingqing is just like that. However, she harbors no ill will towards you or the police station." Fearing that Wang Yelin might overthink things, Meng Kasen stepped in to clarify. Wang Yelin, understanding Meng Kasen's intent, smiled and replied, "Miss Meng need not explain. I know Miss Lu means no harm. By the way, I hope you will give further consideration to what I suggested earlier. After all, you are all young and lack management experience. This matter is beyond my authority." Meng Kasen managed a wry smile. "I believe we should heed Qingqing's wishes and wait until the city is peaceful once more." Wang Yelin nodded in agreement. "Very well, do not hesitate to contact the police station if needed." At that moment, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the air, emanating from the city center. Wang Yelin, Leng Yan, Meng Kasen, and the others turned towards the sound. They beheld a colossal figure soaring through the sky, radiating a golden light as if cast from pure gold. The figure was none other than the mutated golden eagle. "What? How did that golden eagle grow so much?" Leng Yan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He noticed the eagle's wingspan was over 30 meters. Its cries resonated like thunder, ringing in his ears and seeming to penetrate the very depths of one's soul. "This is bad. That golden eagle must have evolved again." Wang Yelin said, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. Meng Kasin, who had previously been brimming with excitement, was now equally astonished. It has evolved again, so it is now a second-stage mutated beast. Wang Yelin's expression grew somber. Given its current might, it likely has evolved to the second stage. We are in peril. River Water City had never witnessed a second-stage mutated beast before. Wang Yelin, Leng Yan, and the others were oblivious to just how powerful a second-stage mutated beast could be. However, they understood the disparity between ordinary zombies and first-stage zombies. A second-stage mutated beast could effortlessly slay a first-stage ability user, just as a first-stage ability user could easily dispatch an ordinary zombie. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wang Yelin's demeanor became increasingly serious. He realized that River Water City was on the brink of danger. The mutated golden eagle, previously a first-stage mutated beast with the ability to fly, was already difficult to contend with. Now it had likely evolved to the second stage, making it even more formidable. No matter how challenging it became, they needed to devise a way to eliminate it. Meng Kasin took a deep breath and proposed, until that golden eagle is dead, we will live in constant peril. Leng Yan remained silent, her gaze resolute. She had no interest in killing the golden eagle. Her sole concern was protecting Wang Yelin. At that moment, Yu Hong drove his off-road vehicle to the entrance of River Water City. He too had heard the sharp cry. However, Yu Hong did not halt his vehicle. Confident that Wang Yelin, Leng Yan, and the others would handle the situation. The road is blocked. A sense of unease crept into Yu Hong's mind. He noticed a row of vehicles obstructing the road ahead, impeding his progress. Boom! Just as Yu Hong was about to instruct the zombies to clear the cars, dozens of vehicles suddenly exploded. The fiery blast illuminated the sky, and the deafening sound instantly drew the attention of the hovering mutated golden eagle. Screech! The mutated golden eagle emitted a series of cries and dove directly towards Yu Hong's position. Wang Yelin, Meng Kasin, and the others, witnessing the unfolding scene, hurriedly raced toward Yu Hong's location. Although the golden eagle was likely a second-stage mutated beast, they could not simply turn a blind eye to the threat. Having just entered the shelter, Lu Qingqing also noticed the commotion. She followed closely behind Wang Yelin and Leng Yan, rushing towards Yu Hong. Is this a second-stage mutated beast? Yu Hong mused as he observed the diving mutated golden eagle, quickly discerning its power. He already possessed several second-stage zombies in his zombie space, allowing him to easily assess the eagle's strength. Unfazed, Yu Hong issued commands to the driving zombies, instructing them to disperse the convoy to better protect their supplies. Without hesitation, he parked the vehicle and pulled Cheng Shui into a nearby building. Subsequently, Yu Hong summoned the second-stage zombies and 3 first-stage zombies from his zombie space, directing them to hunt the mutated golden eagle. Screech! Upon seeing the second-stage zombies, the mutated golden eagle's eyes glinted with eagerness. It dove straight towards the second-stage zombie. The second-stage zombie, with a ghostly agility, evaded the eagle's attack and countered with a powerful punch to the eagle's abdomen. In an instant, the mutated golden eagle was sent flying over 10 meters. Its massive body crashing into and collapsing several nearby buildings. At that moment, a flicker of human-like confusion crossed the eagle's eyes. It had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant creature would possess such strength. The second-stage zombie seized the opportunity to engage the golden eagle in combat, while the other 3 first-stage zombies positioned themselves around the perimeter, intermittently harassing the eagle. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away from the city gate, in a high-rise building, Luo Tianyu observed the scene at the city gate through binoculars. Upon witnessing Yu Hong's convoy being obstructed, the vehicles exploding, and the second-stage golden eagle lunging at Yu Hong, a triumphant expression spread across his face, his features darkening with malevolence. The blockade at the city gate was a deliberate setup on his part. Even the mutated golden retriever in the shopping mall had been eliminated by him, intentionally placed before the golden eagle to entice it. His objective was to facilitate the eagle's evolution to the second stage and then use it to eliminate Yu Hong. Watching the second stage golden eagle charge at Yu Hong, Luo Tianyu reveled in his success. Anyone who dared to compete with him for resources, leaving him with nothing and forcing him to start from scratch, Yu Hong deserved to die. Humph, you think you can summon zombies? Luo Tianyu scoffed, dismissively adding, in the face of a second-stage mutated beast, let us see how many zombies you can summon that will be sufficient to kill it. No matter how many zombies there are, they will all meet their demise against a second-stage mutant. In that moment, Luo Tianyu was overjoyed. He believed Yu Hong's demise was inevitable. Brother Luo truly possesses foresight. Chen Qian, also equipped with binoculars, watched the unfolding events at the city gate and chimed in. Daring to oppose Brother Luo, Yu Hong is surely doomed this time. It's such a pity about that batch of supplies, they might all be destroyed by the Golden Eagle. A look of regret flickered in Chen Qian's eyes. Luo Tianyu shook his head with a smile. There's nothing to regret, as long as Yu Hong dies, it's worth it. With that, he continued to fix his gaze on the city gate. Chapter 33, Second Stage Zombies shock everyone. What? This is impossible. Suddenly, Luo Tianyu roared in disbelief. His face was a mask of incredulity as he witnessed the zombies summoned by Yu Hong sending the second stage mutated Golden Eagle flying. Luo Tianyu was no fool. He understood the implications. The zombies capable of confronting the second stage mutated Golden Eagle must also be second stage. This realization filled him with profound shock. As panic set in, Luo Tianyu was bewildered. He could not comprehend how Yu Hong had become so formidable as to summon second stage zombies. Was Yu Hong a second stage ability user? In that moment, Luo Tianyu was thrown into disarray, fear creeping into his eyes. Beside him, Chen Qian's face mirrored his terror as she too grasped the strength of that zombie. Her mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. Overcome with fright, she dropped the binoculars she held. After swallowing hard, Chen Qian spoke. Brother Luo, it seems we won't be able to kill Yu Hong this time. He can summon second stage zombies now, and he might have even more hidden trump cards. Furthermore, there are still many zombies summoned by Yu Hong in the city, tracking our whereabouts. We should leave River Water City as soon as possible. If we delay, we might not even have a chance to survive. Seeing the zombies summoned by Yu Hong, Chen Qian began to entertain thoughts of fleeing the city. Why Yu Hong is about to leave River Water City, and we shouldn't be forced to escape in a panic. Luo Tianyu shook his head. Brother Luo, it's better to be safe than sorry. Chen Qian replied gravely, analyzing the situation. What if Yu Hong deals with that Golden Eagle and then returns to search for us? After all, the vehicles at the city gate exploded. Yu Hong will likely suspect we were behind it. For safety's sake, we should leave River Water City fast. Chen Qian was prudent, weighing the pros and cons. She believed it was paramount to exit the city promptly. If Yu Hong did not return to search for them, that would be ideal. However, if he did and they had not left, they would be doomed. Luo Tianyu furrowed his brow, contemplating Chen Qian's suggestion. Though reluctant, he realized she had a point, and nodded in agreement. All right, you gather the brothers, we will leave River Water City immediately and lay low for a while. Chen Qian nodded and went to inform those following Luo Tianyu. Subsequently, Luo Tianyu and his companions departed in their vehicle, heading in the opposite direction of Yu Hong. Wang Yelin, Leng Yan, and others soon arrived at the city gate, just in time to witness the scene where the mutated Golden Eagle was summoned by Yu Hong, and together with the second-tier and first-tier zombies, they engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Qingqing followed closely behind. Arriving at the scene shortly thereafter, after the mutated Golden Eagle was slain, Yu Hong emerged alongside Cheng Xue. Why Yu Hong, are you alright? Wang Yelin inquired with concern upon seeing Yu Hong and Cheng Shui. I'm fine, Yu Hong replied with a smile and a shake of his head. He had not anticipated that Wang Yelin, Lu Qingqing, and the others would come to his aid, which filled his heart with warmth. Is this Golden Eagle a second-tier mutated beast? Wang Yelin asked, casting a glance at the deceased Golden Eagle, although he suspected that the larger size indicated it was likely a second-tier beast. He was not entirely certain. Indeed, Yu Hong confirmed with a nod and a smile. It is indeed a second-tier mutated beast. I didn't expect such an unexpected delight before leaving. What? It truly is a second-tier mutated beast. Wang Yelin and Lu Qingqing were both taken aback, their hearts racing. Wang Yelin looked at the second-tier zombie, feeling the oppressive aura it exuded, which instilled a sense of dread akin to confronting a high-level creature. A second-tier mutated beast, so the zombie you summoned, Yu Hong, is also second-tier. Wang Yelin's eyes widened in disbelief. Why Yu Hong nodded, not denying it. His current power was sufficient to dominate Hashui City, and there was no need to conceal it. Wow, Yu Hong, I never imagined you could summon a second-tier zombie. It's simply astonishing, Wang Yelin exclaimed, his face filled with awe. He had not expected Yu Hong to possess the ability to summon a second-tier zombie. In addition to having 3 first-tier zombies and an unknown number of ordinary zombies, this meant that Yu Hong alone had the strength to overpower several factions within Hashui City. Such formidable power was almost inconceivable. Was he even human? Leng Yan inwardly reflected on how fortunate it would be to have such a powerful individual join the police department, thereby strengthening it and providing refuge for more survivors. It was a pity that he was leaving Hashui City. The thought of Yu Hong's strength left Leng Yan feeling regretful. She believed that if Yu Hong's immense power could be utilized for the police department, it would be immensely beneficial. As Leng Yan gazed at Yu Hong, her heart surged with conflicting emotions. She had never anticipated that he was hiding such depths of strength. Perhaps what he had revealed so far was merely the tip of the iceberg. The thought deepened her sense of astonishment. How is this possible? She mused. He can summon second-tier zombies. It defies all logic. Lu Qingqing was equally stunned, her expression shifting as her mind raced with disbelief. She could not fathom how Yu Hong could summon second-tier zombies. Such power was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Meng Kasin felt a wave of relief wash over her as she thought, thank goodness Qingqing didn't engage Yu Hong, or otherwise we would have been in grave danger. At that moment, Meng Kasin was filled with trepidation. Wang Yelin wore a wry smile and remarked, I never expected that Yu Hong could summon second-tier zombies. It's truly eye-opening. Such power is enough to dominate an area. Brother, why not stay here? Together we can protect this city, Wang Yelin suggested, feeling a renewed desire to convince Yu Hong to remain, although he knew it was unlikely. He still voiced his hopes. Perhaps Yu Hong would agree to stay. No, Yu Hong shook his head. My parents are still in Bayong City. I must go find them. Wang Yelin's eyes flashed with regret as he sighed. Very well, since you are so resolute, I shan't persuade you further. I wish you a safe journey and a swift reunion with your parents. Wang Yelin understood that he could not retain Yu Hong, so he offered his blessings instead. Why Yu Hong nodded, thank you for your well wishes, Wang Gu. He then turned his gaze toward the second-tier Golden Eagle. Why Yu Hong was certain that the recent events were orchestrated by Luo Tianyu, as only he held such a deep-seated enmity with Yu Hong. The thought of Luo Tianyu brought a chill to Yu Hong's eyes. Chapter 34. The second-tier Gu King. Yu Hong was certain that the recent occurrences had been masterminded by Luo Tianyu. Having spent the last few hours unable to locate him, Yu Hong had speculated that Luo Tianyu might have left Hashui City. However, it appeared that he had not departed after all. Luo Tianyu has appeared, Yu Hong murmured to himself, a flicker of delight crossing his features. His zombies had detected Luo Tianyu and his group, and through their shared vision he was able to see them driving away from the city. Without hesitation, Yu Hong commanded the zombies to intercept them. However, those zombies were merely ordinary ones, and they were no match for the first-tier powers of Luo Tianyu and Chen Qian. Luo Tianyu, an ice-type first-tier ability user, and Chen Qian, a plant-type first-tier ability user, worked seamlessly together. They continually dispatched the zombies summoned by Yu Hong, preventing them from getting close. Finally, Chen Qian remarked, Luo Gu, stop killing these zombies. Yu Hong's intention is to delay us with them. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyu was taken aback. He instructed his subordinates, do not linger, let us leave quickly. With that, Luo Tianyu and his companions continued to drive away. Why Yu Hong watched helplessly, frustrated that he was at least 10 kilometers away from them and could not pursue them in time. All he could do was watch Luo Tianyu's retreat. Why Yu Hong, what's wrong? Wang Yelin noticed Yu Hong's disappointed expression and asked curiously. He could not understand why Yu Hong suddenly seemed disheartened. Was it dissatisfaction after slaying the second-tier mutated beast? Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something, Yu Hong replied, shaking his head and choosing not to disclose the matter regarding Luo Tianyu. He then directed the scattered zombies to bring the vehicles over. A convoy of over a dozen off-road vehicles was soon formed. At that moment the second-tier zombie and the 3 first-tier zombies had finished devouring the corpse of the mutated golden eagle, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Yu Hong observed that the second-tier zombie had gained significant strength after consuming the mutated golden eagle, evidently approaching the late second-tier stage. As for the 3 first-tier zombies, they were also on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. The second-tier mutated golden eagle was indeed a valuable prize. Yu Hong silently praised, feeling quite satisfied. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise before departing, especially one that Luo Tianyu had inadvertently provided. Given that Luo Tianyu had been so considerate, he resolved that should they meet again, he would not torture him further but rather grant him a swift end. Wang Yelen, Leng Yan, and the others sensed the increasingly formidable aura emanating from the zombies, their hearts filled with trepidation. They understood that Yu Hong's power had once again grown. However, Wang Yelin felt immense joy, believing that with these powerful zombies by his side, coupled with the map he had provided, Yu Hong might truly reach Bayong City safely. Wang Yelin engaged in friendly banter with Yu Hong, his demeanor even more enthusiastic than before. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Yu Hong waved his hand in farewell. Why Yu Hong, safe travels, Wang Yelin said as he watched Yu Hong enter his vehicle. Yes, Yu Hong nodded. I also wish for your swift restoration of peace and the establishment of a new order in Hashui City. With that he drove the convoy out of the city. Soon Yu Hong's convoy arrived at the entrance to the highway. There, he spotted over 20 zombies, 4 of whom were clad in uniforms while the others wore ordinary clothing. These zombies were the highway workers and individuals who had been about to enter the highway before the apocalypse transformed them. Among them were several child zombies. Roar, roar, the zombies howled upon hearing the sound of the vehicles. Eliminate them all, Yu Hong commanded the fire-type zombies in the vehicles ahead. The fire-type zombies obeyed the order and charged towards the 20-plus zombies. Meanwhile, Yu Hong focused his thoughts on checking his points in the mall. Point 31034. Yu Hong discovered he had accumulated over 30,000 points. Consequently, he spent 10,000 points to purchase a 1 square meter storage space. He found that this storage space was also 1 meter in height, meaning it was a cubic space of 1 cubic meter. He then spent an additional 20,000 points to enlarge the storage space. He noticed that the area had expanded to 3 square meters, while the height remained 1 meter. Finally possessing the long-desired storage space, Yu Hong wasted no time in placing some supplies from the convoy into it. He felt as though he had become even more formidable. Seeing the supplies vanish into thin air, Cheng Shui was taken aback. She was no fool and understood the implications of this. It meant that Yu Hong likely possessed even more hidden cards. I must cling tightly to this powerful ally, Cheng Shui thought resolutely, her eyes filled with determination. Only then can I survive in this world. With this in mind, Cheng Shui pretended to shift slightly to the left. She feigned a stretch, allowing her hand to brush against Yu Hong's shoulder, then quickly adopted an apologetic demeanor, saying, "Oh, my apologies." Yu Hong furrowed his brow and replied bluntly, "Stop with these mind games." Yu Hong was no fool. He naturally discerned Cheng Shui's intentions. This day, he still harbored resentment over Cheng Shui's haughty demeanor from a while back. He had reluctantly agreed to offer her protection, yet he felt no affection towards her. Upon hearing Yu Hong's icy words, Cheng Shui felt a twinge of grievance. She had not anticipated that despite her proactive overtures, Yu Hong would remain indifferent. Withdrawing her hand, she dared not utter a word. As Cheng Shui settled back into her seat, Yu Hong shifted his focus to the zombie space. He was eager to see if the 50,000 zombies had produced another goo king. The nurturing of the goo had reached completion, and the system congratulated the host on acquiring a second-tier goo king zombie. Would you like to view its basic information? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yu Hong felt a surge of delight. He began to examine the goo king's details: type, zombie, tier, second, combat skills, perfect special abilities, gold element. Seeing the information of the new goo king, Yu Hong was quite astonished. He had not expected such good fortune to yield a second-tier gold element zombie. A second-tier gold element zombie was significantly more formidable than the attributeless second-tier zombies he possessed. This endeavor in nurturing the goo had proven to be an unexpected delight. Yuhong discovered that the number of zombies within the zombie space had surpassed 100,000 once again. Current zombie count in the zombie space, 116,556. Available for summoning and goo nurturing. Upon witnessing the figure surpassing 100,000, Yuhong made a decision in his heart. His expression slightly tightened as he thought, summon 100,000 ordinary zombies for goo nurturing. Nurturing has commenced with this round involving a total of 100,000 zombies. Required time, 12 hours. Chapter 35. Old classmates. 12 hours. Yuhong was somewhat taken aback, however, he quickly understood. Nurturing 50,000 ordinary zombies required 5 hours. Therefore, nurturing 100,000 would reasonably take 12 hours. Yuhong diverted his gaze from the zombie space to inspect the points at the mall. Points, 1034. Having already expended a considerable amount of points, he was not inclined to retain the remaining 1,000 or so. He resolved in his mind, system exchange for 10 attribute points. As his words fell, his points dwindled to 34, and he obtained 10 attribute points. Yuhong examined his physical attribute panel and discovered that both speed and defense had reached 24. This time, he intended to allocate them to strength. Before long, he allocated all attribute points to strength. In that instant, Yuhong felt his power more than double. On the attribute panel, strength surged from 11 to 20-1. Name, Yuhong. Strength, 21. Speed, 24. Defense, 24. Spirit, 9. Special ability, none. At that moment, all his 4 main attributes, except for spirit, had surpassed 20. Yuhong's overall strength had also increased somewhat, yet he remained far from being a second-tier ability user. A second-tier ability user needed all 4 main attributes to exceed 50. For now, he would refrain from exchanging his scant points for anything else. Yuhong gazed at the meager 34 points, contemplating, first, I must elevate my own strength to the second tier. He believed that the power of zombies remained the power of zombies. Only by strengthening himself could he achieve true strength. Furthermore, it had only been a little over 20 days since the apocalypse began, not even a month. Zombies and mutated beasts were generally not very powerful. Yet Yuhong possessed 2 second-tier zombies and 3 first-tier zombies. Yuhong was neither an ability user nor an enhancer. His current strength was entirely reliant on the Doomsday system. With his present capabilities, he could be regarded as a first-tier enhancer. However, Wang Yelin and the others were unaware of his system, mistakenly viewing Yuhong as a first-tier ability user who could summon zombies. At that moment, the fire zombie had eliminated all the zombies at the entry point. Yuhong's points increased by over 20. He commanded the fire zombie to board the vehicle, then drove onto the highway. The highway was sparsely populated, though they occasionally encountered a few zombies, which Yuhong instructed the fire zombie to handle. 2 hours later, Yuhong's convoy exited the highway. Upon descending the off-ramp, he spotted dozens of zombies. Without hesitation, Yuhong commanded the first-tier zombies to eliminate those zombies. Upon arriving in Yulin County, Yuhong gazed at the familiar landscape, pondering, Lu Sheng's residence is in Lu Family Village, Yulin County. Now that I am here, I must pay him a visit regardless of the circumstances. This area was indeed within Yulin County. Every year during holidays and the start of school, Yuhong would pass through Yulin County, thus he possessed a fair understanding of the general road conditions. Most importantly, his best friend, Lu Sheng, resided in Lu Family Village, Yulin County. During his junior and senior years, he had visited Lu Sheng's home. Subsequently, after graduating from university, Yuhong remained in Hashui City for work, while his best friend chose to return to his hometown to work in his father's tile manufacturing factory. Despite having graduated 2 years prior, he and Lu Sheng had maintained their correspondence. Aside from regular chats, they often arranged gaming sessions on Sundays, hence, he was determined to see Lu Sheng. He issued a command to the zombies in the convoy, instructing them to head towards Lu Family Village. Lu Family Village, Shenwei Ceramics. Shenwei Ceramics was a renowned tile manufacturing factory in Yulin County, employing over 200 workers. After the blood rain, most of the workers had turned into zombies. Leaving only a handful of survivors. In the office of the owner, a robust middle-aged man sat in a chair. Opposite him knelt a young man in his 20s, his face smeared with blood and his eyes filled with hatred. Beside the young man stood two individuals holding him down. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. Lu Sheng, I have warned you many times, reveal your sister's whereabouts, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not be so courteous. The middle-aged man was clad in a security uniform. In fact, he was the head of security at Shenwei Ceramics. After the apocalypse struck, he had fortuitously awakened his abilities and become a fire element ability user. With the awakening of his powers, Zhang Biao's ambitions surged. On the first day, he killed the factory owner and his wife, seizing control of the factory. Subsequently, driven by lust, Zhang Biao sought to make Lu Huilin his woman. Lu Huilin, quick to seize the opportunity, had hidden herself away. Despite Zhang Biao's relentless searching, he could not locate her. Thus, he resorted to tormenting Lu Sheng in a bid to extract information about Lu Huilin's hiding place. Lu Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he retorted, Zhang Biao, you bastard, if you have the guts, just kill me. If you think you can force me to reveal my sister's whereabouts, you are sorely mistaken. Lu Sheng knew precisely where his sister was hiding, and he would never divulge that information, especially after their parents had been killed by Zhang Biao. Only he and his sister remained alive in this world. And naturally, he would not betray Lu Huilin. You have quite the stubborn mouth. Think carefully. If you tell me where Lu Huilin is hiding, I might let her be my woman, and you could be my brother-in-law. As he spoke, Zhang Biao's gaze turned sinister. If I find her on my own, she will become my slave for venting my frustrations, then you will be dragged off to feed the zombies. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in fury. Dream on. Lu Sheng's hatred for Zhang Biao was profound. After all, Zhang Biao had worked at Shenwei Ceramics for 17 years and had a brotherly bond with Lu Sheng's father. No one had anticipated that after gaining power, Zhang Biao would turn against his former good friend, seizing the factory and killing both the elder brother and his wife, refusing to drink the wine offered and opting for the punishment wine. Zhang Biao snorted coldly, a flicker of flame appearing on his fingertip. He flicked his finger, and the flame landed on Lu Sheng's thigh. Lu Sheng howled in agony, as if his heart were being pierced. Still not speaking, Zhang Biao frowned, conjuring another flame on his fingertip, this one even more intense than the last. Lu Sheng remained silent, merely glaring at Zhang Biao with unbridled hatred, observing Lu Sheng's bloodshot eyes. Zhang Biao felt a flicker of trepidation. Soon, however, his anger flared. He could not allow himself to be intimidated by an ant. Very well, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Zhang Biao gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Bang! At that moment, a panicked individual burst into the office, exclaiming in terror, Biaogu, it's bad, a massive horde of zombies has appeared at the factory entrance. Chapter 36, the actors panicking. Are we, even if there are zombies? I can incinerate them with ease. Zhang Biao glared at the intruder, irritated by the interruption. The shock had caused the flame on his fingertip to dissipate. Biaogu, this time it's different. Wu San's face was etched with fear. There are at least several thousand zombies at the entrance, possibly even tens of thousands. If we don't find a way to deal with them, we may all perish here. Moreover, when I arrived, I noticed that those zombies had surrounded all the exits of our factory. What? So many zombies? Zhang Biao was taken aback, his eyes filled with disbelief as he inquired. We are situated far from the county seat. How could there be so many zombies, even if everyone in Lu family village died? It shouldn't amount to this many. What on earth is going on? Zhang Biao was a first-tier fire element ability user, capable of easily overpowering ordinary zombies. However, he could only handle a few hundred at most. If faced with 1,000 or even 10,000 zombies, his only option would be to flee. Engaging them head-on would be tantamount to suicide. Biaogu, I truly don't know. Wu San shook his head and continued. Moreover, those zombies aren't acting erratically, they are standing in formation as if they were an army. In my opinion, it is likely that a more powerful zombie is commanding them. As Wu San spoke, his eyes still reflected his lingering terror. He had been utterly stunned by the sight of the impeccably organized horde of zombies. In a state of sheer panic, he hurried to inform Zhang Biao. There are more powerful zombies commanding them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao felt an even greater sense of dread. He understood that ordinary zombies could never maintain such orderly formations. This indicated the presence of a more formidable zombie orchestrating their movements. Perhaps one of them was a first-tier zombie. Having seen little of the world, Zhang Biao had never encountered a first-tier zombie. He knew that even second-tier zombies would not be capable of arranging the horde in such a disciplined manner. After all, even second-tier zombies possess an intelligence akin to that of a 3 to 4-year-old child. He commanded his brothers to guard the door vigilantly. They must not allow the zombies to breach their defenses. Otherwise it would spell their doom. Zhang Biao ordered urgently. Wu-san, wearing a bitter expression, replied, Biaogu, there are too many zombies, and the brothers are frightened. They have all gone to find places to hide. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao erupted in furious expletives. Useless, a bunch of good-for-nothings, these bastards deserve to die. Haha, Zhang Biao, it seems fate has no intention of sparing you. Lu Sheng laughed heartily, with so many zombies, you're doomed. Upon learning that the zombies had surrounded the Shenwei ceramics factory, Lu Sheng was elated. He realized he could do nothing against Zhang Biao and had just felt a sense of despair. But now he was filled with joy, for he knew that though he was to perish, Zhang Biao was equally doomed. With this thought, Lu Sheng's spirits soared. Suddenly a cacophony of horns blared from the direction of the factory entrance. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Biao's fear began to dissipate. He laughed heartily. It seems it's not the zombies, someone is coming. Haha, I told you, where could so many zombies have come from? It appears that someone is controlling a vast number of them. The mere thought of human presence outside eased Zhang Biao's trepidation. He understood that if it were indeed zombies, his fate would be sealed, but if it were humans, he would have a considerable chance of survival. He resolved that if the newcomers were powerful, he would submit to them. If they were weak, then they should not blame him for being ruthless. However, this latter thought quickly dissipated. He recognized that anyone capable of commanding such a multitude of zombies could not possibly be weaker than himself. Come with me to welcome our esteemed guests, Zhang Biao said solemnly. He adjusted his attire and stepped out of the office. The others, seeing this, left one person to monitor Lu Sheng while the remaining two followed Zhang Biao toward the factory entrance. At the factory entrance, Yu Hong pressed the horn several times and exited the vehicle. Before arriving at the tile factory, he had first checked Lu Sheng's home, only to find it deserted, devoid of any bloodstains. The entire Lu family village had become a graveyard. Zombies roamed ceaselessly. Even if there were survivors, they would be hiding quietly, afraid to show themselves. Why Yu Hong had left a first-tier zombie to clean up the other zombies while he drove to the tile factory. Upon reaching the factory, he summoned 8,000 zombies to encircle the entire premises. He did this primarily as a precaution. It would be best if Lu Sheng were unharmed. If someone took advantage of the apocalypse to kill Lu Sheng, his preparations would ensure that the perpetrator could not escape. Cheng Shui approached Yu Hong, her beautiful eyes scanning the tile factory before her. Where is this place? Cheng Shui inquired, observing the factory and the dozen or so individuals fleeing in a panic. Yu Hong did not divulge the purpose of their visit, nor did Cheng Shui ask, having resolved to accompany him wherever he went. Soon, Yu Hong noticed a group of people approaching him, each wielding weapons such as clubs, kitchen knives, and axes. At him, Yu Hong recognized Zhang Biao, his eyes widening in realization. He had visited the tile factory with Lu Sheng before and had encountered Zhang Biao on 2 occasions. Yu Hong knew that Zhang Biao was the head of security at the factory and had a good relationship with Lu Sheng's family. However, Yu Hong quickly sensed something amiss. This was Lu Sheng's factory. Yet they were nowhere to be found. They had likely met with misfortune. Upon seeing Yu Hong, Zhang Biao's eyes flickered with panic but quickly regained composure. He waved and greeted, I recognize you, you are Lu Sheng's classmate. Aren't you? Yu Hong, maintaining a steady gaze, remarked, indeed, I am Lu Sheng's classmate. By the way, you are the head of security at Shenwei Ceramics, correct? Zhang Biao felt a slight relief upon recognizing Yu Hong. Yes, I am the head of security at Shenwei Ceramics. The last time you came, you even called me uncle. Zhang Biao's memory was sharp, and he recalled some details about Yu Hong. In his mind, Yu Hong was amiable and polite, which eased Zhang Biao's apprehensions. Captain Zhang, where have Lu Shu and the Lu family gone? Yu Hong inquired, looking directly at Zhang Biao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao's expression turned sorrowful. Alas, Lu Ji's family has suffered terribly after the world changed. Lu Gu and his wife turned into zombies. Lu Sheng unfortunately was bitten by Lu Gu and also became a zombie. In desperation, I had to have Lu Gu and the others killed. If I had a choice, I would have preferred to become a zombie myself. After speaking, Zhang Biao sighed heavily, blinking rapidly as if trying to appear strong, suppressing the tears that threatened to fall. Chapter 37, Seeing Lu Sheng shattering all his bones. Yu Hong observed this scene with a profound sense of dissonance. He felt as if Zhang Biao were merely acting. Furrowing his brow slightly, Yu Hong asked, "Is that really the case?" Zhang Biao nodded. Yes, the heavens are merciless, allowing Lu Ji's entire family to meet with such a tragic fate. Sigh. After uttering this, Zhang Biao sighed deeply once more. You lie, it was you who killed Boss Lu. Suddenly, a gaunt middle-aged man stepped forward from behind Zhang Biao, speaking loudly. You seek death? Zhang Biao seethed with rage and swung his hand toward the man's head. Why? Yu Hong's expression shifted as the second-tier zombie beside him sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the second-tier zombie's fist struck Zhang Biao's shoulder with a resounding crack, shattering it. The second-tier zombie seized Zhang Biao and brought him before Yu Hong. Zhang Biao's subordinates, witnessing this, were overtaken by terror. They looked at Yu Hong and the densely packed zombies surrounding them, losing all will to resist, their faces contorted with desperation as they pleaded, "Little brother, it has nothing to do with us. It was all Zhang Biao's doing. He wanted to be the boss of the factory, so he killed the boss and his wife. Yes, it was all Zhang Biao's doing. Zhang Biao, you bastard, I've long found you displeasing. How dare you kill the boss and his wife? Have you no conscience? By the way, little brother, Zhang Biao even captured Lu Sheng and tortured him to reveal Lu Huilin's whereabouts. I have long seen through Zhang Biao and his wickedness." Seeing Zhang Biao easily subdued, his subordinates immediately turned against him, glaring with fury as they berated him. "You bunch of scoundrels," Zhang Biao retorted angrily, "I killed Lu Cheng and the others with your support." A man interjected, "Humph, we were merely pretending to cooperate with you. We were afraid of your strength, which is why we reluctantly agreed. In truth, we have been looking for an opportunity to avenge the boss and his wife." The others, upon hearing this, quickly expressed their agreement. "Silence," Yu Hong commanded, silencing the chattering workers. The workers present promptly fell silent. Why? Yu Hong turned his attention to the gaunt middle-aged man who had spoken earlier and asked, "Could you explain what happened?" The middle-aged man nodded, sadness etched on his face. 21 days ago, blood-red rain suddenly fell from the sky and many people turned into zombies. Most of the workers in our factory also became zombies. Boss Lu led us in resisting the zombies. Things were proceeding well. We killed many zombies, but then Zhang Biao suddenly erupted in flames, killing the boss and his wife. Afterward, Zhang Biao captured Lu Sheng. For this period, he has been torturing Lu Sheng to force him to divulge Lu Huilin's hiding place. The gaunt man spoke rapidly, recounting the events. He had worked with Lu Cheng for over a decade and had a good relationship with him. But upon discovering that Zhang Biao had killed Lu Cheng, he dared not speak up. Only when he realized Yu Hong's formidable power did he see an opportunity for revenge and resolutely step forward. "Is that so?" Yu Hong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Uncle, are you saying Lu Sheng is still alive?" The gaunt middle-aged man nodded. "Indeed, he is still alive. Zhang Biao plans to kill him once he reveals Lu Huilin's whereabouts. Lu Sheng has remained silent, so Zhang Biao has not yet killed him. The Shenwei ceramics factory is not particularly large, and Zhang Biao had searched for Lu Huilin for so many days. Logically, he should have found her by now, yet he had not, partly due to the gaunt man's intentional concealment of Lu Huilin's location. He had even secretly delivered food to Lu Huilin, even in the face of an apocalypse. He retained his humanity, not changing his character. "Thank you, uncle." Yu Hong expressed his gratitude to the gaunt man. No need for thanks. The gaunt man waved his hand. In truth, I haven't done much, I just cannot stand Zhang Biao. This bastard is simply inhumane. Boss Lu treated him so well, yet he turned on him. Why? Yu Hong's heart hardened at the thought of such a wretch. After speaking, the emaciated middle-aged man spat at Zhang Biao. Please, uncle, take me to see Lu Sheng, Yu Hong implored, gazing at the thin man. Follow me, the thin man promptly replied. Lu Sheng should be in the boss's office at this hour. Zhang Biao always drags Lu Sheng there for severe interrogation at this time. Subsequently, the thin young man led the way towards the boss's office. Before leaving, Yu Hong instructed the zombies to apprehend the remaining workers in the tile factory to prevent their escape. Whether Lu Sheng lived or died would be left to him to decide. Soon, Yu Hong arrived at the boss's office and encountered Lu Sheng, who was covered in blood. At that moment, another man was tormenting Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, Yu Hong called out, swiftly approaching the man. He drew his tongue knife and struck down upon the man's head. With a sound akin to slicing through tofu, the tongue knife cleaved the man in half from head to toe. The onlookers were filled with terror, unable to believe the ruthlessness Yu Hong displayed in so effortlessly severing a man in two. Brother Hong, is that you? Am I dreaming? Lu Sheng stared at Yu Hong, disbelief evident in his eyes as he rubbed them. Of course it's me, Yu Hong said, helping Lu Sheng to his feet and supporting his weakened body to a chair. We'll catch up later. How do you wish to deal with him? Yu Hong inquired, gesturing towards Zhang Biao, who was being held by second-tier zombies, his face a mask of despair. He could not comprehend why. As someone with extraordinary abilities, he was not the main character in this world. How could he have encountered such a terrifying figure? With just a single punch, Yu Hong had rendered him incapacitated, even shattering half of his body. Now he was unable to wield his fire abilities. Lu Sheng looked at Zhang Biao, his eyes filled with hatred. He glared at Zhang Biao and declared, Brother Hong, he killed my parents and fed them to the zombies. I want him to be devoured alive by the undead as well. Moreover, I will break every bone in his body before tossing him into the horde. Lu Sheng's animosity towards Zhang Biao was palpable. All right, I will respect your wishes, Yu Hong nodded. At that moment, the thin middle-aged man thoughtfully handed Lu Sheng a hammer, saying, use this hammer to shatter his bones. Lu Sheng nodded, gratitude swelling within him. Thank you, Uncle Wang. During this time, he had received considerable help from Wang Dong, who had aided his sister in hiding and provided her with food, and thus, he felt deeply appreciative. Lu Sheng took the hammer and advanced step by step toward Zhang Biao. Spare my life, please, Zhang Biao pleaded, his face paling as he witnessed Lu Sheng drawing nearer. Unable to suppress his trembling, regret flooded Zhang Biao's heart. He lamented not having killed Lu Sheng sooner. Had he eliminated Lu Sheng and Wang Dong, even if Yu Hong had arrived, he would never have uncovered the truth. However, it was too late for regrets now. Spare you? Lu Sheng scoffed coldly, retorting, why didn't you spare my parents? With that, he brought the hammer down. Zhang Biao let out a chilling scream as his left calf was smashed and broken by the hammer. Ignoring Zhang Biao's cries, Lu Sheng continued to strike him. With each blow, Zhang Biao's screams grew fainter, as if his life was swiftly ebbing away. That's how such scum should be dealt with, Wang Dong exclaimed, cheering loudly. He had long held a disdain for Zhang Biao, and witnessing his punishment filled him with exhilaration. The others, however, were expressions of fear, particularly those who had tormented Lu Sheng during Zhang Biao's reign. They could hardly fathom that the once mild-mannered Lu Sheng could exhibit such brutality. What about us? They thought, trembling at the thought of their fate. The final blow landed directly on Zhang Biao's forehead. In an instant, blood splattered like a burst of crimson petals. Zhang Biao was dead. Lu Sheng exhaled heavily, coldly surveying the lifeless Zhang Biao. To die so easily is a mercy you do not deserve, he remarked. He had initially intended to shatter Zhang Biao's bones and cast him into the horde of zombies to be torn apart. But in his fury, he had inadvertently struck Zhang Biao dead. Now, Lu Sheng was drenched in blood, the remnants of Zhang Biao's life force. Wiping the blood from his face, Lu Sheng turned to Yu Hong and asked, Brother Hong, how many of these people were involved in the plot to kill my parents? I want to eliminate them as well. Why? Yu Hong nodded, decide for yourself. He did not perceive Lu Sheng as cruel. Had he been in Lu Sheng's position, he would have acted with even greater ferocity against those who had slain his parents. The 10 or so individuals held by the zombies exchanged terrified glances. 4 of them, eyes wide with fear, hastily pleaded for mercy. Lu Sheng, spare us, we didn't mean to kill the boss and his wife, they cried out. Indeed, we had no part in it, we merely followed Zhang Biao's orders. We didn't want to kill them. The wretched Zhang Biao was blamed for their predicament. The accomplices who had participated in the control and killing of Lu Sheng's parents, as well as those who had tormented him, trembled in terror, hastily shifting the blame to the deceased Zhang Biao. With gritted teeth, Lu Sheng approached and delivered a few strikes, sending them on their way. This time, he did not take pleasure in torturing them. To Lu Sheng, they were merely accomplices. Although they had followed Zhang Biao's orders, it was not necessarily their intention. Such individuals deserved death, but not prolonged suffering. The remaining survivors bore expressions of relief. They had feared Lu Sheng would kill all who had once obeyed Zhang Biao's commands. Discovering that Lu Sheng had only executed the most egregious fault, they breathed a sigh of relief and hastily expressed their gratitude. Yu Hong regarded Lu Sheng and inquired, "Are there any issues with these individuals?" Lu Sheng affirmed, "I have dealt with Zhang Biao's men. These individuals were merely coerced by him and did not harm my parents or torment me." Breathing heavily, Lu Sheng's eyes reflected deep sorrow. Though he had avenged himself, his heart remained heavy with grief for his parents who were irrevocably lost. "Take heart," Yu Hong said gently, stepping closer and placing a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder. Prior to arriving, he had anticipated the various tribulations Lu Sheng had faced. The fact that Lu Sheng himself was unharmed, albeit with his parents having met a tragic fate, was within Yu Hong's expectations. In such times, anything could transpire. For Yu Hong, the greatest relief was that Lu Sheng had survived. Yes, Lu Sheng nodded. While Yu Hong released the others, who quickly expressed their gratitude before departing the boss's office. Lu Sheng discarded the hammer and asked, "Brother Hong, what brings you to the tile factory so suddenly?" Yu Hong's expression shifted slightly. "After the blood storm, as the zombie outbreak unfolded, I stayed in River Water City for a time, worrying about my parents, so I decided to return to my hometown. Passing through Yulin County, I thought to check on you. Thank goodness you're safe, otherwise I would have lost a son," he concluded with a teasing tone, lightening the atmosphere significantly. "Get lost, you're the one who is my son." Lu Sheng rolled his eyes, feeling deeply moved. He had never anticipated that Yu Hong would come to his rescue. Such camaraderie was particularly precious in the apocalypse. He realized he had not befriended this great body in vain. Lu Sheng then approached a cabinet in the office and knocked 3 times. With a rumble, the cabinet split open, revealing a pale-faced woman. "Sister," Lu Sheng exclaimed in alarm upon discovering Lu Huilin unconscious. While Yu Hong stepped forward, reassuring him, "Don't worry, she is fine. She merely fainted from hunger." He then produced 2 bottles of water and several pieces of bread from his backpack. Handing them to Lu Sheng quickly accepted them and fed water to Lu Huilin. In no time, she regained consciousness. "Shaosheng, hurry and leave. Don't let Zhang Biao find you," Lu Huilin urged anxiously. "Didn't I tell you not to come see me?" Lu Sheng shook his head, responding, "Sister, Zhang Biao is dead." He gestured toward the corpse across the room. Lu Huilin's face filled with shock. "What? That is Zhang Biao? He is dead?" "Yes, he is dead," Lu Sheng confirmed solemnly. "Brother Hong helped me avenge our family." Only then did Lu Huilin notice Yu Hong standing nearby, having visited Lu Sheng's home before and shared meals with them. She recognized him. Gratitude washed over her features as she exclaimed, "Yu Hong, thank you for helping us avenge our family. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to assist you." Yu Hong waved his hand dismissively. "Sister Huilin, there is no need for such formality. Lu Sheng and I are good friends. It's only right that I help." Despite his words, Lu Huilin continued to express her thanks, viewing Yu Hong as her greatest benefactor in life. At that moment, Lu Sheng spoke earnestly, "Brother Hong, I want to follow you from now on." "All right," Yu Hong replied. Lu Sheng nodded solemnly, his expression grave. My parents are no longer with us. In this dire situation, my sister and I possess little strength, rendering us exceedingly vulnerable. Only by following Brother Hong can we hope to survive. While Yu Hong gazed at Lu Sheng and replied, "But I must return to Baiyang City." "Are you truly willing to leave Yulin County?" Lu Sheng chose to accompany him, and Yu Hong, having anticipated this decision, was not overly surprised. Thus, he sought confirmation once more. Lu Sheng shook his head dismissively and said, At present my sister is my only remaining family. Wherever we go our lives remain unchanged. By following you, Brother Hong, at least we stand a chance of survival. Rest assured I will follow you unconditionally and will never refuse any task you assign. Liu Sheng's expression was earnest as he made this vow, fully aware that Yu Hong had saved him and avenged him, and he wished to repay that debt of gratitude. Very well, Yu Hong replied with a smile. From now on, we shall navigate this world together. He readily accepted Liu Sheng's request. Thank you, Brother Yu. Liu Sheng expressed his gratitude without hesitation, astonished that Yu Hong would truly agree, considering Yu Hong's evident strength and his apparent ability to control zombies. It was a tremendous surprise to him that Yu Hong would accept both him and his sister, who were devoid of power. We are brothers, there's no need for such formality, Yu Hong chided. Casting Liu Sheng a pointed look, since awakening his abilities Yu Hong had become decisive and ruthless, yet he was not devoid of compassion. In the face of his former friends, he could not remain indifferent. Hearing Yu Hong's words, Liu Sheng felt a surge of joy. He then began to devour the bread and water voraciously, having gone over 10 days without a proper meal. As he ate, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Nearby, Lu Huilin offered an apologetic smile, expressed her thanks, and also began to eat the bread. She had been evading danger for some time and had scarcely consumed anything, her once plump figure now gaunt. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and his companions entered a room, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, a rugged-looking man addressed Wang Dong, saying, "Brother Wang, I hope you will take care of us in the future." The other 6 or 7 individuals quickly echoed similar sentiments. Wang Dong, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Take care of you? Do not jest. In this situation I can barely ensure my own safety, let alone look after you." Sighing, he added, "I wonder how my wife and child are doing. I hope they are safe." As he spoke, worry flashed in his eyes. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the residents of Shatu Town, his neighbors, had not returned home, leaving him uncertain about the safety of his wife and child. "Brother Wang, you are a good person. Surely fate will smile upon your family, and your wife and daughter will be unharmed," the rugged man reassured him. "From now on, we will follow your lead. Wherever you say to go, I, Lu Hai, will not venture in the opposite direction." At that moment, a young man dressed in dark blue chimed in, "Yes, Brother Wang, we will heed your guidance." Wang Dong, feeling helpless, replied, "Even if you follow my lead, it won't matter. I lack the extraordinary strength of someone like Shang Biao. Even if you accompany me, I cannot protect you." Wang Dong was acutely aware of his own limitations and recognized that he was merely an ordinary person. "Brother Wang, you have a good rapport with Liu Sheng, and his friend possesses the ability to control numerous zombies. He must be a formidable figure," Lu Hai remarked, observing Wang Dong closely. In the future, it seems Liu Sheng's friend will call the shots here. You are closest to Liu Sheng. When you reported Zhang Biao, you even made a contribution. I believe you will be heavily relied upon. With that, Lu Hai's face reflected respect, understanding that Wang Dong's courageous decision to expose Zhang Biao would elevate his status above the others present. Recognizing this, he felt compelled to express his respect in advance. "Lest it be too late, indeed, Brother Wang, I hope you will look after us," the young man in dark blue added, offering his compliments. The others, witnessing this, began to flatter Wang Dong as well. "Please do not be so formal. We do not even know if that person will stay," Wang Dong replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had not anticipated that these individuals would think so highly of him. In his view, Yu Hong was so formidable that he likely would not remain in such a small place. It was clear to him that they were overestimating their situation. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Liu Sheng and Lu Huilin finished their bread and drank the last of their water. "Brother Hong, I apologize, we have been so famished for too long," Liu Sheng said, looking at Yu Hong with a hint of embarrassment, aware of his previously unsightly eating habits. Why Yu Hong waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence, I completely understand." He then retrieved several more loaves of bread and a few bottles of water from his backpack, intentionally keeping the existence of his special abilities hidden. Although he held great trust in Liu Sheng and believed that they would not come into conflict, it was wise to remain cautious. "Brother Hong, there is no need, we are already full," Liu Sheng quickly objected. Believing that Yu Hong had only this single bag of provisions. To him it was already generous for Yu Hong to offer a few loaves of bread, and accepting more would seem ungrateful. Have you not noticed that Brother Hong himself has only one bag of food? Lu Huilin quickly declined as well. She was not foolish and understood the value of food. In this current world, sustenance and water were the most precious commodities. Once valuable items like pearls and gold had lost their worth, and even toilet paper seemed more valuable than them. Survival was paramount, making food and water invaluable. Yu Hong directly handed his backpack to Lu Sheng, smiling. "Take it, I have over a dozen trucks of food. As long as you follow me, I cannot promise everything, but I assure you there will always be enough to eat." Having decided to take in Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin, Yu Hong did not hold back any longer. While he kept the details of his system and special abilities concealed, he did not hide the fact that he possessed substantial supplies. For Yu Hong, material resources were a trivial matter. He currently had over a dozen trucks and additional supplies in his storage space. Moreover, even if the food ran out, he could purchase more from the system's store. As long as he had points, he could exchange them. Acquiring points was not difficult. He merely needed to continue slaying zombies and mutated beasts. Chapter 40, Yu Hong explains. Lu Sheng and his sister are astounded. "What? Brother Hong, you have over a dozen trucks of food," Lu Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Yu Hong possessed such an immense stockpile of supplies, which seemed utterly unfathomable. Many were killing each other for a mere morsel of food. Yet Yu Hong had more than a dozen trucks. Lu Huilin's beautiful face mirrored her brother's surprise. As this revelation reshaped her perception of Yu Hong, she understood that in a world with such abundant resources, Yu Hong must possess incredible strength. This realization further solidified her resolve to follow him. At that moment, she cast a curious glance at the zombies in the room and asked, "Yu Hong, are these zombies under your control?" Though phrased as a question, her tone was resolute, knowing that her brother Lu Sheng lacked such capability. "Indeed, these zombies are under my control," Yu Hong affirmed with a nod. "Strictly speaking, I summoned them." Lu Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of profound shock. "You can summon zombies, Brother Hong? Have you gained mysterious powers like Zhong Biao?" Lu Sheng could not forget that Zhong Biao had the ability to manipulate fire, which had led to his parents' demise. He himself bore scars from Zhong Biao's fiery tortures. "Yes," Yu Hong confirmed, explaining, "since the emergence of zombies and mutated beasts, some individuals have awakened abilities allowing them to manipulate elements such as lightning, plants, metal, and fire. The Zhong Biao you mentioned possesses fire-based abilities, while I have awakened summoning abilities, which enable me to summon zombies. In truth, Yu Hong had not yet awakened any abilities. The zombies he summoned were a result of the system. However, outsiders were unaware of this, and upon witnessing the zombies, they naturally assumed Yu Hong possessed the power to control them. Once they learned more, they would speculate that Yu Hong's ability was to summon zombies, just as Wang Yelin and the others initially believed he could control them before realizing he could summon them instead. "Summoning zombies?" Lu Sheng exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. "No wonder Brother Hong is so formidable. I had no idea you could summon zombies." He recognized the extraordinary nature of such a power in this world, where someone capable of summoning zombies could easily gather supplies. Why Yu Hong could simply sit indoors, directing the zombies to collect resources, thereby avoiding the dangers of venturing outside to secure food. This ability is simply remarkable. Are we speaking of superhumans akin to those portrayed in films? Lu Huilin's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. Could it be that the extraordinary events depicted in movies have now materialized in reality? Yet, given the existence of zombies, the emergence of superhumans does not seem too far-fetched. Did you not see how Zhong Biao can control flames? Yu Hong nodded, smiling as he replied, "If you consider superhumans to be those with extraordinary abilities, you are not entirely mistaken. The powers of superhumans and enhancers far surpass that of ordinary individuals, indeed qualifying them as superhuman. Moreover, both superhumans and enhancers possess the potential for further enhancement, making the transformation into true superhumans a distinct possibility." Yu Hong's assertions were not mere fabrications. He believed that as long as superhumans and enhancers continued to grow stronger, It was indeed feasible for them to evolve into superhumans. After all, the dimensional attributes of a second-tier superhuman are fivefold that of an ordinary person. One could assert that a second-tier superhuman is akin to a minor superhuman. What of third-tier or fourth-tier, or even fifth-tier superhumans? They would undoubtedly be even more formidable. And what exactly is an enhancer? Lu Sheng inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yu Hong settled into a chair, patiently explaining. An enhancer is, in essence, a counterpart to a superhuman. Superhumans harness elements such as wind, water, and lightning, while enhancers merely enhance their physical capabilities, speed, strength, or defense, without the ability to manipulate elements or possess other supernatural abilities. Hence, they are referred to as enhancers. However, it is worth noting that enhancers, in essence, also belong to the category of superhumans. They simply differ from typical superhumans in that their supernatural ability is their own physicality. In the early stages, the combat prowess of enhancers is evidently inferior to that of superhumans. As for the future, that remains uncertain. As Yu Hong shared his knowledge, he was aware that in the initial phases, enhancers are not a match for superhumans, yet what the future holds is, after all, unpredictable. I see now. I had no idea enhancers even existed, Lu Sheng mused, speculating. Brother Hong, you mentioned mutated beasts earlier. Are these so-called mutated beasts transformed from wild animals? You are correct, Yu Hong affirmed with a nod. Mutated beasts are essentially familiar creatures such as cats, dogs, birds, and fish that have awakened supernatural abilities and undergone physical transformations. Each of these mutated beasts possesses extraordinary strength, capable of effortlessly eliminating ordinary individuals. Yu Hong elaborated on the subject of mutated beasts to Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin. As they listened, their eyes sparkled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the world could become so thrilling. The events that once graced the screens of films had now materialized in their reality. This world was indeed enchanting, utterly unlike what it once was. By the way, Brother Hong, do you think I have a chance to become a superhuman? At that moment, Lu Sheng expressed his yearning. Even if I cannot become a superhuman, being an enhancer would suffice, following the tragic loss of his parents and the torment inflicted by Zhong Biao. Lu Sheng now yearned for power above all else. Only with formidable strength could he find a sense of security. Upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, Lu Huilin's eyes also glimmered with hope. Like Lu Sheng, she too desired immense power. Only with such strength could they establish their footing in this world. It is possible, but merely a possibility. It is not guaranteed. Yu Hong nodded, responding to Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin. Many have succumbed to becoming zombies, some even evolving into first-tier zombies. These first-tier zombies possess a corpse core within their brains, which offers individuals a chance to become superhumans, even if one does not evolve into a superhuman. It can still enhance the capabilities of an ordinary person. Yu Hong did not withhold any information, sharing everything he knew. In truth, this was not classified information. Anyone venturing to a slightly larger area would be aware of it. The reason Lu Sheng was uninformed was simply due to the remoteness of their location, where even first-tier zombies had yet to emerge, thus rendering the concept of corpse cores unknown to them. Chapter 41, The Indifferent Yu Hong Corpse Core, First-Tier Zombies. Lu Sheng listened, his eyes brimming with longing. He had never imagined that such a treasure could exist in the world, one that could enable individuals to become enhancers or superhumans. How he wished to possess a corpse core. With that, he would have the opportunity to become a superhuman and protect himself, as well as his sister. Naturally, he could also possess sufficient strength to assist Yu Hong. As long as your luck is not overly poor, you should have a chance to acquire a corpse core in the future. Yu Hong surmised Lu Sheng's thoughts from his expression. It was not surprising that Lu Sheng harbored such aspirations. In this arduous apocalypse, everyone yearned to elevate their power, and Yu Hong was no exception. Currently, he had 2 corpse cores stored within his inventory. However, he refrained from directly presenting them to Lu Sheng. He was well aware of the consequences of giving without receiving. Although Lu Sheng's character was commendable and unlikely to lead to such a situation, one could never be too certain. The value of a corpse core was considerable, and it would be preferable for Lu Sheng to acquire it on his own to avoid fostering any sense of complacency. Yu Hong wished for Lu Sheng to become a reliable ally in the future rather than someone who relied on him for everything. Since there is an opportunity, I will strive to become a superhuman. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Indeed, we shall all become superhumans, Lu Huilin chimed in, nodding. The events with Zhong Biao had matured the siblings considerably. Now, their greatest desire was to possess power. I believe in you both, Yu Hong said with a smile, nodding. I have ample supplies, there is no need for you to be overly polite with me. Here, take this. Upon finishing, he handed his backpack to Lu Sheng. Inside was some bread, canned goods, and water. Such provisions would undoubtedly incite fierce competition during these times and could even lead to fatalities. Thank you, Brother Hong, Lu Sheng said earnestly as he accepted the backpack. He resolved to repay Yu Hong once he grew stronger. I told you not to be so polite. Yu Hong rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. We are good friends now, and we always have been. There is no need for such formality between us, Lu Sheng nodded, warmth swelling in his heart. All right, we are indeed good friends. With that, he embraced Yu Hong amicably. Now, let us depart from this place, Yu Hong said, looking at Lu Sheng. His purpose for coming was to rescue Lu Sheng, and having succeeded, it was time to return. Brother Hong, I would like to visit my home briefly, Lu Sheng requested. There is a photograph of my parents that I wish to take with me. Since they have passed, that photograph is the last remnant for my sister and me. Lu Sheng longed to take the photograph of his parents with him, aware that this journey might mean he would never return. Of course, Yu Hong nodded, unperturbed. I have dealt with the zombies in your village, so it is quite safe to go back now. With that, Yu Hong led them out of the office and down to the ground floor. Upon arrival, he spotted Wang Dong and others. They greeted Yu Hong with warm smiles. Uncle Wang, Lu Sheng said, his face lighting up with a friendly smile. He felt immense gratitude towards Wang Dong. Had it not been for him, his sister might have fallen into Zhong Biao's hands. Even if luck had been on their side and she had not been found, she would likely have starved to death. Lu Huilin looked at Wang Dong, her face also reflecting gratitude. Uncle Wang, thank you for your assistance during this time. Wang Dong waved his hand hastily, saying, Xiaolin Shaosheng, there is no need for such formality. I have watched you grow up, so helping you a little is nothing. To him, aiding Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin was not a significant matter. He simply could not tolerate Zhong Biao's ingratitude. After all, Lu Sheng had never mistreated them. Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin looked at Wang Dong, expressing their thanks once again. The other workers at the tile factory observed Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin's respect toward Wang Dong with envy. Uncle Wang, we will be leaving here soon, Lu Huilin said, a hint of sadness on her face. It was hard for her to part with the hometown she had known for so many years. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong was astonished. What, Xiaolin, you are leaving? Where are you going? To the county? Lu Huilin shook her head. No, we plan to go to Sichuan province. The Sichuan province she referred to was where Baiyang city was located. What, you are going to Sichuan province? Wang Dong's face showed further astonishment and concern. It is too far from here, and with so many zombies around, your journey will be extremely perilous. At that moment, the tall man Lu Hai spoke up. Brother Wang, this young man has the ability to control zombies, so the journey should not be as daunting. Lu Hai directed his gaze toward Yu Hong, his eyes filled with awe. That is true, Wang Dong conceded. Realization dawning upon him. He recognized that with Yu Hong's ability to control zombies, their journey would likely encounter fewer obstacles. Thus, Wang Dong said, I wish you all a safe journey. Lu Hai hesitated, saying, Lu Zong, Shaosheng, if you leave, we may not survive. We are merely ordinary people without the capability to fight zombies. How about letting us accompany you? Lu Hai's eyes brimmed with hope. He was acutely aware that the food supplies at the factory were dwindling perilously, and if he remained there, death was likely to ensue. In light of this grim reality, it seemed more prudent to depart alongside Yu Hong and the others. Upon hearing this, the others also displayed signs of contemplation. I fear I must disappoint you. I am not inclined to take on more companions, Yu Hong stated firmly. Ordinary zombies are not particularly formidable. With 8 of you, survival should be entirely feasible. Lu Hai furrowed his brow and replied, but our food is nearly depleted. Yu Hong's demeanor turned somewhat cold. Without provisions, you can venture outside to seek sustenance. as long as you possess the skill, food can undoubtedly be found. Moreover, the county seat of Yulin is not far from here. You can easily make your way there, where resources are far more abundant, provided you work together and avoid provoking trouble. Survival should not pose a significant challenge. Yu Hong had no intention of playing the role of a caretaker for this group. With that, he turned a leading Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin outside. Lu Hai and the others wished to follow Yu Hong but feared he might use the zombies to eliminate them all, thus they could only watch helplessly as Yu Hong and his companions made their way toward the factory entrance. Chapter 42 The encounter between two women and Cheng Shua's concerns. Brother Wang, are we really just going to stand by and watch them leave? Lu Hai gazed at Yu Hong's retreating figure, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He believed that following Yu Hong was their best chance of survival, yet Yu Hong was unwilling to have them accompany him. What options did they have left? Wang Dong sighed helplessly, continuing, besides, that young man has a point. We are able-bodied men and should rely on ourselves. If we exercise caution, we should manage just fine. Wang Dong too desired to join Yu Hong, Lu Sheng, and the others in their departure. However, he recognized that Yu Hong was the one truly in control of the situation. They were not well acquainted, and he would not accept them. Forcing their way in would only breed resentment. We can certainly handle these ordinary zombies. Lu Hai gritted his teeth, hesitating. But what if stronger zombies appear in the future? We could be doomed. Fear flickered across Lu Hai's expression. The world had suddenly transformed, giving rise to zombies, and he could not predict whether even more powerful ones would emerge. If such creatures did surface, their demise would be inevitable. Therefore, staying close to someone who could control the zombies seemed the safest course of action. Yet, they were not wanted. What could they do? Wang Dong rolled his eyes in irritation, stating, in my opinion, we should find a way to head to the county seat. That is the most populated area in our county, so resources must be plentiful. Lu Hai frowned deeply. But with more people, there will be more zombies. Wang Dong dismissed his concerns. That cannot be helped. We cannot expect to claim all the good fortune for ourselves. If we want to survive, we must strive for it. Of course, if we encounter a large number of survivors in the county seat, we can join forces for mutual support. Wang Dong laid out his plan very well. It appears we have no other choice. Lu Hai considered. He would not dare to forcefully follow Yu Hong. Yu Hong, accompanied by Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin, arrived at the vehicle convoy. Upon his return, the zombies that had surrounded Shenwei Ceramics were recalled to the zombie space. Leaving only a handful outside, Yu Hong took the opportunity to check his point total, points, 104. A mere 104, he resolved to eliminate more zombies, although the route home would not directly pass through Yulin County. It was in close proximity, therefore, he decided to make a trip to Yulin County, certain that a large number of zombies awaited him there, providing an opportunity to accumulate points. Summoning zombies proved to be quite effective. Lu Sheng watched in astonishment as Yu Hong merely waved his hand, causing a multitude of zombies to vanish. His eyes reflected awe. He wished he possessed such power. Lu Huilin's mouth slightly agape. She looked at Yu Hong with surprise. In her memory, Yu Hong had always been a slender, somewhat shy boy. Now, he appeared so transformed. At that moment, Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin caught sight of Yu Hong's convoy, their expressions filled with disbelief. Initially, they had assumed Yu Hong was fabricating stories to persuade them to accept the supplies in his backpack. They never imagined he truly had a dozen vehicles laden with provisions. This was simply incredible. Seeing the beautiful and slender Cheng Shui beside the convoy, Lu Sheng inquired, Brother Hong, is this your sister-in-law? She is truly lovely. Upon seeing Cheng Shui, he naturally made that connection. In Lu Sheng's view, Yu Hong was not a benevolent figure who would take in a stranger. It was more likely that this woman was his girlfriend. No, she is someone I encountered on the road, Yu Hong replied, casting a brief glance at Cheng Shui with a nonchalant tone. During the process of unlocking the door, the zombie crisis erupted, and Cheng Shui had to follow him. Thus, Yu Hong's assertion that he met Cheng Shui on the road was not entirely inaccurate. Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Sheng was taken aback, realizing he had misjudged the situation. However, he felt that with Cheng Shui's beauty, She might indeed become his sister-in-law in the future. After all, a powerful man tends to attract women. Given Yuhong's strength, perhaps this woman was eager to become his partner. Upon hearing Yuhong's denial, Cheng Shui felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself, her face breaking into a smile. "Hello, I'm Cheng Shui," she greeted Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin with warmth. Cheng Shui noticed the close bond between Lu Sheng and Yuhong. Clearly, Yuhong had come here specifically for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin reciprocated with their own introductions, enthusiasm evident in their demeanor. Lu Huilin tucked her hair behind her ear, gazing at Cheng Shui with astonishment. She had always prided herself on her beauty. Yet Cheng Shui surpassed her in allure. Most importantly, Cheng Shui appeared significantly younger, while she herself was already 27. Consequently, Lu Huilin felt somewhat disheartened. However, being the more mature of the two, she managed to conceal her emotions. Before long, the two women grew quite familiar with one another. It turned out that Cheng Shui was Lu Sheng's sister and not well acquainted with Yuhong. Upon hearing about Lu Huilin's situation, Cheng Shui breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared encountering a rival. After worrying for so long, she discovered it was merely Lu Sheng's sister. However, Cheng Shui soon felt a twinge of concern, as she initially did not wish to become Yuhong's partner. It was only later that she developed such desires. Perhaps Lu Huilin might eventually entertain similar thoughts. This notion made Cheng Shui vigilant once more. Subsequently, Yuhong instructed Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin to board the vehicle, heading towards Lu's residence. In no time, they arrived outside Lu's house. It was a self-built rural residence, 5 stories tall, exquisitely decorated, a clear indication of wealth. "All right, you two go gather your belongings," Yuhong instructed as he disembarked. "I will wait for you here." The zombies in Lu's village had been completely cleared by him, leaving no lingering danger. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement as he exited the vehicle. Soon after, he and Lu Huilin emerged with a wheeled suitcase. Aside from a few articles of clothing, the suitcase contained only a family photo and some toiletries. Naturally, Lu Sheng also carried a backpack. "Are you all set?" Yuhong inquired upon seeing them come out. "Yes, we are all ready," Lu Sheng replied with a smile. "Good, then let us get in the car," Yuhong said, and with that, he gathered the remaining zombies from Lu's village. Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin cast a lingering glance at the house before they gritted their teeth and climbed into the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the car started and headed towards Yulin County. Chapter 43, A Narrow Encounter. Arrival at Yulin City. Meanwhile, 4 vehicles approached the outskirts of Yulin City, precisely the convoy from which Luo Tianyu had fled. Lacking internet access or navigation, they were unfamiliar with the area and had inadvertently meandered along the highway, ultimately arriving at Yulin City. Most crucially, they had no map leading to this blunder. Initially, they had sought to distance themselves from Yuhong, yet unexpectedly found themselves converging once more. Yulin City. Luo Tianyu frowned at the name ahead, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had heard it somewhere before. Chen Qian gasped in alarm. "Brother Luo, I recognize this place. It's Yulin City, the county seat of Yulin County." Luo Tianyu's expression darkened. So what if it is the county seat? Why the panic? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction toward Chen Qian for her lack of composure. Such instability would not lead to any significant achievements. Indeed, women are often the root of misfortune. Luo Tianyu's thoughts flickered with uncertainty as he considered the rumors of Yuhong's impending return to Baiyang City. Coincidentally, along the route through Yulin City, would he arrive here as well? At that moment, fear washed over Chen Qian as she recalled Yuhong's possession of second-tier zombies. Encountering him would mean certain death. "What? Yulin City is on Yuhong's route home? Aren't we heading in the opposite direction?" Luo Tianyu exclaimed in shock, the cigarette he held falling from his hand onto the seat. It was only after a moment that he realized and hastily extinguished the smoldering cigarette. Chen Qian's expression turned bitter. "Clearly, we have taken a wrong turn, cursed fate." The moment Luo Tianyu heard this, he couldn't help but utter a curse. He never anticipated that such an event would transpire. "Brother Luo, should we hasten our departure? Otherwise, if we encounter Yuhong, we may find it impossible to leave." Chen Qian expressed her concern, her eyes reflecting her apprehension. She was acutely aware of Yuhong's formidable prowess. Should they confront him directly, she and her companions would undoubtedly be no match. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianyu gritted his teeth and stated, "There's no need." Chen Chen, taken aback, replied, "What, we aren't leaving?" She was astonished by Luo Tianyu's decision to stay, a choice that starkly contrasted with her understanding of his character. "Yes, we are not leaving," Luo Tianyu affirmed, his expression one of defiance. "I refuse to believe that our luck is so abysmal. Besides, with this vast world, how could we possibly be so unfortunate as to cross paths with Yuhong?" Resolutely, Luo Tianyu decided to remain in Yulin City. He perceived it as a county-level city, while Hashui City was merely a prefecture-level metropolis. He was confident that his strength was sufficient to unify Yulin City. Though the place was small, it would suffice for his purposes. With this thought, a fierce glimmer ignited in Luo Tianyu's eyes. He resolved to swiftly gather survivors upon entering Yulin City to establish a refuge. "All right," Chen Chen nodded, feeling that Luo Tianyu's reasoning held merit. In such a vast world, how could we possibly encounter Yuhong? It seems improbable." Subsequently, Luo Tianyu and Chen Chen drove into Yulin City. Half an hour later, Yuhong and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Yulin City. "Are there others who have also come to Yulin City?" Yuhong mused, spotting fresh tire tracks on the ground. However, he didn't dwell on it and drove straight in. "By the way, what are the most populated areas in Yulin City?" Yuhong inquired. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment before responding. "It should be the commercial Golden Street, the Experimental High School number 1, and Junan Community." "Brother Hong, why do you ask this?" Lu Sheng questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Fool, where there are crowds, there are bound to be more zombies. For safety's sake, we should definitely avoid those places." Lu Huilin rolled her eyes, as if looking at a simpleton. Lu Sheng suddenly realized, "Sister, you don't have to belittle me like that. I just didn't think of it at the moment." He also recognized that Lu Huilin was right. Yuhong's inquiry clearly indicated an intention to steer clear of those 3 locations. Although Yuhong was powerful, he was not invincible. No, Yuhong shook his head and smiled. "We will indeed visit those 3 places." "What? We are going to those locations?" "Brother Hong, we absolutely cannot. There are too many zombies there, and with only 4 of us, it's far too perilous," Lu Sheng quickly protested. He understood the grave danger posed by zombies. A single bite could turn one into one of them, thus he was reluctant to venture into such treacherous territory. "Why are you rambling?" Lu Huilin chided. Tapping Lu Sheng on the head, Yuhong must have his reasons for this course of action. Lu Huilin, being 3 years older than Lu Sheng, possessed greater maturity and a more comprehensive perspective. To Yuhong's deliberate choice of zombie-infested areas surely had its purpose. Surely he wouldn't recklessly seek death, would he? "Oh, so that's how it is," Lu Sheng exclaimed, looking at Yuhong. "Brother Hong, is that true?" "Indeed," Yuhong affirmed with a nod. "When we reach the areas teeming with zombies, I will summon them to eliminate all the zombies within the city." "Brother Hong, you are surprisingly benevolent." Lu Sheng expressed his confusion, as he had never perceived Yuhong in such a light. Lu Huilin fell silent, equally perplexed by Yuhong's motive for specifically targeting heavily infested areas. However, she refrained from making unfounded assumptions. Yuhong shook his head, chuckling, "I am not so benevolent. I merely wish to slay more zombies to enhance my strength." While slaying zombies would not directly augment his power, it would yield points. With enough points, he could exchange them for attribute enhancements, thereby strengthening himself. I understand now," Lu Huilin thought to herself. Lu Sheng nodded. Smiling, "It has been some time since we last met. I thought you had turned kind-hearted." Yuhong shot him an exasperated glance. "In this world, being kind is tantamount to being foolish. Do you not realize?" He had never considered himself particularly kind, nor did he desire to be labeled as such. In Yuhong's view, kindness in this apocalyptic realm equated to stupidity. Take Lu Qingqing for example, her kindness might very well lead her to peril. Such benevolence was something he would rather forgo. "All right," Lu Sheng chuckled sheepishly. He then guided Yuhong on their route. Before long, the 4 of them made their way to Experimental High School No. 1. As they approached They found themselves 500 meters away, confronted by a horde of zombies. The moment these zombies heard the sound of their vehicle, they turned and lunged toward Yuhong and his companions. Yuhong felt a surge of energy and unleashed 5,000 ordinary zombies. Moreover, he summoned 3 first-tier zombies. The first-tier zombies, akin to tigers among sheep, charged into the mass of zombies before them. Yuhong lit a cigarette, calm and composed, as he observed the ensuing chaos. Chapter 44, The Current State of Experimental High School No. 1. The conflict remarkable, Lu Sheng exclaimed in awe at Yuhong's ability to summon zombies. His astonishment deepened upon witnessing several first-tier zombies, clearly superior to their ordinary counterparts, during his time in Lu family village. He had only encountered ordinary zombies, never imagining that some could possess such strength. Had he encountered those formidable zombies in Lu family village, he likely would have met his end. Lu Huilen was equally shaken by the scene before her. This display only intensified her yearning for power. She could not bear to endure experiences akin to those with Zhong Biao ever again. As the battle raged on, more zombies surged toward them. But they were swiftly dispatched by Yuhong's summoned horde. Yuhong wore a broad smile, watching the carnage unfold with serene satisfaction. At that moment he glanced at the system marketplace, noting that his points had already exceeded 1,000. Indeed, it was only in areas rife with zombies that he could accumulate points so rapidly. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he mused to himself. The zombies within Experimental High School No. 1 represented all ages, elders, children and middle-aged individuals alike. Facing these zombies, Yuhong showed no mercy. He guided his summoned zombies in a ruthless harvest of life. Before long, the area was cleared of its undead inhabitants, and Yuhong's points swelled to over 2,000. Elated by the surge in points, Yuhong resumed the drive toward Experimental High School No. 1. Along the way, they were besieged by continuous waves of zombies, which were relentlessly eliminated by the zombies he summoned. Within the dining hall of Experimental High School No. 1 on the second floor, a gathering of over 100 individuals convened, teachers, students, and cafeteria staff who had survived the apocalypse. Their expressions were grave as they focused on the figure standing in the center. Among the throng of students and teachers was a bespectacled middle-aged man, the head of the Academic Affairs Office. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had become an enhancer, his physical abilities greatly amplified. Particularly his speed, which was astonishingly swift. Leveraging this advantage, he could easily dispatch ordinary zombies. It was precisely due to his presence that the students and teachers had managed to survive thus far. At that moment, a balding elder turned to the Academic Affairs Director and inquired, "Teacher Zhang, the food in the cafeteria is nearly depleted. What should we do next?" The elder, the school principal, held considerable respect among the survivors. Having built a reputation over decades, despite not possessing any awakened abilities, even Zheng Chuan, now an enhancer, treated the old principal with deference. With a sigh, Zheng Chuan replied, "Principal, the only viable option now is to leave the school. Otherwise, we will simply be waiting for death, but the zombies outside are overwhelming. If we leave the school, the majority of us may perish en route." He lamented. He wanted to escape yet lacked the confidence to lead others to safety. Most crucially, the sheer number of zombies surrounding the school rendered it perilous. Even without bringing the students and teachers, he had no absolute certainty of a safe exit. Moreover, was there any guarantee that other places were safer? Did they even have food? Zheng Chuan could not assure anyone of that. Upon hearing his words, the other teachers and students erupted in uproar. What? Leave the school? No way, that is far too dangerous, though perilous. The food in the cafeteria was running out. If they did not leave, would they simply starve to death? We are all living beings, we cannot just succumb to starvation. For the past 2 days, we have been subsisting on rotten vegetables. I've been suffering from diarrhea for several days now. If this continues, I will either die from dehydration or be consumed by zombies. This world is absurd. Zombies from movies have truly come to life. Death is death. What is there to fear? I refuse to remain here any longer. The teachers and students voiced their thoughts, with some advocating for a desperate escape while others cowered in fear of confronting the zombies outside. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. At that moment, a tall man clad in a chef's uniform stepped forward from the crowd. He cleared his throat and said, "The food in the warehouse is nearly gone. I propose we rank ourselves by strength, let the strong stay, and the weak venture out to fend for themselves." During this time, Zhang Chuan had been rationing food, providing only one meal a day with minimal portions. It was through such measures that the over 100 individuals had managed to survive for more than 20 days on the cafeteria's provisions. Zhang Chuan shook his head. "Zhao Shunyun, I have told you several times that I cannot accept your suggestion. Nor will the others." Zhao Shunyun was the head chef of the cafeteria. He is like Zhang Chuan reinforcer. While Zhang Chuan enhances his speed, Zhao Shunyun focuses on strength. Currently, Zhao Shunyun can deliver a single punch that could shatter bones into fragments. Consequently, Zhao Shunyun and Zheng Chuan have emerged as the two most formidable individuals here. Unlike Zheng Chuan, who prioritizes the well-being of his students, Zhao Shunyun is intent on expelling the majority from the cafeteria to monopolize the food stored within. To this end, Zhao Shunyun has conferred with Zheng Chuan multiple times and even proposed a potential alliance, yet all his overtures have been categorically rebuffed, having served as a teacher for over 20 years. Zheng Chuan is deeply committed to his students and colleagues, making it impossible for him to contemplate displacing them. This divergence of values has rendered the two adversaries. Nonetheless, the majority continue to rally behind Zheng Chuan. Thwarting Zhao Shunyun's schemes. "Indeed, Zhao Shunyun, relinquish your futile aspirations." The headmaster, upon hearing this, rebuked sternly, "Do not forget, you are merely a head chef for our school. Strictly speaking, you do not belong here. Our willingness to allow you to remain is already an act of great mercy." The headmaster's dissatisfaction with Zhao Shunyun is palpable. In his view, experimental fast school belongs to the teachers and students, and Zhao Shunyun, as the cafeteria chef, has no right to dictate the fates of others or to seize more food. "Humph, let it not escape your notice that I am the one who procured all this food," Zhao Shunyun retorted with a scoff. "Were it not for my early procurement of vegetables, meats, and other essentials, you would have starved long ago. Do you think you can use this to threaten me? It is laughable." Zhao Shunyun believes that the survival of these people is solely due to his efforts in securing supplies. However, while it is true that he procured the goods, he merely fulfilled his obligations, not out of benevolence. The headmaster, with a furrowed brow and a voice simmering with anger, replied, "We contracted the cafeteria to you. It is your duty to procure supplies and prepare meals for the faculty and students. You ought to be grateful that we have not expelled you." The headmaster's face darkened with displeasure towards Zhao Shunyun and his cafeteria staff. Chapter 45, A Firm Idea Rejected. "Indeed, Zhao Shunyun, do not be so ungrateful," Zheng Chuan said with a serious expression. "If you continue to speak in such a manner, we shall have no choice but to expel you and let you face the horde of zombies outside." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shunyun fell silent. His strength is comparable to Zheng Chuan's, yet the number of his cafeteria staff pales in comparison to the student body. In a true confrontation, he would likely be outmatched. Moreover, Zhao Shunyun is aware that some of the cafeteria workers who appear to support him are actually relatives of the school's teachers, and some are even kin to the headmaster and Zheng Chuan. If conflict arises, they are unlikely to assist him. However, the food supplies are dwindling rapidly, and Zhao Shunyun furrowed his brow in frustration. He cannot comprehend why Zheng Chuan is so obstinate. Together, they could easily dominate the food supplies in the cafeteria and ensure their survival for a longer duration. Why must Zheng Chuan distribute food to these weaklings? Both Zhao Shunyun and Zheng Chuan are reinforcers possessing strength that surpasses that of ordinary individuals, yet under Zheng Chuan's stringent demands, they receive the same rations as everyone else. Zhao Shunyun is profoundly dissatisfied with this arrangement, yet he finds himself powerless against Zheng Chuan. "Look, the zombies are on the move," a student observed cautiously. "Damn it," Zhao Shunyun muttered under his breath, "these creatures are always wandering about." What is so surprising about that? Unlike before, the zombies are now moving en masse towards the outskirts of the campus. The student at the window spoke again. "What? They are heading outside the school?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Chuan and the others hurried to the window. They discovered that the zombies, which had previously roamed the playground and outside the cafeteria, were indeed making their way towards the school gate. Not merely walking, but running as if drawn by something outside. The cafeteria staff erupted in joy at this sight. Some even shed tears. Ha ha ha, we are saved, those accursed things are finally leaving. We can go home. Yes, if those zombies truly vacate the campus, we are completely free. What if they return later? Enough, you Raven, can you not wish for something positive? The crowd buzzed with chatter, envisioning an escape. Zheng Chuan decisively stated. Headmaster, we must leave, the food supply is critically low, remaining here is tantamount to awaiting death. Zheng Chuan recognized this as a prime opportunity, especially since his wife and child were at Junan Community. And he yearned to protect them, yet he was reluctant to abandon his students and colleagues, fearing they would be left without support. These days, Zheng Chuan has been in a state of inner turmoil. The headmaster gazed at the zombies outside and inquired, Director Zheng, if we were to leave, could you guarantee the safety of everyone present? No, Zheng Chuan shook his head, answering candidly, I estimate that if we attempt to escape, at least 70% of us will perish. The headmaster immediately shook his head in response. That is not acceptable. Here, we can at least survive. If we venture outside, who knows what fate awaits us. The headmaster believes it is best to remain in the cafeteria. This sudden zombie outbreak has been too abrupt, leaving no time for rescue efforts. He is convinced that once the police or official rescue teams realize what has transpired, they will come to their aid. Upon hearing this, the other faculty and students were similarly disinclined to leave. They are ordinary individuals, fearful of confronting zombies. Should they step beyond the campus, many would surely perish. And what if one of those casualties were themselves? Better to endure a miserable existence than to risk death. Zheng Chuan clenched his jaw and remarked, Headmaster, since you all refuse to leave, I shall depart on my own. You wish to leave? The headmaster shook his head vehemently. No, if you leave, these children will have no chance of survival. The headmaster understands that if Zheng Chuan departs, their group would not stand a chance. They might not even fall victim to the zombies but would rather be eliminated by Zhao Zhenyun instead. Zheng Chuan embodies hope for the school's faculty and students, and the headmaster does not wish to see him go. Indeed, Teacher Zheng, please do not leave, we all need you. A student with a buzz cut implored, Teacher Zheng, you promised to protect us, how can you abandon us? Another student chimed in, Teacher Zheng, I believe it is best to stay. This place is the safest. The situation outside may be far worse than here. A male teacher in a suit also urged. Zheng Chuan's strength makes him a pillar of support for the faculty and students. And naturally, they do not wish for him to leave. Zheng Chuan, hearing their pleas, felt increasingly conflicted. For some time now, he has been trapped in this state of indecision. He desires to leave yet fears the opposition of the others. But if he does not depart, what will happen to his wife and child? Zheng Chuan fears that they may already be in peril, yet he is reluctant to succumb to despair. One must always hold on to hope. Zheng Chuan, have you lost your senses? Zheng Chuan glanced at the faculty and students present and suddenly realized, what folly is this? These individuals are merely your students, your colleagues are just ordinary co-workers who have previously sought to undermine you. Why do you care for them so? In comparison, his wife and child are far more deserving of his protection. With this thought, Zheng Chuan's resolve solidified. He looked at the headmaster and the remaining faculty and students. Paused for a moment, then declared, a headmaster, I must leave. This time, I have to go. The Yulin City Police Station, since the onset of the apocalypse, has seen many officers succumb to the fate of becoming zombies. Yet, armed with firearms, the remaining personnel managed to stabilize the situation. Among the officers, several reinforcers emerged, along with a first-tier water-based ability user. Thanks to this water user, the group has maintained a relatively sufficient supply of drinking water, leading to a better morale among the officers compared to other survivors. The area surrounding the police station has been cleared of zombies. I and the chief's office. The atmosphere is tense. The captain gazes earnestly at the chief and speaks in a low voice. Chief, I implore you once more, let us rescue our fellow citizens outside, especially those at Experimental Fast School. Many of those students embody our future and deserve our aid. Additionally, we must save the survivors from Junan community and other locations. Only by uniting can we forge a formidable force to weather this crisis. The police captain, the sole first-tier ability user among the officers, has long wished to venture beyond the station to rescue survivors from other areas but has faced persistent refusal from the chief. Today, he repeats his request to save those in need. Chapter 46, Reluctant Agreement. Rising points. The police chief, a man in his early 50s with a slightly corpulent physique, frowned as he tapped the table upon hearing Captain Zhong Cheng's words. Internally, he is reluctant to embark on a rescue mission for others. This unwillingness has led many desperate individuals in Yulian City yearning for salvation to perish without ever witnessing the arrival of rescue teams. Moreover, the current chaos shows no signs of abating. If they were to bring outsiders into the police station, what would happen if food supplies run low? Those rescued might become burdens instead. Such an outcome is one the chief wishes to avoid. No, we require your protection here. You cannot abandon your post. The director shook his head, denying Zhong Cheng's request. As a police officer, it is our duty to protect the citizens. Zhong Cheng, with a solemn expression, continued. Moreover, bringing back the survivors from outside and gathering everyone together would allow us to pool our resources and gather more supplies. Isn't this a win-win situation? Zhong Cheng could not comprehend why the director persistently refused to rescue others. Clearly, saving the survivors was a commendable act. Zhong Cheng, you are still too young, the director said slowly, gazing at him. Your intentions are noble, but have you considered how we would manage if there were too many survivors? Even if they were to comply with our management, the provision of food and water would pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, at this critical juncture, why should our police station distribute resources to others? I believe we should prioritize the well-being of our officers. As for the survivors outside, what concern is that of ours? It would be best if they all turned into zombies. In that case, we wouldn't need to rescue them, nor would we waste food. Director Zhong Cheng frowned at the director's words. But we are the police. How can we turn a blind eye to the suffering of the people? My conscience cannot bear it. I understand your good intentions, but you must also consider the practical issues. The director sighed in resignation. Zhong Cheng visited him daily, making repeated requests, and after several days of this, the director had grown weary. However, he could not afford to sever ties with Zhong Cheng, as he still relied on him. Oftentimes, the director found himself lamenting why it was not he who had awakened superpowers. If he too had mutated, he would not have to be so concerned about Zhong Cheng. Through gritted teeth, Zhong Cheng declared, but we are the police. The director shook his head and replied, this world has become so fantastical. With zombies now roaming about, who knows when normal order will be restored? Are we truly still the police? With the loss of communication with the outside world and our superiors, we can hardly claim to be officers anymore. He felt that in this time of power outages and disconnected networks, they might no longer be officers. Even if they rescued those survivors, it was likely that they would not be regarded highly by their superiors. If that were the case, why bother rescuing them? Zhong Cheng's expression turned grave. Are you implying that we are no longer officers? The director sighed deeply. Our identities were bestowed upon us by our superiors. Now that the world is in chaos and we cannot reach them, we might truly no longer be police officers. Do not burden yourself with such thoughts. Consider yourself an ordinary person. In that case, we have no obligation to rescue the survivors. He was quite clear in his reasoning. These were tumultuous times, although they had once been police officers with a duty to protect the citizens. The apocalypse had arrived, the rules of this world had changed. The director even wished to become a superhuman himself, commanding the officers without hindrance instead of being constrained by Zhong Cheng's influence. Ordinary people. Director, are you serious? Zhong Cheng felt a coldness in his heart upon hearing this. He had not expected the esteemed director, a pivotal figure in Yulian City, to harbor such selfish thoughts. The director nodded. Indeed, that is my perspective, Zhang Cheng scoffed. Very well, if we are all ordinary people, then I no longer need to seek your permission for anything I do regarding Li Tingwei. Li Tingwei immediately erupted in anger. Slamming his palm on the table, he glared at Zhang Cheng, his fury palpable. Zhang Cheng, do you even understand your position? Do you know what mine is? How dare you speak to me like this? Are you so dismissive of authority? Zhang Cheng retorted. You were the one who said we might not be officers anymore, just ordinary people. If that is the case, then you are no longer a director. And I am no longer a captain. Li Tingwei realized that he had just shot himself in the foot with his words, for Zhang Cheng was correct. If they were no longer officers, Zhang Cheng had no obligation to heed his commands. Ha, Captain Zhang, that was not my intention. Li Tingwei smirked awkwardly. What I meant was that we can discuss rescuing the survivors, but we must carefully consider the matter. Zhang Cheng replied, I think we should decide quickly. The longer we deliberate, the more survivors will perish. Director, I want a straightforward answer. Can I lead a team to rescue the other survivors by the end? Zhang Cheng's voice had taken on a hard edge. Li Tingwei felt displeased but could only relent, nodding as he said, very well, I approve your request to rescue the survivors. Yes, Director. A smile broke on Zhang Cheng's face as he saluted and exited the director's office. Watching Zhang Cheng's retreating figure, Li Tingwei's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He had not anticipated being placed in such an awkward position by his subordinate. Why had it not been he? Li Tingwei, who gained superpowers, contemplating Zhang Cheng's ability to control water and even use it as a weapon. Li Tingwei felt envy and resentment, yet he found himself powerless against Zhang Cheng. Once I acquire superpowers, I'll take you down, Li Tingwei thought, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. As the apocalypse unfolded, Li Tingwei and the others had lost communication with the outside world. People from Hishui City referred to those with abilities as superhumans, while those in Yulin County called them superpowered individuals. Yu Hong was controlling the zombies, continuously slaying those in front of him. After about 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Experimental Middle School. Zombies continued to pour out from the campus. Yu Hong was elated by this. The more zombies, the better. With a calm demeanor, he continued to direct the summoned zombies to encircle and eliminate those emerging from the school. His points in the system shop were rapidly increasing. Not only that, but he also summoned an additional 20,000 ordinary zombies to clear out the zombies in the residential area adjacent to the school. Occasionally, he heard cries for help from within the residences, and some people waved red cloths frantically. Clearly, those survivors had spotted them. Chapter 47. The surviving teachers and students. Yu Hong paid no heed to the cries from the residential area. In reality, the zombies he summoned had already gone to hunt the zombies in those neighborhoods. As long as the people remained still, they would survive. Yu Hong had no intention of rescuing these survivors. Yet his actions in clearing the zombies indirectly saved them. While directing the zombies, he smoked a cigarette and offered one to Lu Sheng, who accepted it with a smile and lit it. Taking a puff, he exhaled smoke slowly. Brother Hong, I want to kill zombies too. Yu Hong was somewhat taken aback and advised, you are still just an ordinary person, better not to. If you get injured by a zombie, I won't be able to save you. Once you are stronger, then you can go kill zombies. Lu Sheng was merely an ordinary person with limited strength, thus Yu Hong declined his request. He decided to wait until Lu Sheng gained some experience before allowing him to confront zombies, as it was too risky at present. I'll be careful, I should be fine, Lu Sheng insisted, his eyes fixed on the battling zombies, his determination resolute. He desperately wished to enhance his abilities, believing that fighting zombies was the fastest way to do so. I want to go too, Lu Huelen chimed in after pondering for a moment. Yu Hong replied, alright. He recognized that refusing would be futile, moreover allowing them to hone their skills in combating zombies was beneficial. After all, that day would inevitably come. Yu Hong then commanded a first-tier zombie to approach, instructing it to stay close to Lu Sheng and Lu Huelen to protect them. Lu Sheng and Lu Huelen exited the vehicle, picking up knives and clubs from the ground, and charged towards the zombies. Yu Hong's first-tier zombie remained close at hand. When faced with a few zombies, they were to handle them on their own. However, if the number became overwhelming, the first-year zombie would intervene. Witnessing zombies fall before them, Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin were filled with exhilaration. Inside the cafeteria of experimental middle school, the old principal implored Zheng Chuan. "You cannot leave, you are a people's teacher and the most capable person here. If you go, many students will lose their lives." The old principal wished for Zheng Chuan to stay, not only to protect the students but also to safeguard himself. He understood that if Zheng Chuan departed, he would be in greater danger as well. At that moment, others joined in to persuade Zheng Chuan. "Teacher Zheng, we all need you, please don't leave." "Yes, Teacher Zheng, if you leave, how will we deal with those zombies? Indeed, if you go, Zhao Shunyun will surely expel us, and we would be doomed." "Teacher Zheng, you cannot abandon us. Leaving now would be so heartless." The students displayed their agitation. Unwilling for Zheng Chuan to depart, Zhao Shunyun observed the scene with a smirk, his lips curling upwards. "Principal, you are all in the wrong here. Brother Zheng's family is still in Junan community. Is it not too cruel to expect him to forsake his family and remain with you? Brother Zheng has protected you for so long, that is already quite generous." Zhao Shunyun was the one most eager for Zheng Chuan to leave. He understood that only by Zheng Chuan's departure could he become the strongest presence in the cafeteria, thus enabling him to distribute food. "Zhao Shunyun, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions." The old principal glared at Zhao Shunyun, his expression filled with fury. "Even if Zheng Chuan departs, we will not allow you to take charge. Moreover, Director Zheng is a commendable teacher. He would never abandon his students." Zheng Chuan furrowed his brow. "Those who wish to leave may accompany me. Whether they survive or not depends on their fate. For those who wish to stay, I shall not impose." This time Zheng Chuan showed no regard for the old principal's dignity. He had resolutely decided to return and visit his family. After 20 days, he had already done his utmost for these students and colleagues. He could not dedicate his entire life to their protection, could he? Zheng Chuan desired to leave. "An old man, you ought to refrain from moral coercion." Zhao Shunyun laughed heartily, disdainfully remarking, "You old fool, for some time now you have been using the safety of the students to manipulate Zheng Chuan, when in truth it is your own fear of death that drives you. You do not want to lose such a formidable support." The old principal, realizing his thoughts had been exposed, erupted in anger. "Be silent. Do you think Zheng Chuan will be swayed by your provocations?" Zhao Shunyun chuckled softly, falling silent as he turned his gaze towards Zheng Chuan. At that moment, several individuals approached Zheng Chuan, eager to follow him out. They believed that remaining here would only lead to death. Thus, they preferred to take a chance. The majority, however, remained in place, still hoping to stay. "Enough noise. Teacher Zheng, principal, a horde of zombies has breached the school." A student shouted loudly. "What? Zombies have entered the school?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look outside. They could see the zombies within the school retreating, while many from outside surged in, engaging in fierce combat with those inside. "What is happening? Why are the zombies fighting amongst themselves?" The old principal watched the scene with confusion, unable to comprehend why these zombies were turning on each other. Zombies could fight each other. Zheng Chuan pondered, what is transpiring? This was the first time he had witnessed zombies battling one another. Such a sight was exceedingly rare. Zhao Shunyun furrowed his brow, equally perplexed by the situation. "No, they are not fighting amongst themselves." Zheng Chuan shook his head and explained, "The zombies within our school were predominantly former students, still clad in their uniforms, while those that have entered lack such attire. Clearly, these are zombies from outside." The old principal, upon realizing this, felt an even greater sense of dread. The external zombies had gained a strong upper hand. What were they to do? Fear flickered in the old principal's eyes. "If even the zombies within the school can corner us, what hope do we have against the stronger ones?" At that moment, a glint of despair filled the old principal's gaze. Others, too, felt a sense of hopelessness, understanding that their chances of survival had diminished further in the face of these newly arrived zombies. "Why are there two people among the zombie horde?" Zheng Chuan's sharp eyes caught sight of Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin amidst the throng. He was astonished to discover that the zombies charging onto the campus were not attacking those two. Could it be that the zombies were under their control? This thought brought a smile to Zheng Chuan's face. If this were indeed the case, his chances of leaving the school would increase significantly. Others soon noticed Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin as well, their spirits soaring, convinced that help had arrived to rescue them. Many were overcome with joy, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Wonderful, finally, someone is here to save us. One exultant voice rang out. I knew it, as long as we stayed put in the cafeteria, help would surely come. I was right. The faculty and students present were overwhelmed with excitement, their eyes reflecting the joy of surviving a catastrophe. They believed their salvation was imminent. Before long, the zombies within the school were all eradicated. This development further ignited jubilation among the old principal and others, who cheered and laughed heartily. Some even dashed out of the cafeteria, racing towards Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin. Something's amiss, why are they leaving? A student observed Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin heading outside the school. With a puzzled expression, he exclaimed, "They came to rescue us. Shouldn't they be coming to help us, you fool?" Another student replied, "They are controlling the zombies, having eliminated those within the school. Naturally, they need to report to their superiors. Once they finish, they will come back for us. Who knows, there might even be endless supplies." The student swallowed hard after speaking, and the others followed suit, believing this reasoning to be sound. Thus they stood on the playground, hopeful, awaiting the return of Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin. Some even took the time to examine the slain zombies. Previously, these creatures had instilled only terror in them, yet now, gazing at the fallen zombies, they felt a strange sense of joy. Sheng Chuan breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Thankfully, he had not fallen out with his students and colleagues. The arrival of help was the best possible outcome. This way, he would not be labeled as cold-hearted, nor would anyone meet their demise. With this thought, Zheng Chuan felt elated. Zhao Zhenyun, however, was conflicted. He did not truly wish to leave the school. Once he departed, his strength would likely dwindle considerably. Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin approached Yu Hong. Seeing that they were unharmed, Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. "How do you feel?" he inquired, a smile gracing his face as he handed them 2 bottles of water. "Quite comfortable, yet fatigued," Lu Sheng replied, accepting a bottle. "Previously, I had only killed a single zombie at the onset of the apocalypse before being captured by Shong Biao. Now, I find killing zombies quite exhilarating." Beside him, Lu Huilin also took a sip from her water. Parched from the prolonged combat, "Quite exhilarating?" Yu Hong questioned, a hint of surprise evident on his face. He had not anticipated such a response from Lu Sheng. "Yes, I find it immensely thrilling," Lu Sheng affirmed, a joyful expression lighting up his face. "I've noticed that while slaying zombies, my reflexes sharpen, and my blood flows more rapidly. It is a truly marvelous sensation." Why Yu Hong remained silent, and Lu Sheng, noticing the lack of response, reined in his smile and asked, "Brother Hong, is there something wrong with my state? Am I perhaps a hidden freak?" "No," Yu Hong shook his head. "Your heightened responses and sharpened senses while dispatching zombies indicates that you are not like ordinary individuals. If I am not mistaken, this is a sign of becoming an enhancer." Having received much information from Wang Yelen and others, Yu Hong recognized that Lu Sheng fit the criteria for an enhancer on the verge of awakening. "What, an enhancer? I thought they were called ability users." Lu Sheng's expression fell slightly upon hearing this. He had hoped to become an ability user. Whether one could become an ability user was entirely a matter of fate, whereas becoming an enhancer seemed far more attainable. Why Yu Hong reassured him, "Moreover, who knows, enhancers may prove to be just as formidable as ability users in the future." Lu Sheng sighed, "But this world is far too perilous. I fear I won't survive long enough to see that." He understood that the world had drastically changed with the emergence of zombies and mutated beasts. Furthermore, as Yu Hong had mentioned, there were even first and second-tier zombies and mutated beasts now, which only heightened his sense of insecurity. "With me around, you will surely be safe," Yu Hong said, patting Lu Sheng's shoulder. "Besides, being an enhancer is quite advantageous. It significantly increases your chances of survival. While enhancers may not match the strength of ability users, they are certainly not without merit. At the very least, they are far stronger than ordinary individuals, thus enhancing the likelihood of survival against zombies." According to Yu Hong's observations, the 4 primary attributes of enhancers were generally around 15. Though this may seem only marginally stronger than an average person, it represented a comprehensive enhancement: speed, strength, and defense would all be significantly superior. Such power would be sufficient to confront 8 or 9 adult men unarmed. Lu Sheng adjusted his mood and inquired, Brother Hong, how long until I can truly become an enhancer? Yu Hong pondered, I estimate that in another 2 or 3 days you will fully awaken as a true enhancer. He understood that once an ordinary person exhibited signs of becoming an enhancer, they would likely complete the transformation within 2 or 3 days. Enhancers, in fact, were categorized by levels. If one were to enhance their entire body, they would become a particularly formidable enhancer. Conversely, if only one aspect were enhanced, such as strength, speed, or defense, they would be comparatively weaker. The former could defeat 8 or 9 unarmed individuals, while the latter might only manage 3 or 4. Yu Hong, not being an enhancer himself, lacked precise knowledge of what type Lu Sheng would become. 2 or 3 days. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anticipation, while not becoming an ability user left him somewhat disappointed. The prospect of gaining strength was ultimately a positive development. Brother Hong, I noticed there are still survivors in the school. Should we take them with us? Lu Sheng asked. Why? Yu Hong shook his head. All the zombies within the school have been eradicated, and they are now safe. Official personnel should arrive shortly, so we need not concern ourselves with them. Moreover, if we bring them along, we have no means to accommodate them. From the outset, Yu Hong had never intended to take the survivors from the school with him. By eliminating the zombies, he had effectively saved those individuals' lives. It is impossible for him to seek another place to accommodate them. All right, let us depart, Yu Hong said with a smile. Very well. Lu Sheng nodded and entered the vehicle. Beside him, Lu Huilin hesitated, torn between speaking up and remaining silent. In truth, she wished to suggest that Yu Hong take those individuals to a safe location. However, she was not very familiar with him and feared that her unsolicited suggestion might displease him. So she chose to remain silent. Cheng Shui was not surprised by Yu Hong's decision. In her view, he had made the right choice. The saying goes, a grain of kindness reaps a grain of gratitude, but a grain of enmity reaps a bushel of hatred. Yu Hong's thorough extermination of the zombies was already a tremendous favor to the survivors. Taking them away would only invite trouble. Chapter 49. The dazed teachers and students. Yu Hong gazed at the campus, his mind stirring as he recalled the zombies he had summoned, retracting them into the zombie space. He also took a moment to check the score tally within the shopping mall. Points, 4102. Seeing that his points had surpassed 4,000, Yu Hong felt a surge of joy. Indeed, slaying a substantial number of zombies was the most effective method to rapidly accumulate points. You all should get in the vehicle and rest for a while. We are heading to Commercial Golden Street now, Yu Hong instructed Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin. The rapid increase in points compelled him to desire the next destination without delay, as he feared that if they delayed, others might kill the zombies fast. Brother Hong, I do not need to rest. Lu Sheng shook his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I feel incredibly invigorated, as if I possess boundless energy and require no respite. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Huilin, saying, Sister, you look utterly exhausted. Stay in the vehicle with Brother Hong and the others. I shall handle the zombies myself. Seeing his sister's weary countenance, Lu Sheng felt a pang of concern. At this moment, Lu Huilin was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Clearly, the recent slaughter had taken a toll on her. All right, but be careful, Lu Huilin admonished, for she had only Lu Sheng left as family and did not wish for him to encounter misfortune. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she added, Do not worry, sister. I understand my limits, and besides, Brother Hong has summoned zombies to protect me. I shall be fine. A smile broke across Lu Sheng's face, and he remained unconcerned. Through the recent combat, he had discovered that the first-tier zombies summoned by Yu Hong were exceptionally formidable. Lu Sheng realized that he was utterly defenseless against first-tier zombies, which only fueled his desire to grow stronger. At that moment, Yu Hong's expression grew serious as he cautioned Lu Sheng, Do not underestimate the first-tier zombies. They are not invincible, they may become careless, and if you are beaten, it would be disastrous. Yu Hong felt that Lu Sheng was somewhat dismissive of ordinary zombies. Hence his admonition, Brother Hong, I understand, Lu Sheng replied with a smile. I wish to become powerful, but I value my life even more. Yes, as long as you understand. Yu Hong nodded, then started the convoy, heading towards Commercial Golden Street. In the residential building, some survivors, upon seeing Yuhong's departure, cried out even louder. They frantically waved their belongings, attempting to signal Yuhong to halt. They had always believed that Yuhong's convoy was there to rescue them. Now, witnessing it leave, they became frantic. Some irate individuals even resorted to cursing vehemently. On the 19th floor balcony of a residential building, a family of 3, a pair of elderly parents and a scantily clad woman, watched the convoy depart. Their anger boiling over what is happening, why are they leaving? The elder, in his 60s, stared wide-eyed, bloodshot pupils filled with rage as he gritted his teeth. Are those people deaf? Did they not hear the cries of so many? He fumed. I will certainly lodge a complaint once I am out of here. The old man, seething with fury, struck the balcony railing repeatedly with a bone. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a human femur. These individuals displayed a shocking disregard for life. Did they not repeatedly claim to be serving us? How could they arrive here only to leave again? The elderly woman was equally filled with rage. She had been overjoyed at the sight of Yuhong's convoy, believing she had finally been saved and would no longer have to resort to cannibalism. Yet, to her dismay, the convoy had simply driven away. Her heart, once elated, now sank into despair. Alas, the young woman sighed, attempting to soothe her parents. Do not be angry, Mom and Dad. I believe that at this moment outsiders are unreliable. We must rely on ourselves. She shook her head, striving to clear her muddled thoughts. I will take a break and then seek a man to return with me this evening. The old man ceased his cursing and turned to the young woman. Shoji, you best bring back a man with ample flesh. The last one you brought was hardly worth it, all skin and bones. The old woman echoed. Yes, skinny ones are hard to chew. Glancing around the living room, she noted the head severed from a body. All right, I will do my utmost, the young woman replied with a resigned nod. But do not harbor too many expectations. Many have gone hungry for several days and have all but withered away. It is not easy to find someone with ample flesh. She too felt that the lean ones were difficult to consume. In the 20-plus days since the apocalypse began, many had run out of food, exhausting every edible resource. Thus, they had resorted to cannibalism. This family of 3 was among them. During this time, they had used the young woman's looks to lure and harm 3 individuals. In another building, a woman in her 30s sat with a vacant expression. Earlier, many survivors had been crying out for help, yet she remained expressionless, motionless as she sat cross-legged on the sofa. Her hands and face were smeared with blood. Staring blankly at the corpse on the floor, it was her boyfriend. Merely half an hour prior, while she had gone to fetch water, her boyfriend had taken advantage of her moment of vulnerability and struck her with an ashtray from the table. Fortunately, she had turned just in time, otherwise she might have been killed. The woman had trained in martial arts and had won a provincial championship, making her stronger than the average man. In a fit of rage, she killed her boyfriend. At this moment, she felt utterly despondent. Suddenly, she broke into tears. I am so sorry, you struck fast. I merely retaliated. She could not comprehend how her once loving boyfriend could turn against her. After weeping for a while, she swallowed hard, gazing at the blood pooling around him, feeling a pang of thirst. In experiment 1 on the playground, Zheng Chuan, Zhao Shunyun, and the others waited for about 10 minutes. Yet Lu Sheng and the others had not returned. What on earth is happening? Does it take this long to report on a task? The old principal frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. We are already starving, and the rescuers are so slow. Truly, whether before or after the disaster, their pace remains exasperatingly sluggish. Zheng Chuan, perplexed, took a step forward, preparing to investigate. Where did everyone go? Zheng Chuan gazed at the empty road, bewildered. At that moment, the remaining teachers and students arrived at the school gate. They too stared in disbelief at the deserted street. Had those 2 not come to rescue them? Where had they vanished? Could it be that they only aimed to slay zombies and had no intention of taking them away? This was unacceptable. They were all starving. Some individuals, upon witnessing the scene before them, felt their emotions unravel. Staring incredulously at the empty street, one exclaimed, "Where are they? Where have they gone? Surely they would not abandon us in our time of need. I will lodge a complaint. I must hold them accountable." While the others did not vocalize their despair as dramatically, they too felt a sense of collapse. The rescuers they had envisioned, the food they had imagined had all vanished. Chapter 50. Zhao Shunyun's ambition. The teachers and students gazed at the scene before them, engulfed in confusion and despair. Had not the individuals controlling the zombies come to rescue them? What of the officials? Ha, are you still dreaming? Zhao Shunyun scoffed derisively. What time is it that you still cling to thoughts of the officials? You must understand that becoming a zombie is random. This means that many within the official ranks have also turned. How could they possibly come to save us when they are facing their own troubles? Zhao Shunyun wore a smug expression. Among those present, he was the least inclined to welcome officials. He understood the power of the official forces. Even in the face of calamity, they would undoubtedly remain the strongest. Others, even if they gained abilities, would never be a match for the official might. In such a scenario, he would find himself under their control. Zhao Shunyun, silence yourself. The officials will certainly come to our rescue, the old principal retorted, glaring at Zhao Shunyun in anger. Unlike Zhao Shunyun, the principal was fervently hoping for the officials' arrival. Zhao Shunyun shook his head dismissively. Old man, you possess quite the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. Do you think I am still the same cook from before, and you, still the principal? The principal trembled with rage, stammering, you, completely at a loss for words. He could not fathom that Zhao Shunyun would show him no respect. Previously, Zhao Shunyun had acted like a sycophant in front of him. What do you mean, you old fool? Can you not see the reality? We are amidst an apocalypse, the zombies have emerged, and who still cares about your past identity? Zhao Shunyun sneered. At present, only one's own strength holds value. Without true power, former status means nothing. Old man, if you cannot grasp the reality any longer, I shall pay you a visit tonight for a proper discussion. With that, Zhao Shunyun's gaze turned icy. The principal shivered at the threat, forcing a smile as he replied, Chef Zhao, please do not be angry, my words were perhaps too harsh. He knew that Zhao Shunyun was powerful enough to easily crush him. So the principal chose to yield. Zheng Chuan furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure as he remarked, Zhao Shunyun, the principal is already of such advanced age, why frighten him? Zhao Shunyun chuckled derisively. I did not intimidate the principal. If he were to act unreasonably, I would indeed seek him out for a conversation. Humph, does that old coot think I am still dependent on him for my livelihood? He is no longer the principal in my eyes. Do not presume to act with the authority of a principal. Fury burned in Zhao Shunyun's eyes as he fixed a penetrating gaze on the principal. In the past, to secure the rights to operate several windows in the school cafeteria, he had not hesitated to shower the principal with gifts. He had endured in silence, but now that he possessed strength, he was unwilling to tolerate any longer, were it not for Zheng Chuan's presence. Zhao Shunyun would have already eliminated the principal. Zheng Chuan's expression was one of discontent. Even if he is not the principal any longer, he is nearing 60 and still your elder. Zhao Shunyun scoffed. What qualifications does this greedy old fool have to be considered my elder? The fact that I haven't taken him down already is showing him leniency. Upon hearing Zheng Chuan refer to the principal as an elder, Zhao Shunyun felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Just because of age does not automatically confer respect. Even if you do not honor his position as principal, you ought to respect the elderly due to their age. Zheng Chuan, unable to abide Zhao Shunyun's attitude, retorted, if age alone qualifies one as an elder, I might as well fish a turtle out of the lake tomorrow and have you regard it as an elder. Zhao Shunyun found this laughable, his expression drenched in disdain. Well then, Zheng Chuan, aren't you supposed to be returning to your wife and children? Why the sudden lack of urgency? If you delay and something were to happen to them, you would bear the blame. Zhao Shunyun casually mentioned. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about that? Zheng Chuan silently berated himself. He had not anticipated that he would overlook the need to return home to save his wife and children. Blaming Zhao Shunyun for his distraction, Zheng Chuan turned to leave. Director Zheng. Seeing Zheng Chuan depart, the principal called out urgently. However, Zheng Chuan ignored him this time. Even when he heard the call, he did not look back. Principal, stop calling. Zhao Shunyun shook his head and sneered. You might want to conserve your strength to fend off hunger. After all, I do not plan to share any food with you in the coming days. With Zhang Chuan gone, Zhao Shunyun felt emboldened. He knew that the gluttonous and cowardly principal would not dare to leave Zhang Chuan left because of his own strength, while Chen Chaozong, the old fool, was merely an ordinary man too frightened to confront the zombies. This meant that from now on the school would belong to Zhao Shunyun. The distribution of resources would also fall under his purview. Contemplating this, Zhao Shunyun scanned the gathered faculty and students. Upon meeting his gaze, they hastily lowered their heads, fearful of incurring his wrath. These students and teachers began to curse Zhang Chuan in their hearts, believing it was his departure that had placed them under Zhao Shunyun's control. All right, everyone returned to the cafeteria. No one is permitted to wander about. Zhao Shunyun waved his hand and continued, by the way, you all may as well skip dinner tonight. In these perilous times, we must learn to conserve. With Zhang Chuan gone, Zhao Shunyun had effectively declared himself a local tyrant. Moreover, he harbored ambitions to strengthen his power, gather more followers, and ultimately seize control of Yulin City. The thought brought him further delight. Although the others were seething with anger, they dared not voice their dissent. After all, it was better to endure Zhao Shunyun's oppression than to face death. They began to move toward the cafeteria. At that moment, the sound of car engines echoed from the school gate. Zhao Shunyun and his companions looked up to see two police cars approaching. Zhao Shunyun's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. The others, witnessing the scene, were filled with elation. Have I told you, the authorities have not forgotten us. They have truly come to rescue us. Haha, I'm going home. The faculty and students present were elated. Their spirits lifted as they disregarded Zhao Shunyun entirely. Before long, the police vehicles came to a halt before Zhao Shunyun and the others. Police Chief Zhong Cheng stepped out of the vehicle, his expression puzzled as he approached Chen Chaozong, inquiring, Principal Chen, did you kill all these zombies? Observing the multitude of corpses, combined with Chen Chaozong and the others standing on the playground, Zhong Cheng assumed that the faculty and students had vanquished the zombies. Ah, it's Chief Zhang, Chen Chaozong exclaimed, stepping forward with a hearty laugh. Chief Zhang, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Zhong Cheng, Chen Chaozong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew he was saved. Chapter 51, The Vigilance of the Police Chief. Principal Chen. Zhong Cheng nodded with a smile, though a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he said, I apologize for the delay. Many incidents occurred at the police station. You all are quite impressive. To have slain so many zombies. Zhong Cheng gazed at the corpses on the ground, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the survivors from experimental high school could eliminate so many zombies. Clearly there were formidable individuals among them. Chen Chaozong, taken aback, responded, Chief Zhang, weren't those zombies just killed by you? Since Chen Chaozong had seen Zhong Cheng a few times before, he felt comfortable asking directly. The others also wore puzzled expressions. From Zhong Cheng's words, it seemed the zombies had not been slain by them. No, Zhong Cheng shook his head. We just arrived. How could we have killed them? I saw the ground littered with corpses outside the school and assumed you had done it. It appeared that there was another party involved. Principal Chen, what exactly is going on? Zhong Cheng looked at Chen Chaozong, his eyes filled with confusion. Chen Chaozong cleared his throat and recounted the events he had witnessed. What? Two individuals invaded the school and killed all the zombies. Moreover, they can control the zombies, making them turn on each other. Zhong Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected that besides himself, others possessed superpowers, particularly the ability to control zombies. Zhong Cheng's expression grew serious. This was news worth noting. Indeed, Chen Chaozong confirmed, his demeanor grave. From my observations, the two individuals were a man and a woman. And they can indeed control the zombies, however, their own strength is rather ordinary. He had clearly witnessed the scene in the cafeteria where Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin dispatched the zombies, and he was certain that those two were just ordinary people, far inferior to Zhang Chuan and Zhong Zhenyun. Ordinary strength, Zhong Cheng pondered, though soon concluded, I have gained the ability to control water, and it is apparent that one of them possesses the ability to control zombies. However, unfortunately, their own strength did not enhance. Zhang Cheng's eyes flickered as he speculated. He believed that either Lu Sheng or Lu Huilin had acquired the power to control zombies, yet their individual strength had not increased. This situation contrasted with his own experience, and he did not dwell on it further, for he had only a rudimentary understanding of the emergence of superpowers. Nonetheless, the emergence of a mysterious yet formidable force in Yulin City made him increasingly vigilant. If those individuals harbored good intentions, that would be ideal. However, if they sought to exploit their ability to control zombies for nefarious purposes, it would spell trouble. Zhang Cheng shook his head, dismissing his chaotic thoughts. He addressed the gathered individuals loudly. I apologize for our tardiness, and I appreciate your patience. Now, everyone, please board the vehicles in batches, and we shall return to the police station together. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joyous celebration. They had finally been rescued and would no longer be subjected to Zhao Shanyun's tyranny. Chief Zhong, I wish to file a complaint. Chen Chaozong inhaled deeply and declared, Principal Chen, what do you wish to complain about? Zhang Cheng inquired, perplexed. I wish to lodge a complaint against Zhao Shanyun. He has consistently threatened our lives during this period, attempting to kill us. Chen Chaozong recounted Zhao Shanyun's recent actions, including how he had grown stronger. Zhang Cheng's gaze turned wary as he glanced at Zhao Shanyun. Have you awakened superpowers as well? As he spoke, he gathered a water arrow in his hand, poised for action. Superpowers? What is this nonsense? Zhao Shanyun stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The other faculty and students gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that someone could control water. Was this not akin to the superpowers depicted in films? Did you not awaken superpowers? Observing the stunned expressions on Zhao Shanyun and the others, Zhang Cheng questioned. He had initially assumed that Zhao Shanyun had become a superpowered individual after hearing Chen Chaozong's remarks about his newfound strength. But upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was not the case. No, Zhao Shanyun replied, his demeanor tensed. I merely possess enhanced strength. There is no superpower. Officer, is it truly possible for superpowers to exist in this world? Zhao Shanyun's eyes brimmed with disbelief. His previously inflated ego was thoroughly shattered. He had thought that his increased strength had made him formidable, but now it seemed he was insignificant in the face of true superhumans. I see. Zhang Cheng nodded, continuing his inquiry. Principal Chen mentioned that you have been threatening him and the faculty and students here. Is that true? No, absolutely not. Zhao Shanyun quickly shook his head. It was simply that there was too little food in the cafeteria. And I feared that Principal Chen and the others would be indiscreet, so I may have spoken somewhat harshly. Aware of the water arrow in Zhang Cheng's hand, Zhao Shanyun dared not speak the truth. And his hidden ambitions evaporated in an instant. He comprehended that his strength was utterly insufficient to become a formidable individual. Reflecting upon it now, he realized he had been excessively naive. Chen Zhaozong refuted Zhang Cheng's assertions. However, Zhang Cheng lacked substantial evidence and could not take any action against Zhang Zhanyun. Moreover, verbal threats did not constitute a crime, although Zhang Cheng held the position of captain at the police station. He could not apprehend Zhang Zhanyun merely based on his threats towards Chen Zhaozong and others. Consequently, Zhang Cheng could only offer a few verbal warnings. Rest assured, Captain Zhang, I shall refrain from such behavior in the future. Zhang Zhanyun quickly nodded, assuring him, I will be mindful of my tone moving forward. Upon hearing this, the water arrow in Zhang Cheng's hand dissipated. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Zhanyun felt as though he were facing a ferocious tiger when Zhang Cheng had been glaring at him moments ago. And a cold sweat had already formed on his back. Witnessing this, Chen Zhaozong's eyes brimmed with resentment. He had not anticipated that Zhang Zhanyun would emerge unscathed. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yu Hong and his companions arrived at the heart of Yulin City, specifically at the commercial Golden Street. This avenue stretched 3,000 meters in length and 5 meters in width, designed as a pedestrian shopping street in Yulin City. Numerous shops lined both sides of the street, which also served as the area with the greatest foot traffic in the city. However, since the outbreak of zombies, many who once strolled about had transformed into the very undead. True to its name, the Golden Street was now teeming with zombies. As Yu-hong approached the street, still over 200 meters away, he spotted a multitude of zombies. He found a spot on the left side of the road and parked the vehicle. With a flick of his mind, he summoned 10,000 ordinary zombies. Subsequently, he called forth 3 first-tier zombies. While Yu-hong instructed 1 first-tier zombie and 50 ordinary zombies to protect Cheng Shui and Lu Huilin, while he proceeded with another first-tier zombie and a fire-type zombie toward the pedestrian street. Observing the sheer number of zombies, he felt an itch in his hands, yearning to engage in battle himself. Though Yu-hong could easily remain in the vehicle to accumulate points, at that moment he craved the thrill of direct confrontation. Armed with a Daoist saber, he strode toward the zombies of Golden Street. Eager to revel in the carnage, "Brother Hong, wait for me." Upon seeing Yu-hong wielding the Daoist saber, Lu Sheng hastily followed suit. This time, the zombies wandering through the commercial Golden Street had already been stirred. They roared, quickly engaging in a fierce battle with the zombies summoned by Yu-hong. With the assistance of a first-tier zombie, Yu-hong quickly gained the upper hand. His strikes with the Daoist saber were swift as lightning, continuously dispatching zombies. The zombies were slower than even ordinary humans, while Yu-hong's speed surpassed theirs by more than double. Thus, for him, the approaching zombies appeared to move in slow motion, allowing him to methodically eliminate them. Each time he severed a zombie's head or cleaved one in half, a primal bloodlust surged within him, a unique impulse associated with the act of killing. I didn't expect Brother Hong to be this formidable. He is far superior to the zombies. Lu Sheng marveled at Yu-hong's prowess, astonished by his strength. As each of his strikes resulted in a zombie's demise, Lu Sheng refocused his attention on the surrounding zombies. Closely accompanied by 10 summoned ordinary zombies, being merely an ordinary person, Yu-hong felt it necessary to ensure Lu Sheng's safety, hence the presence of the zombies to protect him. Are all ability users this powerful? Lu Huilin had exited the vehicle, witnessing Yu-hong's relentless slaughter of zombies, her eyes filled with astonishment. Initially, she had assumed that Yu-hong relied solely on the summoned zombies for protection, believing his strength to be comparable to Lu Sheng's. However, after observing him in action, she realized his power was truly terrifying. His movements were so swift that they seemed almost ghostly, and it was challenging to perceive the trajectory of his blade. Such speed was an absolute domination over ordinary humans. Beside her, Cheng Shui noticed the shock on Lu Huilin's face and felt an inner satisfaction, as if Lu Huilin were astonished by Cheng Shui's own prowess. Indeed, he truly is remarkable, Cheng Shui thought, gazing at Yu-hong, her eyes sparkling. I cannot say how strong other ability users might be, but I do know that those in Hishui City hold him in great esteem and would not dare to offend him. Cheng Shui speculated that Yu-hong must be among the most powerful ability users, considering that he could not only vanquish first-tier zombies but also summon countless ordinary zombies and 3 first-tier zombies, with the potential to summon second-tier zombies as well. The extent of Yu-hong's hidden capabilities remained a mystery to Cheng Shui, yet her confidence in him was unwavering. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from across Golden Street, reverberating like a demonic force from the depths of hell. With the emergence of this sound, the nearby zombies grew increasingly agitated, even parting to create a pathway. While Yu-hong, taken aback, focused his gaze and discovered a fearsome zombie approaching, surrounded by a swirling brownish light. As it advanced, the ground trembled beneath its feet. While Yu-hong surmised that this must be a first-tier Earth-type zombie. Is this what Brother Hong referred to as a first-tier zombie? Lu Sheng trembled at the sight of the Earth-type zombie, sensing that it could easily crush him. While Yu-hong nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is a first-tier zombie, and moreover, it is of the Earth-type. He had not anticipated encountering a first-tier zombie in this location. It was truly a fortuitous surprise. It seemed he was destined to acquire another zombie core, thereby increasing his points. This time, Yu-hong chose not to engage directly. Acknowledging the need for caution against a first-tier zombie, with a flick of his mind he commanded the first-tier zombie and the fire-type zombie to charge forward. The earth-type zombie, upon perceiving the 2 formidable first-tier zombies, emitted a warning growl. It stomped its legs, sending rocks and bricks from the ground hurling toward the first-tier zombie summoned by Yu Hong. The fire-type zombie swiftly retaliated, casting a fireball toward the earth-type zombie. Meanwhile, the other first-tier zombie engaged in fierce combat with the earth-type zombie. The clash of these three first-tier zombies unleashed shockwaves that obliterated numerous ordinary zombies nearby. Quickly, take cover in the shop, Yu Hong urged Lu Sheng. Understood. Lu Sheng nodded, quickly dashing into a nearby shop. Aware of his own limitations, he knew that encountering a first-tier zombie could result in either death or severe injury. Prompting no hesitation in his decision. Yu Hong, wielding his dual-waist saber, refrained from intervening in the battle between the first-tier zombies. Given his ability to summon zombies, he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Before long, the two first-tier zombies had slain the earth-type zombie. The fire-type zombie dug into the earth-type zombie's skull and retrieved a brownish zombie core. With a flick of its hand, the fire-type zombie incinerated the earth-type zombie's remains into ashes. Subsequently, it approached Yu Hong, holding the core before him. Yu Hong examined the core, now smeared with flesh and blood, and frowned slightly before commanding the fire-type zombie to cleanse its surface with flames. Following his order, the fire-type zombie engulfed the core in flames for a brief moment. In no time, the core was rendered impeccably clean. Seeing this, Yu Hong accepted the core and placed it into his storage space. At present, he possessed 3 cores, one of neutral attribute, one fire-type core, and the recently acquired earth-type core. He then instructed the first-tier zombie and the fire-type zombie to resume their assault on the remaining zombies. Throughout this encounter, he had not deployed the second-tier zombies from his storage space, preferring to maintain a certain reserve of strength. This strategy made it difficult for others to gauge his true capabilities. Brother Hong, is this the zombie core you mentioned earlier? Lu Sheng approached, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Yu Hong retrieved the core and presented it to Lu Sheng, stating, indeed, this is the earth-type core from a first-tier zombie. Only earth-type ability users or mutated beasts can absorb it. Cores with specific attributes can only be absorbed by ability users or mutated beasts of the same type. Attempting to absorb a core of a different attribute would result in internal conflict, leading to injuries or even destruction of the body. Strengtheners, on the other hand, can only absorb neutral attribute cores. In other words, even if this core were handed to Lu Sheng, he would be unable to utilize it. Furthermore, Yu Hong already possessed a neutral attribute core in his storage space but had no intention of giving it to Lu Sheng just yet. He was not Lu Sheng's caretaker and wished to avoid making it too easy for him. After all, fostering dependency could be detrimental in the long run. Yu Hong remained vigilant, aware that human nature is the most unpredictable of all. So this is what a zombie core looks like, Lu Sheng remarked, gazing at the core in his hand, feeling its chilling touch. After speaking, he returned the core to Yu Hong. Chapter 53, The ability to acquire mutated beasts. Throughout the encounter, Lu Sheng had never entertained the thought of claiming the core for himself. Firstly, he wished to obtain a core through his own abilities. Secondly, he recognized that this was Yu Hong's possession and had no claim to it. Lu Sheng felt immense gratitude for Yu Hong's willingness to save him and did not want to rely on him for everything. Such reliance would lead him to look down upon himself, which was not the way to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Yu Hong accepted the core, nodding. I believe in you, given your current condition. In 2 or 3 days you will become a strengthener, and your power will surge, providing you the opportunity to slay a first-tier neutral zombie. Ordinary strengtheners may not compare to ability users, but they pose little threat to mindless first-tier zombies. Lu Sheng nodded, filled with confidence in himself. Shortly thereafter, he resumed his efforts to eliminate ordinary zombies. With each battle, he discovered his strength had grown significantly. Observing this, Yu Hong chose not to comment, instead ensuring that the first-tier zombies continued to protect Lu Sheng from any potential danger. Then, he stepped out of the battle circle. Striding towards the vehicle, he approached Lu Huilin. Yu Hong greeted Lu Huilin with a smile, while also nodding to Cheng Shui. Witnessing Yu Hong's initial greeting to Lu Huilin intensified Cheng Shui's sense of urgency. She resolved to become Yu Hong's woman as swiftly as possible. After all, what if another woman were to arrive in the future? How would she maintain her standing beside Yu Hong then? Contemplating such a scenario, Qingshui made a firm decision. She even cast a glance at Lu Huilin, considering the possibility of bringing her along, envisioning the two of them as Yu Hong's women together. Should any other woman appear in the future, they would be natural allies. Unbeknownst to Yu Hong, Qingshui's thoughts remained a mystery to him, and he had little interest in uncovering them, although he had grown accustomed to Qingshui's presence. He did not harbor any romantic feelings for her. Lu Huilin, with her sparkling eyes, inquired, "Yu Hong, was that zombie emitting a brownish glow a first-tier zombie?" Yu Hong nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that was a first-tier zombie." Lu Huilin expressed her astonishment. "I never imagined a first-tier zombie could be so formidable. I reckon even hundreds of ordinary zombies would struggle to overcome it." Lu Huilin observed the remarkable speed of the first-tier zombie. Too swift for her to discern its movements. In contrast, ordinary zombies were significantly weaker than average humans. A typical person, provided they did not underestimate their opponent, could easily dispatch an ordinary zombie. However, in the presence of a first-tier zombie, ordinary humans were akin to ants, lacking both speed and strength to compete. Lu Huilin's assertion was indeed accurate. Yu Hong nodded and replied with a smile, "First-tier zombies, even those without special abilities, possess exceptional physical attributes. Coupled with their fearlessness and insensitivity to pain, their strength far surpasses that of ordinary humans. If they possess special abilities, they become even more powerful." Yu Hong, grinning, offered a brief explanation. Lu Huilin, brushing her hair back, expressed her concern. "I wonder when this situation will come to an end. From what I've witnessed during this time, at least 80% have perished. If this continues, humanity may face extinction." Lu Huilin's experiences in recent days led her to believe that if this persisted, humanity truly risked annihilation. "Humanity will not be extinguished." Yu Hong shook his head, his expression resolute. "Zombies, at their core, are merely low-level life forms. They may eventually develop intelligence, but they cannot compare to humanity, even if their intelligence were on par with ours. We are continually growing stronger and will not fear them. Humanity is currently in a dire situation, yet I am filled with confidence. In my view, humanity is adept at learning, and zombies cannot be our adversaries. In truth, if it weren't for the blood rain that transformed most people into zombies, humanity would not be facing such hardships. After all, zombies merely rely on their numerical advantage. As time passes, zombies will inevitably be eradicated, and humanity will reclaim its majority. Even without zombies, there are still mutated beasts." Lu Huilin, still filled with concern, countered, "Did you not say that those mutated beasts also prey on humans?" Yu Hong dismissed her worries with a smile. "In truth, mutated beasts are easier to deal with than zombies. They possess intelligence. Moreover, prior to their mutation, they may have been someone's pet. Even after mutating, their temperament often remains unchanged, and they still show affection towards humans. Perhaps, in some corner of the world, a person's cat or dog has transformed into a mutated beast." Yu Hong had a fair understanding of mutated beasts. He recognized that they merely became stronger without losing their reason. Animals raised from a young age would remain loyal to their owners, even if they became mutated beasts. "Mutated beasts are that good?" Lu Huilin exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy. "If only I could have a mutated beast in the future." Meanwhile, Qingshui thought to herself, if Shaoqi hadn't been killed by zombies, it might have become a mutated beast. She recalled her beloved cat that had perished. Shortly thereafter, she dismissed the thought, knowing such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Although animals could become mutated beasts, the chances were minuscule, and aside from her appearance, she possessed no unique traits. Her luck was unlikely to prevail. A smile spread across Yu Hong's face as he remarked, "Having a mutated beast loyal to oneself is certainly a blessing, but the most reliable path is to become strong oneself. Anyone could betray you. The only thing that remains steadfast is your own strength." Yu Hong did not yearn for a mutated beast that much. He believed that his strength was the most dependable asset. Mutated beasts would always have their own agendas and could not be entirely loyal. The absence of complete loyalty implied risk. Compared to zombies, mutated beasts did not seem as appealing unless, of course, he could obtain a mutated beast that would be 100% loyal to him. As he contemplated this, Yu Hong checked the system store and was pleasantly surprised to discover the availability of mutated beasts. First tier mutated cat, 5,000 points. First tier lightning type mutated Labrador, 10,000 points. Second tier fire type mutated blue cat, 50,000 points. Second tier lightning type mutated lizard, 50,000 points. Third tier mutated magpie, 100,000 points. How exorbitant! Upon seeing the steep prices of the mutated beasts, Yu Hong swiftly abandoned the idea of purchasing one. He felt that spending such a large number of points on a mutated beast was not as beneficial as exchanging them for attribute points to enhance his own strength. Unless he acquired a substantial amount of points in the future, he had no intention of redeeming for mutated beasts. Lu Huilin nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, one's own strength is the most reliable." She wholeheartedly supported Yu Hong's words. While a loyal mutated beast would undoubtedly be advantageous, it was ultimately an external force. In this world, only one's own power was truly dependable. Chapter 54, Cheng Shui's transformation. Having said that, Lu Huilin's gaze grew resolute. She was not foolish. She understood that the rules of this world had irrevocably changed. The former significance of power and wealth had become obsolete. In this new reality, one's own strength was the greatest reliance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Huilin declared, "I feel recharged. It's time to eliminate some zombies." Shao Sheng gained the opportunity to become a strengthened warrior through killing zombies. "Perhaps I can too." With that, Lu Huilin picked up a machete and headed towards the horde of zombies. She believed she too might ascend to the ranks of the strengthened warriors. While Yu Hong, smiling, allowed a dozen zombies to follow closely behind her. Presently, Lu Huilin was merely an ordinary person, lacking in power. And Yu Hong did not wish for her to encounter any mishaps. Cheng Shui observed Yu Hong's satisfaction with Lu Huilin's intentions to slay zombies and seized a machete from the vehicle. Proclaiming, "I shall also go kill zombies," she thought that becoming an ability user or a strengthened warrior would enhance her status in Yu Hong's eyes. Why Yu Hong rolled his eyes, saying, "You might want to reconsider. You, the pampered young lady, have probably never even killed a fish. If you attempt to slay zombies now, you would be beaten within 2 minutes." Seeing Cheng Shui's eagerness to join the fray, Yu Hong intervened. He understood Cheng Shui well enough to know that while she could perform a cute act or fetch water facing zombies, she would likely tremble in fear. Cheng Shui felt disheartened. "Am I destined to remain like this for the rest of my life?" "Not necessarily." Yu Hong shook his head and commanded a first-tier zombie to bring 2 zombies forward. He then took out a rope and bound the zombies to a post, turning to Cheng Shui. He instructed, "Start your practice here. Once you gain more courage and learn some techniques, you can then proceed to kill zombies." Cheng Shui, witnessing this, felt insulted. Was he belittling her by having her kill bound zombies? With a machete in hand, she approached the 2 zombies, raising her weapon high, yet, as a flicker of compassion crossed her eyes, she hesitated to bring the blade down. Why Yu Hong was not surprised. In truth, Cheng Shui was all talk. When it came to the real thing, she couldn't bring herself to act. "Oh!" Cheng Shui cried out, her machete dropping slightly. However, it halted a mere 10 centimeters from the zombie's head. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to strike. "Perhaps I truly am a coward," Cheng Shui murmured, a bitter expression on her face. Why Yu Hong frowned, feeling he had overestimated Cheng Shui. He had thought she would initially hesitate but eventually slay the zombies. However, he was taken aback by her outright refusal to act. "Kill those 2 zombies," Yu Hong ordered, furrowing his brow. He could protect Cheng Shui, but he did not want her to be someone who could not even kill bound zombies. Noticing Yu Hong's cold demeanor, Cheng Shui felt tears welling in her eyes. She had not anticipated that his attitude could change so abruptly. What a heartless person he was, she thought, internally lamenting. Why Yu Hong? "I've never even killed a chicken since I was a child. I truly cannot bring myself to do it. Besides, you are a summoning type ability user. You can have zombies protect me in the future." Yu Hong frowned, responding coldly, "I dislike burdens and have no patience for the weak. If you do not kill these 2 zombies, I will consider having you leave." "What, you?" Cheng Shui was at a loss for words. The tears in her eyes multiplied. She had not expected Yu Hong to utter such ruthless words. "You decide," he said, leaning against the vehicle as he began to check his points in the store. 5,300. Seeing his points surpass 5,000, Yu-hong felt elated. He did not intend to use these points to exchange for weapons or to expand his storage space, rather he wanted to exchange them for attribute points. Now, over 20 days had passed since the apocalypse began. He estimated that there might already be second-tier ability users in the world, so he needed to expedite his own ascension to second-tier ability user status. "Alright," Cheng Shui gritted her teeth and declared. She returned to the front of the zombies, her expression torn. Then, Cheng Shui let out a piercing scream, her machete descending with ferocity, with a resounding crack. The forehead of the zombie before her was cleaved open, and its brain matter splattered across Cheng Shui's face, eliciting a look of sheer terror, however, upon witnessing Yu-hong's closed eyes and silent demeanor. She steeled herself and advanced, dispatching a second zombie. After slaying 2 of the undead, a wave of nausea washed over her, particularly due to the blood that drenched her body, inducing a sense of revulsion. Yu-hong opened his eyes, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face upon seeing that Cheng Shui had indeed killed the zombies. It seemed she was not beyond redemption. He retrieved a bottle of water and approached her, saying, "Clean yourself up." Cheng Shui was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed such tenderness from Yu-hong. In an instant her feelings of grievance dissipated. "Thank you," she replied, nodding as she accepted the water to wash the blood from her face. After a brief moment of cleaning, she declared, "I want to kill more zombies." Why Yu-hong was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated her desire to continue fighting. "Really?" he inquired. "Indeed," Cheng Shui affirmed with unwavering determination. "I have come to realize that I cannot always remain in your shadow. From now on, I wish to possess the strength to protect myself." Why Yu-hong nodded with approval and summoned a low-tier zombie to him. This time, he refrained from binding it. Cheng Shui's eyes flickered with trepidation at the sight, yet she thought to herself that if she managed to kill the zombie, it would surely please Yu-hong. Thus, she stepped forward and swiftly dispatched the creature, her decisive action earning Yu-hong's newfound respect. As she turned back, she caught sight of the smile on Yu-hong's face, causing her heart to leap with joy. Akin to savoring a sweet date. It's just a smile, what is there to be so pleased about? Cheng Shui secretly chastised herself, feigning nonchalance. The reason I killed the zombie was solely to empower myself. Unrelated to whether Yu-hong appreciates it. It appears I shall have to view you in a new light from now on, Yu-hong complimented. Cheng Shui raised her head slightly, her fair complexion radiating pride. "That's right, you simply failed to truly understand me before. I have never been a timid woman, just you wait, I too will become an extraordinary individual." With each zombie she felled, Cheng Shui's confidence grew. She discovered that Yu-hong was not as difficult to deal with as she had initially thought. As long as she obeyed him, he was remarkably gentle. "I hope to see that day come," Yu-hong encouraged. Compared to the sheltered young lady she had once been, he preferred the current Cheng Shui. At least she was no longer a burden. "I will go assist Sister Huilin," Cheng Shui stated decisively. She then took her machete and headed towards Lu Huilin. Why Yu-hong furrowed his brow slightly but did not intervene. He directed a low-tier zombie to protect Cheng Shui. He understood that if she wished to survive, she would eventually need to take this step. Chapter 55, an exponential surge in power. Seeing Yu-hong summon a low-tier zombie to safeguard her, Cheng Shui felt an overwhelming joy. Her gaze shifted to Lu Huilin and discovered that the latter was surrounded by only ordinary zombies. This revelation heightened Cheng Shui's elation. It seems my standing in his heart surpasses that of Lu Huilin. She mused silently, concealing her thoughts behind a calm facade. Huilin, I'm here to help you, she called out softly, approaching Lu Huilin with her weapon in hand. You wish to kill zombies too? Lu Huilin replied, astonished. Throughout their conversations, she had learned of Cheng Shui's affluent upbringing and how she had never slain a single zombie. Of course, Cheng Shui smiled. I've come to realize that the present is vastly different from the past. Only by becoming stronger can I ensure my safety. All right, let us kill zombies together, Lu Huilin agreed with a smile. The two women joined forces, beginning their assault on the undead. Several times, they narrowly escaped being beaten. But fortunately, the low-tier zombie summoned by Yu-hong came to their rescue just in time. Seeing them unharmed, Yu-hong shifted his gaze away and immersed his consciousness in the system marketplace. Points. A 5530 Yu-hong noticed that his points had increased by a little over 200. System exchange for 55 attribute points. He thought decisively. No sooner had he uttered the command than he felt an infusion of 55 new attribute points. After a moment's contemplation, he allocated 20 points to speed, another 20 to defense, and 15 to strength. Before long, his attribute points were entirely spent, and he sensed a significant surge in his power, with satisfaction swelling within him. He surveyed his attributes: name, Yu-hong strength, 26 speed, 44 defense, 44 mentality, 9 ability. None. Both speed and defense surpassed 40 points, while strength exceeded 20-5. Yu-hong reveled in the torrent of power coursing through him. His mood buoyant. With speed and defense at 44 points, he was 4 times stronger than an average person. His personal strength had increased at least tenfold. This growth was not merely quantitative but exponential. It was akin to a person with a punching force of 100 pounds increasing it to 300 pounds. Although it seemed like a twofold increase in strength, their combat effectiveness far surpassed that. A person with 300 pounds of punching power could easily defeat 5 or 6 individuals with only 100 pounds of strength in a bare-handed confrontation. As for Yu-hong, he had become formidable across the board, though it appeared that he had only gained less than 2 ordinary individuals' worth of attributes, with each ordinary individual possessing 10 points. His strength had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Yu-hong took a step and instantly covered 10 paces, moving like a phantom while ordinary people could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage. If measured, his speed would likely exceed 200 meters per second. He swung his fist, the air resonating with a thunderous clap. He estimated that with a single punch he could unleash around 500 pounds of force, sufficient to kill a person outright. Moreover, his defense was more than 4 times that of an average individual, meaning that in a bare-handed clash, an ordinary person would be utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. Yu-hong's current prowess allowed him to hunt a majestic tiger with ease, although his strength did not match that of the tiger. Its speed appeared sluggish in comparison, akin to a slow-motion sequence in a film. With a swift motion, Yu-hong returned to his original position, watching as zombies continued to fall before him. His spirits lifted even higher. It seemed that prioritizing the enhancement of his strength was indeed the most prudent decision. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuan cautiously dispatched over 20 zombies before arriving at his doorstep. Thud, he knocked on the door. Panting heavily, his eyes filled with both anticipation and dread. He yearned to see his wife and child, yet feared the worst for their safety. "Who is it?" came a wary voice from within, unmistakably that of a young woman. Upon hearing it, Zheng Chuan exhaled in relief. "Meow meow, open the door, it's me." After a brief silence, the girl's voice rang out again. "Mom, Dad is back." Another woman's voice added, "Don't open the door yet. What if it's someone else pretending to be your dad? We are in a dangerous time, and it's likely some may have such ill intentions." The younger voice insisted. "Mom, it really is Dad. I saw him through the peephole." Shortly thereafter, Zheng Chuan heard the sound of the door unlocking. As the door swung open, he saw 2 women, his wife and daughter. Before him, his wife was 39, and his daughter 21. They appeared haggard, their faces dirty and clearly unwashed for several days. Zheng Chuan's eyes misted with emotion as he spoke, leaping. "Meow meow, I'm back." The middle-aged woman's eyes sparkled with joy as she quickly pulled him inside and swiftly shut the door. Roar, roar, the sounds of zombies echoed in the hallway. Overjoyed to see Zheng Chuan alive, his wife and daughter embraced him tightly, believing him to be dead until now. The 3 of them settled together, recounting the events of the past few days. "Thank goodness I had the habit of stockpiling rice, otherwise we would have starved," the middle-aged woman said, wiping her tears with a smile. She felt immensely grateful for her food storing practices. Zheng Chuan shared with his wife the changes he had undergone, while his daughter looked on in astonishment. "That is amazing, Dad, you've become so strong, no one will dare to bother us now." His wife, upon hearing this, wished to caution her daughter, but it was too late. Zheng Chuan's brow furrowed in anger as he demanded, "Who has been bothering you? Meow meow, tell me, and I will avenge you." The middle-aged woman shook her head. "Let it go, they didn't breach the door. You're back now, and we can live well from here on. Lipping, you need fear," Zheng Chuan reassured her. "I've become very strong, even a dozen people wouldn't stand a chance against me." He was confident in his strength to handle a dozen adversaries. Deng Liping urged, "As long as we're safe. We should avoid unnecessary conflict." "I've heard that they've killed before," Zheng Chuan scoffed. "I have killed too." "What, you've also killed someone?" Deng Liping exclaimed in shock. "If the police find out, you're finished." "How could you kill someone?" Zheng Chuan comforted her. "Don't worry, the world has changed. The police won't care about such trivial matters anymore." His daughter, Zheng Xiaoai, chimed in excitedly. "Mom, Dad is right. You don't have to worry. The world is no longer what it used to be. Only those willing to kill can survive." Just as Deng Liping was about to respond, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Third, Chapter 56, Zheng Chuan's act of violence. The moment Deng Liping heard the knock on the door, a profound fear washed over her eyes. It was evident that they had endured considerable harassment during this time, to the point that the mere sound of knocking sent chills down her spine. "Dad, it must be Zhang Yi and his crew at the door," Zheng Xiai said, glancing towards the entrance and deliberately lowering her voice. "Zhang Yi, so it's them." Zheng Chuan's expression shifted to one of realization, quickly marred by a surge of fury. The Zhang Yi mentioned by Zheng Xiai was the one who ran a mahjong parlor on the first floor. It was rumored that he had connections at the police station and behaved with arrogance and impunity. Moreover, Zhang Yi had 4 subordinates, and after the apocalypse struck, he had recruited 2 more, establishing himself as a tyrant of Building 19. Upon seeing the beauty of Zheng Chuan's wife and daughter, he harbored wicked intentions. Were it not for the fear of attracting a horde of zombies with too much commotion, he would have likely barged in already. "How many of them are there?" Zheng Chuan inquired, his eyes brimming with a fierce intent. Though kind-hearted, he would never allow anyone to covet his wife and daughter. "There should be 6 or 7. But I'm not sure of the exact number. They've come several times, but I've never opened the door," Zheng Xiai speculated. "Dad, are you certain you can drive them away?" she then asked. Zheng Chuan nodded firmly. "I have never spoken a falsehood." With that, he resolutely rose to his feet. "Zheng Chuan, don't." Deng Liping urgently grasped his sleeve, desperate to prevent a confrontation between him and Zhang Ye's gang. More than 20 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, yet her mindset remained anchored in the past. Deng Lili, fighting and brawling came with dire consequences. If someone were to lose their life, the situation would be disastrous. "Liping, don't worry." Zheng Chuan gently patted her hand, offering reassurance. "Zombies are already roaming about. Do you think the police will concern themselves with such trivial matters now? If they dare to harass you, I will not let them go unpunished." After a brief pause, he continued, "All right, you and Xiaoai should head to the bedroom. A conflict may arise shortly." Just as Deng Lili was about to speak, Zheng Xiaoai pulled her into the bedroom, swiftly locking the door behind them. Their bedroom had a small window that allowed them to see what transpired in the living room. Zheng Xiaoai opened the window, and together with Deng Liping, they anxiously observed the scene below. After ensuring his wife and daughter were safely inside, Zheng Chuan strode into the kitchen, emerging shortly thereafter with a cleaver in hand. Outside, a lewd voice called out, "Open the door, Liping, let me in. It's dangerous out here with just the 2 of you women. Hurry, open the door so I can take care of you." Laughter erupted from outside upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice. Zheng Chuan's fury ignited. He swung open the door with the cleaver in hand. A middle-aged man, adorned with tattoos, wore a grin as he said, "Liping." Before he could finish, Zhang Yi's smile faltered. He furrowed his brow. "Zheng Chuan, why are you back?" Zheng Chuan, seething with rage, replied coldly, "I heard from Liping that you've been harassing them." Zhang Yi's smile reappeared. "It's not harassment, I merely wish to protect them." Sensing the weapon in Zheng Chuan's grasp, Zhang Yi opted for a more cunning route, planning to wait until Zheng Chuan let his guard down before overpowering him. Then he could indulge in his desires for Zheng Chuan's wife and daughter. Neil, Zheng Chuan bellowed, his voice echoing through the empty corridor, catching the attention of survivors above and below. What, you want me to kneel? Zhang Yi erupted in fury. Zheng Chuan, have you lost your mind? Have you been infected by the zombies? Are you not thinking clearly? The 6 men surrounding Zhang Yi scoffed at Zheng Chuan. Zheng Chuan, you are quite bold to demand Brother Zhang kneel. You must have the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. What are you, to order Brother Zhang to kneel? Brother Yi, just give the word, and we'll finish him off. One of them sneered. Don't kill him, let us capture his wife and daughter, and have our fun with them right in front of him. Another added with a sinister grin, those 2 women are truly beautiful. Their coarse words dripped with malice, seeking death. Zheng Chuan roared, unleashing a swift strike with his cleaver. In an instant, he cleaved Zhang Yi's head in 2. The expressions of the other men froze, disbelief enveloping their faces. They had not expected Zheng Chuan to be so ruthless as to kill Zhang Yi outright. Kill him, avenge Brother Zhang, one man shouted. Though he took a few steps back, fear evident in his eyes, without hesitation Zheng Chuan, emboldened by his success, charged at the remaining 6 men. His movements were swift, and soon 5 lay dead at his feet. The last man, terror-stricken, fell to his knees and pleaded, Brother Zheng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have followed Zhang Yi to trouble your family. Please, let me go. From now on, I will do whatever you say. The final man bowed repeatedly, his fear palpable. He had never anticipated that the seemingly gentle Zheng Chuan could be so terrifying, dispatching 6 men in the blink of an eye. This was no teacher. Calling him a monster would not be an exaggeration. Very well, you shall die fast, Zheng Chuan declared, bringing his cleaver down once more. With a sickening thud, he severed the last man's head from his shoulders. Though Zheng Chuan was of a gentle disposition and even somewhat of a good Samaritan, his loved ones were his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to threaten them would face his wrath without mercy. Suddenly, the distant growls of zombies echoed from the corridor. Zheng Chuan hastily closed the door. Moments later, the sound of gnawing filled the air, signifying that newly arrived zombies were feasting upon the corpses of Zhang Yi and his men. Crack! At that moment, the bedroom door swung open. Zheng Chuan, you, Deng Lili gasped, her hand covering her mouth, eyes wide with fear. You just needed to drive them away. Why did you have to kill them? You've known them for so many years, and yet you resorted to violence. Her words held an undertone of reproach. Zheng Chuan responded, it is precisely because I have known them for so long that I had to act. Beside him, Zheng Xiai interjected, Mom, Dad did the right thing. After knowing them for so long, they still intended to harm us. Dad, killing them was their just deserts. During this time, Zheng Xiai had been gripped by fear of Zhang Yi and his gang. Dreading their sudden intrusion, now that Zhang Yi was dead, she felt not fear but exhilaration. Zhang Yi and his cohorts deserved their fate. Dad, you were truly formidable just now, Zheng Xiai said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. With you around, we won't have to live in fear anymore. Zheng Chuan smiled, rest assured, I will protect you both from now on. He then moved to comfort his frightened wife. Chapter 57, News reaches the police station Yulin City. Within the police station, Zhang Cheng led the faculty and students of experimental class 1 back home. The moment they stepped into the station, expressions of relief spread across their faces, as if they had found a temporary refuge from the storm. Among the crowd was Zhang Zhenyun, once fervently aspiring to be a ruler. He had swiftly abandoned that unrealistic notion upon witnessing Zhang Cheng's formidable strength. He came to realize that in this chaotic era, aspiring to be a ruler was a perilous endeavor, one that could lead to a swift demise. Hence, he treated Zhang Cheng with utmost enthusiasm along the way, sincerely expressing his desire to join the police station multiple times. After careful consideration, Zhang Cheng ultimately acquiesced to his request. The police station was indeed in dire need of personnel, and Zhang Zhenyun, being a strong individual, was a valuable asset that could only benefit the station. However, when the principal, Qian Tingwei, learned of Zhang Zhenyun's intention to join the police station, a wave of unease washed over him. He had never anticipated that the man with whom he had a falling out could gain entry into the police station. Given that he would now be living within the station's confines, he worried about potential repercussions. What if Zhang Zhenyun sought revenge against him in the future? Throughout the journey, Qian Tingwei remained anxious. his mind racing with strategies for how to handle the situation. Once Zhongcheng had arranged everyone satisfactorily, he headed straight to the chief's office. Knock, knock. Zhongcheng stood outside, gently tapping twice on the door. In the next moment he had a flurry of rustling from within, as though someone were hastily tidying up. Then the chief's voice called out, "Come in." Upon entering, Zhongcheng was taken aback to see not only the chief but also a beautiful woman in the office. The woman, her head bowed with disheveled hair, appeared extremely flustered. Upon spotting Zhongcheng, she hurriedly exited. Zhongcheng furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Chief, what is going on here?" The chief leisurely lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before replying. "Nothing much, it's quite obvious, isn't it? That woman just now was a member of the police station's refuge, and she has a husband, yet, in order to survive, she had to cling to the chief. This isn't the first time such a thing has occurred, Chief. I mentioned this before." Zhongcheng frowned again, clearly displeased. "These women are pitiable, living in constant fear. I never expected you to abuse your power to oppress them. This is utterly unacceptable." Upon being reprimanded by a subordinate, the director felt a sudden flash of embarrassment and coldly retorted, "Who is the director here, you or I? This is clearly a situation that benefits both parties. Why portray it as though I am oppressing them? They gain stability, I find solace, neither of us suffers." After a brief pause, the director inquired, "Have the individuals from Experiment 1 been rescued?" Zhongcheng, suppressing his simmering anger, replied, "Yes, they have been brought back and are currently at the police station." Rising from his seat, the director declared, "As the director, I must inspect the situation." Zhongcheng quickly grasped the director's intentions. It was evident he sought to use this inspection as a pretext to encounter attractive women. Thus Zhongcheng swiftly interjected, "Director, there is no need for you to inspect. I have everything well arranged, and there will be no oversights." Observing the lecherous director, Zhongcheng felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. However, he remained mindful of his position and refrained from acting. "Perhaps your arrangements are not entirely satisfactory. I will go take a look," the director asserted before striding out of the office. Zhongcheng, with no other option, followed suit, silently resolving to thwart any inappropriate actions by the director. Later on, just as they exited the police station, a police officer hurried over, saluting Zhongcheng first before acknowledging the director. "Captain, Director, a mysterious force has emerged in Yulin City, currently engaged in eliminating zombies on Commercial Gold Street." The officer relayed the information he had gathered. "What? Someone is killing zombies on Gold Street?" Zhongcheng exclaimed in surprise, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Could it be that someone is controlling the zombies to attack those across from them? The officer, puzzled by Zhongcheng's insight, nonetheless nodded and confirmed. "Indeed, according to our observations, there are 4 individuals involved, 2 men and 2 women. One of the men possesses the ability to summon and control zombies. Furthermore," he continued, "the number of zombies he has summoned has exceeded 10,000. Additionally, he can summon 2 exceptionally powerful zombies, as well as one that can manipulate fire. As the officer spoke, a profound shock flickered in his eyes. He was still shaken by the realization that such a summoner of zombies existed in this world. Not merely controlling, but summoning zombies. Zhongcheng frowned, puzzled. Could this be yet another form of superpower? Beside him, the director remained silent, his expression grave. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse and Zhongcheng's awakening of superpowers, many officers had begun to regard Zhongcheng as the foremost authority in the police station. The director's prestige had significantly waned. Now, upon hearing of someone capable of summoning vast hordes of zombies, the director's ambition was ignited. He resolved to recruit this summoner for himself, hoping to incite a rivalry with Zhongcheng and profit from the ensuing chaos. "Captain Zhang, with such a force emerging in the city, you must investigate thoroughly and try to bring them to the police station," he urged. "If he can summon zombies, our station's security will be greatly enhanced. If he joins us." The director was determined to bring the individual in question to the station, intending to leverage his authority to recruit him. "Very well," Zhongcheng nodded, sharing the same desire for recruitment. He recognized that successfully bringing this individual on board would undoubtedly bolster their strength and significantly enhance the station's safety. increasing their chances of survival. Director, during my time on Gold Street, I hope you will remain in the office and refrain from wandering off, Zhong Cheng cautioned. He feared that if he ventured to Gold Street, the director, with his lascivious tendencies, might take advantage of the female students from experiment 1. Such a scenario was unacceptable to Zhong Cheng. Lu Nangjie furrowed his brow and retorted, Zhong Cheng, remember your position. I am the director and you are merely the captain. It is you who should be following orders. I apologize, director, but most of those students are still minors, Zhong Cheng responded. He then instructed the officer, keep a close watch on the director. If he leaves the office, I will hold you accountable. Yes, sir, the officer replied respectfully. The officer was not surprised by Zhong Cheng's sudden assertiveness. In fact, he welcomed it. In his eyes, Zhong Cheng was the true power holder, while Director Lu Nangjie should have long since stepped aside for someone more capable. Subsequently, the officer addressed the director. Director, let us proceed. Lu Nangjie, his face pale with anger, shouted, I am the director. Are you attempting to imprison your superior? Are you plotting a rebellion? The officer nodded. I am aware that you are the director. Zhong Cheng's expression was solemn as he stated, as long as you have not been dismissed from your position, you will remain the director. However, that does not grant you the license to act recklessly. If you take advantage of those female students, what will become of our police station? Lu Nangjie seethed. Is this how you perceive me? Zhong Cheng and the officer both nodded in unison. Lu Nangjie was rendered speechless. Chapter 58, Recruiting Yuhong. Lu Nangjie could scarcely fathom that such a perception of him existed in the minds of Zhong Cheng and the others. A sense of grievance welled up within him. Although he was indeed lecherous, he had never forced himself upon a woman. With his position as director, there was no need for coercion. Many women gravitated towards him in pursuit of survival. Humph! Lu Nangjie noted disdainfully, his displeasure evident as he turned and strode back into his office. The officer stood rigidly outside the office, dutifully maintaining his post. Zhong Cheng, observing this, could not help but smile faintly. He then gathered 4 officers, and together they drove towards Commercial Gold Street. At that moment on Commercial Gold Street, the zombies under Yuhong's command were nearing the complete annihilation of their opposing zombies. His score had amassed to over 2,000. Before long, the zombies on Gold Street were entirely eradicated. Cheng Shui, Lu Huilin, and Lu Sheng returned to Yuhong's side, panting heavily, their foreheads slick with sweat. Have some water, Yuhong said with a warm smile as he regarded Cheng Shui and the others. They nodded and eagerly gulped down the water. Brother Hong, I feel my strength has advanced again. Perhaps in just 2 days, I will become an enhancer, Lu Sheng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He sensed that he would soon achieve the status of an enhancer, perhaps even sooner than anticipated. Lu Huilin beamed with joy for Lu Sheng. His burgeoning power brought her greater happiness than her own potential advancement. Excellent, keep up the good work, Yuhong smiled, encouraging them to strive for early enhancement. As Yuhong spoke, he collected the vast majority of ordinary zombies. He also retrieved the fire-type zombie back into the zombie space, preparing to move on to their next destination, Junan Community. Junan Community was the largest residential area in Yulin City, housing over 40,000 residents. Yuhong speculated that if he could eradicate the zombies within Junan Community, he would likely ascend to the second tier of strength. At that point, bolstered by second-tier zombies, his confidence would soar. Just then, the sound of an engine echoed, and Yuhong and his companions turned to see a police car approaching. Upon sighting the vehicle, Yuhong instinctively braced himself. He knew that the current officers could not be trusted. And furthermore, those driving police cars were not necessarily officers. As the police car came to a halt, 5 individuals emerged. It was Captain Zhong Cheng and his 4 subordinates. Upon seeing Yuhong and his companions, as well as the 2 first-tier zombies radiating formidable energy, Zhong Cheng felt a chill of apprehension. He understood that both zombies were exceptionally powerful. Additionally, he noticed a dozen ordinary zombies, which Yuhong had left behind to drive the car, not yet retrieved into the zombie space. Zhong Cheng's gaze then fell upon the supplies in the vehicle, and astonishment flickered in his eyes. In this era, possessing such an abundance of resources indicated that these 4 individuals were indeed formidable. Coupled with their ability to summon at least 10,000 zombies, their overall strength had already surpassed that of the police station. Thus, Zhongcheng adopted a courteous demeanor. "Greetings, I am Zhongcheng, the captain of Yulin City Police Station. It is a pleasure to meet you," he said to Yuhong, his face adorned with a warm smile. He could tell that Yuhong held the most influence among the group. Yuhong succinctly introduced himself. Recognizing that Zhongcheng bore no ill intentions and thus refraining from coldness, Cheng Shui, Lu Sheng, and Lu Huilin also introduced themselves. Upon seeing Zhongcheng and his subordinates, Cheng Shui and Lu Huilin smiled in return. The police were the faction they trusted most. "Brother Yuhong, where are you from? What brings you to Yulin City?" Zhongcheng inquired, eyeing Yuhong curiously. Yuhong replied, "We just arrived from Hishui City and found an abundance of zombies here. So we took the liberty of dispatching them." He felt no need to disclose his exact origins, considering it unnecessary. Moreover, he was not lying, he had indeed come from Hishui City. Zhongcheng's eyes widened in surprise. "I did not expect you to be from Hishui City, that is over 200 kilometers away. It seems you possess remarkable strength to have reached Yulin City." Yulin City was merely a county, while Hishui City was a prefecture-level city, coincidentally under the jurisdiction of Yulin City. "Just fortunate, I suppose," Yuhong replied with a hint of a smile. For ordinary individuals, traversing the distance from Hishui City to Yulin City was virtually impossible. It is indeed Yuhong who has arrived here safely with the assistance of zombies. Had it been anyone else, they might have met their demise being besieged by the undead along the way. "Brother Yuhong, are you also a supernatural being?" Zhongcheng inquired, casting a glance at Yuhong. "Supernatural being?" Yuhong expressed his astonishment, not expecting Zhongcheng to pose such a question. However, he quickly grasped the implication. He understood that what Zhongcheng referred to as a supernatural being was merely another term for an extraordinary power user. After all, it had only been a little over 20 days since the apocalypse began. During this time, the world had been plunged into darkness and isolated from communication. In certain regions, those who could manipulate elements were called extraordinary power users, while in others, they were referred to as supernatural beings. There might even be other designations. Regardless of the terminology, it all amounted to the same essence. He replied, "Captain Zhang, you must be referring to extraordinary power users, right? My ability is summoning, which allows me to call forth zombies." Zhongcheng was taken aback. "I hadn't anticipated that you would label such an ability as extraordinary power. Nonetheless, we are indeed speaking of the same phenomenon. By the way, my ability is water manipulation." As he spoke, a sphere of water coalesced in his palm. Subsequently, they engaged in further discourse. Zhongcheng had a sudden realization. He now comprehended that extraordinary power users were categorized into enhancement types and elemental types. The enhancement type pertains to those who augment their physical bodies, typically enhancing their strength, speed, and defense, with the more formidable individuals receiving comprehensive augmentation. The elemental type is subdivided into fire, water, earth, and control categories. It is no wonder that Hishui City, being a prefecture-level city, possesses far greater knowledge about extraordinary powers than we do. Zhongcheng sighed as he gazed at Yuhong. "Unlike us, who simply emulate cinematic terminology and refer to such abilities as supernatural powers." Yuhong waved his hand, chuckling. "It's no matter, essentially, they are all the same. The name is inconsequential, regardless of what extraordinary power was called." Yuhong remained indifferent. The fundamental question was not the nomenclature but rather the true extent of one's strength. "Brother Yuhong, I wish to invite you to join the Yulin City Police Station, to collaborate in searching for and protecting survivors, and to restore order to Yulin City. What do you think?" Zhongcheng stated, his gaze fixed on Yuhong with anticipation. He did not want to miss out on such a powerful ally. "Captain Zhong, I apologize," Yuhong replied, shaking his head. "We are en route to Baiyang City and shall not linger in Yulin City. However, we will eliminate all the zombies in Yulin City to assist you in restoring order." Chapter 59. The trace of Luo Tianyu. Yuhong was resolutely determined to exterminate zombies, which prompted his previous statement. "What, you intend to go to Bayong City?" Zhongcheng exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face. Yulin City is over 2,000 kilometers away from Bayong City, such a perilous journey, Bayong City, being a prominent new first-tier city in the nation, is well known across the country. Hence when Yuhong mentioned Bayong City, Zhongcheng had no doubt and immediately stated the distance between Yulin City and Bayong City. "Indeed, it is quite dangerous, but my family is there, so I must go regardless." Why Yuhong's eyes glimmered with determination, his expression resolute. He had not anticipated that the apocalypse would result in such prolonged blackouts and loss of communication, and he was uncertain of his parents' well-being. He hoped for their safety. No, they must be safe. Is that so? Upon realizing that Yuhong was willing to traverse over 2,000 kilometers solely to reunite with his family, Zhongcheng felt a profound respect. He understood that he himself could never accomplish such a feat. Given this, he wished Yuhong a swift reunion with his family. While Zhongcheng felt a tinge of regret, he sincerely offered his best wishes. He recognized that a strong individual like Yuhong, once resolved, would not easily waver. Any persuasion would be futile. "Thank you," Yuhong nodded, smiling. "I reiterate, we will assist you in clearing the zombies from your city and restoring order before we depart." Zhongcheng's expression softened with gratitude. "Brother Yuhong's righteousness is commendable. On behalf of the people of Yulin City, I thank you. It is a fortuitous occasion that we have met today. Why not accompany us back to the police station? I would like to host a welcoming feast for you." Zhongcheng extended an invitation, feeling that someone of Yuhong's caliber should maintain a good relationship, just in case they crossed paths again in the future. "Not necessary." Why Yuhong shook his head, continuing, "I have been in Yulin City for several hours, having already eliminated the zombies from Experiment 1 and this area. I have heard that there are many zombies in Junan community, so I plan to head there first." Why Yuhong stated his objective. He was in urgent need of points and wished to expedite the elimination of zombies, naturally not wanting to squander time. "What, you intend to go to Junan community, the permanent residents, their number over 40,000, close to 50,000, who knows how many have turned into zombies?" Upon hearing this, Zhongcheng was taken aback. "Based on my estimates, there must be at least 30,000 zombies. Such a multitude poses a grave danger. Brother Yuhong, I believe we should deliberate on this matter further." Upon learning that Yuhong intended to venture to Junan community, Zhongcheng immediately intervened. He recognized that with so many residents, the corresponding number of zombies would certainly be greater, while he lacked precise figures, judging by the ratio of those who had turned into zombies. It was safe to assume there would be at least 30,000. The number of zombies could even reach 40,000. Actually, it is not overly perilous. Why Yuhong shook his head, smiling. "Captain Zhang, you know I can summon zombies." Before Yuhong could finish his sentence, Zhongcheng interrupted. "Brother Yuhong, I am aware of your ability to summon zombies, and you can indeed summon around 10,000. However, Junan community has at least 30,000 zombies. You would not stand a chance." In his perspective, regardless of how formidable Yuhong was, the number of zombies he could summon would only amount to around 10,000, while the zombies in Junan community vastly outnumbered that. "Rest assured, Captain Zhang, I am not foolish." Why Yuhong gazed at Zhongcheng, smiling. At that moment he took a glance at the number of zombies in his space. The current count was 32,655. He could summon and breed them. The number of zombies in his space had increased from over 10,000 to over 30,000. In addition to this, he possessed a formidable second-tier zombie. Moreover, there were another 100,000 zombies undergoing breeding. Although it would take over 5 hours for that to conclude, with over 30,000 zombies, plus 1 second-tier zombie and 3 first-tier zombies, Yuhong was confident in his ability to eradicate all the zombies within Junan community. Furthermore, given the large number of residents, he speculated that there might even be a first-tier zombie among them. Seeing Yuhong's confidence, Zhongcheng felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, could it be that he can summon even more zombies? Upon contemplating this, Zhongcheng was nearly certain of it. There was no other conclusion he could fathom. Thus, he felt even more astonished. The ability to summon tens of thousands of zombies? What manner of being is Yuhong? Yu Hong's ability to summon zombies far surpassed his own water manipulation ability. At that moment Zhong Cheng was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Very well, since Brother Yu Hong wishes to go to Junan community, I cannot stand idly by. Zhong Cheng's expression turned serious as he proclaimed, as police personnel, we should also search for survivors. Why Yu Hong did not wish for Zhong Cheng to accompany him, so he remarked, Captain Zhang, you really do not need to follow us, we can manage on our own. Absolutely not, this is Yulin City. As the captain of the police station, I must also kill zombies and contribute to the people of Yulin City. Zhang Cheng's determination was unwavering. All right, Yu Hong nodded, then let us proceed to Junan community. Why Yu Hong thought to himself that regardless Zhang Cheng and his team would not eliminate many zombies, the majority would still contribute to his points. Therefore, he no longer resisted. Subsequently, Yu Hong and his companions set off towards Junan community. In Yulin City, at the County Geological Museum, within a room, the sound of heavy breathing echoed. After a while, the gasping ceased. A woman emerged from within. Chen Qian wore a helpless expression as she walked into the room. She looked at Luo Tianyu, who was bare-chested and drenched in sweat, and lowered her head, saying, Brother Luo, I have ascertained the surrounding situation. Approximately 500 meters from us lies the Yulin City police station. Within the station, there are a group of survivors. Most importantly, there is only one water manipulation user inside. The rest are ordinary people, with not a single enhancer among them. Chen Qian reported the information she had gathered while keeping her head bowed. Luo Tianyu's eyes widened in surprise. The Yulin City police station is so weak. Only one extraordinary power user. He was greatly astonished by the capabilities of the Yulin City police station. The presence of merely one extraordinary power user was exceedingly feeble. It should be noted that he, Luo Tianyu, had under his command one extraordinary power user and over 10 enhancers, including himself, that amounted to 2 first-tier extraordinary power users. Such strength was entirely superior to that of the police station. Indeed, there is only one extraordinary power user. Chen Qian nodded, her expression relaxed. The weaker the strength of Yulin City, the safer they would be. Well, it seems that heaven is aiding us. Luo Tianyu's face brimmed with joy. Once we capture the police station, we shall become the sole rulers of Yulin City, and at that time the entire city will be under our control. Gather the brothers, we shall head to the police station immediately. Chapter 60, The Fearful Chen Qian. A Junan community. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian's expression turned grave as she faced Luo Tianyu. Her gaze revealed a profound concern regarding Luo Tianyu's decisions, despite her awareness of his esteemed reputation and decisive nature within the team. In Chen Qian's view, the question of whether to dominate or not was of little consequence. In this current phase, it sufficed to preserve their strength and continually expand it. For assuming the role of a ruler. That was entirely a thankless endeavor. What if they encountered a hidden powerhouse, leading to significant losses? Is something amiss? Did you not hear my words? Luo Tianyu remarked, noticing the uncertainty etched on Chen Qian's face as he furrowed his brow. He believed his plan was quite sound. The police station in Yulin City was feeble. The decisive strike would likely secure their victory. At that point, they could leverage the police station as a sanctuary, thus gaining absolute control over Yulin City. Even if other survivors emerged, they would not pose a challenge. Brother Luo, I fear unforeseen complications may arise. Chen Qian inhaled deeply, expressing her concern. Luo Tianyu, visibly displeased, countered, did you not say that the Yulin City police station has only one ability user? Such a lack of strength can be easily dismantled. Where lies the risk? After a moment's hesitation, Chen Qian replied, Brother Luo, thus far we have only surveyed the vicinity of the Geological Museum. What if there are strong individuals elsewhere? Once we occupy the police station, we could attract unwanted attention and become targets ourselves, which would not bode well for us. In my opinion, it would be prudent to gather more information about the situation in Yulin City before making any decisions. Chen Qian articulated her worries. She felt that as newcomers to Yulin City, they lacked sufficient understanding of the local dynamics and should not act recklessly. If the police station was so weak, How formidable could the other survivors truly be? Luo Tianyu scoffed, dismissing her fears. In my view, you are being overly timid. Chen Qian brushed her hair back respectfully, asserting, Brother Luo, one must not underestimate potential dangers. If another formidable figure like Yu Hong were to suddenly appear, we would find ourselves in dire straits. She had become markedly more cautious following the incident involving Yu Hong. She had no desire to encounter such a monstrous opponent again. Very well, seeing Chen Qian's insistence, Luo Tianyu acquiesced, saying, then have someone continue investigating the situation in Yulin City. Once we ascertain that no other powerful factions exist, we shall proceed to seize the police station and use it as our stronghold to fully control Yulin City. Chen Qian held the position of the second-in-command within Luo Tianyu's group. Although he was the leader, he respected her opinions and could not act unilaterally. Understood, Brother Luo, Chen Qian replied dutifully, feeling a sense of relief. As long as Luo Tianyu did not act recklessly, she felt considerably safer. She believed that Yulin City was merely a small county, and there should be no stronger ability users than Luo Tianyu. Nonetheless, caution was still advisable. Turning to Luo Tianyu, Chen Qian stated, Brother Luo, I will arrange for someone to investigate the situation in Yulin City. Luo Tianyu nodded, yes, go ahead with your tasks. Chen Qian acknowledged and exited the room. Luo Tianyu relaxed, closing his eyes to rest. The recent exchange with that woman had left him somewhat fatigued. Had Chen Qian not arrived, he would have already succumbed to sleep. At the Junan community, Zheng Chuan offered comforting words to his wife, saying, Lipin, your mindset needs to shift. The world is no longer what it once was. We cannot conduct ourselves as we used to. Nowadays, it's a survival of the fittest. We must become more resolute and resilient to endure. Zheng Chuan had completely transformed his perspective. He understood that to survive, decisive action was essential. Clinging to old ways could lead to dire consequences. But we cannot resort to killing, protested Deng Liping, gazing at Zheng Chuan. Those are still lives at stake. I found it hard to accept your actions earlier. You seem to have changed, with a resigned expression. Zheng Chuan replied, of course I have changed. If I did not, I would not survive, but rest assured, no matter how I change, I will not become a senseless killer. My only desire is to ensure the safety of our family. Zheng Chuan made his promise, vowing not to harm innocent people. Nearby, Zheng Xiaoai chimed in, Mom, Dad is right, it truly is a dog-eat-dog world now. If one lacks the necessary ruthlessness, survival becomes impossible. All right, Deng Liping nodded. Addressing Zheng Chuan, as long as you do not harm innocent people, that is sufficient. With the encouragement from her husband and daughter, Deng Liping began to come to terms with reality, gradually shifting her perspective. Observing her change of heart, Zheng Chuan's smile grew wider. He glanced towards the kitchen and remarked, I noticed we are running low on rice. There is a supermarket in the neighboring building, and I intend to bring back some supplies. Deng Liping's expression turned anxious. Given the ongoing zombie crisis, the supermarket stock has likely been depleted. Moreover, we should have enough rice to last for a few days. You need not take the risk. She felt it was wiser to wait until their rice was finished before seeking more food, better to prepare ahead of time. Zheng Chuan countered, what if we truly run out and cannot find any food? That would spell disaster. The outbreak occurred quite suddenly, and there are hordes of zombies roaming both the corridors and the community. Others may not dare to risk going to the supermarket. Perhaps I could procure a substantial amount of supplies. Zheng Chuan assessed the current situation. In his view, the outbreak had not been long enough for many to muster the courage to venture into the supermarket. He, however, was different. He possessed considerable strength and believed that as long as he remained cautious, he would be fine. Dad, I want to go with you, Zheng Xiaoai exclaimed eagerly. After being cooped up in the house for over 20 days, the prospect of going outside piqued her interest. Zheng Chuan shook his head. It would be better for me to go alone. If you accompany me, I would only be able to protect you and accomplish little else. All right, Zheng Xiaoai replied, somewhat disappointed. Then Mom and I will wait for you to return. She recognized her father's wisdom. Accompanying him could indeed hinder his efforts. It was better to remain at home. Good, you both stay safe, Zheng Chuan said as he stood up. I will leave now. With that, Zheng Chuan entered his room retrieving a large backpack. He intended to use it to carry back any food he might find. After exchanging a few words with his family, he stepped out with the backpack. Upon exiting, he firmly shut the door behind him. The speed at which the zombies consumed flesh was truly alarming. Gazing at the desolate ground, stained only with remnants of blood, Zheng Chuan felt a chill run through him. Chapter 61 Resolving the Zombie Crisis at Junan Community. Yu Hong and his companions drove to the exterior of Junan Community, still over 200 meters away. As they surveyed the area, they noted the numerous zombies wandering about. Densely packed and in vast numbers, Cheng Shui, Lu Huilen, and the others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. While Yu Hong was elated, he knew his score would soon see a considerable increase. Stopping the vehicle, Yu Hong summoned 30,000 ordinary zombies, directing them into Junan Community to eliminate their counterparts. He also summoned 3 first-tier zombies to accompany Cheng Shui, Lu Sheng, and Lu Huilen, ready to protect them at a moment's notice. Indeed, the quantity of zombies he summoned far exceeded 10,000. This time, it was at least 30,000. Shongcheng, witnessing the swarm of zombies Yu Hong had conjured, felt a sense of trepidation. He estimated that Yu Hong had summoned roughly over 30,000 zombies. The sheer magnitude of this horde clarified why Yu Hong had insisted on coming to Junan Community. This was not arrogance but rather a well-founded confidence. Realizing this, Shongcheng held Yu Hong in even higher regard. The ability to summon was undeniably formidable. Brother Yu Hong, I never imagined you could summon such a multitude of zombies. The survivors in Junan Community are saved. Shongcheng complimented Yu Hong, his astonishment evident. The other officers mirrored his shock. They had not anticipated Yu Hong's capacity to summon so many zombies. Was the summoning ability truly that powerful? Shortly after, Shongcheng observed Yu Hong leaning against the vehicle, casually lighting a cigarette. Curiosity piqued, he inquired. Brother Yu Hong, are you not going to assist in killing the zombies? No, Yu Hong shook his head. As a summoner, I am not adept at combat. I will leave that to you while I watch from here. Lu Huilin, Cheng Shui, and Lu Sheng exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. They had not expected Yu Hong to so effortlessly deceive Shongcheng and the others. Nevertheless, they chose not to expose him, well aware that beyond his summoning prowess, Yu Hong possessed considerable strength. Oh, so that's how it is. Shongcheng nodded, his expression revealing newfound understanding. He realized that not all summoners were inherently powerful. Indeed, Yu Hong affirmed with a smile. He then directed the summoned zombies to charge at the opposing horde, prompting Cheng Shui, Lu Sheng, and the others to join in the fray against the zombies. As was customary, Yu Hong ensured that the zombies continued to provide protection for them. We shall join in as well, Shongcheng instructed the 4 officers. Subsequently, they too set off to engage the zombies. Yu Hong drove the vehicle to a secluded location, observing the summoned zombies engage in a fierce battle with their counterparts across the way. His points in the marketplace were rapidly increasing, reaching a total of 2709. In no time, the points accumulated to over 2,700, which filled Yu Hong with delight. Meanwhile, Zheng Chuan had slain several zombies and cautiously navigated around the densely populated areas. Making his way to the exterior of the supermarket, he discovered the interior was in disarray, evidently having been ransacked by someone, yet remnants of bread, sausages, and biscuits still remained. Stealthily, Zheng Chuan entered the supermarket and began to gather supplies into his backpack. Before long, he had filled a substantial bag. With supplies in hand, Zheng Chuan's face radiated joy, knowing that this bounty would sustain his family for a considerable time. Indeed, only those with audacity could acquire valuable resources. At that moment, Zheng Chuan was startled by a sudden roar. Emerging from behind the supermarket shelves was a zombie clad in a supermarket uniform, its eyes blood red and exuding an overwhelming aura. Alarmed, Zheng Chuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable zombie. It appeared far more powerful than the ones he had previously dispatched and considerably stronger than himself, with a multitude of zombies around. The roar from the one in the supermarket drew the attention of others. Zheng Chuan's heart raced as he swiftly turned to flee. He dashed into the adjacent building, glancing back at the zombie with trepidation. What exactly was that creature? How could it be so superior to the others? Unbeknownst to Zhengchuan, he had stumbled upon a first-tier zombie and a first-tier mutated being. He mistakenly believed it to be a zombie king. Suddenly, Zhengchuan noticed that the intimidating zombie had halted its pursuit and was now gazing to the left. Following its line of sight, he observed a horde of zombies emerging from all directions. The newly arrived zombies coordinated seamlessly to eliminate the original ones. This scene appeared as though someone were orchestrating the zombies. Zhengchuan speculated to himself, could it be the individual he had encountered at the school? Earlier that day, he had witnessed someone controlling zombies, and now this uncanny situation unfolded before him. Could that person from the school have ventured into Junan community? Outside Junan community, Yuhong leaned against his vehicle with his eyes gently closed. Through the shared vision of the zombies, he too witnessed the sudden appearance of the formidable zombie within the supermarket. Yuhong recognized it as a first-tier zombie, and a smile crept across his face as he commanded the first-tier and fire zombies to hasten towards the supermarket. In a short while, the two zombies arrived beside the supermarket and launched an assault on the first-tier zombie. After approximately 2 minutes, the first-tier zombie and the fire-type zombie summoned by Yuhong succeeded in vanquishing the formidable creature. This zombie possessed no extraordinary abilities. The fire zombie advanced, extracting the core from its fallen adversary and stowing it away. Seeing the first-tier zombie defeated brought Yuhong immense joy. He then ordered the fire zombie to incinerate the remains thoroughly before commanding both the first-tier and fire zombies to continue purging the zombies within Junan community. Before long, Yuhong's points surged to over 3,000, a sight that further delighted him. He had not anticipated the existence of fire-controlling zombies. As Zhengchuan witnessed the fire zombie obliterating the supermarket's zombies, he was filled with astonishment. He had never imagined that a zombie could wield control over flames. This ability far surpassed his own, akin to the shock he felt when witnessing Zhongcheng manipulate water during the day. What on earth had transpired in this world? The mere emergence of zombies was one thing, but the fact that they could command fire was utterly bewildering. Perhaps there were other zombies with control over different elements. A wave of unease washed over Zhengchuan. He felt that with his current capabilities he could not ensure his family's safety in this world. Moreover, the fire-controlling zombie had excavated a translucent object from the skull of a fallen zombie, leaving Zhengchuan perplexed about its nature. Was it a core, or perhaps a crystal? Having previously read online novels, this speculation stirred within him. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2 hours had elapsed. The zombies in Junan community were entirely eradicated. Yuhong's face beamed with satisfaction as his points skyrocketed to over 30,000. This substantial accumulation of points indicated that he had eliminated the vast majority of zombies in Junan community. While he had not personally dealt the final blows, the zombies within his control were wholly under his command, thus attributing their defeat to him. With a sense of elation, Yuhong gazed at the system marketplace. Points 32600. He proceeded to spend 30,000 points to exchange for attribute points. Shortly thereafter, he acquired 300 attribute points, allocating 50 points each to strength and speed, 100 points to defense, then 100 points to spirit. At that moment, a warm sensation enveloped him as his physical prowess experienced a significant leap. His muscles became taut, his bones denser, and his spirit revitalized. Before long, the warmth subsided. Then Yuhong directed his attention to his four-dimensional attributes. Name: Yuhong. Strength 76. Speed 144. Defense 144. Spirit 59. The sight of his dramatically enhanced attributes was exhilarating. Now each of his attributes surpassed 50 points, far exceeding the minimum standard for a second-tier ability user. Particularly, his speed and defense reached an astonishing 144 points, equivalent to 14 times that of an ordinary person. The threshold for third-tier capabilities demanded that all attributes reach 200 points, indicating that Yuhong was nearing the brink of becoming a third-tier powerhouse in 2 aspects. With such strength, he was extraordinarily formidable among second-tier ability users. Yuhong also discovered that upon reaching a spirit level of 59, he could manipulate objects with his spirit. With a mere thought, a Tang Dao knife levitated in the air. Attack, Yu Hong commanded inwardly, and the knife soared forth, cleaving a nearby pillar in half. The weapon then floated back to him, which he caught with a gleeful expression. As Yu Hong focused again, a piece of rebar at his feet levitated. Go, he directed, and the rebar shot towards the pillar with a piercing thrust, embedding itself within before returning to the ground. Yu Hong nodded in approval, astonished by the newfound capabilities stemming from his enhanced spirit. Observing the results of his actions, Yu Hong contemplated the implications. He also realized that upon reaching a spirit level of 59, his mental acuity had dramatically improved, allowing him to recall information with remarkable clarity. The benefits of this enhancement were immense, prompting Yu Hong to decide to keep this information to himself for the time being, using it as a trump card for future encounters. Just then, he noticed Cheng Shui and the others approaching. Prompting Yu Hong to stow away the Tang-Dao knife. Brother Hong, I feel that I will become a strengthened individual by tomorrow, Lu Sheng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he threw a few punches in the air. The recent carnage had significantly bolstered Lu Sheng's strength, and he felt he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, becoming a strengthened individual by tomorrow. Yu Hong was somewhat astonished, as this rapid progression was beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, he encouraged, "That's splendid, strive to become a first-tier strengthened individual soon. When you do, I shall gift you a core without attributes." While the strength of a strengthened individual may not match that of their same-tier ability user, they still possessed combat prowess superior to that of ordinary people. Hearing Lu Sheng's potential to achieve this milestone by the next day filled Yu Hong with joy. The shorter the time taken to transition from a foreboding premonition to becoming a first-tier ability user, the greater the potential for future growth. The sight of bloodstains and severed zombie limbs littering the community was prevalent. Survivors within the area erupted in cheers. Yu Hong's summoned 30,000 ordinary zombies had resulted in the demise of over 10,000. However, he was unfazed, as his zombie space could generate nearly 100,000 zombies in a single day. Thus, the loss of a mere 10,000 was inconsequential. With a thought, Yu Hong decided to withdraw all but those necessary for driving back into the zombie space. "What, Brother Hong, you are truly going to gift me a core?" Lu Sheng exclaimed in shock, fully aware of the value of a first-tier core. It was no exaggeration to say that a single first-tier core could be exchanged for a wealth of food. Acting as a form of hard currency, the essential item for both strengthened individuals and ability users seeking evolution. "Indeed," Yu Hong replied with a smile, "consider it a gift from me to you. However, if you wish to acquire more cores in the future, you must put in your own effort." While Yu Hong could readily gift Lu Sheng the core he had just obtained, as they were close friends, he also set boundaries. Hence, he preemptively laid the groundwork for future expectations. Moreover, whether one aimed to become a second-tier ability user or strengthened individual, the consumption of corresponding cores was essential. This meant that to ascend to second-tier status, one must consume a second-tier core. And to reach third-tier, one must ingest a third-tier core. In the days to come, cores would become increasingly precious. In contrast, Yu Hong had attained the second-tier realm directly through the infusion of attribute points from the system, bypassing the need to consume cores. "Thank you, Brother Hong, you truly are like a brother to me." Lu Sheng beamed with excitement, gazing at Yu Hong with fervor. Yu Hong jested, "Do you refrain from looking at me with such eyes? I am a man who loves women." Lu Sheng chuckled lightly, "I also have a fondness for women." Listening to the conversation between the two, Cheng Shui and Lu Huilen were beaming smiles. They cherished this light-hearted and joyful atmosphere, for it was only in such moments that they could feel the warmth radiating from Yu Hong. Otherwise, Yu Hong's usual demeanor was so calm and composed that it resembled an abyss, creating a sense of distance between them. At that moment, Zhongcheng approached with 4 police officers. Their uniforms were stained with blood and they appeared mentally exhausted, clearly having expended considerable energy in the recent skirmish. Fortunately, none of them had sustained injuries. "Why, Yu Hong, how about we visit the police station now?" Zhongcheng proposed, looking at Yu Hong. "We have fought side by side just now. Let me, as a local, treat you properly and extend my hospitality." Yu Hong responded with a smile, "That would be a trouble for you, Captain Zhong. In the most zombie-infested areas of Yulin City, Yu Hong had cleared out the threats, and he would not overlook any remaining zombies. He decided to accompany Cheng to the police station for a night of rest, planning to continue their extermination campaign the following day. This decision stemmed primarily from observing the fatigue etched on Cheng Shui. Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin.it is no trouble at all. It is our honor to have you at the police station, Yu Hong. Cheng beamed with joy upon hearing Yu Hong's agreement. He understood that the bond between himself and Yu Hong had strengthened further. Chapter 63, Disappointed Survivors. Haha, Yu Hong chuckled softly. Captain Zhong, you are too courteous. Our visit to the police station for a night is indeed our privilege. Unfazed by the compliments, Yu Hong remained humble. For that was his nature. As long as others respected him, he would extend the same courtesy in return. If someone sought to harm him, he would retaliate decisively and without mercy. Well then, let us head to the police station now. Cheng said, his face radiating happiness as he looked at Yu Hong. All right, Yu Hong nodded, receiving Yu Hong's affirmation. Cheng and the 4 police officers climbed into the police vehicle, with Yu Hong, Cheng Shui, and the others following suit. The vehicle roared to life and made its way towards the police station. I never imagined we would be invited to the police station, in the past. This would have been utterly inconceivable, Lu Sheng remarked, gazing at the police car leading the way. He was astonished that he and his companions had received an invitation from the police captain to visit the station. Such occurrences were unimaginable in times of peace. In peaceful times, as an ordinary citizen, he would have never encountered the police captain, let alone feel intimidated by even the sight of an ordinary officer. Indeed, Lu Huilin nodded, adding, this indicates that the world has indeed changed. Respect is now earned through strength. If it weren't for Yu Hong, we wouldn't have received such an invitation, she observed, keenly cognizant that their invitation stemmed entirely from Cheng's regard for Yu Hong. It was unimaginable for them to achieve this on their own. As she glanced at Yu Hong, Cheng Shui mused, wherever Yu Hong goes, he garners respect. Aligning myself with him was undeniably a wise choice. Perhaps, in time, I too may awaken my own abilities. In the half-month since the onset of the apocalypse, Cheng Shui had lived in constant fear, dreading the moment she would awaken to find zombies breaking through her door. However, that anxiety had dissipated in recent days thanks to her awakening the ability to summon zombies. Without it, they would have faced certain death mere days ago. Recalling the overwhelming horde of zombies that had approached them previously still sent shivers down her spine. She realized that if it weren't for Yu Hong, she would not have survived. I wish I could also possess the ability to summon zombies, she thought wistfully. Cheng Shui glanced at Yu Hong, thinking if I could do that, I could remain in a safe haven while sending zombies to gather supplies for me, avoiding any risks while still reaping the rewards each time she witnessed Yu Hong commanding zombies to vanquish foes. His calm demeanor in directing them filled her with envy. She too longed for such powers, yet fate had dealt her a different hand. She had yet to awaken any abilities, and even the signs of awakening remained elusive. At times she pondered whether she would ever awaken her powers in this lifetime, and such thoughts left her feeling despondent. Lu Huilin was right, this world indeed relies on strength. Yu Hong nodded and continued, only strength can earn the respect of others. This principle holds true both before and after the apocalypse. The only difference lies in the form that strength takes. In the past, status and wealth constituted strength. Those who wielded them could dictate the fates of others and influence their lives. Now, physical prowess is the new measure of strength. To maintain one's position, one must possess formidable strength. As for wealth, it has become nothing more than a stack of worthless paper. Strength is the new currency. Yu Hong had come to deeply understand this concept. In the past, he had lacked power, his superiors could dismiss him at will, and Cheng Shui could scold him without hesitation. Now, everyone had to heed his wishes. The fundamental reason was simply that Yu Hong possessed the power to control life and death. 10 minutes later, the vehicles carrying Yu Hong and his companions arrived at the police station. At the entrance, 2 officers stood guard. Upon seeing Cheng, they promptly saluted and opened the gate, allowing both the police car and Yu Hong's convoy to enter. Inside the station, survivors gathered in small clusters, engaged in animated conversations. When they spotted Zhongcheng's police vehicle, they immediately called out to him with expressions filled with respect. As Yu Hong and his companions disembarked, they felt an almost surreal sense of returning to a time of peace. However, the gaunt faces of the survivors starkly reminded them that they were indeed in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where hunger and anxiety loomed large. Upon noticing the supplies in Yu Hong's vehicle, the survivors erupted in excitement. They gathered around the convoy, their faces alight with joy. "Wonderful! I never expected Captain Zhong to bring back so many trucks of food. This will last us quite a while. Look, there's cured meat in that truck. Ah, that's roasted chicken. Gulp, I'm salivating. Haha, this is fantastic. We finally have meat to eat. I always said Captain Zhong is the most capable person in our police station. He should have taken charge long ago." The survivors were beside themselves with joy, continuously chattering and drooling at the sight of the supplies. While Yu Hong observed the scene with understanding, such reactions were predictable given the current scarcity of resources. Anyone who laid eyes on such a bounty would naturally feel exhilarated. The difference lay in the intentions of those present. Some sought to seize the supplies by force, while others, though eager for resources, understood the limits. "Everyone, please quiet down." Zhongcheng raised his hand to signal for silence. As his voice rang out, the crowd gradually hushed, though their eyes remained fervently fixed on the supplies in Yu Hong's convoy. They believed that Zhongcheng's call for quiet signaled the imminent distribution of resources, intensifying their anticipation. Zhongcheng, recognizing the meaning behind their eager gazes, quickly added, "I, Zhongcheng, regret to inform you that I lack the capability to bring back these supplies." He continued, "These provisions belong to Yu Hong. They are not mine, nor do they pertain to our police station." Zhongcheng hastily clarified to avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to conflict between Yu Hong and the crowd. He approached Yu Hong to express his apologies. "Captain Zhong, there is no need for apologies. Such reactions are entirely natural," Yu Hong responded, understanding the situation. "As long as no one attempts to maliciously seize my supplies, I hold no grievances." Zhongcheng, upon hearing this, assured him, "Rest assured, Yu Hong, our people understand the boundaries and will not act inappropriately." Zhongcheng was acutely aware of Yu Hong's strength. Anyone daring enough to attempt to seize his resources would be courting death, potentially endangering the entire police station. "What? These supplies are not from Captain Zhong?" The crowd was taken aback, unable to comprehend that the trucks of supplies that had entered with Zhongcheng were not his doing. A wave of shock washed over them, realizing they had celebrated in vain. Chapter 64, Summoning Zombies. Yu Hong's intimidation. "Captain Zhong, these supplies truly aren't from you." A young man stepped forward, unwilling to accept the revelation. His question echoed the sentiments of all present. "Not from me," Zhongcheng replied. "You all know my capabilities. Do you really think I could bring back so many trucks of food? You wouldn't believe it if I told you." With a rueful expression, he continued, "I will reiterate, these supplies belong to Yu Hong. No one should harbor any ill intentions, otherwise, I will be the first to take action." As he spoke the last words, Zhongcheng's gaze turned serious. He understood the necessity of warning the crowd. Failing to do so could result in dire consequences if anyone dared to steal or forcibly demand Yu Hong's supplies. Thank you for the clarification, Captain Zhong," the young man sighed, shaking his head as he walked away. At that moment another voice interjected, "Captain Zhong, does this Yu Hong brother intend to join our shelter?" Hearing this, the survivors became animated once more. They believed that if Yu Hong joined their police station's shelter, they would effectively become one family, ensuring their access to food. No, Yu Hong is merely passing through Baiyang City. He is tired after today and intends to rest at our police station for the night. Zhongcheng waved his hand, urging them, "Everyone, please disperse. There's no need to crowd here." After a brief pause, Zhongcheng continued, "Everyone, do not lose heart. Brother Yu Hong has successfully eliminated tens of thousands of zombies today. The zombies in Experiment 1, Business Avenue, and Junan community have all been thoroughly eradicated. The number of zombies in the city has significantly decreased. Furthermore, Brother Yu Hong has resolved to clear all the zombies from the city before leaving Yulin City, at which point everyone can safely venture out to search for supplies. To soothe the crowd's emotions, Zhongcheng shared this update. Following the blood rain, the soil has been tainted and is no longer cultivable. Henceforth, resources in the world will dwindle gradually, making food exceptionally precious. To alter this predicament, a significant upheaval in the world would be required. Or someone must develop seeds that can thrive in the present soil. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Yu Hong could annihilate such a vast number of zombies. Many were initially skeptical, while others chose to believe, reasoning that such a claim could easily be verified and that Zhongcheng had no motive to deceive them. Zhong Zhenyun, now a member of the police force and a law enforcement officer, hastily inquired, "Captain, is what you say true? Did this brother Yu Hong truly slay so many zombies? Has he cleared the zombies from Junan Community and Business Avenue?" At this moment, he also spotted Lu Sheng and Lu Huilin, causing a chill to wash over him as images of their encounters with the campus zombies in Experiment 1 flooded his mind. He never expected the ones who had slain the campus zombies would appear here. "Yes, it is all true," Zhongcheng affirmed, addressing the survivors. So rest assured, once the zombies in the city are completely eradicated, everyone will be free to gather supplies without fear of hunger. The crowd rejoiced at Zhongcheng's words. For them, no news could be more uplifting. The thought of a future without zombie threats filled them with elation, gradually dissipating their insatiable desire for resources. If they could venture out to collect supplies, they had no intention of resorting to theft. Those capable of exterminating such numerous zombies were not to be trifled with. "Look, there's a zombie in the car." Suddenly, someone spotted a zombie in the driver's seat, and their face paled in shock. Others were immediately on high alert. Yu Hong stepped forward to clarify, "Everyone, do not be alarmed. These zombies are under my control and will not attack you." Upon hearing Yu Hong's reassurance, the crowd exhaled in relief. They noticed that despite the zombies' pale faces and bloodshot eyes, they merely sat quietly in the vehicle, lacking the typical frenzied expressions of ordinary zombies. Upon sighting humans, the crowd felt considerably more at ease. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, spoke up. "Young man, you control these zombies. Are you a superhuman?" The elder, composed and evidently not an ordinary individual, had been a prominent figure in Yulin City before his retirement and still wielded considerable influence. With the apocalypse upon them, he deemed the police station, guarded by officers and equipped with firearms, the safest haven for his family. Revered and respected, even the station chief would not dare to underestimate him. Yu Hong replied with a smile, "I am not a superhuman, but an ability wielder." He then briefly educated those present about the nature of ability wielders, completing his explanation in under 3 minutes. "I see now." The elder mused, his beard quivering. "Regardless of whether it is a superpower or an ability, they are essentially the same concept, just different terminologies." "Young man, is your ability to control zombies? Is that how you managed to slay so many in Junan Community?" The elder believed he had unraveled the truth. If this Yu Hong could control zombies, then exterminating such a vast number would be within reach. After all, with adequate caution, most individuals could manage to kill a typical zombie. "Elder, my ability is to summon zombies," Yu Hong replied with a grin, revealing no intention of concealment. Given his formidable strength, he felt no need to hide his capability to summon zombies. After all, no one knew the extent of his hidden prowess. "Summoning zombies, is it truly conjured from thin air?" The elder was taken aback, his calm demeanor evaporating. He understood that the ability to summon zombies was far mightier than mere control. Controlling a zombie required direct sight of it, while summoning meant bringing forth zombies from nothingness. Though the two abilities bore similarities, they were fundamentally different. Indeed, Yu Hong confirmed, and with a mere thought 2,000 zombies manifested in the open space, their expressions vacant and eyes filled with malice. However, they did not launch an attack on those present. Yu Hong's purpose in showcasing his power was to instill a sense of caution in the onlookers, discouraging any thoughts of coveting his resources. These individuals were survivors who had persevered through the apocalypse. Yu Hong preferred not to harm them if possible, thus a degree of intimidation was inevitable. Chapter 65, The Deluded Chief. The young man is indeed impressive. With such an ability to assist you, your future in this world seems secure, the elder remarked in awe, gazing at the 2,000 zombies Yu Hong had summoned, still unable to fathom the reality of it. Other survivors shared the same incredulity. It was truly astonishing to think that someone could conjure zombies from thin air. This ability was exceedingly unorthodox. Some individuals, who had contemplated stealing supplies from Yuhong under the cover of night, immediately abandoned the notion upon witnessing his ability to summon such a horde of zombies. In an instant their intentions were quelled. The thought of summoning thousands of zombies, with no knowledge of Yuhong's limits, was a risk not worth taking. That would be tantamount to courting death. "You're too kind, Elder," Yuhong replied humbly. The intended effect of intimidation had been achieved, and Yuhong promptly recalled the majority of the zombies back to the zombie space, leaving only about 60 to guard the convoy. His prior display had sufficiently deterred any ill-intentioned individuals, yet the sight of several trucks brimming with supplies inevitably tempted some to act irrationally. Yuhong, ever cautious, prepared for any eventuality. As others observed the lack of resource distribution, they began to disperse in small groups. Although most had departed, a few lingered, gazing longingly at Yuhong's convoy, their expressions pitiful as they silently pleaded for his generosity. Yuhong, however, chose to ignore them. He understood that opening such a door would lead to endless demands. Moreover, with a long journey home ahead, he had insufficient supplies for himself. "Brother Yuhong, allow me to introduce you to our chief," Zhongcheng said, noting Yuhong's impressive display had subdued the survivors. Yuhong replied in surprise, "Meet your chief, Captain Zhong." "I have no interest in meeting him." Yuhong had intended to stay for just one night and had no desire to form connections with the chief. Zhongcheng, sensing Yuhong's reluctance, responded with a hint of exasperation. "Brother Yuhong, as an ability wielder with such formidable strength, it is our protocol to inform the chief." He added, "Do not worry, our chief is generally amicable and will not harbor any ulterior motives towards you." Zhongcheng's demeanor was sincere. He was not intentionally trying to put Yuhong in a difficult position. Following the onset of the apocalypse, the police station had indeed instituted this regulation. If only a few ordinary people came to the station, Zhongcheng, as the captain, could manage the situation without needing to report to Chief Lunangjie. However, if the number exceeded 10, even ordinary individuals required notification. If an ability wielder arrived, even just one, it necessitated informing Lunangjie. Additionally, Zhongcheng's efforts to recruit Yuhong had received verbal approval from Lunangjie, further solidifying his obligation to escort Yuhong to meet the chief. "Very well, I shall meet your chief," Yuhong acquiesced with a nod, reasoning that since he had nothing else to occupy his time, it would be prudent to at least meet the local authority. "Brother Yuhong, this way please." Zhongcheng smiled and led the way. Along the journey, he provided Yuhong with a brief overview of Chief Lunangjie. After a minute, they arrived at the office door. Captain, a police officer stationed outside, greeted Zhongcheng with a salute. Zhongcheng returned the gesture and inquired, "How is the chief?" The officer glanced at him, replying, "Captain, the chief has remained in his office during this time, not venturing anywhere." "Good, well done." Zhongcheng nodded appreciatively. "You may return to your duties." It was no trouble. The officer firmly shook his head and departed. Zhongcheng approached the door and knocked. "Knock, knock." The voice from within called out, "What is it?" "I will speak with you when I return." Zhongcheng's voice was low as he replied, "Chief, I am back." The chief's voice responded, "Come in." Following the chief's command, Zhongcheng opened the office door and entered with Yuhong. "Chief." Zhongcheng saluted seriously upon seeing Lunangjie. The chief nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to Yuhong as he inquired, "Is this young brother the one associated with that mysterious faction?" Zhongcheng nodded and remarked, "Director, this is brother Yuhong, the very one who summoned the zombies to assist us in clearing them from Yulin City." Upon hearing this, Lunangjie hastily rose to his feet. He approached Yuhong, extended his hand, and exclaimed, "It is truly wonderful to have you here at our police station, young brother Yuhong. From now on, please feel at ease. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to me, and I shall certainly advocate for you." Lunangjie gazed at Yuhong with exceptional warmth, but as he stood before him, he felt an intangible pressure, reminiscent of coming face to face with a ferocious beast, stirring a sense of trepidation within him. In a mere glance, Lunangjie discerned that Yuhong was no ordinary individual. At the very least, he was not inferior to Zhongcheng. Contemplating this, Lu Nangjie's smile grew more pronounced, believing that with Yu Hong's arrival, he could finally eliminate the formidable presence of Zhongcheng, who, being younger, would undoubtedly be easier to manage. Director Lu, Yu Hong said as he shook Lu Nangjie's hand. I must clarify that I am not here to join the police station's refuge. What, you are not here to join our refuge? Lu Nangjie's smile faltered upon hearing this unexpected revelation. He instinctively turned his gaze toward Zhongcheng, who interjected, Director, Brother Yu Hong speaks the truth. He is not here to join us, rather it is getting dark, and having witnessed Brother Yu Hong and his companions toil throughout the day, I extended an invitation for them to rest at the police station for the night. Zhongcheng, looking at Lu Nangjie, revealed the actual circumstances, understanding that Lu Nangjie's hopes of recruiting Yu Hong would be in vain. Just resting for one night at our police station, Lu Nangjie was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated acquiring a powerful subordinate, only to discover that Yu Hong had no intentions of joining the police force. Lu Nangjie felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This young man was exceedingly arrogant to dare refuse the overtures of a director of his standing. Nevertheless, being the cunning old fox that he was, Lu Nangjie kept his face impassive. Haha, he laughed heartily, attempting to project a sense of grandeur. A guest is always welcome, regardless of whether Brother Yu Hong decides to join our refuge or not. I, the director, extend my warmest welcome. A smile graced Yu Hong's face. Then I hope I am not imposing. Director. Lu Nangjie shook his head. Not at all. He then turned his attention to Zhongcheng. Zhongcheng, please excuse us. I have urgent matters to discuss with Brother Yu Hong. Chapter 66, Refusing the Director, drawing a gun. What? Upon hearing Lu Nangjie's words, Zhongcheng was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of displeasure. He had not anticipated being asked to step away. As the captain of the police station, what could possibly warrant his absence? Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had always respected Lu Nangjie, treating him as a director and striving to uphold his authority. Yet the fact that Lu Nangjie had now requested his departure left Zhongcheng feeling somewhat disheartened. Very well, since the director has matters to discuss with Brother Yu Hong, I shall take my leave. With that, Zhongcheng exited the office, closing the door behind him with a slightly louder than necessary sound, betraying his dissatisfaction with Lu Nangjie. The resounding noise of the door closing ignited Lu Nangjie's ire, and he wore a helpless expression as he turned to Yu Hong. Brother Yu Hong, you have witnessed my predicament, have you not? Although I hold the title of director, Zhongcheng and the other officers do not regard me with any respect. This period has been quite stifling for me. Lu Nangjie began to lament his circumstances, recounting the challenges he faced and the lack of respect from Zhongcheng and his peers. Listening to Lu Nangjie, Yu Hong remained unmoved. In truth, he had already anticipated such a situation. In this era of zombie outbreaks and the emergence of abilities, those who once held positions of power but failed to become formidable would inevitably find themselves in such predicaments. Without strength, how could one maintain a position of authority? Yu Hong speculated that Lu Nangjie's current situation was relatively fortunate. In other places, it was likely that subordinates were already usurping their superiors' positions. Oh, it is indeed quite stifling. Yu Hong nodded, feigning sympathy. Director Lu, the circumstances have changed. Only by wielding true power can one take charge. Lu Nangjie, feeling a surge of indignation, perceived Yu Hong's words as mockery. He forced a smile and sighed. I understand this principle. However, at my age, I have not become an empowered individual. Thus, I find myself constantly constrained. Yet, with your arrival, Brother Yu Hong, things will be different. If you choose to stay, you would be doing me a great service. Assisting me equates to aiding the nation, and I promise to reward you handsomely. Lu Nangjie gazed at Yu Hong, revealing his ulterior motive. Yu Hong shook his head. Director Lu, I have already stated that I am merely here for a night's respite. I harbor no interest in your internal strife. Moreover, you are but one individual and do not represent the nation. Aiding you does not equate to aiding the country. Yu Hong harbored no fondness for those who casually invoked the nation in their speech. In fact, he found it somewhat distasteful. Lu Nangjie, feeling awkward, forced a laugh and replied, Brother Yu Hong speaks truthfully. I do not represent the nation. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, I have made contributions for the people. You must have noticed upon entering that our police station shelters a group of survivors, all under my protection. If one day Zhongcheng were to entertain any ulterior motives and attempt to usurp control, it would jeopardize the safety of the refuge and endanger the survivors. Yu Hong dismissed him. That is simple. All you need to do is relinquish your position to Captain Zhang, and there will be no danger posed to the survivors. Lu Nangjie forced a smile. Brother Yu Hong, you jest. Zhongcheng lacks the experience to manage effectively. Handing him the director's position would only lead to disaster for him and the citizens of the refuge. Yu Hong chuckled lightly. Director, you could transfer the authority to Captain Zhang while still participating in management. Lu Nangjie had not anticipated that Yu Hong would entertain such thoughts. Could it be that Yu Hong had already been courted by Zhongcheng? As this realization struck him, Lu Nangjie's heart raced with alarm. Struggling against Zhongcheng was already a challenge. If Yu Hong were to align with him, it would leave Lu Nangjie with no ground to stand on. Brother Yu Hong, what terms has Zhongcheng promised you? I shall offer you double. The more Lu Nangjie pondered, the more convinced he became that Yu Hong had been swayed by Zhongcheng, hence he made such a statement. Yu Hong clarified, Director Lu, there was no promise made, I merely presented a rational course of action. Yu Hong shook his head, smiling, this world has changed, you are merely an ordinary person, your previous reputation allows you to hold this position. But with time more individuals will seek to unseat you. When that day comes, the outcome may not be pleasant. It would be prudent to step down while the situation has not yet worsened. Yu Hong's statements were not made on behalf of Zhongcheng, but rather reflected his genuine beliefs. He understood that those in high positions without strength would inevitably be overthrown. Throughout history, people have always valued power. Lu Nangjie had once been capable, supported by those above him, but now the situation had shifted. The connections he once relied on were severed, and below him new empowered individuals had emerged. The best course of action was to voluntarily step down. Listening to Yu Hong, Lu Nangjie's face turned ashen. He could not fathom that Yu Hong would recommend such a course of action. Lu Nangjie was convinced that Yu Hong had been swayed by Zhongcheng. The words Yu Hong had just spoken could very well have been dictated by Zhongcheng. Gritting his teeth, Lu Nangjie stated, Brother Yu Hong, regardless of what Zhongcheng has promised you, I shall offer you tenfold. My sole aim is to assist you in eliminating Zhongcheng. Yu Hong shook his head, a hint of derision in his gaze. Director Lu, I have made it clear that I am not aligned with Captain Zhang. Nor will I ever be anyone's subordinate. Lu Nangjie, disbelieving of Yu Hong's words, maintained a stoic expression. Assist me in eliminating Zhongcheng, and I will grant you his position as captain of the police station. You would then be the second in command, subordinate only to me within the police station. Once we have secured Yulin City, you shall also hold the rank of second in command within the city. What do you say? Is this not an enticing offer? Lu Nangjie regarded Yu Hong with steadfast certainty, believing that his offer was exceedingly generous. Yu Hong could not possibly refuse, especially since Zhongcheng could not make such a promise. Director Lu, you truly possess a sense of humor. Yu Hong chuckled, shaking his head. I must reiterate that I shall not remain in Yulin City. Once the zombie threat is mitigated, I will take my leave. There is no need for further persuasion. Yu Hong fixed his gaze on Lu Nangjie, once again emphasizing his intentions. Impossible, Lu Nangjie countered, shaking his head with unwavering conviction. I have lived for over 50 years. Traversed more bridges than you have walked paths, your fabrications cannot deceive me. As Yu Hong prepared to depart, Lu Nangjie suddenly drew a gun and aimed it at Yu Hong, causing Yu Hong's expression to darken instantly. Chapter 67, Facing Death. Outside the office, Zhongcheng had not left. After exiting, he lingered nearby. Now, he had already become a first-tier empowered individual. His auditory acuity far surpassed that of the average person. Although he did not deliberately eavesdrop on the conversations within the room, he was able to discern every word exchanged between Yu Hong and Liu Nangjie with remarkable clarity. Upon overhearing Liu Nangjie's sinister intent to eliminate him, Zhongcheng's expression darkened instantaneously. He was bewildered as to why Liu Nangjie would wish to harm him. Was it merely because he was an extraordinary individual, yet he had always complied with Liu Nangjie's commands? How ungrateful! Filled with indignation, Zhongcheng muttered to himself, "At this juncture, I have no inclination to cower before you any longer. If you seek your own demise, I shall not show mercy." Zhongcheng was no fool. He would not passively await his fate. Thus, the notion of taking Liuneng's life began to take root in his mind. Killing a superior was undoubtedly a violation of police regulations and national laws. In times of peace, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, the times had changed. Zhongcheng perceived that those in power were preoccupied with their own survival, and soon he would orchestrate Liuneng's mysterious disappearance, leaving no trace for anyone to uncover. Even if peace were to be restored in the future, his actions would remain undiscovered. With this thought, Zhongcheng inhaled deeply, his countenance gradually transforming into one of determination. In the office, Director Lu, "Your jest is ill-timed," Yuhong remarked, shaking his head with an air of nonchalance. Facing the gun-wielding Liuneng, he exhibited no sign of panic. Yuhong's current speed was an astonishing 144 points. Over 14 times that of an ordinary person. Although he could not match the speed of a bullet, he could undoubtedly eliminate Liuneng before he pulled the trigger. Hence, Yuhong remained entirely unfazed. "I am not jesting," Liuneng retorted with a cold laugh, brandishing the firearm. "Yuhong, I reiterate, you are a remarkable talent, and I hold you in high esteem. If you choose to remain and assist me, I shall ensure you receive a handsome reward." Yuhong scoffed, "And what if I refuse?" Naturally, Yuhong would never acquiesce to such a proposition. In his eyes, Liuneng had already become a dead man. Anyone who dared to threaten him would not escape unscathed. Such individuals were destined for ruin. With a gun in hand, Liuneng, emboldened by his weapon, declared, "If you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for being merciless. While you may possess extraordinary abilities, you cannot outpace the bullet in my hand." Liuneng had meticulously observed Zhongcheng's combat speed, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person. However, he was confident that a firearm would suffice against Zhongcheng. In Liuneng's mind, Yuhong's abilities were comparable to those of Zhongcheng. Thus, he felt justified in threatening Yuhong with a gun. Yuhong nodded. "Indeed, I cannot surpass the speed of your gun. However, I can certainly outpace you." No sooner had he spoken than Yuhong appeared before Liuneng like a bolt of lightning, swiftly drawing his tongue knife and severing both of Liuneng's hands. In an instant, blood gushed forth as the severed hands fell to the ground, leaving Liuneng in a state of shock. It took him approximately 1/10 of a second to comprehend the situation before he let out a harrowing scream. Liuneng's face turned pale, devoid of any color. "Why you dare to lay hands on me?" His eyes brimmed with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Yuhong would have the audacity to strike him. After all, he was the director of the police station. Moreover, how could Yuhong's speed be so astonishing? Why was Zhongcheng not as swift? Had Zhongcheng merely feigned his abilities in the past? As this realization dawned upon him, Liuneng felt a surge of anger and fear. He believed that Yuhong must have harbored ambitions of usurping power all along, which was why he had concealed his true strength. What was there to fear? "In my eyes, you are no more significant than an ant. What does it matter if I act against you?" Yuhong sneered dismissively. He harbored no mercy for those who threatened his life, regardless of their status. At that moment, Zhongcheng entered the room, having heard the commotion. "Brother Yuhong, how could you have severed his hands?" Zhongcheng exclaimed, his expression one of shock as he beheld the severed limbs on the floor. Although he had anticipated Yuhong's rejection of Liuneng's offer, he had never expected such a violent act. "He aimed a gun at me. He had it coming," Yuhong replied with a faint smile. "Captain Zhong, you heard what Liuneng said, did you not? He intended to kill you. Do you not wish to seize this opportunity to eliminate him?" Zhongcheng fell silent upon hearing this. He found himself tempted by the thought. However, he shook his head. "Brother Yuhong, he is still my superior. I cannot bring myself to do it. In truth, Zhongcheng did harbor the desire to eliminate Liuneng. Yet he was reluctant to expose such thoughts in front of an outsider like Yuhong. "Captain Zhong, you are being somewhat hypocritical." Yuhong chuckled lightly. He had no reason to believe Zhongcheng's words. In fact, Yuhong had already discerned the flicker of ambition in Zhongcheng's eyes. "Zhongcheng, you are indeed a wolf with a hidden agenda." Liuneng glared at Zhongcheng, his eyes filled with malice. Yu Hong's power is formidable, his speed so overwhelming that I could not even react. It far exceeds the strength you have previously exhibited. Have you been concealing your true abilities all along to deceive me? Previously, Liu Nengji had thought Zhongcheng to be simple-minded and easily manipulated. He now realized that Zhongcheng was not to be underestimated and had likely harbored intentions of usurping power for quite some time. Indeed, who does not wish to be in control in this world? Liu Nengji had now fully convinced himself that Zhongcheng had ulterior motives. This suspicion was not unfounded considering Yu Hong's displayed power, which dwarfed that of Zhongcheng. Also an extraordinary individual, now I understand, Yu Hong remarked, coming to a realization. He was a second-tier extraordinary individual excelling particularly in speed and defense, placing him above Zhongcheng, who was still in the first tier. This was a point that Liu Nengji had overstated. Nonetheless, Yu Hong chose to remain silent. Director, I have never harbored intentions of usurping your position, Zhongcheng asserted, shaking his head in denial. Prior to learning of Liu Nengji's lethal intentions, he had indeed never contemplated such an ambition. His first desire to eliminate Liu Nengji arose only moments ago, upon overhearing Liu Nengji's intent to kill him. How do you think I would believe you? Liu Nengji mocked weakly. You have won, go ahead and kill me. Liu Nengji gazed at Yu Hong and Zhongcheng, his eyes now filled with the acceptance of death. He understood that even if he begged for mercy, his chances of survival were slim, thus it would be more dignified to maintain a semblance of composure. Captain Zhong, do what you must. Yu Hong turned to Zhongcheng. I have aided you, now it is your turn to act. Upon hearing Yu Hong's words, Zhongcheng fell into contemplation. When he learned of Liu Nengji's plot to eliminate him, he had indeed felt the urge to kill, yet now, faced with the reality of the situation, he hesitated. On one hand, his decades of experience instilled in him a sense of dread regarding the act of murdering a superior. On the other, Yu Hong's presence added an additional layer of complexity. Zhongcheng realized that should he kill Liu Nengji in front of Yu Hong, he would be planting a ticking time bomb, one that could explode at any moment. If Yu Hong chose to divulge the incident, it would irrevocably tarnish his reputation. In the event of a return to peace, the stakes would be even higher. Captain Zhong, are you unwilling? Yu Hong inquired, his expression one of surprise. He had not anticipated that at this critical juncture Zhongcheng would still waver. However, Yu Hong quickly understood the reason behind Zhongcheng's hesitation. He was wary of Yu Hong. Rest assured, Captain Zhong. I will not remain in Yulin City for long. I will not pose any threat to you. Moreover, even if peace is restored in the future, should I wish to plot against you, the authorities would not believe me. You are the captain of the police station. While I am merely an ordinary citizen, the officials would side with you. To solidify Zhongcheng's resolve, Yu Hong offered further reassurances. As he spoke, Yu Hong remained on guard, wary that Zhongcheng might choose to strike him down to eliminate any potential threats. This was Yu Hong's nature. He would never place blind trust in others. Despite their amiable exchanges, he understood the importance of maintaining a level of caution. To do otherwise could lead to irreparable regret. Yu Hong speaks truth, Liu Nengji interjected, his breath growing increasingly labored. Even if you kill me, it will hardly raise any eyebrows. In these times, the death of an individual is far from unusual. Liu Nengji's breaths became shallow and intermittent, a clear sign that his time was running out. He sought only a swift end. Zhongcheng took a deep breath, conjuring a water arrow that shimmered with light as it surged toward Liu Nengji's head. With a swift sound, the water arrow pierced through Liu Nengji's skull. A faint smile graced his face as he succumbed to death. Captain Zhong truly possesses resolve, Yu Hong remarked, applauding the act. Zhongcheng turned, a hint of resignation in his tone. Brother Yu Hong, I have now truly become a traitor who has slain his superior. Yu Hong dismissed the concern with a laugh. Who besides you and me will know how he met his end? With that, Yu Hong summoned 5 zombies, directing them to consume Liu Nengji's remains. Zhongcheng's expression twitched at this sight, a mix of shock and unease washing over him. He recognized the ruthlessness with which Yu Hong operated. Zhongcheng's gaze sharpened, realizing that such a person, devoid of any principles or scruples, was not one to be trifled with. Though he had not known Yu Hong for long, he had gained a general understanding of his character. Beneath the veneer of gentleness lay a formidable ruthlessness. This made Yu Hong one of the most challenging individuals to contend with. Shang Cheng harbored no desire to become adversaries with Yu Hong. Before long, Lu Nangjie's corpse was thoroughly devoured, and Yu Hong retracted the zombies back into the zombie space. "All right, Captain Zhang, let us proceed," Yu Hong said with a smile as he recalled the zombies. Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. "Very well." The two exchanged smiles and exited the office. Shortly thereafter, a woman arrived at the police station office, knocking lightly on the door, only to be met with silence where Lu Nangjie's voice should have been. Furrowing her brow, she muttered, "Where has that deadbeat gone?" Clearly displeased, the woman stepped into the office. Taking a deep breath, she detected a lingering scent of blood in the air but chose not to dwell on it. In her mind, it was entirely normal for Lu Nangjie, as the head of the police station's refuge, to punish disobedient subordinates. After waiting a few more minutes with still no sign of Lu Nangjie, her impatience grew, prompting her to leave the office. As night fell, it was soon 7:30. Yu Hong, Cheng Shui, Lu Sheng, and Lu Huilin finished their dinner and made their way to a 3-bedroom apartment to rest. This apartment had been specifically prepared for them by Shang Cheng. The evening was still relatively early, and the group settled on the sofa, engaging in light conversation. Lu Sheng let out a loud belch and remarked, "I never expected that at this hour we would still be able to enjoy fresh vegetables and fresh pork and beef." Earlier, Shang Cheng had treated them to a feast of fresh dishes, indistinguishable from those before the apocalypse. Yu Hong was unfazed by this. He glanced at Lu Sheng and chuckled, "Such is the world. No matter how dire the circumstances, there will always be those who enjoy privileges. However, this state of affairs is unlikely to persist. Fresh vegetables will soon become a rarity." Yu Hong was aware that following the blood rain, much of the soil across the globe had been contaminated and rendered inactive. Nevertheless, some soil remained untainted and still capable of supporting vegetable growth, though ordinary people would not have access to them. "Indeed, there will always be those in high places." Lu Sheng nodded, his expression curious. "If that is the case, does that mean we are now among the privileged? After all, while survivors are fighting tooth and nail for a mere morsel of bread, we can indulge in fresh vegetables and meat." He finished, a smug look on his face. Lu Huilin rolled her eyes. "What are you so smug about? If it weren't for Yu Hong, you'd be starving by now." Lu Sheng acknowledged this. "That is true, thank you, Hong Ge. By the way, how did you know I was in trouble? Your timing was impeccable. Had you arrived even a moment later, I might have been killed." He gazed at Yu Hong with gratitude, fully aware that without him, he might not have survived. Yu Hong pondered for a moment before responding, "A father knows his child best." Lu Sheng chuckled. Ching Shui couldn't help but smile at this. Noticing how Yu Hong had become more cheerful since meeting Lu Sheng, perhaps this was the effect of friendship. "Honggu, you're taking advantage of me," Lu Sheng protested, rolling his eyes. "Back in school, I frequently brought you meals. I'm your good brother." Yu Hong laughed heartily and pulled out a cigarette. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. "Honggu, give me one." Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. "Call me daddy." "Daddy," Lu Sheng replied without hesitation, being quite the seasoned smoker unable to resist. Yu Hong smiled with satisfaction and handed Lu Sheng the remaining half-pack of cigarettes. Lu Sheng accepted it with glee and began to smoke. Chapter 69, The Third Stage Water System. "King not serious," Lu Huilin remarked, casting Yu Hong a disapproving glance. "Huh?" Yu Hong asked, puzzled. "How am I not serious?" Lu Huilin brushed her hair back, exhaling softly. "Shao Sheng is my younger brother. If you have him call you daddy, what should I call you? Should I call you daddy too?" Yu Hong chuckled, teasing, "If Sister Huilin is willing to call me that, I wouldn't mind. Go away." Lu Huilin tossed a pillow at him in mock anger. Yu Hong caught it with a smile. His strength had reached the second stage, instilling him with confidence, and his demeanor had become considerably more vivacious. Lu Huilin, perceptive to these subtle changes, was emboldened to act in a seemingly reckless manner. When they first met, she would not have dared to treat him so casually. Noticing the lively banter between Yu Hong and Lu Huilin, Cheng Shui felt a twinge of discomfort. However, she understood that she was not Yu Hong's woman and had no grounds to voice any objections. After contemplating for a while, she decided to join their conversation. Half an hour later, feeling fatigued from their battle against zombies, Cheng Shui and Lu Huilin excused themselves to wash up and retire for the night. They had spent several hours slaying zombies, and it was quite an achievement for them to hold out until now before feeling weary. Lu Sheng, possessing a physique slightly stronger than the average person, felt no fatigue and continued chatting with Yu Hong. Sharing stories while smoking, this atmosphere evoked a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of their university days. At that moment, the voice of the apocalypse system echoed, "The cultivation of the goo has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a third-stage zombie goo king. Would you like to view the basic information?" Engrossed in their conversation, both Yu Hong and Lu Sheng were startled by the sudden announcement, quickly realizing it was the system speaking. Maintaining his composure, Yu Hong turned his attention to the details of the third-stage zombie: type, zombie, rank, third stage, combat skills, perfect abilities, water system. Third stage, water system. Yu Hong felt a surge of excitement upon reading these lines of information. He had anticipated this outcome, as the last time he cultivated goo, he had utilized a staggering number of 100,000 zombies, so he was not particularly surprised. However, the fact that this third-stage zombie possessed water-related abilities truly delighted him. He realized that with this water-type zombie, he essentially had access to an infinite water source, ensuring he would never face water shortages again. Lost in thought, a smile crept across Yu Hong's face. Noticing the sudden grin on Yu Hong's face, Lu Sheng looked on with confusion and asked, "Honggu, why are you suddenly smiling? It's a bit creepy." "Nothing." Yu Hong shook his head, still smiling. "Our previous conversation reminded me of a funny incident from school." Lu Sheng's eyes widened in curiosity. "What funny incident?" Yu Hong's eyes sparkled as he recounted. "It was when Sun Hang and his girlfriend were sneaking into the grove and ran into the den." "Hilarious." Yu Hong burst into laughter. "Haha." Lu Sheng joined in, recalling the amusing tale. Sun Hang was indeed their roommate. In their second year, while sneaking into the grove with his girlfriend, they unexpectedly encountered the dean and a female teacher there. The embarrassment of that moment was beyond words. Shortly thereafter, both the dean and the teacher were dismissed due to their inappropriate relationship, and Sun Hang became a well-known figure throughout the school. The memory of this incident always brought joy to Yu Hong and his friends. After laughing for a while, Yu Hong remarked, "I hope Sun Hang is safe." During their university days, their dormitory comprised 4 individuals: Yu Hong, Lu Sheng, Sun Hang, and another student who aspired to attend a prestigious university and spent most of his time in the library, maintaining a rather indifferent relationship with Yu Hong and Lu Sheng. Even during group meals, he often made excuses to avoid joining. Lu Sheng sighed. "Honggu, there is no need to worry about Sun Hang. His family is in Shenzhen, a first-tier city with a high safety rating. He should be fine." Why Yu Hong's gaze turned complex as he replied, "Shenzhen is indeed safe, with military presence, but the population density is also high, nearly 20 million people. Imagine how many zombies that entails. I hope he has the protection of fate." As thoughts of Sun Hang weighed on his mind, Yu Hong felt a heaviness in his heart. With the outbreak of zombies, it was estimated that Shenzhen had at least several million zombies. Sun Hang, being quite frail, could very well have encountered trouble. Even if he hadn't, Yu Hong knew he could not go to his rescue. His paramount objective now was to return to Baiyang City and ensure his parents' safety. He only saved Lu Sheng because their paths roughly aligned. Sun Hang, however, was entirely out of his way. There was no way Yu Hong would take a long detour solely to rescue him. Unless he confirmed his parents were safe first, he would consider seeking out Sun Hang later. Sun Hang will be fine. He has always had good luck. Perhaps he has even become an ability user by now. Lu Sheng, a natural optimist, said cheerfully. Understanding Yu Hong's urgency to return home, he refrained from suggesting that Yu Hong should rescue Sun Hang. "You make a valid point." Yu Hong nodded. "He has always had good fortune. He must have become an ability user by now, capable of protecting himself. As 2 impoverished souls, we need not worry about the well-being of our wealthy friend." Lu Sheng agreed. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Sheng also decided to retire for the night. Once Lu Sheng left, Yu Hong turned his gaze toward the zombie space. Current zombie count in zombie space: 62, 650. Available for summoning and goo cultivation. Seeing the number of zombies in the space exceed 60,000, Yu Hong decided against cultivating Gu this time. He felt it prudent to avoid cultivating second and first stage zombies in the future. Currently, Yu Hong himself was at the second stage. First and second stage zombies would not serve him much purpose. He ultimately resolved to cultivate a formidable Gu King, aiming to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. It was reminiscent of the encounter he had with the second-tier mutated golden eagle in Hishui City. Had he not previously raised a second-tier zombie, he might have faced grave danger. At this moment, Yu Hong radiated vitality, brimming with energy, with not a single thought of sleep crossing his mind. His mental acuity soared to an impressive 59 points, nearly 6 times that of an ordinary person. Even after 3 days and nights without slumber, fatigue would elude him. Glancing at the food laid out on the table, he felt a wave of ennui wash over him and mused, idleness is rather dull. Why not venture forth to slay some zombies and accumulate points more swiftly? With this thought, Yu Hong rose to his feet. Chapter 70, Zhong Cheng's gratitude. With a mere thought, Yu Hong summoned forth 2 first-tier zombies. Subsequently, he called forth 20 ordinary zombies, commanding them to safeguard Cheng Shui, Lu Sheng, and the others before stepping out of the room. Descending the stairs, he arrived at the plaza of the police station. At this juncture, the square was bustling with numerous survivors and officers, whispering amongst themselves as if a significant event had transpired. Zhong Cheng stood at the forefront of the crowd, speaking fervently, "Brother Yu Hong." Zhong Cheng exclaimed, spotting him and greeting him with a smile. Why? Yu Hong approached Zhong Cheng and inquired, "Captain Zhong, what has occurred? Do you require my assistance?" "That won't be necessary," Zhong Cheng replied, shaking his head. His expression growing solemn. "Our chief has gone missing, and I am currently preparing to dispatch personnel for a search."